Chapter 1. The Orphan. On the night of July 15th, 1991, in London, a golden-haired youth found himself in a standoff with a large, disheveled black dog in a narrow alley. In his right hand, the boy clutched a metallic short rod, evidently dislodged from some machinery, its jagged end still bearing sharp burrs. He shifted his right foot back, adopting a combat stance, while behind him loomed several enormous trash bins, overflowing with refuse that emitted a foul stench. Yet, the primary focus of this confrontation between boy and dog was undeniably that mound of garbage. In the shadows not far from the alley, two figures observed the scene unfold. One, an elderly man with a long white beard, spoke softly, "Minerva, do you think you can scare off that dog? Surely, we cannot stand idly by while that child engages in combat with the beast. He may be injured, Professor," replied the tall woman beside him, her lips pressed tightly together, the wrinkles on her face quivering as she spoke, even drawing her wand as if to intervene. The elderly man extended his hand to restrain her weight. Meanwhile, within the alley, the ravenous black dog, unable to contain its hunger, lunged toward the boy, its maw filled with sharp teeth glistening with saliva. The boy, eyes fixed on the charging shadow, swiftly sidestepped to the right, evading the dog's attack. In one fluid motion, he swung the short rod, its initial speed unremarkable, yet it suddenly accelerated mid-swing, transforming into a blur as it came crashing down upon the dog. With a whimper, the dog collapsed, only to scramble back to its feet, tail tucked firmly between its legs, limping away from the alley, having sustained a broken front leg from the boy's strike. "It appears our little Mike has emerged victorious," the old man said, his eyes narrowing into a smile. However, Mike seemed unwilling to let the dog escape, intent on reclaiming his meal. He swiftly advanced, raising the rod high and bringing it down upon the dog's flank. With its injured leg hampering its escape, the dog, now facing away from Mike, could only manage a pitiful, limping retreat. With a resounding thud, the dog fell once more. Mike, now seated atop the dog, rained blows upon its head with the rod. Time slipped away, and eventually, Mike ceased his assault, panting heavily. Beneath him, the dog lay lifeless, its head a gruesome mass, a pool of blood steadily expanding beneath its body. After steadying his breath, Mike stood, one hand gripping the rod while the other dragged the black dog towards the darkness beyond the alley, deliberately ignoring the refuse they had just contended over. Not far off, the two observers exchanged silent glances, taken aback by the unexpected events that had transpired in mere minutes. These two were Albus Dumbledore and Minerva McGonagall, the headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry and the head of Gryffindor House, as well as a professor of Transfiguration. Initially, they had anticipated that Mike, barely 11 years old, would either frighten or fend off the towering beast, but they were utterly astonished to witness him opting to slay the dog, seemingly preparing to make it his dinner. Professor McGonagall turned stiffly to Dumbledore. After all, he has been a wandering orphan for 5 years. Had he shown mercy, he might have perished long ago. Yet he is still but a child, Dumbledore. Her tone bore an undertone of persuasion, as she was acutely aware of Dumbledore's sentiments, knowing that Mike's actions would undoubtedly provoke his displeasure. "Fear not, Minerva. I can discern that the boy's nature is not inherently malevolent, and besides, we are here to guide him," Dumbledore replied, his gaze fixed on the darkness into which Mike had vanished. Meanwhile, Mike remained blissfully unaware that two wizards had witnessed his actions, humming a tune as he strolled along the desolate road. This venture was a quest for sustenance. His original targets were the trash bins within his territory. In countries like those in Europe and America, where resources are seemingly abundant, residents often waste food. Thanks to this unfortunate habit, Mike was able to scavenge something to eat each day. This time, fortune smiled upon him, as a large black dog had fortuitously appeared, presenting itself as a potential meal. With such a promising alternative, Mike had no desire to rummage through the foul-smelling refuse. Even as a homeless orphan, he felt entitled to prefer cleanliness. After all, excessive filth could lead to illness. Indeed, Mike was an orphan. In theory, he ought to reside in an orphanage, but he understood that not all orphanages were as idyllic as they claimed to be. In reality, many were engaged in the insidious trade of human trafficking. Their clientele was diverse, including couples with serious criminal backgrounds who lacked even a marriage certificate, yet could successfully adopt a child. Ostensibly, most of these individuals did not meet the criteria for adoption, particularly in the UK, where the conditions were exceedingly stringent. Yet, the adage holds true: money talks. As long as one could pay, the cumbersome and rigid stipulations would be circumvented, with the size of the window opening depending entirely on the amount of money offered. Mike had never resided in any of those orphanages, yet he was well aware of their realities. In this world, everything required money. Without it, Entry into a reputable orphanage was impossible. For street orphans like Mike, the older he grew, the less valuable he became, regardless of how long he had wandered. Even a single day on the streets could drastically diminish his worth. Now, only government-funded welfare orphanages were willing to take him in, and only after he had been apprehended by the so-called social welfare department, which was, in truth, merely a branch of the municipal services, could he enter through the proper channels. However, as for those orphanages, well, how to put it? In the words of the municipal workers, you little ruffians who steal from the streets deserve nothing less than to rot in such orphanages. The conditions for orphans in those institutions were so grim that Mike could hardly bear to recall them. The most despairing aspect was that no one would willingly adopt children from those orphanages, even if someone did. Their intentions were likely far from benevolent, for all of London was aware of the type of children confined within. Thus, to avoid being captured by those hyenas and thrown into an orphanage, Mike was compelled to distance himself from the city, constructing a makeshift shelter deep within a grove on the outskirts. He aptly named this abode the Garbage House, for it was indeed built from refuse. At this moment, Mike lay comfortably on a tattered mattress within the garbage house, his gaze fixed upon a set of wind chimes hanging from the ceiling. After staring at them for 20 minutes, the wind chimes suddenly began to sway, producing a melodious, tinkling sound, despite the absence of any breeze. Observing the chimes, a radiant smile spread across Mike's face. This was the first time in half a year that he had consciously activated his abilities to make the wind chimes move. Mike fancied himself a superhuman whenever his emotions ran high. Supernatural phenomena would manifest around him. Sometimes a glass in his hand would shatter spontaneously, and at other times, flames would erupt nearby. The intensity of these supernatural occurrences depended entirely on the fervor of his emotions, and they were entirely uncontrollable. This was precisely why Mike had relocated to the Grove. If such phenomena were to manifest frequently in public, he would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention, and the consequences could lead to him being subjected to experimentation. Upon realizing that his abilities were linked to his emotional fluctuations, Mike began to practice controlling his feelings. He discovered that mastering his emotions allowed him to exert a measure of control over his powers, enabling him to wield his abilities as he desired. Evidently, his efforts over the past 6 months had borne fruit. Just moments earlier, during his tussle with the black dog, he had successfully harnessed that ability, his thoughts consumed with the desire to strike down the beast. Consequently, his short rod seemed to be imbued with some form of magic, its speed and strength magnified exponentially. With this, my next plan can come to fruition. In the darkness, the boy's eyes sparkled with determination, and soon, soft snores filled the small shelter. Tonight's exertion had left the frail youth utterly exhausted. Chapter 2. Lucky Mike and the Letter. The full name of our protagonist is Mike Tully. He could be considered a successful individual, at least by the standard that equates success with wealth. It must be said that Mike is fortunate. After all, for a lad who had spent his childhood in an orphanage and roamed the streets after being cast out at the age of 14, managing to purchase a grand villa in New York's affluent district and starting a family is no small feat. All of this is attributable to his remarkable luck. Mike seems akin to the illegitimate child of Lady Luck herself from the moment he hit the streets. Whenever he found himself embroiled in brawls or gunfights, no matter how dire the circumstances, he would emerge unscathed. Thus, those acquainted with Mike bestowed upon him a most fitting moniker, Lucky Boy Mike. However, it appeared that fortune did not always favor Mike, or perhaps his luck had been entirely expended during that fateful bank heist. Despite successfully robbing the bank and amassing a fortune, Mike found himself beset by a myriad of trivial misfortunes in midlife. His daughter aspired to venture into the adult film industry, and his wife, with alarming frequency, adorned him with a proverbial green hat. The most unfortunate twist of fate, however, was that an old adversary had tracked down the man who had changed his name and identity. At last, on the night of April 21st, 2019, with the crack of a gunshot, Lucky Boy Mike fell. Yet, upon awakening, he was astonished to discover that the goddess of fortune had seemingly not abandoned him. He had been reborn, inhabiting the frail and injured body of a young boy, and had returned to the year 1991. After perusing the child's memories, Mike unearthed a startling revelation. This boy, also named Mike but lacking a surname, possessed extraordinary abilities. Although he struggled to control these powers and was branded a monster, ultimately leading to his tragic demise at the hands of the other children who ostracized him, Mike felt no concern for this child's harrowing past. He had witnessed far too many tales of woe from the lower echelons of society, to the point of becoming numb to them. Had this body lacked superhuman abilities, Mike might have found himself joining a gang or entering one of those orphanages derisively dubbed as gangster boot camps. Yet, Armed with the experience from his previous life, Mike was confident that he could navigate such a treacherous environment with ease. Once he amassed considerable wealth through these individuals, he could retire from the fray and embark on a career in investment, thus cleansing his past transgressions. In fact, several foolproof investment strategies had already begun to coalesce in Mike's mind, gleaned from the many tales of success he had overheard during his days as a wealthy magnate. What? You suggest he pursue education? You expect a gang leader and bank robber to diligently study and strive for self-improvement? That is preposterous. Mike had always harbored a profound disdain for academics. It was only after acquiring wealth that he deigned to learn the basics of English reading and writing, solely to avoid embarrassment. Moreover, this was in England. In such a venerable capitalist nation, it is virtually impossible for a homeless orphan to attain success through education alone. Merely being able to sustain oneself is a formidable challenge. In Mike's own words, in a society such as this, individuals like him could only achieve success by resorting to unscrupulous means. Adhering to the rules laid down by the elite would guarantee perpetual obscurity. However, the existence of his superhuman abilities disrupted Mike's plans. Had he possessed such power in his previous life, he would not have fallen victim to a single gunshot. If he had wielded such strength before, he would have achieved success long ago, without the need to risk his life in a bank heist. Thus, Mike resolved to master this newfound power, no matter if it took years or even decades. For once he harnessed that strength, he was certain he could swiftly accumulate wealth and influence. Consequently, during the 6 months since his arrival in this world, Mike secluded himself in his dilapidated abode, diligently honing his abilities. His training regimen was simple. He focused on stabilizing his emotions while fixating on the wind chime dangling from the ceiling, willing it to move. Mike had some experience in controlling his emotions, which enabled him to stabilize his powers quickly. No longer did he inadvertently set his small dwelling ablaze. Yet, he had made little progress in animating the wind chime, believing that perhaps his resolve was insufficiently steadfast. However, just last night, Mike felt he had achieved success. During a skirmish with a large black dog, the short stick he wielded responded to his intent, becoming faster and stronger. Elated, Mike returned to his makeshift home and commenced his daily training. To his astonishment, the wind chime manipulation technique, which had eluded him for so long, finally succeeded. At that moment, within the confines of his hovel, Mike awoke, and upon opening his eyes, the wind chime immediately captured his attention. Seeing the wind chime, Mike smiled. Throughout the past 6 months of training, he had fallen asleep each night gazing at it, and had awakened each morning to its presence. Although this wind chime was merely crafted from shards of glass and fishing line he had scavenged, Mike had resolved to carry it with him when he departed this wretched place, cherishing it until his last breath. Indeed, Mike had decided it was time to leave the garbage heap. Now that he had gained a firmer grasp on his superhuman abilities, the moment had come to pursue wealth. Furthermore, his body had recovered significantly over the past 6 months at his current height. The feral children from the orphanage would no longer view him as prey. Yet, just as Mike envisioned a future where he would marry a gang princess, ascend to the role of a crime lord, and reach the pinnacle of success, he noticed an envelope resting beside his pillow. Mike froze. Though his hovel was modest, he had taken care to fortify its defenses. If someone had managed to stealthily place a letter by his pillow, it indicated that they possessed the means to eliminate him just as discreetly. With this thought in mind, Mike promptly seized the envelope and tore it open. Since the sender had taken the trouble to deliver a letter, it was likely that they posed no immediate threat otherwise. They could have easily acted while he slept. After a moment, Mike finished reading the letter, sitting in a daze upon the mattress. Isn't Hogwarts the favorite subject of my youngest son, Jimmy, with its tales of Harry Potter? Due to his son's enthusiasm, Mike had been compelled to read the entire Harry Potter series to Jimmy on multiple occasions and had accompanied him in watching all the films. He was thoroughly familiar with this children's literature. At that moment, Mike finally comprehended the nature of his current predicament. His superhuman abilities were, in fact, manifestations of a young wizard's magical surge. It is worth noting that a magical surge can be perilous. Many young wizards have perished as a result of such occurrences. Yet, during this time, Mike had mistaken it for a superpower and had even actively sought to trigger and control it. Indeed, the goddess of fortune had truly smiled upon him, otherwise he would have been obliterated long ago. At that moment, a piece of parchment fell from the Hogwarts acceptance letter in Mike's hands. Dear Mr. Tully, in light of your unique circumstances, we will dispatch a representative to your residence to address your queries and provide necessary assistance. Please be advised that our staff will arrive at your residence on July 16, 1991, at 8:30 a.m. Upon reading the note, Mike instinctively glanced at the digital watch beside his pillow, which now lacked its strap. The numbers displayed 831. Mr. Mike Tunney, it appears that you have had the opportunity to peruse the correspondence we sent you. Mike turned his gaze towards the sound, noticing that the door of the junkyard had mysteriously swung open. There stood a jovial old man with a white beard. Good heavens, is that Dumbledore? Chapter 3. Dumbledore's Unexpected Visit. Mr. Mike Tully, it appears you have received the letter we sent you, Dumbledore said, standing at the threshold. The gentle sunlight outside enveloped him, lending an ethereal glow to his figure, particularly highlighting his pristine white beard. Michael stared in astonishment at Dumbledore, occasionally glancing at the letter in his hand, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Observing Michael's bewildered expression, Dumbledore continued, Please forgive my lack of introduction. I am Albus Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. I have come here to assist you, a young wizard with unique circumstances. Headmaster? Mr. Headmaster? Michael seemed still unable to fully grasp the situation. Mr. Tully, should you not invite me in to greet our guest? Dumbledore winked at Michael, displaying a hint of playful mischief. Mike shivered and hurriedly invited Dumbledore inside, offering him a seat on the only intact sofa in the dilapidated shack. Mr. Headmaster, is everything in the letter true? Have I truly been accepted into a school of magic? Dumbledore took a seat without any sign of disdain, surveying the surprisingly tidy surroundings of the junk-filled room. Indeed, Mr. Tully, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry is a prestigious institution with a rich history. Furthermore, I must commend you. The cleanliness here is quite unexpected. At this moment, Mike's mind was in utter turmoil. Dumbledore's sudden arrival was truly unexpected. Fortunately, having witnessed numerous grand occasions in his past life, Mike possessed remarkable adaptability. Dear Headmaster, but why must it be you who has come in person? Surely, such matters could be entrusted to someone else. Of course, I am not doubting your integrity. It is merely that this situation has taken me completely by surprise. Michael's face flushed with anxiety as he instinctively voiced his most perplexing question. Mr. Michael, there is no need for you to feel anxious. We are certain that you possess magical aptitude, which aligns with our admission criteria. I believe you have already discerned the series of extraordinary occurrences surrounding you. Dumbledore paused momentarily. The reason for my personal visit is primarily due to the Ministry of Magic's discovery that you seem to be intentionally triggering magical surges. It is important to note that this can be exceedingly perilous. Given your unique circumstances, I deemed it necessary to come here in person. The magical surges refer to those unusual phenomena occurring around you. With that, Dumbledore cast a sidelong glance at the large piece of meat hanging from the steel structure of the shed. At this moment, Mike had calmed down, and the emotional control training he had undergone proved to be somewhat effective. Noticing Dumbledore's gaze directed at the leftover meat from the previous night, and recalling his earlier words, he realized that someone had been monitoring him during this period. The unusual circumstances Dumbledore mentioned encompassed not only the surge of magical energy, but also his actions from the previous evening. Headmaster, Mike began. It has been quite some time since I last had meat. I assure you, it was not my intention. I simply could not resist. Mike feigned a look of deep distress. Dumbledore appeared somewhat taken aback, realizing that this child possessed remarkable powers of observation. However, it was not entirely unexpected. After all, as a homeless orphan, lacking such perceptive skills could lead to considerable hardship. Mr. Mike, Dumbledore began kindly, I do not intend to cast blame upon you. In truth, I have encountered many children akin to yourself. One in particular bore a striking resemblance to you, possessing extraordinary talents and having faced similar hardships from a young age. Dumbledore smiled benevolently. I believe in your goodness and have faith that Hogwarts will not disappoint you. Furthermore, feel free to call me Dumbledore. There is no need for such formality. Upon hearing Dumbledore's words, Mike couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. He had a foreboding sense that the child Dumbledore spoke of, who bore a striking resemblance to him, was likely Voldemort. Thank you, Professor Dumbledore. May I inquire about the tuition fees for Hogwarts? I am quite eager to attend, yet I am uncertain whether my funds will suffice. Mike managed to maintain his composure, offering a stiff smile. Oh, Mr. Tully, I believe there may be some misunderstanding. Hogwarts provides subsidies for students with unique circumstances such as yours. You simply need to await our subsequent staff members. There are no charges whatsoever, Dumbledore explained, feigning surprise. Mike feigned a sigh of relief. His eyes reddened and his voice choked with emotion as he expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you. Thank you. I have always dreamed of studying, but thank you. He broke down again as he spoke the latter part. What a pitiable child. Dumbledore's large hand gently caressed Mike's golden short hair, reassuring him, Rest assured. Just as I have said, Hogwarts will not disappoint you. As Dumbledore's hand brushed through his hair, a shiver coursed through Mike. It was well known that Dumbledore had been the subject of homosexual rumors, yet he felt compelled to maintain a faade of profound gratitude. The two conversed for a while longer until Dumbledore himself suggested taking his leave, at which point Mike, with reddened eyes, escorted him to the threshold. At Hogwarts, Dumbledore nodded at Mike before vanishing with a flicker of apparition. Mike remained rooted at the door of the derelict house, rendered speechless for an extended period. He had never anticipated Dumbledore would personally visit him, nor that his latent abilities would manifest as a surge of magical power. However, during their conversation, he gleaned that his innate talent appeared formidable. After all, controlling one's magical outburst without sustaining injury before the age of 11 was indicative of remarkable wizarding potential. This suggested he possessed an extraordinary gift for silent and wandless spellcasting. Historically, in the absence of wands, only individuals of such caliber were recognized as having magical talent. The advent of wands in modern times allowed many who were once deemed squibs to harness magic and become wizards. Contemplating this, Mike felt a surge of excitement. The realm of wizards was a stark contrast to that of ordinary people. In the wizarding world, individual strength was immensely potent, with figures like Dumbledore and Voldemort capable of single-handedly confronting entire armies. The implications of possessing formidable magical prowess in such a world were self-evident. For a Muggle-born wizard like him to achieve prominence in the wizarding community seemed almost insurmountable. Although Dumbledore and others championed the cause of coexistence between wizards and Muggles, the wizarding world remained predominantly the domain of purebloods, relegating Muggle-born wizards to the lower echelons of the social hierarchy. Even squibs from esteemed families often fared better than them, as evidenced by the Weasley family. Arthur Weasley, Ron's father, worked in the Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes to prevent the misuse of Muggle artifacts and even drafted the Muggle Protection Act. Yet, based on the descriptions in the original texts, it was clear his understanding of Muggles was rather limited. One might wonder, was there not a Muggle-born wizard more suited for this role than Arthur? Certainly, there were. However, the Ministry of Magic preferred to employ an incompetent pureblood wizard in such a position rather than recruit a Muggle-born wizard. Thus, for Mike to rise above, he faced a dual challenge: to either overthrow the pureblood wizard's dominion over the wizarding world or to acquire a level of power so formidable that it could not be overlooked, akin to that possessed by Voldemort and Dumbledore. Mike shook his head, casting aside the distracting thoughts from his mind. There was an urgent matter at hand. He had just learned from Dumbledore that every little wizard born into a Muggle family could use their acceptance letter from Hogwarts as proof to exchange at Gringotts, converting 100 galleons at a rate of £5 for 1 galleon each year. Currently, Mike's savings amount to a little over £400, a sum he has fortuitously accumulated over the past 6 months. It must be said, the nickname Lucky Boy truly suits him. In this era, the purchasing power of the pound is remarkably strong, making his modest savings quite substantial. By selling some items from the junk-filled house, he could easily gather over £500. With this thought in mind, Mike hurriedly packed up some of the items, shouldering a large bundle as he stepped outside. Chapter 4. Diagon Alley in the early morning. A towering figure accompanied by a small child traversed the streets of North Acton. The imposing middle-aged man stood at least 2 meters tall, while the child appeared frail, donning a pair of black-rimmed glasses held together with tape. His hair, in dire need of a trim, resembled a tangled mass of weeds, obscuring his forehead. This peculiar duo attracted the attention of passers-by, with some onlookers even suspecting that the child had been abducted, given the giant's menacing appearance. However, no one intervened, nor did anyone bother to alert the authorities. Gang activity was not uncommon in North Acton, yet such brazen behavior was indeed rare. The pair were none other than Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts, and Harry Potter, a new student at the esteemed school. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of a shed nestled within the western woods of North Acton. As Hagrid cleared his throat, preparing to knock, the door swung open unexpectedly. Mike gazed at the giant outside the door and instantly recognized him as Hagrid from Harry Potter. Before Mike could utter a word, Hagrid lowered his hand, which was poised to knock, and cleared his throat to ease the awkwardness. "You must be Mike Tully, right? Let me see." Mid-sentence, Hagrid seemed to lose his train of thought and retrieved a note from the pocket of his thick coat, beginning to read aloud. "Abandoned by his parents at 2. Escaped from the orphanage at 5, and has been wandering the streets of London ever since." "Oh, my apologies." Realizing he had inadvertently disclosed the contents of the note, Hagrid felt even more embarrassed and hurriedly crumpled the paper, stuffing it back into his pocket. Well, to put it simply, I am the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts, and I have come to escort you and Harry to Diagon Alley. Mike paid no heed to Hagrid's rudeness, instead displaying a radiant smile. It's quite all right, Mr. Hagrid. In fact, I owe you my gratitude for coming here personally. Hagrid, eschewing idle chatter, led Mike and Harry towards London upon realizing that Mike understood his purpose. Throughout the journey, Harry remained exceedingly anxious, reluctant to initiate conversation. He had anticipated that Hagrid would transport him to the magical realm through some mystical means. However, he was surprised when Hagrid first took him to collect a fellow Hogwarts freshman named Mike, before boarding the subway to the heart of London. Harry found himself rather fond of Mike. Until this encounter, he had believed he was the most unfortunate soul in the world, yet meeting Mike shifted his perspective, revealing that his own tribulations paled in comparison to those of his new acquaintance. Naturally, Harry could not entirely suppress a flicker of schadenfreude within him. But this sentiment was swiftly buried beneath a burgeoning sense of guilt. It must be acknowledged that Harry retained a certain innocence. Conversely, Mike proved to be quite loquacious, engaging in light-hearted conversation with Hagrid and Harry. As they chatted, Hagrid's earlier awkwardness dissipated, while Harry offered half-hearted responses, still gripped by tension. Before long, Hagrid guided them into the Leaky Cauldron, a renowned establishment serving as a gateway between the British magical world and the Muggle realm. However, despite its fame, the venue was rather dark and unkempt. A few elderly women occupied a corner, sipping sherry from small glasses, one of whom puffed on a long pipe. A diminutive man adorned with a top hat conversed with the nearly bald tavern owner. The trio's entrance immediately captured the attention of all patrons. As the tavern owner, Tom, prepared to greet Hagrid, he noticed the two young men behind him. After scrutinizing them intently, he excitedly approached Harry, grasping his hand. Good heavens! You must be Harry Potter. I am truly honored. With Tom's declaration, the entire tavern erupted in excitement as patrons rushed to Harry's side, eager for the chance to shake hands with the illustrious Harry Potter. Mike noticed a figure dressed in a manner reminiscent of an Indian, who spoke with a stutter. It was evident that he was this year's Defense Against the Dark Arts professor at Hogwarts, Quirrell. Hagrid appeared quite pleased, as if he were being compelled to shake hands with everyone present. Nevertheless, he fulfilled his duty and, after dispersing the crowd, led the two of them to a brick wall behind the Leaky Cauldron. He muttered softly as he counted 3 bricks up and 2 across. All right, step back, little ones. He gently tapped the wall 3 times with the tip of his umbrella. The brick he had struck began to tremble and shift, revealing a small opening that gradually widened. Before long, a broad archway, spacious enough for Hagrid to pass through, emerged, leading to a winding cobblestone street that seemed to stretch endlessly into the distance. Mike gazed with excitement at everything in Diagon Alley. This was indeed the magical realm. Mike and Harry wished fervently that they possessed 8 eyes, constantly glancing about in an attempt to absorb every detail of their surroundings. Hagrid, observing their country bumpkin demeanor, let out a hearty laugh. No need to rush. Let us first visit Gringotts to withdraw some money. Afterward, I shall take you on a splendid tour, Harry. Hagrid then turned his attention to Mike, who stood beside Harry. And you too, Mike, fret not. Your school supplies have all been prepared for you by Hogwarts. We merely need to collect them at Gringotts. Mike smiled and nodded, clearly perceiving the distinct difference in Hagrid's demeanor towards him and Harry. Amidst their light-hearted banter, they arrived before a towering, snow-white edifice that loomed over the surrounding shops. Beside the glimmering bronze doors, a goblin clad in a resplendent scarlet and gold uniform bowed courteously to them. Harry, evidently intrigued, gazed intently at the goblin. Observing this, Hagrid leaned down to whisper something to Harry, cautious of being overheard, his voice so soft that even Mike, standing beside them, could not comprehend his words. After a brief stroll, a silver door emerged before the trio, inscribed with the following admonition: Enter, stranger, but beware of the dire consequences of insatiable greed. To take without toil shall incur the gravest punishment. Thus, if you seek to plunder our subterranean vaults for wealth that has never been yours, heed this warning, O thief. What you summon may not be treasure, but retribution. Mike regarded the situation with disdain. In his previous life, he was a bank robber, and such warning signs could only intimidate individuals like Hagrid and Harry, who possessed a naive disposition. As they traversed through the grand entrance, the group found themselves in a hall bustling with approximately 100 goblins seated on high stools behind a lengthy counter. Some were weighing coins with brass scales, while others examined gems through magnifying glasses. hastily documenting transactions in large ledger books. The hall was adorned with countless doors, each leading to different destinations, and many goblins were directing patrons in and out of these entrances. Hagrid and Harry approached the counter, where Hagrid exchanged a few words with one of the goblins, then turned to Mike and said, "Mike, simply hand him the Hogwarts acceptance letter. He will provide you with what you need. Harry and I shall proceed to the vault to retrieve some items." Mike nodded in acknowledgement, watching as they walked away under the guidance of a fairy. "Good day, sir," he said, turning back to hand the notice to the fairy. The fairy did not speak to Mike. Instead, she examined the notice with a magnifying glass for a moment before retrieving a large box from behind her. Mike opened the box, only to find an array of educational items as detailed in the notification letter. However, each item bore signs of prior use, particularly the crucible, whose inner wall was uneven, and the base was significantly thinner than the other areas, marked by large patches of black stains. Mike even harbored suspicions that its previous owner had used it to cook excrement, to the extent that it continues to emit a foul odor to this day. Mike closed the box and glanced at the fairy, who was intently examining the quality of the gemstones. "Can you exchange pounds for galleons here?" "Certainly. The exchange rate is 5 pounds for 1 galleon, with a limit of 100 galleons." The fairy lifted her head, somewhat astonished that Mike, a man of modest means, would inquire about this. "Keep it confidential," Mike said, tossing a small pouch filled with various denominations of pounds. The little fairy swiftly opened the pouch and began counting the coins with such speed that it startled Mike. In no time, she placed a bundle of galleons into Mike's hands. "We have a rule that every transaction converting Muggle currency to galleons must be reported to Hogwarts." The fairy spread her hands on the counter in a gesture of helplessness, yet her smile betrayed her true nature. What a greedy little creature. Mike extracted 5 galleons from his pocket and discreetly placed them into the fairy's outstretched hands on the counter. "Additionally, please inform the large fellow who just entered that I will be wandering about, and we shall convene at the Leaky Cauldron later." The fairy, having received her bribe, nodded vigorously as if she were pounding garlic. "Rest assured, sir, you have never exchanged galleons before." Chapter 5. The Wand. Michael emerged from Ollivanders, perplexed by the fact that the wizarding world entrusted economic authority to the fairies. However, after gaining some insight into Ollivanders and its inhabitants, he felt a semblance of understanding. Most wizards are hardly adept at mathematical calculations and logical reasoning. In fact, they could be deemed rather obtuse. This deficiency renders them ill-suited for the operations of Ollivanders, whereas the fairies possess an inherent talent in these areas. 1 galleon equals 17 sickles, and 1 sickle equals 29 nuts. Such a peculiar and convoluted exchange rate makes it exceedingly difficult for even the most powerful wizards to ensure accuracy in their transactions, thereby presenting a lucrative opportunity. Shaking his head to dispel these odd musings, Michael had one more crucial destination to reach. Following the memories of his journey, he arrived at a dilapidated and diminutive shop. The shop sign had long since fallen, and the once gilded lettering had faded into obscurity, bearing the inscription, "Ollivanders, established in 382 B.C., for the exquisite crafting of wands." Mike pushed the door open, entering a cramped room where a frail old man was tidying up a chaotic assortment of wand boxes, presumably having just concluded a transaction. "Welcome, young sir," Ollivander greeted upon noticing Mike. "An unfamiliar face. I presume you are a new student at Hogwarts, am I correct? I recall every wand I have ever sold. And clearly, this is your first visit. What is your name, young lad?" Mike Tully, sir." "Ah, Mr. Tully, may I inquire which hand you typically favor?" With a flourish of his wand, Ollivander summoned a measuring tape that slithered up Mike's leg like a serpent. "My right hand." "Very well. Let us see how this wand suits you. It is 11 inches, crafted from cherry wood and infused with unicorn hair, a formidable combination." The measuring tape, having gathered Mike's measurements, swiftly returned to Ollivander's hand. Mike grasped the wand, and before he could even wave its tip, it emanated a gentle white light. "Splendid." "Well, not quite. It was suitable, but not the most suitable." Ollivander swiftly snatched the wand back, rummaging behind him for a moment before producing a black wand. 13 inches. Crafted from blackthorn wood and infused with a dragon's heartstring. A formidable combination, a wand befitting a warrior. As Mike reached out to grasp the wand, it eluded Ollivander's grasp and soared into Mike's hand before he could even make contact. The moment he held the wand, a vibrant orange light sphere erupted from its tip, soaring a short distance before exploding into a shower of orange luminescent dust, illuminating the cramped shop in a brilliant crimson hue. It was truly astonishing. This was the first time I had witnessed a wand so eagerly choosing its master. Ollivander, witnessing this extraordinary event, nearly leaped with excitement. "You are destined for greatness." Mike caressed the intricate patterns on the wand, harboring a suspicion that Ollivander might utter similar praises to every customer who entered his shop. Nevertheless, Mike felt a profound sense of joy. After all, few can resist the allure of flattery, even if one is aware of its potential deceit. Acquiring a wand signified Mike's official induction into the magical realm. After handing Ollivander the wand exchange voucher provided by Hogwarts, Mike stepped out of the quaint little shop. Ollivander's wand store maintained a collaboration with both Hogwarts and the Ministry of Magic, ensuring that each wand sold to young witches and wizards came with a subsidy, allowing them to procure their wands at a modest price. However, this offer was limited to the initial purchase. Should one misplace their wand subsequently, they would be obliged to pay the full price, which typically hovered around 50 galleons, with custom wands crafted from rare materials commanding even higher prices. Elated with his new wand, Mike entered Flourish and Blots. Although he had anticipated that the prices of magical tomes would be steep, he was taken aback by their exorbitance. A book on advanced potion making, for instance, cost 9 galleons, remarkable, considering that the salary of the Muggle-born shop assistant at Flourish and Blots was merely 42 galleons per month. This pricing was partly due to the fact that the book was a Hogwarts textbook and thus subsidized. In stark contrast, the prices of other books of similar caliber were often more than double that amount, elucidating why Ron had to rely on his brother's old texts. Otherwise, he could scarcely afford them. Following the shop assistant's recommendations, Mike purchased several books suitable for first-year students. Although the steep prices caused him some discomfort, he recognized the necessity of such an investment. Indeed, there exists no investment more profitable than that made in oneself. Naturally, the magical community also boasted secondhand bookstores, where the Weasley family acquired most of their textbooks, often from a quaint shop nestled in a corner of Diagon Alley. Here, books could be found at roughly one-third the price of new ones, though many suffered from missing pages. Strangely enough, tomes that contained diligent notes from previous students and were well-preserved could fetch higher prices than their new counterparts. This discrepancy contributed to Ron's academic struggles. One could only imagine the state of those already tattered second-hand books once they fell into the hands of his older brothers, leaving Ron with volumes that had seen countless owners before him. Faced with such incomplete resources, mastering magic became a formidable challenge for Ron, rendering him rather pitiable. By the time Mike returned to the Leaky Cauldron, burdened with a large trunk, dusk had settled over the city. He had no intention of returning to the shabby dwelling. Instead, he opted to rent a room upstairs from Tom. In consideration of Mike's youth, Tom offered him a discounted rate of 18 galleons per month, inclusive of lunch and dinner. Mike had just acquired the book and was eager to delve into the magic contained within its pages. He vaguely recalled that young wizards would receive warnings for using magic in the Muggle world, although he could no longer be certain of its veracity. He deemed it prudent to remain within the confines of the Leaky Cauldron to study magic safely. Mike had just placed his luggage in his room when Harry and Hagrid arrived at the Leaky Cauldron. Harry concealed his hands behind his back, as if hiding something. "Mike, I heard about you from Hagrid. Coincidentally, I discovered that my parents left me a substantial amount of galleons." Harry's face flushed crimson, and he fidgeted with his hands. "I believe we are friends now, even though we have just met today. If you need money, here it is." With his head bowed, Harry pressed the cloth bag, filled to the brim with galleons, into Mike's hands. Poor Harry, attempting to forge a friendship through the offer of wealth. Mike felt the weight of the pocket in his hand, momentarily at a loss for words. He never anticipated that Harry would give him money. Seeing Mike's prolonged silence, Harry grew anxious. "I mean no harm. I only wish to assist you. I understand your feelings, for I too am an orphan." Poor Harry, willing to expose his own scars just to spare his friend any discomfort. Mike pondered, feeling a twinge of emotion in that moment. The Harry of this time truly exuded kindness and charm. He would not have acted in such a manner. "I know Harry, every facet of him. I confess I am in need of this money." A gentle smile graced Mike's face. "Yet accepting this sum without reason would compel me to provide you with an IOU. Although it may be some time before I am able to repay this amount, I vow that I shall. There is no necessity for us to be friends. This is a matter of principle. I do not wish for your generosity to morph into mere charity directed towards me." Mike interrupted Harry's words. Upon hearing Mike's response, Harry too smiled. Regardless, it sufficed for Mike to accept the money. As for the IOU, he would simply tear it up later, Harry mused. As night fell, Mike watched Harry's silhouette gradually fade into the bustling street. and he couldn't help but jingle the pouch of galleons in his hand. He had not disclosed to Harry that he was not in need of funds for cauldrons or such. Rather, he had graciously accepted Harry's goodwill. One of the swiftest means to deepen the bonds between individuals is to seek assistance from the other, or, in other words, to find a way to owe someone a favor. The friendships of adults often follow this pattern. You owe me a favor, and I shall repay you in kind. Through this mutual exchange, the connection between the two individuals deepens. Mike's past experiences imparted to him that this method was exceedingly effective. As he savored the refreshing air outside, Mike returned to his room, eager to embark on his journey of learning magic. Chapter 6. Pride and Prejudice. The textbooks of the wizarding world are nothing short of utter nonsense. After the 200th failed attempt to cast the petrification spell, Mike threw the book in his hand with great force. For the past few days, he had devoted all his time to studying the first-year textbooks from Hogwarts. Although these were old books donated by higher-year students, Mike's luck remained unwavering. The pages were all intact. The magic that a first-year wizard could learn was limited. And the spell Mike yearned to master the most was the petrification spell. This enchantment could render the target completely incapacitated, and if cast with sufficient skill, it could even turn the victim to stone. However, it became evident that Mike was somewhat naive. Simply relying on reading would not suffice to learn the spell. It was not due to a lack of magical talent, but rather the abysmal quality of the wizarding textbooks. These tomes were akin to Chinese cookbooks, filled with vague terms like a little and appropriate amount. Yet magic is not akin to cooking, while culinary mishaps can still yield an edible dish. Magic demands swift and precise movements alongside incantations. Who could possibly discern how much to raise one's tone when uttering a spell? This predicament is somewhat understandable, as these were merely textbooks crafted for young wizards by the British wizarding community, which comprises a mere few tens of thousands of individuals. It is akin to a handful of teachers in a small American town writing textbooks for their students. One cannot expect high quality. Left with no other choice, Mike sought assistance from the patrons of the Leaky Cauldron. Get lost, mudblood. Return to your filthy pit, slurred a drunken wizard, rebuffing Mike's attempt at conversation. It's your kind that has thrown the entire wizarding community into chaos. Furious at the insult, Mike stepped forward and knocked the wizard's drink from his grasp. What did you say? Have the courage to repeat that. The wizard, taken aback by Mike's audacity, pushed him to the ground with a wet hand, while retrieving his wand from his pocket, aiming it at Mike. You filthy mudblood. How dare you be disrespectful to a noble pure-blood wizard? Inverted bell. Mike felt an immense force tugging at his trousers, lifting him upside down. The belt could not withstand the pressure and snapped with a resounding crack. Mike's trousers were almost instantly stripped away, revealing his bright red undergarments. The sight of Mike in such a disheveled state sent the patrons of the bar into fits of laughter. As he listened to their raucous amusement, an unprecedented wave of fury surged within him, threatening to drown his reason. With a resounding roar, Mike unleashed a shockwave that rippled outward. The bar erupted in chaos with a deafening crash, as the tables and chairs surrounding him were mercilessly shattered. The sorcerer who had earlier cast a spell upon him was embedded in the counter, yet remained unscathed, thanks to the armor that the bar owner, Tom, had just bestowed upon him. How dare you do this? Tom exclaimed, storming out from behind the counter. Take your rubbish and get out of my bar. Now, you are not welcome here. Mike understood that Tom had his best interests at heart. Staying here would soon attract the attention of the Ministry of Magic. Yet, he remained obstinate. With a frigid gaze, he fixed his eyes on the face of the wizard embedded in the counter, etching that visage firmly in his memory. Without uttering a word, he swiftly departed the Leaky Cauldron. After Mike's exit, Tom instructed the staff to dispose of Mike's belongings and then squatted before the pure-blood wizard to assess his injuries. Meanwhile, Mike did not stray far. He was hiding just outside the door of the Leaky Cauldron, awaiting the arrival of someone. He could not bear such indignity. The recent shockwave had damaged the fireplace within the pub, an affliction that could not be mended by a simple repair charm. Thus, patrons wishing to leave the establishment that night would have to venture to Diagon Alley in search of another fireplace or resort to apparition. Observing the wizard slowly rising, Mike surmised that he was unlikely to employ such advanced spells in his current state. Time passed, and the pure-blood wizard remained inside, boasting of the many Muggle wizards he had bullied, bragging about how easily he could seduce those witches of Muggle descent. Finally, when the pub closed for the night, the pure-blood wizard staggered out into the night. Mike concealed himself in the shadows of the night, trailing the wizard ahead of him. The wizard, evidently inebriated, had lost his capacity to cast spells, and, instead of making his way to the fireplace, meandered aimlessly through Diagon Alley, ultimately succumbing to slumber before a shop. Once he fell asleep, he did not awaken again. Seizing the moment while his magical surge still coursed through him, Mike bound the wizard to a large stone and cast him into a river that bordered Diagon Alley. The riverbank was home to purebloods? Huh. In his hand, Mike tossed a coin pouch he had pilfered from the wizard. His expression relaxed. Within his own pocket lay 2 wands, quietly resting. The incident of being ejected from the leaky cauldron did not significantly affect Mike. That very night, he secured a room at a nearby inn that welcomed him. As for learning magic, with the wands contributed by the pure-blood wizard, Mike was now free to delve into the arcane arts at will. Due to the wizard who authored the instructional materials being somewhat unfamiliar with the use of quantifiers, Mike had to employ the process of elimination to discover the correct wand movements. Fortuitously, Mike was indeed a person of remarkable luck. After fewer than 100 attempts, he unearthed the technique for the petrification spell, thereby mastering the incantation. As for the pure-blood wizard, his wand bore the engraved crest of the pure-blood family, House Bach. Mike was utterly indifferent. What a jest. That fellow Bach would, at the latest, be reduced to mere bones within 2 months, devoured by the reasonable fish and shrimp. The Bach family would never trace this mere 11-year-old child. Mike had always considered himself a remarkably tolerant individual. Any grievances could be set aside, provided a suitable price was paid. He believed that the pure-blood wizard had already paid sufficiently with his life and wand. As for the Bach family, Mike harbored no intentions of revenge. In the future, opportunities for collaboration might even arise. After all, there are no eternal enemies, only perpetual interests. More than half a month passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Mike diligently immersed himself in the study of magical texts and, as fate would have it, he successfully mastered several commonly used, simple spells. At present, he was hauling a large trunk along the path to King's Cross Station in London. With each new spell he acquired, his desire for magic intensified. He could scarcely contain his eagerness to learn more powerful enchantments at Hogwarts. Ignoring the peculiar glances from passers-by, he made his way towards Platform 9, where a magical door awaited his touch. Before that enchanted entrance, Harry Potter was engaged in conversation with a group of red-haired individuals. Chapter 7. The Hogwarts Express. Hey, Harry. Oh, Mike. Harry, who had appeared quite anxious amidst the crowd of redheads, visibly relaxed upon seeing Mike. As if he had found his anchor. Why have you only just arrived? I thought you would have been here by now. Ah, sorry, Harry. I was delayed by a black cat that crossed my path. Mike spread his hands and shrugged. Harry looked somewhat puzzled. What? Do you really like cats? Well, let's not dwell on that for now. Noticing that Harry had not grasped his joke about being late, Mike turned his gaze towards the group of red-haired individuals. Aren't you going to introduce your new friends? Oh dear, I almost forgot. This is the Weasley family. I was just asking them how to get to Platform 9 3/4. Upon hearing this, Harry finally registered the situation. This is my good friend Mike. It's a pleasure to meet you all. I truly appreciate you looking after Harry. A radiant smile lit up Mike's face as he bowed to the Weasley family. Perhaps it was the endearing nature of Mike, an 11-year-old boy, that prompted Mrs. Weasley to step forward and embrace him. What a charming and polite child, one must admit. Mike's face was exceptionally cute, instantly winning Mrs. Weasley's affection. Look at that, Mom has a new son. The 2 tall red-haired boys exchanged mischievous glances and made silly faces. Indeed, I fear we may have lost our place. Mrs. Weasley, upon hearing this, turned and shouted at one of the boys, George. You've mistaken us, Mom. It's George. The other red-haired boy protested. It's quite disappointing that you, our mother, cannot recognize us. The 2 of them burst into laughter as they pushed their luggage and dashed towards Platform 9 3/4. Those little rascals. Mrs. Weasley feigned anger, though a smile betrayed her true feelings. All right, Harry, Mike, you 2 should head in as well. The train will be departing soon. And you, Ron? Take this sandwich I made for you. Don't go hungry on your way. After bidding farewell to the Weasley family, the trio rushed into the wall. As they arrived at Platform 9 3/4 for the first time, Harry and Mike were evidently filled with curiosity about their surroundings. In contrast, Ron remained considerably calmer. His attention solely focused on Harry, wearing an expression of hesitation. Michael encountered numerous familiar faces. Neville appeared to be receiving a lesson from his grandmother, his expression one of deep discontent. In the distance, Draco Malfoy was bidding farewell to his parents. The family's demeanor was strikingly similar, exuding an air of self-importance. A wide circle of space surrounded them, as everyone chose to steer clear of their presence. The trio hastily boarded the train, securing an empty compartment for themselves. Once seated, Ron could no longer contain his excitement, and, summoning his courage, inquired, "Are you really Harry Potter?" Harry swept aside his fringe, revealing the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead. "Goodness, I can't believe I'm sharing a compartment with the legendary Harry Potter." Ron eagerly struck up a conversation with Harry. Observing their animated exchange, Michael felt compelled to join in. "Harry, I've been gathering information in Diagon Alley over the past few days, and I must say, the situation may not be as optimistic as we had hoped." Mike feigned a grave demeanor as he spoke. "Due to your vanquishing of the Dark Lord, many individuals who once aligned themselves with him harbor considerable discontent towards you, particularly those among the pureblood aristocracy." Mike began to instill his own thoughts into Harry, believing that a naive child like Harry would be the easiest to manipulate. If Dumbledore could do it, so could Mike. Indeed, Harry, none of those so-called aristocrats are worth a dime, especially those in Slytherin. They are nothing but a bunch of little Death Eaters. Ron, overhearing Mike's words, immediately concurred and began to echo his sentiments. Michael found it somewhat amusing. Ron, hailing from one of the 28 pureblood families, spoke disparagingly of pureblood aristocrats with such ease that it was no wonder the Weasley family was dubbed the traitors of purebloods. Harry, clearly intimidated by the two, hurriedly began inquiring about matters concerning the wizarding world. As the conversation deepened, Ron grew more animated with Michael. At that moment, a vendor selling snacks entered, and Harry promptly purchased an array of treats to share with everyone. Just as the trio indulged in their snacks and chatted, Neville, with his round face, walked in. "Excuse me, have you seen my toad?" Neville said, tears welling in his eyes. Harry and Ron shook their heads in response. "I've lost it again. It must despise me. It always tries to escape from me. It will return," Michael quickly interjected, stepping forward to offer comfort. Neville Longbottom was also a member of one of the 28 pureblood families, the Longbottoms, and one of the few pureblood families with a tendency towards Muggle acceptance. Thus it was prudent to befriend him. "How about this? I will accompany you in search of it." "Really? But never mind, I wouldn't want to trouble you." "Thank you." It was evident that Neville was a child burdened by insecurity and introversion. "It's settled then. Let us go." Michael understood that dealing with a child like Neville required a direct and assertive approach, and he led Neville out of the compartment. "Harry, you and Ron need not join us. Someone must keep a watchful eye on our luggage." Upon hearing this, Harry, who initially intended to assist, resumed his seat. Mike and Neville traversed one compartment after another, with Mike initiating inquiries to the occupants while Neville kept his gaze lowered, trailing behind. Upon opening the last first-year compartment, a girl with a cascade of thick hair emerged before him. It was none other than Hermione Granger, one of the trio destined to save the world. Gazing at the girl with prominent front teeth, Mike could not suppress a smile, reveling in the success of his scheme. This entire scenario was meticulously orchestrated by Mike, who first instilled the notion that pure-blooded aristocrats were malevolent, and then endeavored to leave a favorable impression of being helpful and exceptionally capable on the trio and Neville. "Have you seen Neville's toad?" Mike inquired cheerfully to Hermione, although his face had become rigid from smiling so much. "What sort of toad? Is there really someone who would keep a toad as a pet? I mean, don't you find them rather revolting?" Hermione bombarded him with a flurry of questions, as if firing a rapid succession of cannonballs. "Trevor has the bloodline of an invisible leopard, so let us not pursue that. We want to be able to find him anyway. He should appear on his own soon, I hope," Neville said, mustering a weak smile towards Mike, though tears continued to cascade down his cheeks. "Thank you so much for helping me search for so long, Mike." "It's nothing, Neville. Didn't you mention that Trevor often disappears for a while and then suddenly reappears?" "Yes. Well, that is not a significant issue, Neville. Trevor is merely playing with you. It's evident that he adores you, or else he wouldn't have run away only to return on his own," Mike reassured him. "Let us search one last time. And if that fails, we can ask the teachers for assistance once we arrive at school." Neville bowed his head to hide his tears, murmuring his gratitude in a barely audible voice. "All right, miss, I apologize for the interruption. We must seek out Neville's toad." "Wait, I'll join you. By the way, do you know any magic?" "I've attempted a few simple spells at home, just to practice, and they all worked. No one in my family understands magic, so when I received my acceptance letter, I was utterly astonished, yet overjoyed, because, as far as I know, this is the finest school of magic. I've memorized all the textbooks, and of course, I just hope this knowledge proves useful." Mike might have been the first peer Miss Granger encountered along her journey, and upon seeing him depart, she hastily followed suit, having long since disregarded Neville. Throughout the way, Hermione chattered incessantly, her enthusiasm unabated until the trio reached Harry's compartment, where Mike raised a hand to signal her silence. At that moment, two towering figures obstructed the entrance to Harry's compartment. I believe I can discern who the outlier is. Mike heard Harry coldly address Malfoy as he squeezed between the two. What transpired? Mike. He is Draco Malfoy. His entire family are Death Eaters. The two, upon spotting Mike, clamored to speak. Ah, red hair, tattered clothing. You must belong to the Weasley clan. I assume nothing you wear is new. Considering your father's pitiful salary hardly sustains you all. I heard your mother even has to sell trinkets to make ends meet. Is that true? Weasley. Draco's face flushed crimson as he glared fiercely at Ron. In response, Mike stepped forward, seizing Draco by the collar and looking down at him imperiously. Do you wish to brawl, lad? Do you desire for me to land a punch on that pretty little face of yours? I swear, I shall strike you so hard your mother won't recognize you. In this life and the next, Mike had taken many lives. Under the intensity of his murderous gaze, Draco felt as though he were facing a ferocious tiger. Nearby, Goyle and Crabbe contemplated intervening, but were firmly restrained by the trembling Neville. Before long, Draco was drenched in cold sweat. Struggling to escape Mike's grip, he nervously adjusted his collar to mask his embarrassment. You all wait. My father is a Hogwarts governor. I shall have him expel you all. With that, Draco left with Goyle and Crabbe, his voice still echoing in admonishment as they distanced themselves. Chapter 8. The Sorting Ceremony. Ha! Impotent rage, Mike scoffed, shaking his head in disdain. Now, who will enlighten me as to what transpired? Harry and Ron approached, each taking turns to explain Draco's intentions to Mike. Mike chuckled softly, fully aware of young Malfoy's intentions. The young Mr. Malfoy approached with a semblance of goodwill. Yet he was unmistakably a spoiled child. He held Harry in high regard, yet looked down upon Ron with disdain. Most notably, he harbored the delusion that Harry, having grown up in the Muggle world, could comprehend his elitist pureblood ideology, especially considering that Harry's parents had perished at the hands of the pure-blooded aristocrat Voldemort. It was evident that the two were inherently from opposing factions. The notion of enticing Harry into his fold was utterly preposterous. If he returns, you can come to me. I shall handle it. I have dealt with numerous such situations during my time as a street wanderer, Mike stated earnestly to the two. You are truly remarkable, exclaimed Ron and Harry in unison. Hermione, however, was focused on something entirely different. What? You have wandered the streets? Indeed, I am an orphan. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Hermione hastily apologized, realizing her misstep. Let's not dwell on that, Mike interjected before she could continue. The train is about to reach Hogwarts. We should change into our robes. Ladies, I believe you should step aside. Additionally, thank you, Neville. Your bravery just now was truly impressive. You will surely be sorted into Gryffindor. Blushing, Hermione hurried away. Meanwhile, Harry and the others swiftly donned their wizarding robes. Unwittingly beginning to regard Mike as their pillar of support, Mike donned the second-hand robe that Hogwarts had sent him. This robe was evidently too small, barely reaching his calves, while Harry's robe was expertly tailored, elegantly draping over his shoes. Ron's robe was clearly a hand-me-down, perhaps having been passed through many owners. And he cast a glance at Harry's new robe, feeling a twinge of inferiority. Unlike others, Mike remained utterly unconcerned about whether his tattered robe would invite scornful glances from onlookers. Striding down from the train with Harry and Ron, they soon caught sight of a towering figure. Hagrid's imposing stature was impossible to overlook among the throng of young wizards. First-year students. First years, come over here. Harry, over here. How are you? Hagrid finally spotted the trio. Under Hagrid's guidance, a vast, dark lake unfolded before their eyes. On the opposite shore, a castle loomed majestically, illuminated by the starlight, making Hogwarts appear like a jewel adorning the night sky, rendering even the moon pale in comparison. No more than 4 in each boat, Hagrid instructed as he ushered the young wizards onto the small vessels. Harry and Ron swiftly boarded one boat, closely followed by Mike and Hermione. Neville had intended to join Mike, but seeing Hermione take the lead, he reluctantly stepped away. Hagrid navigated his small boat, which seemed precariously close to capsizing under his weight, while the young wizards followed slowly behind. Before long, as they drew nearer, Mike began to truly appreciate the grandeur of Hogwarts. Unlike the distant view, the castle was now ablaze with light, its spires reaching skyward, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Duck down. As Mike and his companions fell into a state of stupor, they were abruptly roused by Hagrid's thunderous shout. The group traversed a pitch-black tunnel, ultimately arriving at the dock beneath the castle, where they congregated before an immense oak door under Hagrid's guidance. During their journey, Neville's toad serendipitously returned to his grasp, prompting an emotional outburst from him. Noticing the commotion, Mike cast a glance at Neville, locking eyes with him and offering an encouraging nod. Suddenly, the grand door swung open, revealing a tall witch clad in a vibrant green robe, her demeanor grave and her lips pursed tightly. Her gaze briefly flitted over Mike and Harry. She was none other than Professor McGonagall. "Thank you, Hagrid. I shall take it from here," she said, bidding farewell to Hagrid before leading the young wizards into the castle. Under her commanding presence, the previously chattering students fell silent, each trailing behind Professor McGonagall like chicks following their mother hen. After passing through the vast entrance hall of the castle, they eventually halted in a small chamber. "Welcome to Hogwarts," Professor McGonagall announced, "but before you can officially enroll, you must undergo the sorting ceremony to determine which of the 4 houses you will belong to for the next 7 years. The 4 houses are Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Each has nurtured countless remarkable wizards who have made significant contributions to the wizarding community. Furthermore, the school hosts an annual House Cup, and I hope you will all perform admirably to bring glory to your respective houses. In just a few minutes, the sorting ceremony will commence before the entire school. Until then, I suggest you tidy yourselves up." McGonagall shot a pointed glance at a smudge on Ron's nose before turning away. Sensing her gaze, Mike drew his wand and performed a cleaning charm on Ron's nose, instantly banishing the blemish. Observing Mike's display of magic, Hermione gasped in astonishment. "You've actually learned the cleaning charm. I haven't team mastered it yet. It's incredibly difficult." Mike offered her a polite smile, seemingly unfazed. As his attention was entirely captivated by the ethereal, translucent figures that abruptly emerged from the walls behind them, ghosts. He found himself deeply intrigued by these apparitions. What manner of life forms could they be? Did souls truly exist? Soon, Professor McGonagall returned, leading the young wizards into the Great Hall. Mike swore he had never encountered a hall so enchanting. Students clad in flowing robes were gathered around 4 long tables, with candles floating serenely above them in midair. As one's gaze ascended, the ceiling came into view, seemingly enchanted, as if it did not exist at all. The moonlight streamed in unobstructed from outside, while twinkling lights adorned the night sky like scattered stars. Ahem! Professor McGonagall cleared her throat, drawing the attention of the newcomers. Before her stood a tall wooden chair, upon which rested a tattered, patched, and time-worn pointed wizarding hat. "I shall now call the roll. Those whose names I announce may step forward to don the sorting hat." Mike was somewhat taken aback, for this was contrary to his expectations. The sorting hat did not sing. However, he had no time to ponder this further. As Professor McGonagall commenced the roll call, and the first name to be announced was his own, Mike Tully. Mike strode forward with determination, having already resolved to join Ravenclaw. From the insights gathered from the original text and recent inquiries in Diagon Alley, it was evident that Slytherin was a stronghold for pureblood families, thus he dismissed it. Hufflepuff, on the other hand, appeared to be a congregation of mediocrity, which he also rejected. Left with Ravenclaw and Gryffindor, Mike chose the former. Firstly, the combat prowess of Ravenclaw students evidently surpassed that of Gryffindor, for it was no mere coincidence that it was dubbed a haven for academic excellence. Secondly, akin to Slytherin, Ravenclaw also produced its share of dark wizards. It is noteworthy that the literal translation of Ravenclaw is the claws of a raven, subtly implying a nature of avaricious plunder. Where did the vast collection of books in the Hogwarts library originate? A considerable portion was acquired through the efforts of Ravenclaw and its scholars from various sources. Thus, Ravenclaw students excel in combat and do not shy away from the act of seizing what they desire. This is exemplified by their head, Phileas Flitwick, a champion in dueling, hardly the profile of a mere bookworm. In summary, Ravenclaw was indeed a paradise for Mike to cultivate his own faction. Returning to the Great Hall, Mike grasped the sorting hat, its surface unkempt, yet he felt no disdain. In his heart, he fervently chanted, "Ravenclaw, Ravenclaw, let me join Ravenclaw." The moment he donned the hat, a quirky voice echoed in his mind. Ah, a peculiar little wizard, ambitious and endowed with remarkable magical talent. Were it not for your lineage, Slytherin would undoubtedly be the most fitting house for you. The hat paused momentarily. What? You wish to join Ravenclaw? That is certainly an option, though perhaps Gryffindor would suit you better. Have you made your decision? Very well then. Ravenclaw, the sorting hat proclaimed loudly. Instantly, the students at the second table on the left erupted into enthusiastic applause, for they had welcomed their first new student of the year, a promising omen indeed. Chapter 9, The Splendid Life in Ravenclaw. Upon being warmly welcomed by the enthusiastic seniors to a seat, Mike commenced a round of self-introductions. When they learned that Mike hailed from a Muggle background and was an orphan, a wave of maternal compassion swept over the surrounding senior women, who began to console him, while only a few displayed expressions of disdain. As Mike surveyed the enchanting company surrounding him, he couldn't help but exclaim, arriving at Ravenclaw was indeed a fortuitous choice. The trio of saviors, akin to their counterparts in the original narrative, had been assigned to Gryffindor. When Harry discovered that he and Mike were not in the same house, he nearly broke into tears. Despite their brief acquaintance, Harry had already regarded Mike as a dear friend. By the time the feast concluded, the hour had grown late, and Mike and his companions followed the upperclassmen to the entrance of the Ravenclaw common room, standing before the eagle-shaped knocker. "What is humanity's most precious treasure?" echoed the collective voice of the Ravenclaws. "Exceptional intelligence is humanity's most invaluable asset." The door swung open silently. "Please, remember this phrase," the head girl addressed the group. "We Ravenclaws are the most astute among the four houses and have navigated the vast ocean of knowledge farther than any others. May this saying guide you on your journey." Upon finally entering the common room, the group felt as if they had stepped into a library adorned entirely in shades of blue. The walls were lined with shelves brimming with books, all donated by generations of Ravenclaw students. Most of these tomes consisted of past notes and assignments from Ravenclaws, alongside various novels, biographies, and magical texts. These books were one of Mike's motivations for choosing Ravenclaw. With access to these notes, he could delve into spells that were typically reserved for upperclassmen. As for the skewed gender ratio within Ravenclaw, where boys were a rare minority, that was merely an unexpected bonus. Due to the scarcity of boys, the male dormitories were single rooms, a stark contrast to the bunk beds found in other houses, offering significantly better living conditions. Michael's inaugural lesson at Hogwarts was a double session of potions with Professor Snape. As per his usual custom, Professor Snape delivered his customary discourse on death and glory during the class. Mike's conjecture proved accurate. These words were uttered by Snape annually to the new students. The insubstantial cauldron, barely capable at the base, was evidently unfit to bear the weight of brewing potions, failing even to concoct the simplest sleeping draught designed to elevate the spirits of young witches and wizards, resulting, as expected, in an explosion. What astonished Mike further was that the brooding Snape, upon inspecting the excessively thin cauldron, refrained from deducting points from Ravenclaw, merely offering a few verbal reprimands. At the conclusion of the class, he even took the time to retain Mike, presenting him with a second-hand cauldron that, though not pristine, was nearly intact, while warning him that should a similar incident occur in the next potions class, he would face detention. In his hand, Mike held a cauldron, unfazed by Snape's warnings. For he had once served as a cook in the underworld and was no stranger to the art of potion-making. What took him by surprise was Snape's demeanor. It appeared that the professor's malice was largely directed towards Gryffindor and Harry Potter. With limited classes at Hogwarts, Mike found himself with ample free time, which he devoted entirely to perusing the tomes in the Ravenclaw common room. Unlike other students who dashed about the castle in a frenzy after classes, many Ravenclaws, like Mike, chose the tranquility of reading. Thus, Mike relished his time. When fatigue from reading set in, he would indulge in playful banter with the female classmates nearby. And whenever he encountered confusion, he sought the guidance of the older girls. Spending prolonged periods with them, Mike even fancied that he had absorbed some of their alluring fragrance. Were it not for his still youthful physique, he might have already taken decisive action. It is worth noting that at Hogwarts, girls could freely enter the boys' dormitories. After extensive study, Mike realized that mere rote learning and solitary practice would not suffice. Upon consulting with upperclassmen, he felt significantly enlightened, recognizing the numerous flaws in the spells he had taught himself. However, when he inquired of his seniors why his spells consistently lacked potency, no one could provide an answer. They merely suggested that it was likely due to Mike's still developing magical strength. Mike dismissed this notion with disdain, for they had yet to witness the spectacle of his magic in full bloom. What a jest to claim his power was insufficient. Soon, Mike attended his first charm class, taught by none other than their headmaster, Professor Flitwick. During the lesson, Professor Flitwick introduced them to a simple charm, the engorgement charm, with a solid foundation. Mike nearly matched Professor Flitwick in making the small mouse on the table sprout 2 enormous front teeth. It was simply splendid. 10 points to Ravenclaw. "I have never encountered such a remarkably gifted young wizard," Professor Flitwick exclaimed, almost toppling from his lectern. "Oh, and the young lady from Gryffindor performed commendably as well." 5 points to Gryffindor. Hermione shot Mike an irritable glare. upon seeing the mouse with its oversized teeth, which mirrored her own. She felt as though the entire world conspired against her, her eyes brimming with tears. Yet, Mike had no time to dwell on Hermione's reaction. He needed to make a favorable impression on Professor Flitwick. After class, while other young wizards rushed out of the classroom, Mike chose to wait until Professor Flitwick had tidied his belongings before approaching him. Professor Flitwick, may I trouble you for a moment? I have some questions regarding charms. Of course. Mike, let us speak in my office. I happen to have some matters I wish to discuss with you as well. Professor Flitwick readily agreed. In the corridor, Mike noticed that despite Professor Flitwick's short stature, his pace was remarkably brisk. Mike found it unnecessary to slow down, rather. He had to quicken his own steps to keep up with the professor. Upon arriving at the office, Professor Flitwick invited him to sit beside the desk and poured him a cup of tea. Esteemed headmaster, I feel that my spells lack the effectiveness displayed by the upperclassmen. What could be the reason for this disparity? As soon as he settled in, Mike eagerly posed his question. There are many factors contributing to this issue. Why don't you demonstrate a spell for me first? Professor Flitwick seemed quite pleased that Mike referred to him as headmaster rather than professor, his smile nearly splitting his face. Wingardium Leviosa. Mike drew forth his wand and cast the levitation charm upon the book resting on the table. The tome began to tremble slightly, and after a brief moment, it wobbled into the air. However, it had not risen very high before it plummeted back onto the surface. An impressive levitation charm, if I may be so bold. Mike, your proficiency in spell-casting surpasses that of the vast majority of first-year students, and indeed, many upperclassmen pale in comparison to your adeptness. Professor Flitwick paused momentarily, then continued. Yet, I perceive that there remains room for enhancement. When you cast your spells, your emotions appear unengaged. Emotions? Mike inquired, perplexed. Indeed. The essence of magic lies in the release of the magical energies within us in a particular manner. The motions of your wand and the incantations you utter serve to channel this power. However, this method of harnessing magical energy is rather rudimentary. Evoking emotion presents a far more sophisticated approach. The intensity of your feelings regarding the success of your incantation directly influences the efficacy of your spell, up to the very limits of your capabilities. The highest form of mastery, however, involves complete dominion over one's magical essence, allowing it to operate according to your will. Of course, this level of skill demands an extensive breadth of knowledge and remarkable talent, prerequisites for silent and wandless magic. Admittedly, this may still be quite a challenge for you. Professor Flitwick then took a hearty sip from the teacup resting on the table. Thank you. Your guidance has illuminated my understanding, headmaster, Mike replied, bowing deeply. Professor Flitwick set down his cup and regarded Mike with a touch of sympathy, stating, I have heard of your troubles, poor child. As for what lies ahead, you shall see in the next chapter. Chapter 10, Malfoy's Provocation. Poor child. I have heard of your troubles, Professor Flitwick said compassionately. I assure you, no one at Hogwarts would dare to look down upon your lineage. Upon hearing the words, Mike was momentarily taken aback, and soon his eyes brimmed with tears. He quickly realized that Professor Flitwick was referring to the events that had transpired at the Leaky Cauldron. It was astonishing how swiftly news had reached the professor's ears. Indeed, the wizarding community in England was remarkably small. Mike had nearly forgotten about the incident. He had always believed himself to be a person who does not hold grudges, retaliating immediately when wronged. Nevertheless, appearances must be maintained, and his decades of life experience had endowed him with impeccable acting skills. When Flivy beheld the look of grievance on Mike's face, his heart nearly shattered. He recalled his own youth, when he, too, faced discrimination due to his fairy bloodline. In those days, his temper was notoriously poor. Anyone whom Flivy deemed offensive would find themselves on the receiving end of a fiery curse from his wand. It was only after he became the champion of dueling that his temperament began to improve, for no one dared to offend him thereafter. Oh, poor child. It's all right now. Everything is fine, Professor Flivy consoled, gently stroking Mike's golden hair. Thank you, Professor Flivy. You are the first person to treat me so kindly. Mike replied, wiping away non-existent tears. After exchanging pleasantries, Mike bid farewell to Professor Flivy. I truly appreciate your help, Professor Flivy, he said, bowing deeply. May I come to seek your guidance again in the future? Of course, my child. The door to my office will always be open for you. Now, hurry along, or you shall miss your lunch, Flivy replied with a smile, then seemed to recall something, playfully winking at Mike. By the way, Mike, do refrain from practicing magic in the lounge. It will create quite a mess. You might explore the 8th floor. It should yield some rewards. Thank you, Professor. After parting ways with Flivvy, Mike made his way to the dining hall, feeling that the earlier conversation had been immensely worthwhile. Not only had he discovered a solution for his weak spells, but he had also secured Flivvy's promise of support. Most importantly, Flivvy had granted him permission. The 8th floor housed the room of requirement, and Flivvy's final words undoubtedly hinted at his approval to enter. This alleviated Mike's concern about being suspected by Dumbledore upon entering the room of requirement. Such caution was not unwarranted. According to the original text, Hogwarts itself was a magical entity, and it was highly likely that the headmaster possessed surveillance capabilities over the school's various facilities. Lost in thought, Mike soon arrived in the dining hall. The place was bustling with young witches and wizards enjoying their meals. He casually selected an empty table, and before him appeared a steaming plate of food, beef stew, and white bread. "Mike, what have you been up to these past few days? We've been wanting to find you." As Mike turned his gaze towards the source of the voice, he beheld the 3 saviors standing before him. "I apologize, but Hogwarts is simply too captivating. I have been exploring it for the past few days, and I have yet to fully discover the Ravenclaw common room," he jested, spreading his arms and shrugging his shoulders. Hermione, clearly unconvinced, retorted, "I see that some individuals have been preoccupied with flirting with upperclassmen these past few days. I am not. I haven't. Please do not make baseless accusations," Mike hastily denied. "You are lying. I saw you in the library, canoodling with those upperclassmen." Mike was taken aback by Hermione's apparent concern, teasingly remarking, "Oh, why are you so interested in me? Do you perhaps have a fondness for me?" "Absolutely not. It was merely a coincidence. You mustn't speak so recklessly." Hermione's face flushed a deep crimson, and she seemed poised to flee. However, a platinum-haired youth intercepted her. "Wow, everyone, come and see. The know-it-all of Gryffindor and the blonde lad from Ravenclaw are getting along splendidly. What do you want, Malfoy?" Harry bellowed at Draco. "Step aside, will you? Is this how your parents taught you to treat a lady? You uncouth beast." Mike rose, fixing Draco with a fierce glare. It appeared that this intense look triggered memories of Draco's earlier humiliation on the train, leaving his complexion ashen. "A lady? With such prominent buck teeth? She can be called a lady?" Draco spat, his words laced with contempt. "Yet, you do seem quite compatible, Mike. You 2 filthy mudbloods." Upon hearing those final 3 words, Mike felt a sense of amusement. Just as the protective umbrella was unfurled, someone had come forth to challenge him. He drew his wand and pointed it at Draco, stating, "I shall grant you the opportunity to rephrase your words." Draco, unperturbed, harbored no belief that Mike, a mere muggle-born, could have mastered any significant magic within such a brief span. After all, he was a pure-blood aristocrat, having commenced his magical education from a tender age. "Muggle-born." Draco enunciated each word with disdain. "Petrificus totalis." A beam of light, almost imperceptible to the naked eye, struck Draco, rendering his body rigid. His face frozen in a grotesque expression, as a hue reminiscent of stone enveloped him. This was Mike's petrification spell. By channeling his emotions, Mike executed the spell with remarkable ease, a feat honed over 6 months of training. The release of his emotions enhanced the spell's efficacy. The brilliance emitted by this incantation far surpassed that of his previous attempts, marking a significant advancement in his magical prowess. Witnessing Draco's petrified state, the onlookers gasped in astonishment. "You will be expelled. Casting spells in the Great Hall is forbidden. We must inform the professor," Hermione exclaimed, tears brimming in her eyes. For the poor child could not comprehend the venomous implications embedded within the term muggle-born. Mike was unconcerned. In a place like Hogwarts, bloodline discrimination was a blatant violation of political correctness. He was far more interested in the substantial enhancement that emotional magic provided to spellcasting, which further corroborated his hypothesis regarding the essence of magic, that magical power was akin to chakra, a synthesis of physical and mental strength. Thus, the intensity of spellcasting would amplify in moments of heightened emotion, while the magical capacity of young wizards would naturally increase with age. Moreover, he was now under the protection of influential allies. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Professor Flitwick hurried into the hall, his short legs moving swiftly. "I shall see which little rascal dares to slap my face." "Aha, Draco Malfoy, you truly are capable, just like your insufferable father." Professor Flitwick was furious. He had just assured Mike of his support, only to find someone had audaciously struck back at him. As for Mike's petrification curse on Draco, Flitwick chose to conveniently overlook that, knowing he would have acted even more severely. "How dare you? How dare you so brazenly violate school rules?" At that moment, Professor McGonagall and Severus Snape arrived, with McGonagall visibly enraged. She had never anticipated that a new student would dare to flout the rules so soon after the term commenced, especially in front of such a large audience. Snape stood silently beside McGonagall, having witnessed the entire incident unfold nearby, which explained Draco's audacity. However, Draco had miscalculated this time. The term mudblood was Severus's sore spot. It was this very term that had cost him Lily. Each of you will lose 50 points. 10 days of detention, Professor McGonagall declared. I protest. I cannot abide by your decision, McGonagall. Flitwick was clearly unable to accept such a harsh punishment. Young Malfoy had the audacity to insult Mike by calling him a mudblood. He deserved to be struck by the petrification curse. Upon hearing the term mudblood, McGonagall's expression changed dramatically. Slytherin loses 100 points. Draco Malfoy will serve 15 days of detention under my strict supervision, McGonagall remarked, looking at Draco's contorted face, pursing her lips. Mike Tully will be confined for 1 day, under the watch of Professor Flitwick. Chapter 11. Aftermath of the Dining Hall Incident. Professor McGonagall announced the final verdict. Slytherin was deducted 100 points, while Draco Malfoy was sentenced to 15 days of confinement in her office. In contrast, McLaggen faced a single day of detention in Professor Flitwick's office. The confinement lasted from dinner time until midnight. Such a punishment is indeed quite severe, particularly for Draco. Not only was he subjected to 15 days of isolation, but he also caused Slytherin House to lose 100 points. It is worth noting that Slytherin has consecutively won the House Cup for several years, and Draco's actions have rendered their chances of triumph this year exceedingly slim. Professor Snape displayed no reaction to the point deduction for Slytherin, but McLaggen was not surprised, as Dumbledore's confidant. Snape surely knew that this year's House Cup was already predetermined for Gryffindor. Mike was exceedingly pleased with the outcome, having been confined for merely a day. And that too in Professor Flitwick's office felt like a reward to him. He could engage in a night of inquiry with Professor Flitwick, a thought that brought him immense joy. Under the urging of the various heads of houses, the crowd that had gathered in the dining hall to spectate began to disperse, and both Mike and Draco were escorted back by their respective deans. However, the contrast was stark. Draco trailed behind Snape with a countenance that spoke of misfortune, his expression akin to someone who had just consumed something distasteful. In contrast, Mike strode alongside Professor Flitwick, slightly lagging behind, his head held high. Many onlookers, predominantly Muggle-born or half-bloods, applauded him, having long harbored disdain for the pure-blood aristocrats. I am truly sorry, Mike, Professor Flitwick said, his gaze filled with regret. I had just assured you otherwise. It is quite all right, Professor. I am capable of defending myself. My Petrificus Totalis is no trivial matter, Mike replied, raising his wand with confidence. Haha. Professor Flitwick chuckled at Mike's demeanor. Indeed, your Petrificus is undoubtedly the finest I have witnessed among the first years. However, in dealing with such individuals, I personally prefer to employ the Incendio spell. I had forgotten that you are not yet versed in it. Fear not. I shall teach you this evening. Upon hearing the news, Mike did not feel particularly elated. He had previously encountered references to the flame charm in the Ravenclaw library. It was not an overly complex spell, nor was its power particularly formidable, as a simple water charm could easily extinguish it. Nevertheless, he had to feign a cheerful demeanor. The two of them chatted merrily as they made their way back to the Ravenclaw common room. By this time, the tale of Mike's triumph over Malfoy with a petrifying spell had spread among their peers, and they gathered around to inquire about the details of the incident. After an extensive explanation by Professor Flitwick and Mike, the students gradually returned to their original seats to resume their reading, while Professor Flitwick retreated to his office. At that moment, a sturdy young black man approached, his face alight with excitement, exclaiming, "You did remarkably well. I've long been dissatisfied with those purebloods and their bloodline prejudices." Mike recalled the young man, named Franklin Clinton, who also hailed from a Muggle background and stood as the tallest among their cohort of newcomers. Mike found it perplexing that he had been sorted into Ravenclaw. Given his physique, Gryffindor seemed a more fitting house for him. "Thank you, Franklin. It is merely my duty. These pure-blooded scoundrels deserve the consequences of their actions," Mike asserted. Franklin was not taken aback by Mike remembering his name. He was well aware that his stature attracted considerable attention. "Indeed, I have decided you are my friend. Should anything like this occur again, be sure to summon me. I shall make them regret their actions," Franklin exclaimed. "Of course, we, the so-called mudbloods, must unite to combat those who harbor blood prejudice," Mike mused, finding the name of this notably American young man of African descent rather amusing and potentially a means to forge camaraderie. "Hey, you know, The moment I laid eyes on you, I sensed a connection. From now on, we are friends. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. I shall help you to the best of my ability, Mike declared. Franklin was overjoyed. The past few days had been far from pleasant for him, as many kept their distance due to his size. Mike was the first to extend a hand of friendship. After a lengthy exchange, Mike finally managed to send the insatiable Franklin away, leaving the child utterly exhilarated. Free from Franklin's company, Mike intended to venture into the kitchen in search of a snack. However, just as he was halfway through his meal, a quarrel erupted with Draco, with the dining hall no longer serving food. He had no choice but to seek assistance from the house elves in the kitchen. As he stepped out of the Ravenclaw common room, he discovered the trio of saviors waiting eagerly at the door. Upon his emergence, Harry and Ron rushed forward. "You were absolutely brilliant. Did you see Draco's face?" It was as if he had just tasted a Bertie Bott's every flavor bean with the flavor of earwax. Harry and Ron exclaimed in unison. Indeed, Professor Mike has enlightened us on the meaning of mudblood. He truly had it coming. Mike dismissively responded to them, while also noticing Hermione in the corner. Her eyes were still red, and she stood there with her head bowed, cradling a paper bag in her arms, appearing exceedingly aggrieved. Mike noticed that the paper bag contained food, with grease seeping through its surface. "Hey, Hermione, is this for me? I truly appreciate it. I'm quite hungry," he remarked. Sensing Hermione's guilt over his detention and deliberately saying so, "I noticed you didn't seem to finish your lunch." Hermione handed the bag to Mike, saying, "It's all my fault. You ended up in detention because of me." As she spoke, tears welled up in her eyes once more. Mike hurried to reassure her. "It's all right, Hermione. We are friends, aren't we? Malfoy was targeting me this time. I'm the one who got you into trouble. Besides, in my opinion, this is hardly a punishment. Professor Flitwick is an expert in charms. Being confined in his office is something I would gladly welcome." "Really? You mustn't be deceiving me," Hermione said, slowly calming her tears. Mike was one of her few friends. Students from Gryffindor generally disdained her, viewing her as a mere stickler for rules. "Of course, you needn't worry about that. We are friends, after all." By now, Mike was so famished that his eyes sparkled with hunger as he hastily opened the paper bag. "Oh, sausages and chicken legs. My favorites. Thank you so much, Hermione." Upon hearing this, Hermione lowered her head, trying to conceal her shyness. Mike paid little attention to Hermione's actions. In his eyes, she, along with Harry and Ron, were merely children, even younger than his own son and daughter. He reflected inwardly that at least his daughter was sensible. Harry and Ron were only concerned with how impressive he had been in the dining hall, while it was Hermione who noticed that his meal remained unfinished, prompting memories of his daughter from a past life, Tracy. Once, Tracy had been a dutiful and understanding young girl, but alas, for reasons unknown, she later aspired to enter a rather disreputable profession, which brought misfortune upon the family. Chapter 12. A distinctive spell of flames. After bidding farewell to Harry and the others, Mike set off towards the Transfiguration classroom. The sole class of the afternoon was Transfiguration, and Professor McGonagall was not one to tolerate tardiness among her students. Mike's talent in Transfiguration was evidently not as remarkable as his proficiency in charms, or perhaps it was simply that he held little interest in the former. Compared to other offensive spells, Transfiguration was undeniably intricate. Upon delving into this branch of magic, Mike discovered the considerable difficulty in successfully casting spells. It necessitated a profound understanding of the composition of matter. In other words, mastering Transfiguration required a substantial knowledge of physical and chemical principles. This posed quite a challenge for Mike, who had little scholarly engagement with these subjects in either of his lifetimes. His only modest acquaintance with chemistry stemmed from his time as a chef, where he learned from his mentor, sufficient only to manage potions class, but entirely lacking in the understanding of material composition. However, this did not imply that Mike's grades in Transfiguration were poor. On the contrary, he performed better than most of his peers. A limited grasp of physical and chemical concepts? No matter. For numerous wizards who lacked such knowledge had their own methods of comprehending the essence of matter. After his Transfiguration class, Mike returned to the Ravenclaw common room to continue his exploration of emotional casting techniques. He was particularly pleased with his petrification spell executed in the dining hall, as it was the most powerful manifestation since he had learned the incantation. The effects of emotional casting on spell amplification were strikingly evident, as illustrated by the brilliance of the Lumos spell. If Mike's earlier Lumos could be likened to a smartphone flashlight, then employing emotional casting and exerting his full effort rendered it akin to a powerful flashlight. emitting a light that was both bright and penetrating. Emotional casting, in truth, is not an exceptionally profound technique. Most wizards discover it during their magical training. The reason Mike's seniors had not imparted this knowledge to him was not due to their ignorance of the technique, but rather their failure to comprehend its essence. They believed that merely wishing for their spells to succeed was enough for successful casting, and indeed their magic yielded commendable results. In this regard, Professor Flitwick, a true expert in charms, had elucidated the principles of this technique to Mike in the most accessible manner. Time flew by.
And soon it was time for Mike to meet Flitwick for his detention. Mike found it somewhat perplexing that Professor Flitwick intended to instruct him on the fire-making spell,
as he understood it to be a rather simple incantation with limited power. Nevertheless, he dismissed his doubts. The immediate priority was to continue pleasing Professor Flitwick. The head of Ravenclaw was a formidable wizard, rivaling even Snape in skill, although his portrayal in the original narrative often rendered him a source of amusement among the faculty. The title of dueling champion was not to be taken lightly. Moreover, given Flitwick's distinctive appearance, it was evident that he had endured discrimination comparable to that faced by wizards of Muggle descent, likely fostering a sense of empathy towards Mike. Upon entering Flitwick's office, Mike found the professor seated on a specially designed high stool, perusing the Daily Prophet. The stool's legs were constructed like a ladder, facilitating Flitwick's ascent. "Ah, Mike, you've arrived. Please, take a seat. The red tea here is quite exceptional. Would you care for a taste?" Flitwick warmly welcomed him. After Mike nodded, Flitwick waved his hand gently, causing the teapot and cup to float over and pour a steaming cup of red tea for him. After a pleasant exchange over tea, Flitwick transitioned to the evening's main topic, the fire-making spell. Mike had already prepared for this spell and found its casting relatively straightforward. After a few attempts, he successfully conjured it, albeit with rather unimpressive results. His fire-making spell could barely light a cigarette. After demonstrating his spell to Flitwick, the professor did not express disdain but rather offered praise, acknowledging that for a wizard of Muggle origin, mastering such a spell was commendable. "Do not underestimate the fire-making spell, Mike. It is simple yet remarkably versatile," Flitwick emphasized. "It can be cast in various forms, shaped by the caster's intent." As Flitwick spoke, he waved his wand, conjuring a magnificent eagle made of flames. Each feather appeared animated, resembling a fiery sprite that soared gracefully around the modest office, deftly avoiding obstacles before vanishing before Mike's eyes. Mike was utterly astonished. He never anticipated that magic could be wielded in such a manner. Prior to this revelation, his understanding of magic was simplistic, the wand akin to a firearm and the spells akin to bullets, with the act of casting magic resembling the firing of a gun, where the potency was entirely contingent upon the caster's magical prowess. However, Flitwick's demonstration had unveiled a new realm of possibilities. The notion that projectiles could curve was beyond his comprehension. Achieving such precision necessitated an extraordinary mastery of magic, a skill far beyond his current capabilities. And it seemed rather impractical, excessively ostentatious. Flitwick, noticing Mike's bewildered expression, felt a sense of triumph and said, "Come, allow me to show you something more practical." With that, Flitwick led Mike to a bookshelf nestled in the corner. With a mere flick of his wand, the bookshelf effortlessly swung open, revealing an expansive room beyond. This was a spacious spell training chamber, its walls constructed from superior alchemical materials, adorned with ancient runes etched with protective symbols to ensure that magic could not inflict damage upon them. At the far end of the room stood several dummies, which were no ordinary constructs. They were crafted by an alchemist and imbued with unique alchemical spells, allowing even enchantments effective only on living beings, such as the Tarantella dance, to manifest their effects on these figures. Upon entering the chamber, Professor Flitwick wasted no time. He pointed his wand forward, and a deep violet flame erupted from its tip, striking one of the dummies in the distance. The temperature of these flames was so intense that the air surrounding them warped and distorted. Though the dummies were made of resilient alchemical materials, capable of withstanding high temperatures, they began to melt almost instantaneously under the searing violet fire, reduced to nothing but ash within mere seconds. Flitwick glanced at the awestruck Mike and chuckled with satisfaction. With another flick of his wand, the violet flames reappeared, this time taking the form of spherical fireballs that continuously shot forth from the wand's tip. These purple fireballs darted through the air with remarkable speed, some moving erratically. But ultimately they struck their target with precision, resulting in a violent explosion. By the time the chaos subsided, the dummies had vanished, leaving behind only a charred remnant of their former positions. Mike's eyes sparkled with astonishment. He had never anticipated the sheer potency of the fire spell, which could even be wielded akin to a fireball. From the recent display of Frelevi's casting, it was evident that this was nothing short of a magical machine gun of fireballs. Spells are adaptable and ever-changing. Frelevi interrupted Mike, who was lost in thought. The incantations you are currently learning have been largely simplified. While this simplification facilitates your learning, it also renders the spells you cast rigid and uninspired. Go meditate. Immerse yourself in the flow of magical energy during casting. Once you have attuned yourself to the rhythm of this energy, endeavor to control it, allowing it to embrace you and become an extension of your will. Chapter 13. Perception of Magical Energy in Meditation. Michael lay in his dormitory bed, his eyes wide open, utterly astonished by the fire spell Professor Flivy had demonstrated to him. The impact of that revelation was so profound that he could scarcely recall how he had made his way back to his room from the office. The sheer potential of magic was beyond his wildest imagination. It was almost laughable that he had previously believed casting spells merely involved waving a wand and uttering incantations. Reflecting on it now, he realized he had been nothing more than a frog in a well. Today, he had witnessed the true power of magic for the first time and finally grasped the pride that wizards held. Just imagine a group of individuals casually wielding their wands to unleash spells that rivaled the might of heavy artillery. How could they possibly treat the talentless insect-like mortals with anything resembling equality? Mike considered it nothing short of miraculous that humanity had not been enslaved or annihilated by wizards before the advent of nuclear weaponry. The wizards of that time held a power that dwarfed that of Muggles, akin to the disparity between the early Americans and the indigenous peoples they encountered while colonizing the Americas. The fate of those indigenous populations is well known, as they were nearly driven to extinction. It is important to note that the purple flames unleashed by Flitwick are of a formidable nature. Mike recalled his mentor during his time as a chef once informing him that flames of red and orange hues reach temperatures around 3,000 degrees Celsius, which are the most commonly encountered flames. As the temperature of the flames increases, their colors transition, ultimately culminating in ultraviolet light, which is invisible to the naked eye. At such extreme temperatures, we are talking about tens of thousands of degrees. While Mike was uncertain of the exact temperature of purple flames, he was certain it exceeded 3,000 degrees. Such flames could almost instantaneously liquefy steel. If a mere fire spell could achieve such intensity, one could only imagine the terror of the incantation for infernal fire. Without the use of counterspells, it would burn perpetually, growing ever more potent, and under specific conditions. Its destructive capacity could rival that of nuclear weapons. Mike yearned for such power. In comparison to this magnificent force, his original aspiration of becoming a superior individual seemed utterly trivial. Contemplating this, Mike was so exhilarated that he found it impossible to sleep. However, he had no inkling regarding Freely's suggestion of meditating and sensing the flow of magical energy. Firstly, to sense the flow of magic. Professor Freely's intention must have been for him to perceive the flow of magic during the act of casting spells. Yet, Mike had always succeeded in casting magic with merely a flick of his wand and the utterance of an incantation, never having experienced any sensation of magical energy. Mike suspected that he had inadvertently cast a flickering glow during his initial spell, yet, as in times past, he felt nothing at all. Now, Mike found himself in a rather mundane predicament. According to Professor Flivy, the enhancement of magical power necessitated complete mastery over one's own magical energy. However, if Mike could not even perceive his own magic, how could he hope to control it? After several more attempts, he had nearly exhausted every spell within his repertoire, but the outcome remained disheartening. Aside from feeling utterly drained, he had yet to detect even a hint of what one might term magical energy. Gradually, doubts began to creep into Mike's mind regarding his innate abilities. Perhaps the perception of magic was indeed a gift, akin to the remarkable luck he had always possessed. Those devoid of such talent could toil endlessly without ever sensing magic. Nevertheless, Mike refused to surrender to despair. His fortune was so formidable that even in the face of death, he could be reborn. If the ability to sense magic truly required a certain aptitude, then he was destined to possess it. After all, good fortune can indeed pave the way for boundless possibilities. Mike, skeptical yet determined, began to meticulously search his memories, hoping to uncover the elusive essence of magic from his past spellcasting experiences. As he gradually unveiled fragments of recollection, he reaffirmed that he had never truly sensed any semblance of magical power during the act of casting spells. Just as he was on the verge of despair, tugging at his own hair in frustration, a sudden thought struck him. It need not be confined to the moment of spellcasting. In contrast to the formulaic release of magic facilitated by incantations and wands, the supernatural phenomena resulting from a surge of magical energy were entirely self-generated, devoid of any external assistance. Thus, could it be that the fluctuations of magical energy during such outbursts are more readily perceivable? Mike was immediately reminded of his recent surge of magical energy, which had occurred at the Broken Cauldron. Though consumed by fury and intent on vanquishing that wizard, he vaguely recalled a force being unleashed from within him, a sensation akin to flowing water, fueled by newfound hope. Mike was almost compelled to trigger another magical outburst for experimentation. However, his reason prevailed. To unleash such power within the confines of his dormitory would undoubtedly spell disaster. It was well known that Professor Flitwick had explicitly warned him against conducting magical experiments in the dorm, albeit with a tone that seemed somewhat jesting. Yet Mike did not perceive it as mere jest. Teachers favored obedient students who excelled academically, and after causing a ruckus earlier that day, he could ill afford to disregard Flitwick's admonitions by igniting an explosion that night. Such an act would surely incite the professor's ire. Therefore, it was prudent to defer his experiments for another time. Mike had identified a splendid location for his inquiries, the Room of Requirement. Exercising restraint, he resolved to visit the Room of Requirement the following day. Although finding it so swiftly might draw the attention of the ever-watchful Dumbledore, time was of the essence. With the passage of years, magical outbursts had diminished significantly. Mike once had to consciously suppress his emotions to prevent such occurrences. Yet during his time at Hogwarts, even after loosening his emotional constraints and employing emotional magic techniques, he had not triggered a single outburst. At that moment, Mike questioned whether he could still incite a magical eruption. Nevertheless, the truth would only be revealed through experimentation. With his plans set for the morrow, Mike began to contemplate another of Professor Flitwick's keywords, meditation. The concept of meditation was entirely foreign to him, and he had only just encountered the term for the first time today. No, a memory surfaced. He recalled having heard of meditation from his wife, Amanda. He remembered that she had been quite enamored with yoga for a time, spending her days either engaged in that infuriatingly unfaithful yoga instructor's classes or sitting cross-legged on her mat, motionless. When he inquired about her activities, her response had invariably been that she was meditating. Could it be that meditation was simply sitting cross-legged with closed eyes? Mike sat on the bed, attempting to recall the appearance of Amanda from memory, but soon found himself overwhelmed by drowsiness. His head, adorned with a tousled mane of golden hair, began to droop slowly until, with a heavy nod, he succumbed to slumber. Chapter 14. Franklin. The next day, Mike awoke to the brilliance of a radiant sun. Sunlight streamed through the glass window, illuminating his face and causing his golden locks to shimmer with an almost blinding brilliance. Outside, shadows flitted past intermittently, the returning owls. Diligent messengers who had traversed the night, now eager to rest and refresh themselves at the Ollery situated on the western side of Ravenclaw Tower. As a rhythmic knocking echoed through the room, Mike squinted and rose from his bed. Rubbing his head, he realized it might be time for a haircut. His once neatly cropped hair had grown longer than he had intended, losing the comfort it once provided. After adjusting to the glaring sunlight, he hesitated to open the door. He took a sip from the glass on his bedside table, filled with water he had left untouched the previous night. Mike began to straighten his clothes, having fallen asleep in them due to his meditative state. Now, they were creased from the pressure of his body. Once he had tidied himself up, he opened the door. Standing outside was a tall young man of African descent, nearly half a head taller than Mike, who was already considered tall among his peers. This young man was Franklin Clinton, a freshman from the same college as Mike. "Hey, Mike, good morning," Franklin greeted, his demeanor unfazed by the apparent wait. "It seems you are ready to go. We must hurry as we are late for defense against the dark arts class." "Oh, all right, Franklin," Mike replied, somewhat surprised that Franklin, a classmate with whom he had exchanged only a few words, would come specifically to wake him up, even at the cost of his own timeliness. "I apologize. So much happened yesterday that I overslept a little." "Don't mention it. We are friends, after all. Helping each other is what friends do," Franklin said, flashing a bright smile that revealed his gleaming white teeth. "However, we really need to hurry. We are already late." Mike brushed aside Franklin's concern, responding, "No need to worry. The professor for defense against the dark arts is Quirrell, the stuttering fellow from Ravenclaw. He wants to make things difficult for us." "That's a relief," Franklin sighed, slowing his pace. "But what do you mean by stuttering fellow?" "You will find out in due time," Mike replied, licking his teeth and offering a cryptic smile. "In fact, I'm surprised that Quirrell graduated from Ravenclaw. His current demeanor is quite embarrassing for the house. The two chatted jovially as they made their way, even stopping by the dining hall to grab a quick breakfast. During their conversation, Mike recounted numerous tales about Hogwarts, including the factional rivalries among the four houses and various intriguing anecdotes. Upon arriving at the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, they found Quirrell at the podium, stumbling over his words as he read from a book. A sea of young wizards below, though visibly fatigued, were determined to pay attention. Noticing the tardy entrance of Mike and Franklin, Quirrell set his book down, preparing to speak, only to be interrupted by Mike. "Esteemed Quirrell, please forgive us," Mike said, discreetly concealing his breakfast within his robes. "Hogwarts is vast. We lost our way on the journey to class." Well, Mike and this gentleman, please come in," Quirrell stammered in response. The class was a joint session for Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, with students seated in alternating yellow and blue sections, instinctively choosing to sit with their respective housemates. However, Mike paid little mind to such arrangements, leading Franklin to a secluded corner of the classroom. Here, a diminutive Hufflepuff boy sat, appearing somewhat timid. Upon seeing the towering figures of Mike and Franklin, he immediately straightened up, bowed respectfully, and hurried to an empty seat at the front. Mike was indifferent to these matters and calmly took a seat. Franklin, albeit hesitant, followed suit upon observing Mike's nonchalant demeanor. Two shades of blue emerged amidst a vast expanse of yellow. Even though the corner Mike had chosen was rather secluded, it remained conspicuous from the podium. Yet, Mike paid no mind to this, as his choice of corner was merely a token gesture to appease Chilo, given Chilo's current timid and apprehensive disposition. As long as he was not provoked excessively, he would likely disregard Mike altogether. Mike retrieved 2 slices of bread from his robe and produced a sausage wrapped in oil paper from his pocket. Unwrapping the paper, he fashioned a makeshift hot dog and began to eat. Beside him, Franklin appeared far less audacious. Seated amidst a group of Hufflepuffs, he felt somewhat uneasy. However, noticing Mike relishing his meal, he decided to follow suit and crafted his own hot dog, taking careful bites. "I truly admire you, Mike," Franklin remarked after a couple of bites, pausing momentarily. "You managed to interact so effortlessly with both the professors and your classmates. Just moments ago, Professor Quirrell called out your name, while I was referred to merely as the new student." Mike swiftly consumed the hot dog in his hand and, feeling a thirst arise, picked up the water bottle that a forgetful Hufflepuff had left behind, taking a generous sip. To his surprise, the contents were not water, but rather a sweet and delightful beverage. "I only need to know your name, Franklin. In truth, I have long been aware of your presence, a brawny yet astute young black man. You may be reticent, but your yearning for companionship is palpable." Mike set down the bottle, reassuring him, "There is no need for self-pity. You are indeed my friend, Mike Tully. You are no less than anyone else. Frankly, your magical prowess astounds me." Franklin's dark complexion flushed with a hint of crimson, for this was the first time someone had praised him since arriving at Hogwarts. Michael gazed at Franklin, whose expression was so overwhelmed with emotion that he was nearly in tears, and he could not help but feel a sense of disbelief. Was this child truly so starved for affection? He had merely engaged in a bout of mutual flattery, yet it had stirred such profound excitement within him. Meanwhile, Professor Chilo continued to deliver his lecture, adhering closely to the textbook, albeit occasionally casting his gaze toward the solitary blue amidst a sea of yellow. Franklin, on the other hand, was animatedly recounting his experiences to Michael, sharing the tale of his troubled family and the peculiar glances he endured upon arriving at Hogwarts due to his stature and reticence. Mike responded to him sporadically, and before he realized it, he had drained the drink from his kettle. Truth be told, the beverage was rather delightful. He planned to inquire with that young fellow about its brand after class. At last, when the bell rang, Franklin finally ceased his incessant chatter. Yet, his gaze upon Mike remained fervent, causing Mike to feel somewhat uneasy under his scrutiny. He quickened his pace and exited the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, with Franklin closely trailing behind. Chapter 15. The Shadow. After completing the 2 morning classes of Defense Against the Dark Arts, Mike began to meander through the halls of Hogwarts. Having overeaten during class and in need of a leisurely stroll, he had no inclination to visit Ravenclaw, as he had already thoroughly explored that area. After some contemplation, he resolved to venture toward Gryffindor. The classroom for Defense Against the Dark Arts was not far from the Gryffindor common room. He hopped onto a moving staircase for a brief ride and soon arrived at the portrait of the fat lady. Observing the rotund lady tidying her hair within the frame, Mike recalled that the password for the Gryffindor common room seemed to be dragon dung. The password has changed, dear. The fat lady paused her grooming and turned to Mike. Oh, you are a Ravenclaw student. What brings the charming young Ravenclaw to Gryffindor? The fat lady struck a pose, which Mike found rather distasteful. Look who it is. Our very own Prince Charming, she exclaimed. Indeed, it appears our Prince Charming has finally remembered his friends in Gryffindor. The Weasley twins happened to approach from a distance. You've arrived just in time, George, Fred. I was about to seek you out, Mike said, spreading his arms and shrugging. What is this about a Prince Charming? Do you not know? Your exploits in the dining hall have become the talk of the school, George exclaimed with exaggerated astonishment. Poor Cinderella, Hermione, was cornered by the vile Draco Malfoy in the dining hall, just when it seemed all hope was lost. Her Prince Charming sprang into action and rescued her from the clutches of the rogue. Fred clasped his hands over his heart, gazing upwards with an expression of rapture as he recounted the tale. Mike was at a loss for words. He never anticipated that the restaurant incident would transform into a tale of heroism after being circulated. However, observing the whimsical demeanor of the two brothers before him, he surmised that they were likely the culprits behind it all. The Weasley brothers refrained from continuing their teasing of Mike. Their adeptness at humor was one of the reasons why Mike cherished their friendship. George glanced at the young black man trailing behind Mike and inquired, by the way, who is this? Your new friend? Indeed, this is my newly acquired friend, Franklin, Mike replied with an exasperated gesture. It was true that since the defense against the dark arts class had concluded, Franklin had been silently following Mike, not uttering a word. Per Mike, in an effort to alleviate the awkward tension between the two, initially engaged him in conversation, but after descending several flights of stairs, Franklin showed no intention of departing, prompting Mike to ignore him altogether. After a series of introductions, the Weasley brothers finally ushered Mike through the grand entrance of the Gryffindor common room. Upon entering, he was greeted by a girl with cascading waves of hair. Mike, how on earth did you gain access to the Gryffindor common room? Hermione exclaimed, her reaction somewhat exaggerated. Generally, students from other houses were prohibited from entering the common rooms of the four houses, but she quickly recalibrated her tone. What I meant to say is, what prompted you to seek me out here in Gryffindor? I was quite worried about you, Hermione. I noticed something seemed off when we parted ways yesterday, Mike fabricated effortlessly. By the way, where are Harry and Ron? Hermione scoffed slightly. They're in the dormitory playing wizard's chess. Shall I take you to them? I fail to see what is so entertaining about that. It seems rather frivolous. Under Hermione's guidance, they swiftly arrived at Harry's dormitory. The door was ajar, and the sounds of their exuberant shouts echoed clearly in the hallway. Hermione boldly stepped into the boys' dormitory, while girls could freely enter. The reverse was fraught with peril for boys attempting to enter the girls' quarters. My goodness! Hermione, this is the boys' dormitory. If you must come in, could you at least knock first? Ron exclaimed in astonishment at Hermione's sudden intrusion, hastily concealing his discarded trousers from the floor. Spotting Mike, he added, Mike, you came to see us? Splendid. Harry and I are currently delving into wizard's chess. Would you care to join us? Michael and Franklin did not refuse, as both Muggle-born wizards were quite intrigued by wizard's chess. After introducing everyone to each other, the four gathered around the chessboard. However, Michael only glanced at it briefly before averting his gaze. Aside from the animated and vocal pieces, it was essentially a replica of ordinary chess, which struck him as rather dull. Hermione, noticing Michael's disinterest mirroring her own, was visibly delighted and immediately resumed chastising Harry and Ron for their frivolous pastimes. Franklin stood awkwardly to the side, realizing he too fell into the category of those Hermione deemed wasting their potential on trivial pursuits. Mike did not echo Hermione's words. Instead, he invited everyone to join him for a meal at the dining hall. He had already explored sufficiently, and if he delayed any longer, he would miss lunch. As soon as they stepped out of the dormitory, Franklin instantly reverted to his previous demeanor, silently trailing behind Mike. Without a care in the world, Mike strode forward, while Harry and the others seemed to perceive something but chose to remain silent. Today's lunch consisted of roasted chicken accompanied by mashed potatoes, which evidently delighted Harry's palate. He savored the chicken leg in each hand with great enthusiasm, his fingers glistening with the grease and sauce from the meat, while his mouth bore a ring of dark brown residue, a result of the mingling of roasted chicken sauce with the mashed potatoes. You should try this. It's truly delicious, Harry said, extending the untouched chicken leg in his hand towards Mike. By the way, Mike, Ron and I have made plans to visit Hagrid this afternoon. Would you like to join us? Mike deftly evaded the drumstick that Harry extended towards him. deftly slicing a piece of chicken and placing it in his mouth before stating, "I fear that is not possible. I have some matters to attend to this afternoon." Before Harry could inquire further about the nature of his errands, Hermione interjected, "Indeed, Mike is not like the rest of you, who seem perpetually preoccupied with leisure. This afternoon, let us convene at the library to study." The latter part of her statement was directed at Mike. I'm afraid that also wants tea work." "Professor Flitwick has summoned me for some matters," Mike replied, sensing Hermione's attitude towards him was somewhat off, and he hastily concocted an excuse to deflect her curiosity. "Very well then," Hermione responded, a tinge of disappointment evident in her voice as she absent-mindedly poked at the chicken on her plate with her fork. "Can I accompany you?" piped up Franklin, a child who seemed to have taken a liking to Mike, who, upon hearing that Mike would be meeting with Flitwick, eagerly inquired. Mike felt a sense of helplessness. It appeared that unless he arranged some tasks for Franklin that afternoon, the boy would be anxiously watching him enter Professor Frivol's office. "How about this, Franklin? Could you do me a favor this afternoon?" In a moment of inspiration, Mike devised a plan. Franklin, on the other hand, appeared as if he were facing a formidable challenge, promptly nodded in agreement, and stood up, seemingly ready to forego his meal. "Oh, sit down, Franklin. There's no need to rush. It's merely a small matter." Mike quickly urged him back into his seat. "This morning during class, I found the beverage I had quite delightful. Could you inquire about what it was?" Upon hearing Mike's request, Franklin settled back down, devouring the food on his plate while muttering in a vague tone, "Don't worry. I'll take care of it as soon as I finish my meal. I promise to handle it." Mike gazed at Franklin, who had just devoured his lunch in a whirlwind manner, striding towards the Hufflepuff common room, and couldn't help but exclaim, "This child is beyond redemption." However, perhaps he could prove to be a valuable pawn, Mike mused. Chapter 16. The room of requirement, the 8th floor of Hogwarts, appeared notably desolate compared to other levels. It lacked the classrooms frequented by young wizards in their daily pursuits. Consequently, those who ventured here were either driven by ulterior motives, lost, or simply indulging in ennui. Mike clearly belonged to the former group. At this moment, he stood before the tapestry depicting the giant hitting the hapless Barney, the very site of the legendary room of requirement. It is said that this room can fulfill nearly any desire of its user. By walking back and forth 3 times in front of that tapestry, while silently conjuring their wish, a door would materialize on the bare wall, leading to a chamber meticulously arranged to meet their needs. Legend has it that Dumbledore once, after a soiree, found himself in dire need of a restroom and, unable to locate one, paced anxiously in front of the room of requirement. Suddenly, a door appeared on the wall, and upon entering, he discovered a room filled with an assortment of luxurious and extravagant chamber pots. He later cherished the one he had used that night as a curious memento. How Dumbledore stumbled upon the room of requirement remains a mystery, yet it is certain that many are aware of its existence. For centuries, Hogwarts has nurtured countless exceptional wizards, among whom are undoubtedly those blessed with extraordinary fortune. Michael gazed at the wall before him, beginning to pace slowly. His immediate priority was to ascertain whether he could sense the surge of magical energy within the room of requirement, rather than unraveling its secrets. "I need a training chamber for spellcasting," Michael repeated thrice in his mind. A door materialized silently upon the wall. He had succeeded. Beyond the threshold lay a chamber reminiscent of Professor Flitwick's training room, albeit considerably more spacious. The surrounding walls appeared unremarkable, yet casting spells upon them revealed their astonishing magical resistance. This training room also hosted training dummies, akin to Flitwick's, although these were distinctly more archaic in design. Clearly not of this era. Tarantella, with a flicker of his wand, a nearby alchemical mannequin commenced a lively tap dance. It seemed promising, Michael mused. Having confirmed the facility's integrity, he set about his experiment for the day. He closed his eyes and remained still, summoning the fury that resided within him. Strangely, minutes passed without incident. It appeared that Michael's earlier suspicion regarding the waning of his magical surges was indeed correct. He was gradually losing the ability to invoke such power. However, sensing magic was the only method he could conceive at present. Reluctantly, Michael closed his eyes once more, recalling the most infuriating moment from his past, his daughter Tracy. Tracy had always aspired to be a star. Had she possessed exceptional talent and pursued a conventional academic path, Michael might have supported her. Yet, she was merely mediocre and refused to relinquish her dreams. Ultimately, in her eagerness to sign a contract with a film company, she willingly accepted the lead role in their new production, which, under normal circumstances, Michael would have celebrated. But this new venture was of a rather unspeakable nature. Incensed, Michael rushed to the film set at the first news of her decision, armed and ready. As he reflected on these events, his expression morphed into one of fury, and the temperature around him began to rise rapidly. Finally, with a roar, a tremendous conflagration erupted around him, flames indiscriminately scorching all in their vicinity. Fortunately, it lasted only a moment. Otherwise, Michael would surely have sustained grave injuries that day. As the flames dissipated, they revealed Michael sprawled on the floor, his hands shielding his head. Mike sustained no injuries. Apart from his robe being charred and tattered, he bore not a single wound, and even his hair remained unscathed. Shielded by his hands, struggling to turn his body over, Mike erupted into laughter, for during the recent surge of magical energy, he distinctly sensed the flow of magic coursing through him. We implore your understanding of Mike's and the author's limited cultural knowledge, as we find ourselves at a loss for precise vocabulary to encapsulate that sensation. To quote Mike, at the moment of the magical explosion, he felt as if viscous tar surged rapidly through his veins, a process remarkably brutal. This tar-like substance is challenging to articulate, yet once experienced, it remains indelibly etched in memory. Ultimately, it reached the surface of his skin, bursting forth like bullets from every pore. Now, Mike's entire body burned with a fierce pain, as the backlash from the magical eruption was exceedingly intense. However, he had survived. Not only had he endured, but he had also successfully experienced the essence of magic. Mike endeavored to crawl towards the table nestled in the corner, where he had previously placed his wand to safeguard it from potential destruction during the experiment. As a glimmer of light emerged from the tip of the wand, Mike once again sensed the flow of magic. Though faint to the point of being negligible, he still perceived it, waves of energy gradually coalescing from every part of his being, ultimately channeled through his wand, manifesting as the luminous flicker he now conjured. Mike felt a sense of relief. If he were to remain oblivious to the sensations this time, he would have to endure yet another, perhaps several, surges of magical energy, which would undoubtedly be perilous. Despite possessing a fortuitous knack for survival, he was confident he would not succumb to the aftermath of a magical outburst. However, perhaps due to the weight of his years, he felt as though his entire being was on the verge of being torn asunder during the surge. The pain was excruciating. Yet, despite the agony, Mike maintained the flickering glow, intently attuning himself to the faint currents of magic. He needed to etch this sensation into his memory. Forgetting it would render his efforts futile. It was unclear how much time had passed, but when Mike finally opened his eyes, he was not asleep. He had been wholly absorbed in attuning to the flickering magical flow. He had entered a curious state where only the subtle currents of magic remained in his perception. Whether it was an illusion or not, Mike sensed that upon emerging from this state, the once faint magical flow had grown increasingly distinct. Mike struggled to rise to his feet, resolving to conclude today's experiment at this juncture. Although the pain coursing through his body had subsided considerably, he felt utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally. This was likely a consequence of overexerting his magical abilities. All he yearned for was to return to the sanctuary of his bed and indulge in a restorative slumber. As he stepped into the corridor, Mike realized that night had fully descended. The corridor was engulfed in darkness, the sole source of illumination being the faint glow emanating from his wand. Summoning his remaining strength, he made his way towards the Ravenclaw Tower. The footsteps that would have seemed inconsequential during the day echoed ominously in the corridor, carrying far and wide. As he passed by the door of a classroom, a large hand suddenly emerged from within, swiftly covering Mike's mouth and pulling him into the pitch-black classroom. Chapter 17. The beginning of the Philosopher's Stone Saga. Startled, Mike realized that in his current state, he was incapable of casting offensive spells. However, the absence of magic did not equate to a lack of means to defend himself. With a swift motion of his left hand across his waist, a sharp dagger materialized in his grasp. Just as he was poised to inflict a deep wound upon the arm he had been clutching, the individual spoke. "Hey, it's me. Mike. Remain calm." Mike recalled that voice. It belonged to the Weasley twins. Filch was nearby, so it would be wise to quiet down, wouldn't it? Mike nodded slightly, and the small knife in his hand vanished silently into his sleeve. Who would have thought that our White Knight harbored the unseemly habit of nocturnal escapades? George, sensing that Mike had ceased to struggle, relaxed his grip. "You don't look too well. Have you just had a tussle with a troll?" Fred teased, observing Mike's disheveled appearance. "I encountered a bit of an incident, George. Fred, can you escort me back to Ravenclaw? I feel utterly dreadful at the moment." "Certainly. We are the illustrious Weasley brothers, after all. Follow us. We know of a hidden passage that leads directly to the Ravenclaw Tower. George and Fred supported Mike as they exited the classroom. It must be said, they truly were experts in the art of stealth. Mike could scarcely hear their footsteps, and he felt as though he were being carried, his feet barely grazing the ground, rendering his own steps nearly inaudible. Before long, the trio arrived at the concealed passage leading to Ravenclaw. The entrance lay on the 8th floor of Hogwarts, flanked by 2 suits of armor, which were devoid of dust, indicating frequent maintenance. Emerging from the passage, Mike finally returned to the Ravenclaw Tower. To be honest, he was quite curious, for the tower was situated near the Ollery. The secret passage was short yet allowed direct access to the tower. "Are you sure you don't want to visit Madame Pomfrey?" The Weasley brothers inquired with concern as they reached the eagle-shaped knocker. Declining their kind offer, Mike answered the knocker's riddle and entered the Ravenclaw common room. His injuries were not severe. All he needed now was a good night's rest. It seems our gallant knight is not quite like the average person. Indeed, Ravenclaws are seldom ordinary, much like that pesky Franklin. I know you're not referring to him. I understand, but Mike is our friend. There is no need to delve into it further. Come on, Filch has been led to the 8th floor. Let us hurry to his office and retrieve our treasure. As George and Fred conversed, they slipped into another hidden passage. The following noon, Mike finally awoke. After a restful slumber, he felt invigorated. The fatigue of the previous night had dissipated entirely. Being young is truly a blessing, Mike mused, relishing the vitality coursing through his youthful body. In his previous life, he had already crossed into his 40s, with his bodily functions beginning to decline. Today being the weekend, Mike had no concerns about being late for class. He leisurely arranged his appearance and stepped out of his dormitory. As he opened the door, he found Franklin idly playing with a water bottle outside. Upon seeing Mike, Franklin's eyes brightened, and he stepped forward, offering the water bottle to him. Before Mike could fully comprehend the situation, he instinctively grasped the kettle, only to nearly lose his grip due to its excessive weight. This kettle appeared to be roughly the size of an ordinary thermos. Yet Mike was certain that the liquid within far exceeded 10 pounds. "I sought out that Hufflepuff yesterday, but he informed me that the beverage was crafted by his mother and could not be purchased anywhere." Franklin, with a sense of pride, remarked that he devised a way to persuade him to part with the remaining portion. "Here it is, all of it." Mike was somewhat dumbfounded and inquired, "How much?" Upon hearing the mention of money, Franklin's pride swelled even further. "I spent nothing. That kind-hearted Hufflepuff offered it all to me without a second thought upon learning of my fondness for it." Mike couldn't help but mourn for that Hufflepuff. However, it seemed that Franklin had been waiting at his dormitory door since early morning. There had been no sound of knocking from within, presumably to avoid disturbing his rest. Mike had to admit he felt somewhat touched. He handed the water bottle to Franklin, allowing him to carry it, as it was rather cumbersome. "Thank you so much, Franklin. You must have waited out here for quite a while," Mike said apologetically. "Not at all. I just arrived myself," Franklin replied. After exchanging pleasantries for a moment, Mike led Franklin to the dining hall, his stomach growling with hunger. Today's lunch was exceptionally sumptuous, and the flavors were delightful. Quite unlike what one would expect from British cuisine. Mike leisurely savored his steak, occasionally lifting the cup filled with his beverage to toast with Franklin. This time, Mike had not mistakenly seated himself at the wrong table. He and Franklin were indeed at the exclusive Ravenclaw dining table. However, it became evident that sometimes trouble finds you even when you are not seeking it. "Mike, do you recall our visit to Gringotts?" Harry inquired, but as he spoke, he noticed Franklin beside Mike was also listening, and thus he halted his conversation. Mike noticed Harry's gaze and, while chewing a piece of beef, remarked, "Franklin is my brother." "It's all right. Harry, please continue. What happened at Gringotts?" "On the day we visited Gringotts, it was coincidentally being robbed. Moreover, Hagrid was there, retrieving a mysterious bundle from the vault." Harry paused. "I suspect the intruder's target was that very bundle." "Come now, Harry. Such matters are far removed from us. You ought to focus on your own affairs." Mike attempted to divert the conversation. "I heard you've been targeted in potions class. What's that about?" In his youthful naivety, Harry, easily swayed by Mike's change of topic, began to voice his grievances about Snape. If only he understood the enmity between Snape and his parents, he might grasp the reason for Snape's disdain toward him. Having managed to placate Harry, Mike downed the last sip of his drink, watching as Harry gradually walked away, lost in thought. From Harry's words, it seemed he and Ron had learned something at Hagrid's the previous day. Recalling that the bundle Hagrid retrieved from Gringotts was indeed the Philosopher's Stone, Mike realized that the plot surrounding the stone had officially commenced. He needed to contemplate what role he should assume in the unfolding narrative. Chapter 18. Penelope. A week had passed since Mike discovered his magical abilities, and during this time, he frequented the room of requirement nearly every evening. With the secret passageway the Weasley twins had shown him, his travels between locations were considerably expedited. The room of requirement proved to be an excellent sanctuary. It allowed Mike to experiment with magic without reservation. Additionally, the room housed a plethora of magical tomes, some of which were absent even from Hogwarts' library, including numerous texts on dark magic. These tomes were coated in a layer of dust, suggesting they had not been perused in quite some time, while a few appeared to have been recently handled, showing less dust. Among them were several books on defensive magic that were not part of the curriculum. It was as if a pillow had been offered just as drowsiness struck. Mike had been pondering how to enhance his knowledge of dark magic. It was worth noting that the defense against the dark arts classes over the past 2 years had been woefully ineffective. Quirrell merely read from the textbook, and next year's Lockhart was entirely inept. It would not be until their 3rd year, with the arrival of Lupin the werewolf, that their defense against the dark arts lessons would truly begin to bear fruit. After searching in vain for a tome detailing the specific incantations of dark magic, Mike set those books aside. His immediate priority was to bolster his combat abilities, as the Philosopher's Stone storyline had already begun. He needed to secure a commendable position in the challenging game Dumbledore had assigned to Harry, thus granting him an opportunity to shine before the entire year. Naturally, aiding Ravenclaw in acquiring the House Cup would be even more advantageous. Such an accomplishment would ensure that all Ravenclaw students remembered his name, greatly benefiting his plans for the upper years. Mike's training did not emphasize magical perception and meditation, as he discovered that the short-term enhancement of his abilities from these practices was negligible, although each meditation session slightly improved his sensitivity to the magic within him. He found himself unable to control that magic in the short term. Furthermore, meditation was not the panacea portrayed in the novels of wizards. It was, in fact, quite mentally taxing. Currently, Mike can only meditate for about half an hour each day. Any longer, and he feels utterly exhausted. Therefore, he schedules his meditation after his spell training, as he wouldn't have the energy to practice spells otherwise. Each night before bed, he enjoys a drink he obtained from that unfortunate Hufflepuff, which he finds remarkably restorative. He thinks he must find a way to acquire the recipe from that Hufflepuff. One day, while Mike and Franklin were diligently working on their assignments in the Ravenclaw common room, the renowned Penelope approached them. "Hey, Mike, how are you finding your time in Ravenclaw?" "Quite well, Penelope," Mike replied. "Every day, I get to meet so many beautiful seniors. My friends back in Gryffindor are envious of me. Most of the girls there aren't nearly as attractive as the ones here in Ravenclaw." Penelope chuckled at Mike's flattery, knowing that women invariably appreciate compliments. Mike had long admired Penelope, a remarkable witch of Muggle descent who truly deserved to be called extraordinary. Almost everyone in Ravenclaw spoke highly of her. Not only was she beautiful, but her magical talent was exceptional, and she possessed a high emotional intelligence. She navigated social situations with finesse, and even the first-year wizards willingly followed her lead, earning her respect even from older students. "You are quite the smooth talker. I can only imagine how many hearts you will break in the future," Penelope replied, finally recovering from her laughter. "I am here to inform you that Professor Flitwick would like to see you in his office. I'm not just flattering you. You are the one I respect most in Ravenclaw. Not only are you stunning, but your abilities are astounding. I can hardly believe you come from a Muggle background." Mike continued his compliments. Upon hearing the words Muggle background, Penelope's smile faded. "I'm not anything special. In a few years, I'll graduate, and who knows where I'll end up. Perhaps marrying someone would be a wise choice," she mused, feeling slightly flustered. "Enough about me. You should hurry to Professor Flitwick's office. Don't keep him waiting. I'll take my leave now." As Penelope walked away, Mike exchanged a knowing glance with the bewildered Franklin, a smile of understanding on his face. Franklin remained puzzled as to why Penelope had been so cheerful moments before, only to leave abruptly. Penelope was indeed an intelligent and ambitious individual. Such a person would be best suited for a position within the Ministry of Magic. However, the Ministry does not recognize witches of Muggle descent, while they might accept a few Muggle-born witches as Aurors or hit wizards. The idea of appointing a mudblood as an official, especially a witch, was far-fetched. In reality, most Muggle-born witches graduating from Hogwarts often chose to marry pureblood or half-blood wizards to secure a fairer standing in the wizarding community, such as working within the Ministry. After all, once married, they would represent their husband's family rather than their own, as it is customary in Britain for a woman to take her husband's surname. Some may argue that pureblood families would prevent their members from marrying mudbloods. While there were indeed families that held such beliefs in the past, many have since faded into obscurity. Those who clung to the idea of blood purity, like the Blacks and the Gaunts, either dwindled into extinction or reluctantly accepted mudblood witches into their fold. However, do not be misled into thinking that life becomes easier for these witches after marriage. Many wizarding families still harbor prejudices against them, and the majority of wizarding families today are impoverished, with wealth concentrated in the hands of a select few, such as the Malfoy family. Some families even rely on mudblood witches to support them financially, as they believe that noble purebloods should not sully their reputations by working. Indeed, not only must these witches earn a living for their families, but they often receive little gratitude in return. A few may even endure domestic abuse or ethical dilemmas. But I shall refrain from elaborating further, lest I face censorship. Thus, it becomes clearer why Penelope chose to date Percy. If we consider the situation from her perspective, it is understandable why the Queen of Ravenclaw would be drawn to someone like Percy. Firstly, the Weasley family is one of the 28 pureblood families, which would greatly benefit her career at the Ministry. Furthermore, the Weasleys are known as pureblood traders, being among the few wizarding families that harbor positive sentiments toward Muggles. Marrying Percy would at least spare her from discrimination at family gatherings. In contrast, one could argue that Hermione's marriage to Ron is a significant elevation for her, at least in the eyes of purebloods. After all, a mudblood witch marrying into one of the 28 pureblood families instantly transforms from a dirty mudblood to Mrs. Weasley, which is indeed a considerable leap. Unfortunately, Percy proved to be unreliable, leading Penelope to ultimately end their relationship. Chapter 19, Professor Flitwick's Surprise. With measured steps, Michael approached Professor Flitwick's office door. After meticulously inspecting his appearance and finding no need for adjustments, he finally rapped on the wooden panel. Upon hearing Flitwick's characteristically high-pitched voice beckoning him inside, Michael pushed the door open. The moment he stepped into the office, a rich, saccharine aroma enveloped him. Steam curled invitingly from the cup resting on the desk before Professor Flitwick, the source of the delightful fragrance. "Don't just stand there, take a seat," Flitwick said with a flick of his wand, causing the chair opposite him to slide back gracefully. "How have you been faring lately, Michael?" Mike glanced at the mysterious beverage, remarking that it was tolerable, yet his attention remained fixated on the cup. The cloyingly sweet aroma was almost overwhelming. Observing Mike's persistent gaze on the sweet tea, Flivvy waved his wand and conjured a fresh brew for him. It was the same tea enjoyed by the previous patron, who had an undeniable penchant for all things sugary. Mike believed he might have surmised the identity of the individual. "It appears you have discovered that room. What do you think?" "Quite remarkable, I presume," inquired Flivvy. "Absolutely splendid. That room is akin to a wishing well, granting me whatever I desire." Mike feigned excitement as he spoke, and there, I sensed the presence of magic, a feeling that is truly ineffable. "You perceived it? How could that be?" Professor Flivvy's eyebrows seemed to soar in astonishment. "You are indeed the most gifted little Ravenclaw I have ever encountered." Mike lifted the freshly brewed tea from the table and took a sip, appearing quite pleased with himself. "The ability to sense magical energy signifies that you possess the potential to become a true wizard. It is worth noting that in the past, before spells were simplified, only those capable of perceiving magical energy were deemed qualified to learn the art of magic. Even during the height of wizardry, there were few young sorcerers of your age who achieved such a feat, which truly astonishes me." "Thank you for your kind words, Dean Frivy," you replied. "What you must focus on next is the practice of meditation, as it will enhance your perception and control over magical energy. However, be cautious not to exceed 10 minutes of meditation each day. You are still young, and your mental fortitude is not yet robust enough. Prolonged meditation sessions may lead to fatigue, and, if you overextend your mental capacity, could result in irreversible damage to your psyche. This is no trivial matter, so please exercise great care." Mike nodded in agreement, yet he found himself pondering why, despite meditating for approximately half an hour each day, he had not experienced anything unusual. Could it be that his past life as an adult endowed him with exceptional mental fortitude? Or perhaps it was due to the beverages he frequently consumed. Meanwhile, Professor Flivvy remained in a state of exuberance, having leapt down from his specially designed high chair. He scurried about his office on his short legs, seemingly searching for something. "Aha! Found it. Mike, this is for you." Flivvy tossed a wooden box to Mike, proclaiming that an exemplary young wizard should indeed be rewarded. "Open it and take a look." Mike opened the wooden box and discovered a pendant resembling a raven. This pendant was entirely jet black, yet it reflected an ethereal glow, particularly in the way the light danced within the raven's eyes, giving the impression of life. The material of the pendant was indiscernible, but it exuded a coolness to the touch, suggesting that wearing it against the skin in the summer would be remarkably refreshing. "Why are you dawdling? Try it on," Professor Flivy urged impatiently, noticing Mike's momentary stupor. "This is an ancient relic crafted by sorcerers of yore to assist young wizards in sensing and manipulating magical energy. Currently, there are no more than 10 individuals in the entire wizarding community capable of creating such a pendant." As Mike donned the pendant, he was taken aback by the sensation of its warmth against his skin. Contrary to his initial expectation of a chilling touch, it bore a resemblance to jade. Does it have a name? Indeed, it is one of the treasures bequeathed by the esteemed Lady Ravenclaw, known as greed, symbolizing an insatiable thirst for knowledge. Greed? I find it rather delightful. My heartfelt gratitude to you, Dean Flitwick. Flitwick smiled and waved his hand dismissively, saying, "As I mentioned earlier, an exemplary young wizard deserves recognition. By the way, how are your flying lessons progressing?" When it came to flying lessons, Mike found himself at a loss for words. In his previous life, he had been a bank robber, not the outdated variety of the 1980s, but rather a representative of the new millennium's sophisticated criminals. Do you know what distinguishes a New Age robber? It involves an array of cutting-edge technology. Mike even mused that had he not failed the civil service examination, he might have pursued a career as a federal agent. Given his background, Mike was no stranger to flying activities. He had experience with parachuting, gliding, and even wingsuit flying. Thus, when it came to using a flying broom, he felt quite at ease. However, the brooms employed in the wizarding world were peculiarly different. The school's brooms were far from the magical cushions he had envisioned. Riding them felt akin to straddling a mere wooden stick. The discomfort was palpable, compounded by the broom's challenging maneuverability, which relied entirely on the rider's center of gravity. The combination of these factors proved disastrous, and Mike's inaugural flying lesson concluded swiftly, as he could hardly endure it. Only those novice flyers, brimming with enthusiasm for flight, managed to persevere. Yet, even so, Mike's performance exceeded that of his peers, thanks to his wealth of experience. "Well, it was tolerable," Mike replied nonchalantly. "Why do you ask?" "Harry Potter has joined the Gryffindor Quidditch team, becoming the youngest member in the history of the school. If you have the time, seek out Penelope. She can take you to watch Quidditch. I have high hopes for you, Mike." With that, Flitwick bestowed upon Mike a fatherly smile. Mike was taken aback by the smile, shuddering at the sight. One can only imagine the scene of Professor Flivy, whose face resembled that of a fairy, displaying a paternal grin. To be frank, it was quite a chilling sight. After hastily expressing his gratitude to Flivy, Mike exited the office. Feeling the warmth emanating from the coveted pendant resting against his chest, he could not help but smile. He never anticipated that dear Flivy would be so generous. This pendant was indeed a remarkable treasure. Mike distinctly sensed a significant enhancement in his magical perception. Bolstered by the pendant, and even the previously uncontrollable magic within him began to show signs of yielding. Such an extraordinary item would surely incite frenzied competition if placed in the outside world. With exhilaration coursing through him, Mike hurried towards the Ravenclaw common room, for he had more pressing matters to attend to than reflecting on his fortunate circumstances. Chapter 20. Dolphine's Magical Elixir. Upon returning to the Ravenclaw common room, Mike enlisted the help of the idle Franklin, instructing him to guide the way to the Hufflepuff student who possessed the sought-after beverage. Through his recent experiences, Mike had been astonished to discover the remarkable restorative effects of this drink on mental fortitude. Each time he indulged in a cup after meditation, he found his mental energy replenished at an accelerated pace, even after a taxing exertion, as long as it was not excessive. It did not impede his subsequent day of study and life. Furthermore, the beverage was extraordinarily delightful. Before long, they arrived at the Hufflepuff common room, which notably lacked a locking mechanism, allowing anyone to enter freely. However, the Hufflepuff house had never encountered any mishaps due to this openness, as it was adjacent to the Hogwarts kitchens. Within those kitchens resided hundreds, if not thousands, of house elves who had thrived for generations in Hogwarts. For these diminutive beings, who once narrowly escaped annihilation at the hands of the wizarding army during the Goblin Rebellion, this place was a sanctuary. The individual responsible for their presence here was none other than Helga Hufflepuff, the founder of the Hufflepuff House. In gratitude for her immense kindness, these house elves had vigilantly guarded Hufflepuff for millennia. Thus, a lock was unnecessary. The elves provided round-the-clock protection, their combat prowess rivaling that of adult wizards. Under their vigilant watch, any ill-intentioned intruder would face their wrath. Regrettably, Mike was indeed one of those with nefarious intent, as he sought the potion's recipe from the young Hufflepuff, willing to employ somewhat extreme measures to obtain it. Under Franklin's guidance, Mike soon encountered the young wizard named Dolphine Caro. The Caro family, one of the 28 pure-blood families, had a long-standing tradition of members graduating from Hufflepuff. However, the family had suffered retaliation from Voldemort for their allegiance to Dumbledore, resulting in the near-total annihilation of its core members. Dolphine stood as the sole representative of his family currently attending Hogwarts. Mike was not surprised that such an ancient pure-blood family possessed a potion capable of restoring mental energy. However, it appeared they were oblivious to its true value, merely enjoying it as a delightful beverage. This presented Mike with an excellent opportunity to take advantage of the situation. Upon seeing Mike and the others, Dolphine was visibly startled and attempted to flee, only to be seized by Franklin and brought before Mike. Mike gazed at the slender boy before him, who was a head shorter, and spoke in a gentle tone. "Dolphin, is it? I sincerely appreciate your beverage. It is undoubtedly the finest I have ever tasted." The boy, realizing that Mike bore no ill intentions, felt a sense of relief and replied, "That was made by my mother, of course. The drink she prepares is the best in the world." It seemed that the last encounter with Franklin had frightened Dolphin considerably, as the child was still trembling slightly. "How fortunate you are to have a mother who willingly crafts such delightful beverages for you." "I have never known my mother. I am an orphan." Mike noted the unmistakable hint of sympathy that crossed Dolphin's face. "So, do you have any of that beverage left? I truly relish it. It evokes memories of my mother. Or perhaps you know how to prepare it. If you could share the recipe, I wouldn't have to seek you out every time." Upon hearing that Mike intended to return, Dolphin appeared taken aback and hurriedly responded, "I know how to make it. My mother taught me. Let me tell you now. First, you need orange juice." "Hold on, Dolphin." Mike interjected, "Why not write it down? It would save us both some trouble, wouldn't it?" At this, Dolphin dashed back to his dormitory to fetch paper and pen, eager to avoid another encounter with the two seemingly intimidating individuals. Mike turned his head and whistled at Franklin with a smile, surprised at how easily this little rascal could be deceived. Franklin, utterly bewildered, could only respond with a silly grin, revealing his 8 gleaming white teeth. It must be noted that the teeth of black individuals are indeed remarkable, each one radiantly white and luminous. Before long, Dolphin returned, clutching a note filled with formulas. Mike took the note and, without even glancing at it, stuffed it into his pocket. He was utterly unafraid of being deceived by Dolphin. After all, one can escape the monk, but not the temple. "Thank you, Dolphin. From now on, you are my friend. If you ever need assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out," Mike said, gently patting Dolphin on the shoulder. Dolphin, seemingly indifferent, replied somewhat dismissively, "I truly appreciate your kindness. But we have Senior Cedric to assist us. You should be on your way." "Cedric? That paragon of virtue? I have heard of him. Hufflepuff's shining star." Mike raised an eyebrow. "But are you certain he is willing to help you with anything? You must realize he is quite the notable figure in your house, surrounded daily by countless young wizards. Can he genuinely extend his assistance to each and every one of them? Moreover, if you find yourself bullied, will he truly come to your aid? I fear he may not, as he is a model student who adheres to the rules. However, we are different, regardless of who it may be. If anyone dares to bully my friend, I shall ensure they pay for it. What do you think? Sounds rather appealing, does it not?" Mike's persuasive words seemed to ignite a flicker of interest in Dolphin, whose breathing grew noticeably heavier. Mike refrained from continuing his discourse, as he was confident that Dolphin would soon seek him out. He understood the youthful mindset all too well. Their pursuits were encapsulated in 2 words: loyalty. The notion of risking oneself for a friend, a concept nearly unfathomable to adults, was the very essence of these youngsters' aspirations. With a mere nudge, they could become fervently passionate, swept away by their youthful ardor, rendering themselves susceptible to manipulation. Particularly with someone like Dolphin, whose timidity was palpable, it was evident that after voicing such sentiments, his first thought upon facing adversity would not be Cedric, but rather Mike. Families like the Caros, even in decline, retained a wealth of valuable assets. This was a testament to their legacy. Perhaps in the future, he could procure even more treasures from Dolphin. With these thoughts in mind, Mike and Franklin departed the Hufflepuff common room in succession, yet before they could venture far, a voice, imbued with the distinctive timbre of a youth in the throes of adolescence, rang out to them. "You two, halt." Chapter 21. Benevolent Assistance. Cedric Mike was exceedingly furious. He had just finished posturing before Dolphin, and before he could even exit the Hufflepuff common room, the main figure arrived to slap him in the face. Indeed, the newcomer was none other than Cedric Diggory, a distinguished figure from Hufflepuff. He epitomized the ideal Hogwarts student, embodying all the admirable qualities one could dream of in a student of such a prestigious institution, excelling both academically and morally. Mike believed that had it not been for the Diggory family being a traditional Hufflepuff lineage, Slytherin would have been Cedric's most fitting abode. The Diggory family, while not one of the 28 pureblood aristocrats, was by no means weak. On the contrary, families like the Diggorys, who tend towards harmonious coexistence with Muggle-born wizards, are highly esteemed in the contemporary wizarding world. Throughout generations, the Diggorys have been luminaries of Hufflepuff, with nearly every descendant serving as the head of the house. Thanks to Hufflepuff's considerable numbers, some members of their family have even ascended to the position of Minister for Magic. It can be said that the Diggory family has truly mastered the art of uniting the majority to combat a small faction. Although they faced oppression during Voldemort's reign, after a decade of recuperation, their current strength is undoubtedly among the elite of the wizarding community. They represent the new aristocracy of the wizarding world, far more illustrious than the decayed old nobility, which, despite being listed among the 28 pureblood families, has long since lost its luster. However, this did not instill fear in Mike. Mike stood still, twisting his neck with a creaking sound before turning to face Cedric. "Look who it is, Franklin. Cedric Diggory, the renowned. What brings you here? I know you, Mike Tully. When my junior told me that 2 tall Ravenclaws were causing trouble for Dolphin in the common room, I suspected it was you. But let me warn you, do not underestimate Hufflepuffs." Cedric stepped closer, his large eyes fixed intently on Mike's. "You truly are quite the saint, Cedric. However, I am curious. Did your eye witness us bullying any Hufflepuff students?" Mike replied fearlessly. "That is irrelevant. I trust my juniors. This is the Hufflepuff common room, and you are not welcome here. Leave at once." Cedric raised his voice. As the two confronted each other, more onlookers gathered to witness the spectacle. "Please mind your language. It seems Hufflepuff's motto is to welcome all, is it not? There are no locks on the doors of the Hufflepuff common room. Does that not imply an open invitation?" A hint of hostility surfaced on Mike's face. "What do you mean by people like you? Has Hufflepuff begun to practice blood discrimination? Kindly clarify your statement." A blackthorn wand silently appeared in Mike's hand. The sight of him drawing his wand elicited gasps from the surrounding young wizards. And some older Hufflepuff students also brandished their wands, ready to assist. Cedric's expression darkened. He expected a first year to flee in fear after being warned by a well-known upperclassman. Yet Mike proved to be quite formidable. Regardless of the outcome, a confrontation would tarnish both their reputations, especially now that Mike had accused him of blood discrimination. While Hufflepuff students might choose to believe him, others, particularly Ravenclaw, would likely side with Mike. I mean those who bully their classmates. Cedric began to panic. "Where is Dolphin? Bring Dolphin here for a confrontation." Cedric, still a youth himself, lacked experience in handling such situations and hastily instructed those around him to find Dolphin, eager to clear his name of any accusations of blood discrimination. Should such allegations be substantiated, not only would his reputation at Hogwarts be compromised, but his family's standing in the wizarding community would also suffer. However, Dolphin had long since vanished. The timid young wizard had fled the moment he spotted Cedric. As Cedric watched the Hufflepuff students frantically searching various dormitories for Dolphin, his expression grew increasingly grim. Without the main party present, he could not clarify the situation. Meanwhile, Mike was retracting his wand, ready to conclude this farce. If they were to find Dolphin, the situation would escalate further. "Dolphin is a very important friend of mine. How could I possibly bully him?" Mike said, fiddling with a piece of parchment inscribed with potion recipes, smiling at Cedric. "I believe there has been a misunderstanding, dear Cedric." Cedric recognized this as Mike extending an olive branch. He could only manage a stiff smile in return, muttering that it should indeed be a misunderstanding. "If it is a misunderstanding, then all is well. However, my fragile heart has been quite harmed by your misunderstanding. I insist on an apology, dear senior." Mike pressed his advantage. Cedric's smile vanished as he realized he had been outmaneuvered by Mike. Having acknowledged the previous incident as a misunderstanding, Mike now positioned himself as the victim. If Cedric failed to apologize, his reputation would be irreparably damaged. "I am very sorry," Cedric enunciated slowly. He understood the principle of a wise man being able to endure, yet he found it hard to swallow his pride. "Heh." Mike heard the reply he desired, chuckled lightly at Cedric, and departed from the Hufflepuff common room, leaving Cedric behind with a rather ominous expression. As he made his way back, Mike felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Not only had he acquired the coveted potion recipe, but he had also managed to step on Cedric's toes, believing this incident would soon circulate among the four houses. However, he was taken aback by Dolphine's unexpected retreat at such a moment. It was clear that Cedric had come to his aid, perhaps out of fear of future retribution. What a foolish boy. Once this matter became known, who would dare to stand up for him again? Yet, this was for the best. Dolphine's days in Hufflepuff would surely become quite arduous, and eventually, he would have to seek assistance from Mike, his supposed friend. With this thought, Mike's spirits lifted even higher, and he even began to whistle as he and Franklin laughed their way back to the Ravenclaw common room. Chapter 22. Hermione's complaints. Time flew by swiftly, and it had been a week since Mike acquired the potion recipe from Dolphine. The ingredients required were nothing of great value. Indeed, if it were an expensive potion, Dolphine would not treat it as a mere beverage. After confirming the recipe's authenticity, Mike promptly reached out to the Weasley twins. His efforts were not merely for the sake of enjoying the drink, but were driven by a desire to profit. The Weasley twins were remarkable individuals, possessing an intimate knowledge of Hogwarts and most of its secret passages. Their dream was to open a magical joke shop after graduation, and they had already begun their business ventures to accumulate funds. As of now, they had become the most prolific smuggling operation at Hogwarts, procuring all manner of items explicitly forbidden by school regulations, such as butterbeer. While younger witches and wizards might not be well acquainted with the Weasley twins, their names resonated powerfully among the older students. After negotiating a 50-50 profit share with the twins, Mike handed over the recipe to them. His days were consumed with studying spells and meditating, leaving him no time to engage in such affairs. He had faith in the Weasley twins. They would never betray a friend for mere financial gain. Thus, Dolphine's potion spread throughout Hogwarts. Indeed, Mike boldly named the concoction Dolphine, unabashedly acknowledging its source, merely aiming for a quick profit. With these matters settled, Mike could finally focus on his magical studies. One day, Mike, after a long absence, returned to the Hogwarts library, seeking a book not found among Ravenclaw's collection, only to unexpectedly encounter Hermione. She was surrounded by towering stacks of books, entirely obscuring her, save for her signature cascade of brown curls. Had he not spotted those, he might not have recognized her at all. "Hey, little Hermione, did you miss me while I was away?" Mike quipped, settling himself beside her. "You really should pay more attention to your appearance. A tidy young lady is always more appealing. Don't speak to me in that condescending tone. You're a child too." Hermione shot back, giving him an exasperated look as she shifted away from him. "I was merely jesting. Where are Harry and Ron? Why aren't they with you?" Mike shrugged, feigning indifference. Mention of Harry and Ron seemed to ignite Hermione's temper. "You only ever think about Harry and Ron. If you wish to find them, go look for them yourself. Don't come asking me." "Quiet. If you continue to disturb the peace, I shall have to escort you out," Madame Pants shouted, brandishing her feather duster with indignation. Mike dismissed the old woman who had come to disturb him while he was teasing the little girl, asking, "What is the matter? Did you have a quarrel with them? Do share with me." Hermione's eyes shimmered with unshed tears as she inhaled deeply, attempting to suppress her emotions. They had ventured out at night to duel with Malfoy, even trespassing into the room that the headmaster had expressly forbidden us to enter. They showed no concern for the house points, which I had worked so hard to earn. Hermione's voice dwindled to a whisper, and Ron had the audacity to call me Miss Know-It-All behind my back. At this juncture, Hermione seemed to have a sudden epiphany, her voice rising once more. "And you? I cannot fathom how you manage to accumulate more points than I do when you never set foot in the library to study. Get out of here." Finally, Mrs. Pants could bear it no longer. Startled, Hermione's eyes brimmed with tears again as she seized her book and fled the library. Michael hurriedly caught up, placing his right hand on Hermione's shoulder in a comforting gesture. "It's all right. Don't cry. I don't frequent the library because Ravenclaw has its own extensive reading room. Since we can't go to the library now, why not join me in mine?" "But I'm a Gryffindor," Hermione replied, clearly unaccustomed to Michael's sudden physical contact. She shifted slightly, attempting to shake off his hand, but to no avail. "There's no buts, let's go." Without further ado, Michael gently urged her toward the Ravenclaw common room. Upon entering, Hermione maintained a state of bewilderment, as it was her first visit to another house's common area. Unlike the Gryffindor common room, Ravenclaw's was noticeably more orderly. The Ravenclaws were diligent about cleanliness. In such an environment, Even the most carefree of young wizards would adapt, lest they be ostracized. Many students were seated, engrossed in their books. Michael settled onto a sofa, pulling Hermione down beside him, and casually offered her a bottle of Dolphin's magical drink. "How do you find it? Quite nice, isn't it?" He reclined on the adjacent sofa, adding, "You should really consider joining Ravenclaw." Hermione, sipping her drink, was drawn in by Michael's words. Before she could respond, he continued, "Ravenclaw students are the most dedicated learners at Hogwarts, followed closely by Slytherins. Surely you can feel the atmosphere here. It's utterly different from Gryffindor. The study environment is exceptional. Do not underestimate the impact of one's surroundings. I assure you that if you were to join Ravenclaw, your academic efficiency would multiply significantly. After all, working in isolation is hardly beneficial." With her head bowed, Hermione's grip on the drink bottle became tense, producing a soft squeak. "The sorting had even suggested Ravenclaw for me. Yet I insisted on Gryffindor. Everyone spoke of Gryffindor as the finest house at Hogwarts. Rest assured, even if your experience in Gryffindor is less than satisfactory, you are welcome to visit Ravenclaw often," Michael remarked, crossing his legs comfortably on the sofa. "I am your friend, am I not? And I believe the riddle of the eagle-shaped door won't pose a challenge for you." However, Hermione attempted to interject, only to be interrupted once more. "There are no buts. Ravenclaw is different from Gryffindor. No one will chase you away here. There are notes from generations of Ravenclaws. If you encounter something difficult, you can always ask the older students nearby. Isn't studying in a communal atmosphere far more effective than isolating yourself in the library?" Hermione appeared to waver, and Michael chose to remain silent, opening his own bottle of Dolphin's magical drink. Before he could take a sip, Professor Flitwick's voice chimed in. "Ah, our dear Michael. Are you on a date with Miss Granger?" Upon hearing this, Michael stood up to see Professor Flitwick approaching with a book in hand, while Penelope silently trailed behind him. "Good afternoon, Professor Flitwick," Michael greeted, bowing slightly. "I merely invited Miss Granger to tour our house. I believe Ravenclaw suits her better than Gryffindor." Hermione stood up alongside him, offering a respectful nod to Professor Flitwick, who waved his hand dismissively, signaling them to relax. "In fact, I concur. Since Lily graduated, I have rarely encountered such a bright and eager young witch. I recall that Lily was also a Gryffindor. Why do all the exceptional witches gravitate toward Gryffindor? It puzzles me." "Professor, Hermione wishes to visit Ravenclaw frequently to study," Michael interjected. "She feels that our house has a more conducive learning environment." Embarrassed, Hermione lowered her gaze, playfully pinching Michael's side. She had yet to master the art of conversing with professors as he did. "Welcome, welcome." Professor Flitwick beamed. "Ravenclaw gladly embraces any clever young witch. You two are among my favorite students, and I expect you to support one another in your studies." After exchanging a few pleasantries devoid of substance, they bid farewell. Before departing, Penelope cast a glance at Michael, her expression reminiscent of infatuation, which made him feel quite uneasy. Chapter 23. Halloween the following day. Michael failed to spot Hermione in the Ravenclaw common room. Despite receiving Professor Flitwick's permission, the shy young witch still hesitated to visit. However, another pair of Gryffindors seemed unperturbed by her absence. As soon as Mike arrived in the lounge after class, he spotted the utterly bored Weasley twins. "Do you have any idea how much we've earned? You wouldn't believe it." The twins rushed towards Mike, animatedly exchanging words, their enthusiasm palpable. "Calm down. I assume you're here to present me with some money today, right?" Mike replied with a hint of disdain. The Weasley twins exchanged glances, and George pulled out a hefty bag from his robes. "Over the past few days, we've scoured every pub and tea house in Hogsmeade. Madame Putafoot has accepted our proposal and added our beverage to their menu. Indeed, this drink is simply marvelous. They're now asking us for more each day. Alongside our sales at Hogwarts, we've managed to earn a total of 100 galleons in just a few days. Here's your 50 galleons." The Weasley twins excitedly recounted their recent exploits, handing the bag to Mike. Mike was somewhat taken aback, to be candid. He truly did not anticipate that these two brothers possessed such remarkable business acumen, particularly their understanding of collaborating with dining establishments. It was no wonder that he had recently observed some of the older wizards wielding the same dolphin magic drink as he was, shaking the hefty galleons in his hand. Mike silently commended the duo. It appeared that our magical beverage was performing quite well outside the school, as he had seen numerous upperclassmen indulging in it. Mike tucked the galleons into his robe, but what about the younger students? Had they slipped from his mind? It is well known that money from women and children is the easiest to earn. Upon hearing Mike's words, The Weasley brothers' eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as they eagerly inquired about any clever strategies he might possess. With Halloween fast approaching, Mike paused for a moment and suggested, "What if we offer every wizard a taste of the dolphin magic drink at the Halloween feast? Those who find it delightful might seek to purchase it." The Weasley brothers were momentarily stunned by his suggestion. Then, in a fit of excitement, each seized one of Mike's arms and one of his legs, tossing him into the air while exclaiming, "Mike, our Prince Charming! Mike, our Prince Charming! Mike, our Prince Charming!" drawing curious glances from passing Ravenclaws. Fortunately, the Weasley brothers understood the boundaries of jest, and as the crowd around them grew, they gently set Mike down. "We must hurry to stock up. Farewell, Mike," they exclaimed. And with that, they playfully dashed out of the Ravenclaw common room. Mike shook his head as he watched the two figures recede into the distance. They were delightful in every aspect, yet somewhat excessively exuberant. With Halloween fast approaching, Mike, seated on the sofa in the Ravenclaw common room, had barely settled when Penelope summoned him to assist in decorating the Great Hall of Hogwarts. Ever since she had overheard Professor Flitwick refer to Mike as his favorite student, her demeanor towards him had transformed into one of warm enthusiasm. In recent days, she frequently appeared before him, inquiring after his well-being. Truly, she was a girl adept at navigating social currents. However, Mike found no aversion to Penelope's flattery. After all, she was a striking beauty, and he preferred her 3 years his senior, over someone like Hermione, who seemed more like a child. As for her social maneuvering, isn't that the nature of most individuals? They tend to gravitate towards the powerful, yearning for the scraps that may fall from their tables, and when such morsels do, they pounce upon them like ravenous hounds. Mike had encountered many such individuals in his past life, and he relished engaging with them, for they possessed a certain simplicity. As long as greater interests did not present themselves, they would remain steadfastly loyal. Assisting in the decoration of the hall would earn house points, prompting each house's prefect to organize students for the task. In truth, these young wizards contributed little, with some Gryffindor pranksters often causing more trouble than help. The primary labor force consisted of house elves, who diligently tidied up the mess left by the young wizards each day. This was essentially a lesson in labor for the young witches and wizards, akin to elementary students in China being taken outdoors by their teachers to pick up litter on International Environmental Day. Most participants were first and second-year students, as those in higher years were preoccupied with their increasingly demanding coursework. Among them, Mike undeniably stood out as a celebrity in the hall. His magical prowess and spellcasting skills far surpassed those of his peers. While others required breaks after levitating 2 or 3 sizable decorations, Mike could labor tirelessly throughout the afternoon. At last, after 3 days of arduous work, the hall was splendidly adorned by Halloween morning. During a luncheon held by Dumbledore and the teachers of the 4 houses for all the participating students, Mike received generous commendation from Dumbledore, along with an addition of 50 points to Ravenclaw, propelling them ahead of Gryffindor and right behind Slytherin. Meanwhile, Professor Flitwick clapped with fervor, his hands glowing red from the exertion, his eyes alight with joy to the point of nearly vanishing. At the luncheon, Mike persistently sought any trace of Hermione. He was acutely aware that she would be cornered by a troll in the girls' restroom that very evening, and he was determined to avert such a predicament. Although his presence had not drastically altered the overarching narrative of this world, the finer details had indeed been significantly modified. He could not ascertain whether Hermione would survive the troll's onslaught this time. It was imperative that he prevented her encounter with the creature. However, to his dismay, there was no sign of Hermione at the Gryffindor table. Only Harry and Ron were voraciously devouring their meals. Mike recalled that they gave up after just 1 day due to the arduousness of the endeavor. Mike had little appetite for food. After receiving the professor's accolades, he departed from the hall, for locating Hermione was of utmost importance. Mike searched numerous locations, the library, the Gryffindor common room, various professors' classrooms, yet his efforts bore no fruit. As the sky darkened outside, a sense of despair washed over him, compelling him to return to the Ravenclaw common room. He needed to gather his strength. A monstrous creature towering over 3 meters awaited him that night. However, upon entering the common room, a figure he had sought for an entire afternoon materialized before his eyes. It was Hermione. She was huddled alone in a corner of the empty Ravenclaw common room, her nose and eyes swollen with tears. Chapter 24. The Hunt Begins. Hey, look who it is. Mike approached Hermione slowly. Oh, a little kitten. Hermione, upon hearing Mike's voice, did not respond. Instead, she quickly turned her head, attempting to conceal her face from him while hastily wiping her cheeks, striving to hide the evidence of her recent tears. As Mike beheld Hermione in such a state, He couldn't help but reminisce about his daughter from a previous life. He recalled how Tracy had also appeared similarly distressed when wronged. "Who has dared to bully you? I shall promptly deliver a swift kick to their behinds," he declared. He then offered her a handkerchief, advising, "Do not continually wipe your eyes with your hands. It is detrimental to your vision. You wouldn't wish to don a pair of oversized spectacles like Harry, would you? That would hardly be appealing." Listening to Mike's tender words, Hermione felt the tears she had struggled to contain begin to cascade down her cheeks once more. "They all despise me." Mike gently patted Hermione's back with one hand, as the child sobbed so intensely that she began to cough. "It's all right, for you still have me, don't you? I will always be your friend." Upon hearing his words, Hermione turned her head and threw herself into Mike's embrace, weeping loudly, her tears and snot quickly soaking the front of his robe. Mike held the sobbing Hermione in his arms, gently patting her back while whispering the comforting words he had once spoken to his daughter in a past life. After a considerable time, Hermione's tears finally subsided, yet she remained nestled against Mike's chest, her voice muffled as she murmured, "Am I particularly bothersome? Who said that? Tell me who said it, and I shall go and give them a piece of my mind." "No one said that. It's just how I feel." The poor girl, even at this moment, was still shielding her friend, fearful that Mike might truly act upon his threat to confront Ron. Mike was exceptionally skilled at soothing children. His previous experiences had granted him ample knowledge, and with just a few words, he managed to quell Hermione's tears. "Now today is Halloween. Let us hasten to the Great Hall." Mike took Hermione's hand, adding, "You've shed quite a few tears today. Make sure to indulge in some treats later." Hermione playfully swatted at Mike but did not resist his grasp on her hand. As Mike led Hermione through the castle, twisting and turning, she initially paid little attention. However, after some time, Hermione finally noticed the peculiarity. This path did not seem to lead to the Great Hall, did it? Perhaps I am mistaken. Mike casually dismissed Hermione, which was part of his plan. He intended for her to seek out a professor while he faced the troll alone. This way, even if he couldn't defeat the troll, he could buy time for the professors to arrive, providing a measure of security. Hermione, unsuspecting, followed Mike as he led her forward. At last, after rounding a corner, a towering creature, standing 3 meters tall, loomed before them. "Quickly, go find a professor to help. I'll hold it off here." Mike released Hermione's hand. "No, you must come with me. We cannot allow it to roam the castle. Hurry." Mike spoke to Hermione in a commanding tone, startled by Mike's stern demeanor. Hermione felt her eyes welling up once more, yet she refrained from shedding tears and instead turned to flee towards the hall. As Mike watched Hermione vanish around the corner, he turned to confront the looming giant before him. The ebony black wand of Blackthorn had silently materialized in his hand. The hunt had begun. In a previous life, Mike harbored a profound passion for hunting. He had ventured to Africa to hunt majestic creatures such as lions and rhinoceroses, gaining a keen understanding of the techniques required to confront such formidable beasts. The key to subduing these large animals lies in immobilizing them. With a swift incantation, a leg-locking spell struck precisely at the giant's right leg. To contend with such colossal beings, one must find ways to diminish their mobility. A single blow to slay them is an unrealistic expectation, for once injured, they often become even more ferocious, and in that state, one could scarcely hope to outrun them. Observing the giant as it curiously examined the entrance to the women's restroom, the leg-locking spell caused its right leg to twitch violently. Yet it did not bring the left leg into alignment. The spell had been forcefully resisted. Just as the giant scratched its head in bewilderment at the cramping sensation in its leg, 2 more leg-locking spells struck its right limb. This time, under the dual influence of the spells, its right leg finally conformed to an unusual angle, aligning itself with the normal left leg. Mike even heard a distinct crack, and he was certain it was the sound of a bone fracturing. The giant let out a thunderous roar, reminiscent of a lion's, and with that cry, it toppled to the ground. As the colossal creature lay there, it finally spotted Mike, the minuscule pest responsible for its excruciating agony. Despite the immense pain, it gritted its teeth and, with its hands and intact left foot crossed, approached Mike with an almost unnaturally rapid pace. Mike immediately began to sprint to the side, all the while casting the spell of obstructive barrier with remarkable precision. Such a technique of casting while in motion requires exceptional marksmanship. Most wizards would likely falter. However, Mike was different. In his past life, he was renowned as a sharpshooter within the industry. The grotesque creature, writhing and twisting, began to slow its pace. Each time an obstructive barrier struck its form, it let out a furious roar. The manner in which it moved was severely taxing on its right leg, causing excruciating pain with every twist. Gradually, Under the relentless onslaught of Mike's spells, the creature's speed diminished to a level comparable to Mike's own swift movements. Upon witnessing the situation, Mike ceased his previous attempts to overcome the formidable obstacles and instead employed the spell of rapid confinement, a powerful incantation capable of ensnaring an entire creature. As the binding spell struck the giant's massive arms, the creature finally came to a halt. Its hands were firmly restrained behind its back, and it let out a roar of defiance as it glared at Mike, who was diligently reinforcing the enchantments not far away. Confirming that the giant would be unable to free itself in the near term, Mike, panting heavily from the exertion of his recent spell casting, approached the towering beast. The creature continued to bellow in fury, and with each thunderous roar, a stench more repugnant than that of an uncleaned women's restroom assaulted Mike's nostrils. Mike was nearly overwhelmed by the noxious stench, hastily pinching his nose. Before him, the giant's appearance was truly pitiful, its right leg twisted in a grotesque manner, still clinging to its left. During the recent crawling ordeal, the broken bone in its right leg had already punctured through flesh, creating a gaping wound from which blood flowed like a small stream, soon forming a large crimson pool upon the ground. Observing the wretched creature before him, still bellowing in agony, Mike raised his wand-bearing right hand and unleashed his most formidable spell, aimed directly at the giant's gaping maw. Flames erupted. A torrent of red and yellow fire surged forth from the tip of his ebony wand, instantly engulfing the giant's massive head. The flames poured into the giant's open mouth, scorching its throat and oral cavity. The creature writhed in pain, emitting mournful cries from within. Yet, the wider it opened its mouth, the more flames poured down its gullet. Mike advanced step by step, commanding the flames to draw nearer. With the aid of the coveted necklace at his chest, he could distinctly feel the magic within him coursing toward his wand. However, in this process, a portion of the magical energy would stray from the main flow, ultimately dissipating into the air. Mike exerted every ounce of effort to control the errant magical energy that surged into his wand, a task exceedingly difficult, leaving him with a throbbing headache. At that moment, the greedy necklace around his neck emitted a soothing chill, alleviating the pain to a bearable level. As more magical energy was harnessed into the wand, the flames scorching the troll began to shift in hue. Ultimately, those flames transformed from a fiery red and yellow to a brilliant yellow nearing white. This dazzling yellow flame possessed immense power, inflicting more damage to the troll in mere seconds than the combined total of the previous red and yellow flames. Soon, the troll fell silent, and Mike, unable to quell his concern, continued to unleash flames until he was certain the creature was lifeless. In this hunt, Mike emerged victorious. Chapter 25. Doubt and suspicion. After successfully vanquishing the troll, Mike felt utterly drained, struggling to rise and lean against the wall, adopting a position of relative comfort as he awaited the professor's arrival. The first to reach the scene was Professor Flitwick, a sight that was difficult to fathom given his short stature and how he managed to arrive before all the other professors. However, it was understandable. Mike was one of his most promising students, and had he perished foolishly at the hands of a troll, Flitwick would have been burdened with guilt for a long time. Upon arrival, he was met not with the chaotic scene he had envisioned, Mike fleeing from the troll, but rather with the sight of Mike seated in the corner, wielding his blackthorn wand, breathing heavily as he rested. Not far from him lay the troll, the very creature that had compelled the suspension of their Halloween feast. Yet now, this troll was rendered immobile, its upper body charred beyond recognition, particularly its head and neck, reduced to little more than charred bones. Its arms were still bound tightly behind its back by the binding spell, contorted in an agonizing posture. One thigh was broken, the jagged bone protruding grotesquely. The ground was soaked with a pool of dark crimson liquid, the troll's congealed blood. A pungent stench permeated the air, mingled with the scent of roasted meat, a combination so noxious that it would likely deter anyone from ever wanting to eat barbecued food again. The subsequent arrivals, including Professor McGonagall, were taken aback by the gruesome scene. They had entertained the notion that perhaps Mike, as a first-year student, could outsmart the troll. They could hardly anticipate that the troll would meet its end in such a brutal manner. As for Hermione and Harry, they had long since succumbed to nausea. "Are you injured?" Professor Flitwick, displaying his concern for Mike, inquired amidst the shock surrounding them. "I'm fine, Professor. Just a bit exhausted," Mike reassured him. "That's a relief. You did exceptionally well. Your fire spell was magnificent. I was nowhere near as skilled at your age." Flitwick seemed unconcerned about the troll's demise, his focus solely on Mike's well-being. However, not everyone shared this sentiment. "How dare you? How could you do such a thing? Professor McGonagall exclaimed furiously. Do you realize how dangerous that was? A single finger from that troll could have crushed you effortlessly. Upon hearing Professor McGonagall's admonishment, Hermione interjected, unable to contain her indignation. It was all my fault. Mike only encountered the troll because he was taking me to the hall. He stayed behind to protect me. Professor McGonagall found herself in a somewhat awkward position after being confronted by Hermione, but fortunately, Professor Flitwick came to her rescue. Ultimately, what matters is that everyone is safe and sound. Flitwick assisted McGonagall to her feet, and in recognition of McGonagall's bravery and ingenuity, Ravenclaw was awarded an additional 20 points. Michael felt a profound sense of gratitude. After all his time in this world, Professor Flitwick was the first person to genuinely care for him. He could sense that Flitwick regarded him as a promising young prodigy. Such a gaze was something he had never experienced in both of his lifetimes. Realizing that they should not linger here any longer, he suggested that they return swiftly. Michael needed to visit Madame Pomfrey for a checkup. With that, Flitwick and Hermione supported Michael as they departed from the foul-smelling restroom entrance. McGonagall's heart was a tumult of emotions. Hermione was a student she deeply cherished, reflecting her own youthful spirit. As she observed Hermione supporting McGonagall, a peculiar sensation akin to witnessing her prized cabbage being ravaged by a pig enveloped her. Glancing at McGonagall and Hermione, then turning her gaze to the still retching Harry and Ron, her irritation grew, prompting her to grasp the ears of the two boys and lead them toward Gryffindor. Left alone at the scene was Snape, who had remained silent. His presence almost pitifully diminished. This was rather uncharacteristic of him. Unlike the others, he chose not to depart. Instead, his eyes methodically scanned the area, striving to reconstruct the entirety of the recent battle, a task he found rather uncomplicated. Ultimately, his gaze settled on the giant's hands, still bound behind its back, and its right leg, which, despite being broken, clung tenaciously to its left. When Hermione and Professor Flitwick escorted McGonagall to the infirmary, Madame Pomfrey was indulging in a slice of pumpkin pie, having been unable to finish her meal due to the abrupt conclusion of the previous feast because of the giant. By the time Madame Pomfrey completed her examination of McGonagall, it was already late at night. Although McGonagall was merely fatigued for precautionary measures, Madame Pomfrey decided it best for her to rest overnight in the infirmary. Once assured of McGonagall's well-being, Hermione reluctantly departed, accompanied by Professor Flitwick and others. Meanwhile, in the headmaster's office at Hogwarts, Snape was reporting his observations to Professor Dumbledore. Our dear Mr. Tully is quite a formidable character, he remarked in his signature deep voice. Not only does he possess astonishing talent in combat, but he also harbors a ruthlessly cold heart. Dumbledore, seated at his desk engrossed in his writing, did not respond verbally but simply raised his hand, inviting Snape to continue. He initially used the leglocker curse to impede the giant's movement, a truly clever maneuver, Snape continued, approaching Dumbledore's desk. Such methods of dealing with colossal creatures were only comprehensible to those seasoned in monster hunting. Mr. Tully could have retreated once the curse took effect. Yet he chose not to. Instead, he employed the binding curse to immobilize the giant entirely, ultimately incinerating it with the flame curse. Do you grasp the significance of this? It signifies that Mr. Tully, faced with an utterly defenseless foe, still opted to extinguish its life. Such thoughts are not befitting a first-year wizard. At last, Dumbledore paused his writing, lifting his head with an impassive expression to address Snape. You've worked hard. Go and rest. Snape promptly turned and exited, his movements decisive. The office fell into a profound silence, with only the crackling of the firewood breaking the stillness. Dumbledore chose not to resume his work, instead walking to the corner where his phoenix, Fawkes, was preening his feathers. Gently scratching Fawkes' neck, the phoenix leaned back in contentment, closing his eyes. It seems we need to schedule a conversation with young McGonagall, Dumbledore murmured, his voice barely above a whisper. Fawkes, seemingly oblivious to Dumbledore's words, opened his eyes and gazed at him with a puzzled expression. The following day, as McGonagall emerged from the infirmary, it was already midday. Perhaps due to his exhaustion, he had fallen asleep midway through his examination the previous night, unaware of when Professor Flitwick and Hermione had departed. Upon entering the dining hall, he found it bustling with activity. The previous evening's feast had been abruptly interrupted by Professor Dumbledore's order for all students to return to their respective houses, resulting in the waste of the house elves' meticulously prepared banquet. Fortunately, in this magical world, house elves were adept at various domestic enchantments, and keeping food fresh was merely a fundamental skill. Thus, the delicacies that had not yet reached the table the night prior transformed into the lunch for the young witches and wizards that day. However, despite the usual delights, Few students partook in the meals. Instead, they gathered around the Gryffindor table, where Ron animatedly recounted his experiences at the scene of the giant's demise. His storytelling was fervent, punctuated by sips of juice passed to him by others. In his narrative, McGonagall's victory over the giant felt akin to slaying a dragon. Yet, one could not deny Ron's gift for storytelling, as the surrounding students listened in rapt attention, momentarily forgetting their food. "Look, it's the giant slayer, McGonagall!" A young wizard exclaimed from the outskirts of the crowd, having attempted unsuccessfully to join the throng. The moment this cry rang out, the crowd surrounding Ron dispersed rapidly, encircling McGonagall, who was soon inundated with inquiries about the previous night's events. Mike was utterly bewildered by the situation, frantically attempting to navigate the enthusiasm of the young wizards. Fortunately, a savior had arrived to extricate him from this predicament. "Everyone, disperse." Severus Snape's low voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in the ears of every young wizard present. No sooner had Snape's words left his lips than the wizards surrounding Mike immediately scattered back to their respective tables. Mike even noticed a few timid young wizards trembling in fear, needing the support of their companions to walk. Such was the formidable influence of Professor Snape. Within the hallowed halls of Hogwarts, only two individuals possessed such power, Professor McGonagall and Severus Snape. Michael wished to express his gratitude to Snape for his timely intervention. But before he could utter a word, Snape had already spoken, disrupting the order of the dining hall. "Ravenclaw loses 5 points." With that, Snape flicked his long black robe and turned away. This display left Michael feeling quite flustered, and resigned, he took a seat at the Ravenclaw table. As he settled down, a young Ravenclaw which beside him trembled with excitement, though before she could speak, Penelope rushed over to request a seat change. Clearly intimidated by the older student, the young witch reluctantly complied, her expression one of dismay. "Do you know what they call you?" The Troll Slayer?" "Indeed. Did you truly slay a troll?" "If you mean the one from last night, then yes, that would be me." As soon as he sat down, Penelope unleashed a barrage of questions as if she were firing off a rapid succession of spells. Upon receiving confirmation from Michael, her eyes sparkled with delight, and she leaned in closer, inquiring, "How did you manage that?" "Luck, I suppose. I did this and that, and in the end, the troll was defeated." Penelope's face was merely inches from Michael's, allowing him to distinctly catch a whiff of her fragrance, reminiscent of pear blossoms, a most pleasant scent. "That sounds rather close, Penelope." Michael instinctively leaned back, feeling somewhat out of his element. "Ah, so little Michael can be shy too," Penelope teased, noticing his reaction and reaching out to pinch his cheek playfully. Encouraged by her playful provocation, Michael straightened his posture, dismissing any lingering awkwardness. After all, he had rolled in fields of flowers in a previous life. Surely he would not be intimidated by this young lady. Now it was Penelope's turn to feel bashful. Michael's sudden movement startled her, causing her to retract her hand, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "You are truly impressive. I've never heard of anyone slaying a troll in their first year." Penelope attempted to divert the conversation to ease her own discomfort. "Just average, really. You are the one who is remarkable, managing Ravenclaw so meticulously. Professor Flitwick often speaks of you, saying he would be in quite the predicament without your assistance." Michael couldn't help but chuckle at Penelope's demeanor. Their mutual flattery seemed to tickle her fancy as she covered her mouth and giggled, her blush deepening. Mike found it amusing to tease the young lady at times, continuing with, "Especially since Senior Penelope is so beautiful. I am certain there must be many boys who admire you." "Not at all. It is you who attracts attention," she retorted playfully. "With your handsome looks and remarkable abilities. Numerous junior girls at our school are undoubtedly your admirers. Even some of my close friends have expressed interest in you." Penelope shot Mike a glance, feigning annoyance. The remainder of their dining experience passed by unnoticed amid their playful exchanges of flattery. What Mike failed to notice was that, not far away at the Gryffindor table, Hermione was glaring at him with intense frustration. "Damn Mike. Odious Mike." As she observed him engaging in lively conversation with Penelope, Hermione felt as though her lungs might burst from anger. Last night, when Hermione returned to the dormitory, it was already deep into the night. Consumed by worry for Mike's safety, she had spent the entire night awake. At dawn, she hurried to the infirmary to check on him, only to be turned away by Madame Pomfrey, who insisted that the patient needed rest. During the subsequent potions class, fatigue overwhelmed her, and she inadvertently dozed off, resulting in a deduction of 20 points by Snape. Meanwhile, Mike, the very subject of her concern, was completely unscathed and had become a celebrity throughout Hogwarts. As if that were not enough, he was now flirting shamelessly with his beautiful upperclassman right before her eyes. Truly, the tongue of a man is a deceiver. Everything he said to her last night in the Ravenclaw common room was a lie. The more she pondered, the angrier she became, fiercely chewing on her chicken. As if what she bit into was not mere poultry, but rather Mike's arm. Harry, sitting beside her, paused his eating, surprised by Hermione's expression. He could have sworn he heard the sound of bones crunching. Did Hermione just chew through a chicken bone? He wondered, observing her fearsome demeanor. Harry instinctively moved his plate further away from her. Hermione was undeniably frightening at this moment. Chapter 27. Hunger Marketing. After lunch, Mike took Franklin to the Gryffindor common room. Franklin, the straightforward boy, had previously complained about Mike's lack of camaraderie, lamenting that he hadn't been invited to partake in the thrilling challenge of confronting a troll. However, being a child at heart, he soon followed Mike eagerly after the latter explained the circumstances. The two drew countless gazes as they walked. After the events of the previous night had circulated throughout Hogwarts, most witches and wizards were now aware of Mike's solo triumph over the troll. Franklin, still somewhat shy, found himself unaccustomed to the attention he was receiving. Unlike certain others who seemed completely unfazed, striding confidently towards the Gryffindor common room, he had come specifically to find Hermione. Earlier in the dining hall, he had spotted her, but she appeared to be intentionally avoiding him. Upon hearing Mike call her name, she not only failed to stop but quickened her pace to leave the hall. With no other choice, Mike resolved to search for her in Gryffindor. They stopped a young Gryffindor witch, asking her to help them gain entry by calling out the password, and at last, they were permitted into the common room. Upon realizing it was Mike who had stopped her, the young witch immediately began to inquire about the events of the previous night. Reluctantly, Mike recounted his battle with the troll, captivating her with his tale, her eyes sparkling as if she were in the presence of an idol. Yet, after hearing the story, the young witch remained unsatisfied and continued to engage Mike in conversation, veering into increasingly personal topics, including whether he had a girlfriend. Ultimately, it was Franklin playing the role of the stern face that drove the young witch away. Though he was naturally inclined to that demeanor, Mike silently gave Franklin a thumbs up. The boy was not as foolish as he pretended to be. On the contrary, Franklin was exceptionally clever, often surprising others in moments of crisis. Mike, you were truly remarkable last night. You single-handedly defeated that formidable giant. Harry and Ron, stationed near the common room entrance, immediately surrounded Mike and Franklin upon their arrival. It was merely luck. I was fortunate to have defeated it. Mike waved his hand dismissively. Where's Hermione? I wanted to find her in the dining hall, but she seemed to have vanished. Well, she's in the dormitory, but it seems she is rather unwilling to see you. Harry replied with a peculiar expression. Mike was taken aback and inquired with astonishment. Why? Was everything not fine last night? Harry intended to respond with an uncertain I don't know, but before he could utter a word, a girl from Hermione's dormitory interrupted him. How dare you even ask why? Humph. You wretched man, just leave. Hermione will not see you. With that, she strode back to her dormitory with an air of defiance. Both Harry and Mike, along with the others, were momentarily stunned by the young witch's boldness, and it was Ron who first regained his composure. By the way, Harry has been selected for the Quidditch team. You all must not be aware of this yet, Ron proclaimed, his expression brimming with pride, as if the honor had been bestowed upon him. Upon hearing this, Mike recalled the news and remarked, I heard from Professor Flitwick. Congratulations are in order, Harry. Feeling somewhat bashful at the mention of his accomplishment, Harry fidgeted with his hair and said, Oh, by the way, my first match is about to commence soon. Do come and watch. Mike nodded in agreement. Earlier, during lunch, Penelope had invited him to watch the Quidditch match, which provided a splendid opportunity to witness Harry's debut. After exchanging pleasantries, the two returned to their classes. Since Hermione was unwilling to see him, he deemed it unnecessary to pursue her. After all, it seemed like mere childish sulking, which would likely resolve itself in a couple of days. However, in the days that followed, Hermione consistently evaded Mike, feigning ignorance of his presence in both the classroom and the library, ignoring his greetings entirely. Soon, the day arrived for the much-anticipated outing with Penelope to watch Harry's inaugural Quidditch match. During this time, the Weasley twins made another visit to deliver a sum of money to Mike. This time, it was a generous 200 galleons. Upon learning the details, Mike couldn't help but marvel at the twins' entrepreneurial acumen. Following his advice, the twins had placed a small bottle of Dolphin-S magic drink at each seat before the Halloween feast. These bottles were indeed petite, containing just enough for Mike to sip in one gulp. Although the quantity was limited, the twins had put considerable effort into the bottle's design, prominently featuring their names alongside Mike S. and a unique logo crafted specifically for Dolphin-S magic drink. The logo was strikingly simple yet reminiscent of the Coca-Cola emblem. with the name Dolphin elegantly inscribed in flowing red ink. Furthermore, the logo was enchanted with a charm that made the letters shimmer with a silky sheen, fluttering like ribbons in the breeze. The exquisite packaging immediately captivated the young witches and wizards, many of whom, upon realizing it was a beverage, eagerly unscrewed the caps and drank the contents in haste. The following day, the name Dolphin's magic drink had spread like wildfire throughout Hogwarts, coinciding with the tale of Mike's battle against the troll that evening, which the Weasley twins cleverly leveraged for advertising. The surge in popularity overwhelmed the twins with orders, rapidly depleting their initial stock. In desperation, they enlisted the help of some upperclassmen to assist in producing more of the drink, as the two of them alone could not keep up with the fervor of their classmates. Naturally, these upperclassmen charged for their time, and their rates were not any less than those of the Muggle vendors in Diagon Alley. It is worth noting that the academic pressure on upperclassmen at Hogwarts is quite substantial, so the wages offered were not particularly generous, even with additional hands on deck. It was merely a drop in the bucket against the deluge of orders. Originally, Mike could have earned a greater sum, but due to insufficient production, he was left with a mere 400 galleons after costs. The Weasley twins were disheartened, lamenting the potential profits they could have reaped had they been able to increase production. In response, Mike proposed an ingenious solution that left the twins astounded: scarcity marketing. Since increasing production was not feasible, they should not attempt to do so at all. They would maintain the original pricing publicly, while the actual inventory available would be woefully insufficient, selling out almost instantaneously upon release. Subsequently, they could privately sell the majority of their stock at marked-up prices to resellers, ensuring that by the time the beverages reached consumers, the prices would have skyrocketed. This marketing strategy, well known in Mike's previous life, remained effective, allowing businesses to profit immensely from scarcity. By employing this method, profits could be multiplied without increasing production, truly the best course of action in the current circumstances. Mike intended to raise the private price from 5 sickles to 10. Yet the Weasley twins disagreed. They boldly suggested pricing a 500-milliliter bottle of Dolphin's magic drink at 1 galleon, nearly quadrupling the original price, truly a testament to their commercial genius, outshining Mike's own ambitions. Chapter 28. Quidditch. The weather in England is notoriously unkind, and by November, the chill sets in with days growing shorter. On this particular morning, Mike was roused by Franklin, as they were to join Penelope in attending Harry's Quidditch debut. Initially, Penelope had planned to take them to the match between Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, but Mike suggested they watch Harry's game instead, and she acquiesced. Mike held little interest in Quidditch, finding the game riddled with loopholes and lacking in spectator appeal. Yet curiously, nearly every wizard in the world exhibited an ardent enthusiasm for Quidditch, even organizing a Quidditch World Cup. Wizards who excelled in the World Cup became household names, amassing great wealth and adoring fans, much akin to the Muggle world. Interestingly, this sport is devoid of bloodline discrimination, whether pure blood or Muggle-born. Anyone with exceptional skill and charm could rise to stardom, attracting many Muggle-born wizards to pursue careers in Quidditch, though that is a topic for another time. By the time Mike and Penelope finished their leisurely breakfast and arrived at the Quidditch pitch, the match had already commenced, given that it was the Savior Harry's debut. The atmosphere was electric, with attendance rivaling that of previous Quidditch finals, as spectators eagerly awaited to see if young Harry possessed the same talent on the pitch as he did in defense against the dark arts. Notably, the commentator for this event was Lee Jordan, a close friend of the Weasley twins. True to form, his exuberant personality mirrored that of the twins, making for a commentary filled with humor that frequently elicited laughter from the audience. Mike searched the sky for quite some time before finally spotting Harry, clad in a vibrant red and gold Gryffindor Quidditch uniform. At that moment, Harry was aimlessly soaring through the air on his broomstick, occasionally glancing around in search of the elusive golden snitch. As the seeker, his objective was to capture the snitch, which would bring the match to a close. His speed surpassed that of his competitors, a remarkable advantage afforded by the latest model of broomstick, the Nimbus 2000, generously sponsored by Professor McGonagall. This instance clearly illustrated that while Professor McGonagall outwardly presented herself as impartial, she undeniably harbored a preference for her own house. As Mike gazed at Harry's every move in the sky, Penelope initiated a conversation with him. "I have heard from other first-year students that your flying skills are quite remarkable. Have you considered joining the Quidditch team?" Due to the lively atmosphere, Penelope had to lean close to Mike's ear to ensure he could hear her. Mike felt the warm breath beside him and instinctively turned his head a bit awkwardly. "I am only a first-year student. And just because I can fly well does not necessarily mean I can excel in Quidditch. Harry is also just a first year, and with him leading the way, no one could object to your joining the Quidditch team. Moreover, Professor Flitwick holds you in high regard. If you bring it up to him, he is certain to agree. You could also practice with the Ravenclaw team for a few days to see if it suits you. I have a good relationship with Roger Davies, the captain of the Ravenclaw team, and I can arrange something. Mike could discern that Penelope was attempting to extend a favor to him, yet he chose not to expose her intentions, merely offering her perfunctory responses. Gradually, Penelope realized that Mike had made up his mind and ceased her persuasion, instead introducing him to the members of the Quidditch teams from various colleges. Mike had no intention of joining the Quidditch team in his first year, primarily because he had an abundance of commitments during that time, leaving him no opportunity to attend weekly Quidditch practices. Furthermore, Mike was acutely aware that this year's Quidditch championship would undoubtedly be claimed by Gryffindor, a fact that Dumbledore had orchestrated as part of Harry's initiation gift. Thus, he had no interest in participating in a match that was destined for defeat. Mike and Penelope were engaged in a lively conversation, their heads close together in an intimate exchange, while Hermione, seated not far from them, felt increasingly uncomfortable. Many days had passed, and her anger had nearly dissipated. She had anticipated Mike's presence at Harry's match and was eager to reconcile with him today, fearing that the crowd might be overwhelming and that Mike, being a notorious latecomer, would struggle to find a seat. She even saved a spot beside her for him. To her dismay, the tardy Mike was led by Penelope to the seats reserved for Ravenclaw students, and before long, they were whispering sweet nothings to each other, their closeness palpable. The more Hermione contemplated the situation, the more her brows knitted together, her cheeks puffing up in indignation. It was not that she felt jealousy in the romantic sense. Her feelings towards Mike were not of that nature, as she had yet to reach such an age. Rather, she felt as though her friend had been stolen away by Penelope. She had forged a friendship with Mike first, only to be sidelined by this woman. What was so special about her? Was it merely her looks? Hermione pondered bitterly. As Hermione simmered in her frustration over Mike, an exclamation arose from the crowd around her. Following their gaze, she spotted Harry soaring through the air, seemingly struggling with his broomstick, twisting and turning as if he might plummet at any moment. With her keen observational skills, Hermione noticed Professor Snape on the adjacent stands, fixated on Harry, speaking emphatically. In an instant, her mind leapt to the conclusion that Snape intended to endanger Harry. Meanwhile, Mike and his companions were also captivated by Harry's erratic flight, yet unlike the others, Mike remained unfazed. Earlier, he had seen Dumbledore. As long as the headmaster was present, Harry would be safe, even if he fell victim to Quirrell's dark curse. As expected, Harry soon regained his composure. Not only did he stabilize himself, but during his moment of imbalance, he also managed to catch the golden snitch, thereby concluding the match with Gryffindor triumphing over Slytherin. The moment Lee Jordan announced the results, the crowd erupted in jubilation. Their savior, Harry, had not disappointed them, showcasing his extraordinary talent in Quidditch. Michael also rose to applaud, while simultaneously noticing that Professor Snape's robe was aflame not far away. He was frantically attempting to extinguish the fire, his vigorous movements even toppling Professor Quirrell, who sat before him. Observing this, Michael couldn't help but smirk disdainfully. Snape's acting was utterly lacking, as this was a trivial matter easily resolved with a splash of water. After the competition concluded, the trio did not linger but swiftly departed the scene. As they turned into an unoccupied corridor, Michael urged Franklin to return to Ravenclaw alone, as he and Penelope required a moment of solitude together. Franklin did not inquire as to the reason, departing without hesitation, though he mischievously raised an eyebrow and discreetly gave Michael a thumbs up before leaving. Chapter 29. The control spell in the narrow corridor. Only Michael and Penelope remained. The ancient castle of Hogwarts was devoid of any electrical lighting, and with the day's inclement weather, the surroundings were enveloped in a gloomy twilight. Mike turned to Penelope, his gaze not as gentle as usual, but rather tinged with a hint of darkness. Startled by the intensity of Mike's stare, Penelope instinctively recoiled, a look of panic crossing her face as she realized that the youth before her was not quite as she had previously imagined. Mike scrutinized the expression on Penelope's face as the dark, thorny blackwood wand materialized in his hand. "Senior Penelope, I require your assistance with a matter." "What is it?" Penelope's anxiety heightened upon seeing Mike draw his wand. She cast a wary glance towards the exit behind her, feeling an overwhelming urge to turn and flee. Mike stealthily maneuvered behind Penelope, effectively obstructing her escape route. The entrance through which they had come was the sole source of illumination in the corridor, and with Mike's presence, the surrounding light dimmed slightly. I require the specific methodology to master the disillusionment charm, Mike stated directly. That is a regulated spell. Only graduates aspiring to become Aurors may submit an application to learn the disillusionment charm. I cannot assist you, she replied. I am confident you possess the means to achieve it. Are you not the social queen of Ravenclaw? Mike remarked, slowly circling Penelope. Under the dim light surrounding him, Mike's face appeared particularly somber, and the figure, which was a half-head shorter than hers, exerted considerable pressure on Penelope. Do you not have Professor Flivy? If you speak with him, he would surely instruct you. If it were that simple, would I need to seek you out? Mike harbored inner disdain, yet he did not allow it to manifest outwardly. Do you aspire to become the class leader, senior? Observing Penelope's reluctance, he decided to unleash his trump card. Upon hearing Mike mention the position of class leader, Penelope's expression shifted dramatically. She had been exerting considerable effort to curry favor with Mike, hoping he would speak a few kind words on behalf of Professor Flitwick. To her surprise, Mike not only discerned her intentions, but also sought to leverage them against her. Penelope fell into silence. Noticing her prolonged quietude, Mike remained unperturbed, gently caressing his blackthorn wand as he awaited her response. Michael was not at all concerned about Penelope's potential refusal. From their recent interactions, it became evident that Penelope harbored a far greater ambition for power than he had previously anticipated. Moreover, she possessed the capability to acquire detailed information regarding the disillusionment charm, a fact underscored by the multitude of suitors vying for her attention among the pureblood graduates. The disillusionment charm, a form of invisibility spell, envelopes the caster in a sensation akin to a liquid flowing down their head, cloaking their entire form. Upon its completion, the caster's skin adapts to mimic the colors of its surroundings, exhibiting a transformation far superior to that of a chameleon. Furthermore, an invisibility cloak is essentially a cloak that has been imbued with the disillusionment charm. Due to the limited duration of the spell, most invisibility cloaks require periodic reapplication of the charm. Cloaks fashioned from ordinary materials can only sustain the charm for a brief period. Thus, those crafted from magical materials are essential for prolonging its effects. In the original narrative, Harry's invisibility cloak is distinct from typical cloaks, functioning as a genuine artifact, permanently infused with the disillusionment charm, rendering its invisibility effect eternal. However, mastering the disillusionment charm does not automatically grant one the ability to create an invisibility cloak. Applying the charm to a cloak necessitates profound knowledge of alchemy. This year, it is imperative for Michael to grasp this spell. He had previously scoured the Ravenclaw library and the Hogwarts library for comprehensive instructions on the disillusionment charm, yet aside from a few rudimentary descriptions, he found nothing substantial. The disillusionment charm is classified as a controlled spell, one that is essential for becoming an Auror, and is largely inaccessible to ordinary wizards throughout their lives. Numerous other controlled spells fall under the same category, with the most notorious being the unforgivable curses. The knowledge of these spells is often confined within the walls of certain families, creating what is commonly referred to as a knowledge barrier. For an ordinary Muggle-born wizard to learn the disillusionment charm, they must either join the ranks of Aurors or submit a request to the school during their 7th year at Hogwarts. However, this application is not open to everyone. It requires the endorsement of at least 2 professors to qualify. From what Michael gathered, the last individual to submit a successful application to Hogwarts was named Tom Riddle. After submission, the professors conduct a rigorous evaluation of the applicant, confirming their talent and character before granting access to the specific methods for learning the disillusionment charm. Of course, the restricted section of the Hogwarts library undoubtedly contains the instructions for the charm. Yet, given Michael's current knowledge of spells, he lacks effective means to navigate the magical barriers that protect that area. Should these barriers be triggered, they would alert Dumbledore in the headmaster's office. Accessing the restricted section would require waiting until Dumbledore was absent from the school, and this year, such an opportunity would arise. At this moment, Penelope finally spoke. All right, I can indeed acquire the disillusionment charm, but you must guarantee that I will become head girl next year. Unlike her earlier anxious demeanor, Penelope's expression now reflected a sense of calm, having discerned Michael's intentions. You will become head girl, I assure you, Michael replied, stepping closer to meet her gaze. Then, let us collaborate harmoniously, Penelope remarked coolly, looking down at the boy who was notably shorter than herself. Satisfied with her response, Michael did not linger, sheathing his wand as he strode purposefully toward the room of requirement. Halfway there, a thought crossed his mind, prompting him to pause and turn back. Christmas is approaching, so do make haste. With that, he departed swiftly. Penelope bit her lip, having understood the underlying meaning of Michael's words. It was merely a reminder to expedite her efforts. With merely a month remaining until Christmas, the time seemed ample, yet extracting the specific methods for the disillusionment charm from those bound by confidentiality agreements would prove challenging. Meanwhile, Michael remained unconcerned. It would be ideal for Penelope to assist him in obtaining the charm before Christmas, but if that failed, he had a contingency plan. He would not be dependent solely on her. Chapter 30. The mirror of Eris. That evening, as was customary, Michael emerged from the room of requirement after a prolonged session of practice that stretched into the night. Since discovering this magical room, he had been drawn to it at every opportunity, and with the mastery of meditation, he had incorporated this practice into his training. Consequently, he often exited the room in a state of utter exhaustion, resembling a zombie from the toll it took on his mind and body. Mike leaned against the wall as he ventured into the secret passage leading to Ravenclaw Tower. Fortunately, this passage was remarkably unscientific. The location of the room of requirement was quite distant from Ravenclaw Tower, yet traversing this secret route took merely a matter of seconds. Initially, Mike harbored doubts about its existence, but now he truly felt grateful for the passage, yearning only to return to his bed for a restful slumber. The interior of the passage was shrouded in impenetrable darkness, and Mike could only advance guided by the flickering glow of light. After a minute, he sensed that something was amiss. Under normal circumstances, at his walking pace, he should have already glimpsed the exit by now. However, before him still lay an endless expanse of darkness. Mike steeled himself, realizing that he had likely triggered a mechanism that altered the destination of the secret passage. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, but eventually, the exit of the passage materialized before him. However, Mike refrained from hastily emerging. The Ravenclaw Tower, situated adjacent to the Ollery, boasted excellent illumination, allowing Mike to survey his surroundings even in the depths of night. Yet, judging by the light filtering through the passage's opening, it was evident that the destination was far from the Ravenclaw Tower. Mike extinguished the flickering glow in his hand and cautiously moved along the wall towards the hidden passage's exit. Before him lay an expansive room, which appeared to be an abandoned classroom, with dusty desks and chairs haphazardly piled in the corners. In the space where a podium would typically stand, there rested an incongruous object, a large full-length mirror. Bathed in the moonlight streaming through the window, everything in the forsaken classroom was laid bare, and that mirror stood silently, reflecting the lunar glow, exuding an eerie aura. Michael cautiously emerged from the secret passage, and in the instant he departed. The entrance that had been etched into the classroom wall vanished without a trace. He groped along the wall where the passage had once been, yet found no mechanism, causing a wave of despondency to wash over him. Fortunately, the door to the abandoned classroom remained ajar, alleviating his concerns of becoming trapped within. After observing the room for a while and discovering no other souls present, Michael's gaze was drawn to the sole anomaly in this space, an imposing full-length mirror. As he approached, he was taken aback by its grandeur. It soared to the ceiling, framed in gold and adorned with exquisite wooden carvings. At the top, an inscription read, Aristralhaku Itubi Kafru A Tangwos. Mike was taken aback. Was that not the mirror of Eris? It had been transported to Hogwarts far earlier than he had anticipated. In the original narrative, Harry only discovered this mirror after Christmas. The mirror of Eris, steeped in legend, is known as the mirror of desire, capable of manifesting the deepest longings of the heart before the beholder's eyes. Throughout history, countless illustrious figures have succumbed to its enchanting allure, including the renowned Merlin. Although he was acutely aware of the peril of becoming ensnared in the illusions conjured by the mirror, Mike could not resist the temptation to gaze upon his own reflection. He was profoundly curious about what he truly yearned for. In reality, most individuals remain oblivious to their innermost desires, merely drifting through life, guided by instinct. The ability to discern one's true aspirations is an essential quality for those destined to achieve greatness. As Mike gazed into the mirror, he beheld a reflection that bore a stark resemblance to a past self, one that diverged significantly from his current visage. It was the visage of his former life, a middle-aged, portly man. Surrounding this corpulent figure were numerous individuals, all of whom were cherished family and friends from his previous existence. His wife, Amanda, clad in a wedding gown, held him in a tight embrace, her countenance in the mirror radiating the same captivating beauty she possessed in her youth, untouched by the ravages of time. Mike vowed that she was the most exquisite woman he had ever encountered. Behind them stood three figures: his eldest daughter, Tracy, adorned in an opulent evening gown, her poise reminiscent of a princess emerging from a fairy tale; his youngest son, Jimmy, donned in a doctoral robe. Clutching a scroll secured with a red ribbon, Mike surmised it to be a graduation certificate. A short distance away, a slightly balding man held a bottle of wine, his eyes twinkling with mirth as he observed the family of four, occasionally taking a sip. "Trevor," Mike whispered softly. Mike gazed intently at everything reflected in the mirror, tears unwittingly moistening his cheeks. He reached out, yearning to caress Amanda's visage, yet his fingers met not her warm skin, but the cold, smooth surface of the glass. Having immersed himself in the world of Harry Potter for nearly a year, Mike had endeavored to numb his longing for family and friends through arduous training. However, tonight, the suppressed emotions erupted at last. Mike's emotions finally shattered. He leaned against the Elris magic mirror and collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. Mike had always believed himself to be the carefree rogue he once was, convinced that family and friends were but optional embellishments in his life. Yet, he found himself realizing that, in the end, it was they whom he cherished the most. In the shadows of the classroom, Dumbledore observed Mike, who was weeping profusely. He was no stranger to Mike's reaction. He had experienced a similar response when he first beheld his family in the mirror of Erist. Seeing Mike now was akin to witnessing a reflection of his younger self. Dumbledore sighed silently, his figure gradually becoming translucent, until he ultimately vanished from sight. Today, he had deliberately led Mike to this abandoned classroom to employ the mirror of Erist as a means of gauging Mike's emotions. Initially, he had envisioned the moment when Mike would become ensnared in the illusions of the mirror, only for Dumbledore to appear suddenly and impart a lesson on love. However, it seemed that such an intervention was unnecessary, for Mike's response surpassed even Dumbledore's most optimistic expectations. Unlike Voldemort, who harbors only desires and hatred devoid of love, Mike's heart is filled with affection for his family and friends. Such a Mike will undoubtedly never transform into the next Voldemort. Chapter 31. Mike's plan the following day. Upon opening his eyes, Mike was greeted by the image of himself and his family reflected in the mirror of Erist. He had spent the night in this abandoned classroom. After a night of contemplation, he surmised that his experiences from the previous evening were likely orchestrated. From the moment he exited his room of wishes to the sudden emergence of a familiar secret passage leading to this desolate classroom, he realized that only one individual possessed the capability to engineer such an occurrence: Dumbledore. Mike could also roughly deduce Dumbledore's motive. It was merely an attempt to assess his character. From their very first encounter, Mike had sensed a certain dissatisfaction emanating from Dumbledore. In truth, the timing of this test caught Mike somewhat off guard, as he had anticipated that Dumbledore would seek him out for a conversation shortly after his enrollment. Yet, Dumbledore did not appear the previous night, suggesting that he had successfully passed the trial. As Mike stepped out of the classroom, he was greeted by the dazzling sunlight outside. Following the events of the previous night, he had come to a profound realization about his deepest desire. He longed to return home. In the days that followed, Mike devoted himself more earnestly to the study of magic, understanding that to achieve his goal of returning home, he needed to possess formidable skills. After his encounter with the troll, he gained a clearer understanding of his combat abilities. He believed that in terms of raw fighting power, he could hold his own against students in the 6th and 7th grades. However, when it came to the breadth of his magical knowledge and comprehension, he found himself lacking compared to even the 3rd and 4th graders. It is worth noting that Hogwarts' educational model is somewhat peculiar. 1st and 2nd year students are largely left to their own devices, learning only the most fundamental aspects of the wizarding world. This approach is understandable, as it caters to the needs of Muggle-born students. It is not until the 3rd year, when students can begin to select elective courses, that Hogwarts truly embarks on a comprehensive magical education. This marks a significant crossroads in the lives of young witches and wizards, as the electives they choose can greatly influence their futures. Concurrently, the academic pressure begins to mount from the 3rd year onward. Between the 3rd and 4th years, the intensity of study increases year by year, culminating in the first wizarding examinations, known as the O.W.L.S. Once the O.W.L.S. are completed, students must select their N.E.W.T. courses based on their results. The O.W.L.S. can be likened to a high-stakes examination, while the subsequent N.E.W.T. courses resemble university-level classes. Many of these N, E, W, T subjects have specific cutoff scores, with popular subjects such as potions and charms requiring particularly high marks. Pursuing these courses can significantly enhance one's employment prospects and magical prowess. Conversely, students who perform poorly must settle for less demanding subjects, like Muggle studies, leaving them to face the grim reality of graduation equating to unemployment, unless they come from privileged backgrounds. From the 5th year onward, Hogwarts students are divided into two groups, those who undertake challenging subjects such as potions and those who opt for less rigorous courses. The former are burdened with an unending stream of assignments and readings, while the latter, although they face more challenges than 1st and 2nd year students, find their workload considerably lighter than that of their 3rd and 4th year counterparts. Ultimately, the N, E, W, T, S represent the highest academic qualification offered by Hogwarts, regarded as one of the most prestigious credentials in Europe for centuries. Upon graduation, whether in employment or marriage, individuals are often assessed based on their N, E, W, T results and chosen subjects. If one achieves exceptional grades, even a Muggle-born wizard can thrive within the wizarding community. However, the academic pressure faced by 6th and 7th year students is almost unimaginable. In the original narrative, Hermione utilized a time turner in her 3rd year to attend all elective courses, which left her drained. Such intensity is a common experience for students in their final years. Thus, within the halls of Hogwarts, one can observe that nearly all upperclassmen appear rushed and preoccupied, rarely participating in leisure activities such as Quidditch matches. This is not due to a lack of interest in recreation, but rather an overwhelming schedule. Nevertheless, the arduous study leads to rapid growth in their abilities. 6th and 7th year students possess magical skills and knowledge that rival many adult wizards. Consequently, Mike's combat prowess is indeed formidable. It is important to note that he has mastered conventional offensive spells such as the Shield Charm and Disarming Charm. And a significant factor contributing to his strength lies in his previous life as combat experience. Casting spells with a wand is akin to shooting a pistol, demanding a high degree of accuracy. Many wizards struggle in battle due to their limited range. If one is too far away, they cannot effectively strike. In contrast, Mike was a sharpshooter in his past life, making marksmanship as effortless as drinking water. Furthermore, with the aid of emotional casting techniques and magical control skills, the spells he conjures far exceed those of his peers with similar magical capabilities. Currently, aside from learning new spells, Mike focuses on enhancing his magical perception and control. The greater his mastery of magical control, the more potent his spells become. However, many spells prove exceedingly challenging to learn solely through reading. This is not a reflection of Mike's lack of talent, but rather a testament to the inadequacies of the wizarding textbooks, which often fail to adequately convey the intricacies of the magic. To truly grasp these spells, one must engage with the insights of others, as private notes hold the true value for learning. Mike had previously sought the counsel of Professor Flitwick. However, upon noticing that Mike's inquiries were predominantly regarding advanced spells, Professor Flitwick advised him against aiming too high and instead urged him to master the incantations he was currently learning. Mike harbored a strong suspicion that Dumbledore had subtly hinted to the old professor. Contemplating this, Mike clenched his teeth, thinking how cunning Dumbledore was. Nevertheless, Mike was not entirely without recourse. There existed a place that undoubtedly contained detailed instructions for those high-level spells, including the methods for casting the unforgivable curses, the restricted section. His intention in persuading Penelope to assist him in acquiring the disillusionment charm was solely to gain entry into the restricted section. Dumbledore would be absent from Hogwarts during the period of the first-year finals, presenting Mike with the perfect opportunity to infiltrate the restricted section. As for the protective enchantments within, Mike had devised his own solutions. Ever since his encounter with the troll, Mike felt his magical perception had significantly heightened, allowing him to vaguely sense external magical energies. Upon realizing this, he promptly made his way to the library, and as anticipated, he detected the presence of magic at the entrance to the restricted section. There were strands of magic resembling infrared beams crisscrossing the walls. Although these threads formed an intricate web, to Mike, they were not insurmountable. Now, it remained to be seen whether Penelope could procure the disillusionment charm. If she failed to do so before Christmas, Mike would likely not have sufficient time to master such a complex incantation. At that point, he would have to take the risk of borrowing Harry's invisibility cloak. Chapter 32. Christmas. Unbeknownst to many, December had already reached its midpoint. Hogwarts experienced an early winter. Snow began to fall intermittently from the end of November. By now, The entire Hogwarts campus had donned a splendid silver cloak. Due to the Christmas holiday, most young witches and wizards had returned home, which was indeed good news for Filch. The snowy weather led many mischievous young sorcerers to revel in snowball fights, resulting in their clothes often being dampened. When these rascals returned to the castle, they left behind a trail of dirty, wet footprints, significantly increasing Filch's workload. This poor old squib found himself laboriously employing outdated cleaning tools to tackle what could have been a simple task. One day, upon awakening, Mike discovered a multitude of owls congregating at his window. Noticing Mike had opened his eyes, these owls immediately began tapping at the glass with their beaks, signaling him to open the window. Mike hurriedly rose to open the window for the owls, having forgotten that last night was indeed Christmas Eve. The customs of Christmas in the wizarding world differ entirely from those of the Muggle realm. To wizards, Christmas was initially merely an excuse for a bit of leisure, which subsequently evolved into a grand celebration. Thus, the tale of Santa Claus descending chimneys to leave gifts and stockings by the bed holds no resonance in their tradition. Instead, on Christmas Eve in the wizarding community, every household leaves their doors and windows ajar, allowing the owls to silently deliver presents throughout the night, ensuring that upon waking, they are greeted by the sight of Christmas gifts in their rooms. However, it is evident that our Mike had overlooked this custom. Mike received a modest number of gifts, totaling only 7. Among them, Franklin personally delivered his gift to Mike just yesterday, as he was still unaccustomed to sending items via owl. Upon opening the package, Mike was astonished to discover a bag of buzzing honeycomb sweets. It is noteworthy that first-year wizards are unable to visit Hogsmeade. Thus, acquiring such exclusive confections from the Duke of Honeycomb typically necessitates the assistance of the Weasley twins, notorious for their smuggling endeavors, and one can well imagine the cost involved. Mike also reciprocated with a gift, his own study notes. This was the most valuable offering among all he presented, while he chose the dolphin magic drink for everyone else's gifts. Mike had already regarded Franklin as his trusted confidant, and Franklin's talent in the realm of enchantments had not disappointed him. Thus, Mike resolved that it was time to bestow some enhancements upon Franklin. As he continued to sift through the Christmas gifts, he discovered that Harry had presented him with a large box of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, while Ron had gifted him an old Gryffindor scarf, marred by a substantial stain, which Mike discarded at a glance into the trash. Hermione had given him a novel by Gilderoy Lockhart, revealing that this young lady had become infatuated with Lockhart rather early on. The Weasley brothers, meanwhile, had jointly gifted him a rather large bag of dung bombs. When Mike unwrapped their gift, he was taken aback. It is important to note that these dung bombs are rather unstable. Should a multitude of them detonate in his dormitory, it would render the space uninhabitable. Professor Flivy had bestowed upon him a set of combat wand sheaths, which, unlike ordinary wand sheaths, distinctly bear the designation of combat. This may seem superfluous, but it is indeed significant. The combat wand sheath is one of the pieces of equipment utilized by Aurors, designed to be worn on the forearm. Its construction bears resemblance to the hidden blades found in the Assassin's Creed series, albeit powered by magic. During combat, one need only concentrate to unleash the wand, instantly entering a state of readiness. Furthermore, the set gifted by Professor Flivy is enhanced with the summoning charm, ensuring that even if Mike's wand is disarmed by a disarming spell, he need not worry, for the charm will automatically activate, returning the wand to its wielder's hand. Mike donned the wand sheath and moved his arm, discovering that it did not hinder his movements. He nodded in satisfaction. Professor Flitwick truly lived up to his reputation as a champion of combat. His gift was both simple and formidable, directly enhancing Mike's combat prowess. The next highlight was the gift from Miss Penelope, a notebook, which contained the study notes of a fifth-year Pure Blood student on the disillusionment charm. The cover bore the inscription, "To my beloved, Penelope." However, aside from this phrase, there was nothing else, not even a signature. It appeared to be a Christmas gift from an infatuated admirer, which Penelope had promptly re-gifted to herself upon receiving it. Mike opened his notebook and discovered the incantation for the illusionary transformation spell, along with the corresponding wand movement. Upon conducting a brief experiment, the outcome was, as Mike had anticipated, entirely devoid of any response. Mike placed his notes in his drawer and refrained from further perusal. Today is Christmas, and Hogwarts is hosting grand celebrations throughout the day. Perhaps out of concern that the students remaining at school might feel lonely, the decorations at Hogwarts are particularly resplendent today. As Mike traversed the corridor, he discovered that not only had the Ravenclaw common room been adorned in a festive manner, but the hallways had also undergone a splendid transformation. Even the typically cold suits of armor were donning jolly red hats reminiscent of Santa Claus, lending a charming whimsy to the surroundings. The grand hall was even more captivating, with a towering Christmas tree majestically positioned at its center, soaring so high that one could scarcely glimpse its apex from below. The trunk was lavishly decorated with an array of ornaments, shimmering under the enchanting illumination of the magical ceiling. It appeared that some form of enchantment had been cast upon the branches as delicate, crystalline snowflakes floated gently downwards. Unlike the clumpy snow outside, these flakes formed perfect hexagons, akin to those described in fairy tales, slowly descending and vanishing upon touching the ground. Amidst this magical tableau, Harry and his companions, having arrived early, were thoroughly enchanted. They chased after the snowflakes, attempting to capture one only to watch it dissolve in their hands, and after a moment of frustration, they would pursue another, seemingly intent on collecting a few as keepsakes. Even though Mike's mental age far exceeded that of the young wizards present, he found himself momentarily entranced. This spectacle surpassed anything he had experienced in previous cinematic renditions. The young wizards, guided by their respective professors, gathered together, and Dumbledore refrained from delivering a speech. With a jovial exclamation of "Dig in!" an array of delectable dishes appeared on the plates before the young wizards. A cheer erupted as they eagerly engaged in a culinary battle, while Dumbledore observed from his elevated seat, smiling benevolently at the scene of youthful exuberance. Caught up in the festive atmosphere, Mike's appetite surged, and after the Weasley twins snatched a chicken leg from his plate, a hilarious food battle ensued. The professors, rather than expressing anger, joined in the merriment, with Professor Flitwick enthusiastically participating, and even the usually stern Professor McGonagall wore a delighted smile. On this day, everyone was enveloped in the joyous spirit of Christmas, casting aside all worries. Chapter 33. Nicodemus having immersed himself in the enchantment of Christmas in the magical world. Mike devoted himself wholeheartedly to the study of the disillusionment charm. The notes provided by Penelope were remarkably well-crafted, featuring neat handwriting and profound insights into the charm's intricacies. The original owner of these notes had likely anticipated Penelope's desire to learn the disillusionment charm in advance, as they had included numerous beginner-friendly tutorials, recently penned in fresh ink, all of which now benefited Mike. Thanks to these beginner tutorials, Mike successfully cast the disillusionment charm before the end of the holiday, albeit only in a rudimentary form. Initially, the effects of Mike's body double spell were rather disappointing. Not only was the casting speed painfully slow, but any significant movement would cause the spell to fail. Consequently, Mike was compelled to dedicate himself even more fervently to his studies. Furthermore, within the pages of the notes on the body double spell, there were mentions of how to circumvent magical restrictions to achieve perfect invisibility. The writing was flamboyant, revealing the author's deep pride in their work. 3 methods were highlighted. First, to dismantle the magical restrictions using one's formidable magical prowess. Second, to utilize a potent potion known as dissipation powder to mask one's magical fluctuations, thereby deceiving the magical restrictions. And third, to carry an object imbued with immense magical power to obscure oneself from detection. Mike disregarded the first 2 options, realizing that only the third was within his capabilities. The notes clarified that most restrictions were detected through magical perception, and if one carried an item that constantly emitted a significant amount of magical energy, one would effectively be overlooked by the restrictions. It was akin to attempting to see a roasted sweet potato in an oven using thermal imaging, impossible to discern. Upon discovering this method of bypassing magical restrictions, Mike felt a surge of joy, as it bolstered his confidence in his plan to infiltrate the restricted books section by the end of the term. On another note, akin to the original narrative, Harry received an invisibility cloak from Dumbledore on Christmas Day and, under Dumbledore's subtle guidance, participated in a test with the Mirror of Erist. However, unlike Mike, Harry was completely captivated by the mirror, spending nearly every night gazing into it. Eventually, Dumbledore had to intervene to provide Harry with some psychological counsel, which helped him regain his composure. Once settled, Harry remembered his promise to Hermione to diligently search for the elusive Nicholas Flamel, whose identity was crucial to uncovering what Hagrid retrieved from Gringotts that day. During their time at school, the trio had not been idle. They first discovered the trapdoor guarded by a 3-headed dog, then deduced from Snape's actions that he was after whatever lay beneath that trapdoor, and finally learned from Hagrid that the creature, Fluffy, was guarding a significant item they had extracted from Gringotts. The only piece missing was the nature of that item. Perhaps we should inquire with Mike. He has become quite the celebrity and might possess the knowledge we seek, Ron suggested, a hint of envy in his voice. Harry, however, did not harbor high hopes for Ron's proposal, knowing that Mike, like him, had grown up in the Muggle world and likely would not know what even a pureblood wizard like Ron was unaware of. Nevertheless, motivated by a sense of urgency, they ventured to Ravenclaw to seek out Mike, knowing they needed to take action or Hermione would undoubtedly be displeased. Upon arriving at the entrance to Ravenclaw, they were taken aback. In what year did the first Goblin Rebellion occur? The eagle-headed knocker inquired. Harry and Ron exchanged bewildered glances. Blast. Professor Bin's lectures on magical history were akin to lullabies. We had nearly dozed off in every class. Who could possibly find that old ghost-esque teachings engaging? Feeling cornered, Harry fabricated an answer. 520, he ventured. Incorrect. 521. A rather impatient first-year Ravenclaw behind them chimed in. 201 AD, he stated nonchalantly. Correct. The eagle-headed knocker swung open the door. The first-year Ravenclaw smugly pushed past Harry and Ron into the common room, casting a disdainful glance back at the two. Embarrassed, Harry and Ron followed him inside, aware that failing to seize this opportunity might mean they would never enter the Ravenclaw common room. When they finally located Mike, he was lounging on a couch by the fire, reading with his legs crossed, occasionally indulging in nearby snacks. Upon noticing Harry and Ron, he set his book aside and inquired about their visit. After they explained the situation, Mike had finished the last of his snacks. So, we were wondering if you know who Nicholas Flamel is, Harry stammered, feeling somewhat awkward. The earlier encounter at the knocker had left him feeling foolish, and his cheeks flushed crimson, thankfully hidden by the warmth of the fire. I know. If you didn't, what would that mean? You actually know? Harry was eager to leave, but Mike responded with surprising information. Indeed, if you pay close attention, you'll find a description of Nicholas Flamel on the magical card that accompanies chocolate frogs, specifically on Dumbledore's card. Shifting his position, Mike elaborated, Nicholas Flamel is the renowned creator of the Philosopher's Stone and its current sole possessor. Harry and Ron were left utterly bewildered. Observing their confusion, Mike felt compelled to continue. The Philosopher's Stone has the ability to turn any metal into gold and grant immortality. It is said that Nicholas Flamel and his wife have lived for several centuries, thanks to the stone. Then what Hagrid retrieved from Gringotts must be the Philosopher's Stone. Snape is certainly trying to obtain it. Harry exclaimed, excitement radiating from him. Indeed, who wouldn't desire the ability to turn stone into gold? Ron chimed in, his eyes gleaming with visions of galleons. Mike, we must inform Dumbledore that Snape intends to steal the Philosopher's Stone. However, observing Harry and Ron's fervor, Mike calmly shook his head and returned to his book. I shall not be joining. I still have reading to do. Harry attempted to persuade Mike further, but Ron pulled him away. It seems he has read himself into a stupor. Just look at the Ravenclaw lot. If Hermione hadn't been sorted into Gryffindor, she would likely have turned out the same, Ron remarked in a tone he believed was inaudible to others. Having overheard everything, Mike cast a scornful glance at the departing duo and resumed his lounging posture. He had no intention of participating in the decoding game Dumbledore had orchestrated for Harry. Chapter 34. Dolphins request the Christmas break soon came to an end, and students returned to Hogwarts in waves, rejuvenating the atmosphere with their joyous chatter. They exchanged tales of their holiday experiences, reveling in each other's company. However, not everyone shared in the merriment. Dolphin had a rather unpleasant Christmas. The Caro family, once one of the prestigious 28 pureblood families, had now fallen into decline. For over a century, the Caro family has steadfastly refused to intermarry with Muggle wizards, determined to preserve their noble lineage by only uniting with direct descendants of the same pure-blooded 28 families. However, after centuries of intermarriage, the bloodlines of these pureblood families have become alarmingly close, rendering further unions akin to consanguinity. The consequence of this practice has been a dwindling number of Caro family members, with an increasing prevalence of mute offspring. It is widely acknowledged that the likelihood of deformities and intellectual disabilities resulting from incestuous unions is significantly high. Yet there exists a slim chance for the emergence of prodigious talents, which is why many adhere to the doctrine of pure-blood aristocracy. Historically, the vast majority of renowned wizards hail from exceedingly pure-blooded families. Had the Caro family managed to produce an exceptionally gifted heir, they might have revitalized their lineage. However, fortune has not favored them. In truth, Dolphine is the sole descendant of his generation, with the remainder nearly bereft of reproductive capabilities. Yet, this is not their gravest concern. The immediate crisis is that the Caro family has fallen into financial ruin. Families of pure blood, like the Caros, remain ensnared in the splendor of their past, pursuing opulence in every aspect of life. It is evident that with such descendants, regardless of the wealth amassed by their ancestors, it will inevitably be squandered. Consequently, Dolphine was taken by his parents to the Malfoy Manor Christmas Gala, hoping that the Malfoy family would extend a helping hand, given their shared status as members of the pureblood 28 families. Unfortunately, the evening took a turn for the worse, as Draco and his companions subjected Dolphine to relentless humiliation. The cause of this derision stemmed from Dolphine's association with magical drinks, which, in Draco's view, were named after him due to his close ties with Mike and the Weasley brothers. Thus, Dolphine's misfortune deepened. Having lacked peers in his childhood and subsequently being looked down upon by other wizarding families due to his impoverished background, he developed a deep-seated sense of inferiority. A saying goes, one either erupts in silence or perishes in silence. Under the weight of Draco's taunts, Dolphine chose the former, landing a punch squarely on Draco's cheek. Draco staggered back, yet remained on his feet. Enraged, Draco, along with Goyle and Crabbe, retaliated against Dolphine, ultimately expelling him and his parents from Malfoy Manor. Bruised and battered, Dolphine returned to Hogwarts, where his first course of action was to seek out Mike. "You were serious about helping me, weren't you?" Dolphine asked, his face marred with bruises. Wincing as he spoke, "Of course, feel free to share any troubles you have," Mike replied, rising from the sofa by the hearth, sensing the arrival of business. "I want you to help me teach Draco a lesson. That scoundrel left me in this state and humiliated my parents." Dolphine pointed to his bruised face. Speaking with fierce resolve, Mike circled around Dolphin, assessing the injuries he had sustained. "It appears he has caused you considerable distress. I shall refrain from inquiring about the specifics, for you are my friend, and I am obliged to assist you. However, regarding the matter of compensation," Dolphin, upon hearing Mike's words, erupted in fury and seized Mike by the collar, shouting, "Did I not provide you with the formula for the elixir of magic? Did you not promise to help me? Do you not realize that because of you?" Before he could finish, Mike lifted his right foot and delivered a swift kick to Dolphin's abdomen, sending him sprawling. "Be more courteous, you little brat." Mike straightened his collar and continued, "Have you considered who would be willing to assist you now? Cedric? I doubt that fellow would be inclined to do anything other than cause you trouble. In a nutshell, if you desire my help, you must present something of value. Otherwise, our discussion is moot." "But I have no money." Dolphin curled up on the ground. "I am not in need of money." Mike's face broke into a triumphant smile. "I am aware that your family, the Carrolls, is one of the pure-blooded 28. Even though you have squandered much of your fortune, a starving camel is larger than a horse. Your family must still possess some valuable items. Our family heirlooms have long been sold," Dolphin protested, still reeling from the force of Mike's kick, struggling to rise, but failing repeatedly. "Then it seems there is nothing to discuss," Mike signaled to Franklin, who understood and nodded before approaching Dolphin, ready to eject him from the Ravenclaw common room. Wait, I know what I can offer you." Dolphin, fearing another reprimand from Franklin, hastily covered his head with his hands. Upon hearing this, Mike raised his hand to halt Franklin's actions, then settled back into the sofa and said, "Go on, tell me." "The wind speed spell. It is a legacy enchantment of the Carlo family, capable of accelerating one's movement. I have already mastered it." Dolphin, drenched in sweat, knelt on the ground, exclaiming, "The wind speed spell is incredibly effective." "Truly." Mike stepped forward and helped Dolphin to his feet, whispering in his ear, "Deal." After observing Dolphin as he meticulously pinned the incantation for the windspeed charm, Mike proceeded with Franklin to the Slytherin common room. This time, Mike had no intention of employing any cunning schemes. It was his inaugural moment to stand up for his subordinate. He aimed to teach Malfoy a lesson in front of an audience, demonstrating the loyalty he possessed. As for the school rules, Mike held them in utter disregard. Given his rapport with Professor Flitwick, expulsion over such matters was inconceivable. The House Cup was of little concern either. Initially, Mike had harbored aspirations of securing it. But he soon realized that this year's cup had been preordained for Harry Potter by Dumbledore. No matter how many points he accrued for Ravenclaw, Dumbledore would undoubtedly find ways to bolster Gryffindor's score come the end of the year, ensuring their victory. Chapter 35. Chris closes the door within the Slytherin common room. Draco was regaling his companions with tales of the opulence of his family's Christmas party and the esteemed guests in attendance. Just as his enthusiasm peaked, A voice interrupted him. Draco, this is bad. Chris panted. That lunatic Mike is blocking the entrance and says he is looking for trouble with you. What? Draco exclaimed, aghast. Chris, quickly shut the door. Don't let him in. Draco truly wished to avoid any further dealings with Mike. Previously, he had merely offended Mike verbally, expecting him to react with indignation and helplessness. To his surprise, Mike had retaliated with a petrification charm. Infuriatingly, Mike had faced no repercussions afterward. While Draco found himself confined for a fortnight, Professor McGonagall was certainly not his godfather. Draco's punishment meant staring at the wall for 2 solid weeks. An 11 or 12-year-old boy is naturally restless and unruly, and during his confinement, Draco had often been petrified against the wall by Professor McGonagall for his improper posture. After this period of isolation, Draco had come to loathe the petrification charm more than any other spell in existence. To him, Mike was a complete madman, utterly indifferent to school regulations. If he were allowed into Slytherin and proceeded to pummel him in front of so many peers, Draco would have no face left to show. I think you should go take a look, Chris suggested, his expression peculiar. There are already many people gathered, and Mike has said some rather unpleasant things. Upon hearing Chris's words, Draco clenched his fists. He understood Chris's implication. If he allowed Mike to rant at the door without retaliating, the outcome would be no different than if Mike were to beat him in public. Moreover, he was entirely certain he couldn't best Mike in a confrontation. My good friend, your foresight is commendable. Draco clapped Chris firmly on the shoulder. Let us go. When Draco and Chris reached the entrance of Slytherin, a crowd of students had gathered, centering around Mike, Franklin, and Dolphin. The moment Draco spotted Dolphin, he understood the situation. It was merely a case of the younger confronting the elder. Observing the throng of Slytherin students surrounding them, Draco felt a sense of relief. No matter how formidable Mike was, he could not overpower so many. Thus, he calmly declared, Mike, do not overstep your bounds. And Dolphin, you little coward, how dare you show your face before me? It seems I didn't teach you a proper lesson last time. Hearing Draco mention this incident, Dolphin nearly exploded with rage. However, amid the scrutiny of so many Slytherins, he dared not react, adopting a stifled appearance of indignation. At that moment, Mike spoke up. Draco, do you not find your actions despicable? You proclaim yourself a pure-blood aristocrat, yet bully Dolphin, who is also one of the 28 pure-blood families. And you do so with multiple assailants. Are you afraid to confront Dolphin alone? You're talking nonsense. Draco retorted angrily. Dolphin is my friend, and I must seek justice for him. Since you both claim to be pure-bloods, let us resolve this in the manner befitting pure-bloods, a wizard duel. You may decide the time and place. A mocking smile crept across Mike's face. But you won't back out this time like you did with Harry, will you? You're utterly ridiculous. Tonight, at the usual place, whoever does not show is a coward. Draco felt a tinge of panic. He feared Mike would reveal how he had previously tricked Harry, rendering him a laughingstock. Very well, but you might be mistaken. It is Dolphin who will duel you. I am merely his assistant. With that, Mike pushed Dolphin forward. Dolphin was taken aback by Mike's maneuver, nearly toppling over. Once steadied, he intended to utter some fierce words. But upon meeting Draco's predatory gaze, he ultimately retreated to Mike's side. The onlookers erupted in laughter at Dolphin's cowardice, yet Draco found no amusement in the situation. Mike is a highly regarded student at Flui, and his strength is self-evident. If I were to bring Goyle or Crabbe along, I would likely find myself outmatched by Mike. As for abandoning them as I did last time, Draco would never dare to do so. Many are aware of this incident. And being defeated would be far more humiliating than not attending at all. After much contemplation, Draco finally identified a suitable accomplice, Chris. Chris, whose full name is Chris Flint, is also one of the pure-blood families among the 28. Unlike the foolish Goyle and Crabbe, the Flint family holds a status that rivals that of the Malfoy family. And Chris's prowess is beyond question. One word suffices to describe him: formidable. Draco sought Chris's counsel with a glance, their standings being on par. Draco could not command Chris as he did with Goyle and Crabbe. Chris, receiving Draco's gaze, nodded lightly. The Flint and Malfoy families have maintained a close alliance for generations. And Chris and Draco have been friends since childhood. He could not turn a blind eye to his friend's plight. Seeing Chris's agreement brought joy to Draco, who then declared to Mike, my assistant is Chris. You are doomed this time. Only upon hearing Draco mention Mike did he notice the dark-haired youth standing beside him. This boy, of a similar age to Draco, possessed short, slightly curly black hair and stood upright like a pine, clearly indicating a well-rounded upbringing. Noticing Mike's gaze upon him, Chris even offered a smile in his direction. Mike nodded slightly as a form of greeting and said to Draco, "We'll see when the time comes." After leaving Slytherin, Dolphin could no longer contain himself and exclaimed, "Why is it that I must duel with Draco? Shouldn't you be the one to teach him a lesson? This is not what we agreed upon. Rest assured, with my presence, you shall not be defeated," Mike replied lazily, stifling a yawn. "In the end, it will be you who triumphs over Draco, and how delightful that would be." Dolphin, upon hearing Mike's words, felt a flicker of temptation. Yet his timid nature left him in a state of deep hesitation. Michael observed the pitiful demeanor of his companion and found little inclination to engage in further conversation, instead beckoning Franklin to return to the Ravenclaw common room. Before departing, he left a parting remark: "Do not forget tonight, should you choose to abandon me. You are well aware of the consequences." Chapter 36. The Midnight Duel. At the stroke of midnight, Michael, having cast the disillusionment charm, departed from the Ravenclaw common room. Upon arriving at the duel's designated location, the trophy room, he found that Malfoy, Chris, and Dolphin had already gathered. "Where is the little glutton, Michael? Surely he isn't too frightened to show up?" Malfoy taunted, directing his scorn at Dolphin. Dolphin, hearing Malfoy's jeers, dared not respond, anxiously scanning his surroundings in search of Michael. He felt an overwhelming sense of trepidation. Ordinarily, he would never venture out at night, yet this time he was compelled by Michael's threat. "Are you looking for me, Malfoy?" Michael inquired as he revealed himself from a nearby shadowy alcove. Slowly, he materialized before the assembled group. The sudden appearance of Mike startled the three individuals. Dolphin let out a gasp, quickly covering her mouth in fear of attracting Filch's attention. Malfoy and Chris recognized the disillusionment charm, their expressions turning grim. As a sophisticated spell, its wielder must possess formidable magical prowess. "Now that everyone is present, let us commence," Chris declared. He was eager to dispense with further trivialities, for the trophy room was hardly an ideal venue for a duel, particularly at night, when Filch could arrive at any moment. Mike expressed his agreement. "Allow me to introduce the contenders, Draco Malfoy and Dolphin Carroll." Dolphin spread his arms, gesturing towards the two, while their assistants were none other than myself and Mike Tully. Chris nodded to both participants and then stepped back to Draco's side, stating, "Let the duel commence. May both parties bow in respect." Both Dolphin and Draco, being pureblood wizards, were well versed in the ceremonial etiquette of wizard dueling. They raised their wands before their chests like swords and bowed to each other. Their gestures of respect were impeccable. No surprises with Draco, but Mike was somewhat astonished that the timid Dolphin could execute such standard dueling etiquette. Of course, had he known that Dolphin had been forced to practice daily with a stick by his family since the age of 3, perhaps he would have been less surprised. As the countdown reached its conclusion, Draco swung his wand sharply towards Dolphin, casting the leg locker curse. "Legs, be still." At the same moment, Dolphin, caught off guard by the crimson light hurtling towards him from Draco's wand, was slow to react, only attempting to evade after a moment's hesitation. Unfortunately, his response was far too tardy. As he turned to escape, the curse had already found its mark. With a resounding thud, Dolphin fell, landing awkwardly. The sudden leg locker curse had undeniably caused him to lose his balance mid-movement. Just as Draco prepared to press his advantage, Mike swiftly positioned himself in front of Dolphin. "We shall switch," Mike declared coldly. "Ah, splendid. Allow me to showcase my newly acquired magic." Serpent surprise. With a resounding shout from Draco, a plume of black smoke billowed from his wand, coalescing on the ground into a small serpent, entirely enveloped in darkness. The moment this creature emerged, it lunged towards Mike, flicking its red tongue in anticipation. Windspeed charm. Mike's wand danced gracefully, a flash of emerald light shimmering around him. In an instant, he propelled himself towards Draco like a rocket. Mike had no intention of employing a spell against Draco, as that would be exceedingly mundane. Instead, he opted to engage in a physical confrontation using the newly acquired Gale Force spell. Upon casting the spell, Mike's speed multiplied several times, rendering him a formidable contender for a sprinting gold medal at the Olympics. With a slight shift of his body, he deftly evaded the oncoming black serpent and instantly advanced to stand before Draco, bending his knees and assuming a low stance. Mike gathered his strength for a brief moment before unleashing a powerful right hook that struck Draco squarely in the abdomen. The look of astonishment on Draco's face had yet to fade when Mike's punch forced him to double over, gasping in surprise. With unyielding determination, Mike seized a meticulous lock of Draco's golden hair, simultaneously delivering a fierce knee strike to Draco's face. Ack! The blow landed squarely, causing Draco to recoil with a pain cry. His nose, shattered, released a torrent of blood that gushed forth like an unbridled fountain. With a resounding thud, Draco collapsed to the ground, clutching his nose and moaning in agony. The swift defeat of Draco left the other two witnesses momentarily stunned, unsure of how to react. Mike disregarded the incapacitated Draco, tilting his head to glance at Chris. Chris observed the scene of Draco sprawled on the ground, blood and tears streaming down his face. Desperately clutching his nose and writhing in agony, he then shifted his gaze to Mike, who was glaring at him with an intensity that suggested he might charge forward at any moment to deliver a loving knee strike. "You've won. I certainly do not wish to endure such a fate." Chris promptly raised both hands in a gesture of surrender, assuring, "We will provide ample compensation to Dolphin, rest assured." Mike gazed in astonishment at Chris, who stood before him with a heart full of surprises. This fellow was not as foolish as he had presumed. He had thought that associating with Draco would render him a simpleton like the rest, yet it appeared that there were indeed intelligent individuals among them. Not far away, Dolphin, bound by the leg-locking curse and unable to rise, caught sight of Draco's pitiful state and erupted into loud laughter. "Ha ha ha, look at you now. Isn't this your day? Weren't you quite arrogant before? Why are you crying now? Ha ha ha." Chris cast a bemused glance at Dolphin, thinking it absurd for him to take pride in this, given that he had not been the one to deliver the blow. As Mike was about to respond to Chris, a voice emerged from the trophy room. "Phillips. Caught you here, you mischievous little rascals. What are you doing engaged in a wizard duel at this late hour?" The group turned towards the doorway, where Filch, his eyes aflame with anger, gazed at the four within. Startled by Draco's unfortunate state, he retreated to a place hidden from their view. "You wait. I've already informed Professor McGonagall. You cannot escape." Before Filch could finish his threat, Professor McGonagall appeared at the entrance. "You, all of you, detention. I can hardly catch my breath with fury. That's 50 points deducted for each of you." Upon hearing her words, Draco, still sprawled on the ground, turned pale. He never wished to be petrified and left facing the wall again. Moreover, with Slytherin losing 100 points due to his and Chris's antics, he knew the upperclassmen would surely be furious with him later. Mike remained remarkably composed. He was utterly indifferent to both the scores and the confinement. As for whether Draco would seek revenge from his father afterward, he cared even less. Mike, unburdened by the constraints of footwear, boldly challenged Malfoy to summon his father for a personal confrontation. The notion that Malfoy's father, a member of the Hogwarts Board of Governors, could expel Mike was utterly implausible. Dumbledore would never permit the governors to dismiss a student based on personal grievances. In fact, he regarded them as mere dispensers of funds, especially given his unparalleled prowess in the wizarding realm. Chapter 37. The Forbidden Forest. That evening, Professor McGonagall escorted each student back to their respective houses, with the exception of Malfoy, who was obliged to seek treatment from Madame Pomfrey. Malfoy's injuries were not severe. Under Madame Pomfrey's care, he made a swift recovery overnight. Yet, he feigned excruciating pain in hopes of prolonging his stay in the infirmary, knowing that a tempest awaited him upon his return. However, Madame Pomfrey was not easily deceived and insisted he leave. Thus, Malfoy was left with no choice but to muster his courage and enter the Great Hall the following morning, fully aware that escape was no longer an option. In the hall, 4 imposing hourglasses stood, each representing the points of the 4 houses. At that moment, the hourglasses for Hufflepuff, Slytherin, and Ravenclaw were conspicuously diminished, with Slytherin's loss particularly pronounced. They had forfeited 100 points due to the nocturnal escapades of 2 young wizards the previous night. Mike arrived early in the hall, savoring his breakfast at a leisurely pace. For him, losing points was of little consequence. The scores he had accrued for Ravenclaw had long surpassed a mere 50, a fact well known among the young wizards of his house. In contrast, Draco and Chris faced a different reality. Slytherin had triumphed in the House Cup for 6 consecutive years, and this year's graduating class was determined to secure a grand victory. They not only exerted their utmost efforts but also warned the younger students that anyone whose reckless actions jeopardized their chances of winning the House Cup would become the sworn enemy of all 7th-year graduates. Upon entering the hall, Draco was promptly whisked away by 2 upperclassmen, leaving one to wonder where they had taken him to discuss life's intricacies. As for Chris, though he was not physically taken away, the bruises adorning his face indicated he had likely endured quite a beating after returning home the previous night. Among the 4, the one enjoying the best treatment was undoubtedly Dolphin. The Hufflepuff students not only refrained from blaming Dolphin for diminishing their already scant house points but also encircled him, offering words of comfort, hoping he would not dwell on the matter, as they had grown accustomed to finishing at the bottom year after year. Unmoved by the events around him, Mike sat down to breakfast at Hogwarts, where the fare consisted of curried beef. though he found it peculiar to have curry for breakfast. He had to admit that the flavors were quite delightful. Suddenly, an owl swooped down and dropped a letter onto Mike's plate. Quick on his feet, he leapt up just in time to avoid being splattered with curry. Unfortunately, the young witch seated across from him was not as fortunate. She was doused with the splattering curry and, after a moment of shock, ran tearfully to the girls' restroom. Mike paid no heed. He brandished his wand and cast a cleansing charm upon the letter, which was smeared with curry, before finally lifting it to scrutinize its contents. Mr. Mike Tunney, please arrive at Mr. Felch's office by midnight today. Mr. Felch will escort you to the Forbidden Forest to commence your confinement. Upon reading the content of the letter, Mike felt a wave of astonishment. This was not right. Wasn't this the plot concerning the trio of saviors venturing into the Forbidden Forest? How had it ensnared him instead? Mike felt a sense of unease, for the Forbidden Forest scenario marked the first confrontation of the trio with Voldemort. Thus, it seemed highly probable that he too would encounter the Dark Lord. Yet, given Mike's current capabilities, an impulsive encounter with Voldemort could very well lead to his downfall. It was evident that preparations were imperative. He could not afford to remain idle. Forgoing his meal, Mike turned and made his way towards the Ravenclaw common room. For the entirety of the day, Mike devoted himself to readying for the evening expedition into the Forbidden Forest. His most cherished accomplishment was the assembly of a protective garment against the killing curse. This attire was rather akin to a standard vest. Save for the myriad of pockets affixed to it, each containing a laboratory mouse that Mike had sewn in. Should the Avada Kedavra curse strike this garment, it was likely that it would only affect the mice, thus allowing Mike to escape unscathed. This protective apparel was not of Mike's own invention, rather. It was conceived by half-blood wizards during Voldemort's reign, who feared being targeted by him. The garment had proven effective, having enabled many to evade the fatal curse. Though its sole drawback lay in the element of chance. If struck in another area, the wearer would still meet their demise. However, luck was one resource Mike possessed in abundance. With all preparations complete, Mike set forth towards Filch's office. When Mike arrived, Dolph and the others were already present. Yet Furchie was conspicuously absent from the office. Mike, did you know? Dolph whispered, tugging at Mike's sleeve, his voice low with trepidation. My mother told me there are 8-eyed giant spiders in the Forbidden Forest. They specifically prey on children, and I heard they can grow as large as a night bus. Oh, you don't know what a night bus is? Before Dolph could elaborate further, Furchie's unmistakable voice echoed through the room. Indeed, tonight, you shall all be devoured by the 8-eyed giant spiders. Furchie limped into the office, surveying the 4 individuals present. All right, follow me quickly. We are already late. He lit an oil lamp and continued. Honestly, the school need not resort to such convoluted methods for punishing students. Simply hanging the miscreants from the ceiling for a few days would suffice. I assure you they would behave upon their release. I mean it. I maintain those chains in excellent condition. Well, I have no time to indulge your boasting. Let us depart, Furchie, Mike replied. Growing increasingly impatient as the little white mice stitched into his vest squirmed uncomfortably. Furchie's face flushed with rage, yet Mike strode out of the office. Seeing Mike take the lead, Malfoy and the others followed suit, sharing a mutual disdain for Furchie. Mike, guided by his memory, arrived at the entrance of the Forbidden Forest, where a massive shadow loomed, motionless. It was Hagrid, easily identifiable by his stature. Ah, you must be the students here to assist tonight, right? Where is Filch? Hagrid inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. That old codger is too slow. We left him far behind, Malfoy proclaimed, casting a smug glance at Mike. As if to say that he was the only one who could steal the spotlight. Hey, you're talking nonsense. I'm not, Filch huffed as he arrived, breathless. Just in time to hear Malfoy as taught. I saw that letter you left on the table. Quick spells class, huh? Poor old Filch can't even cast a spell. Malfoy laughed heartily. Enough of the noise. You're late, Hagrid interrupted, cutting off Filch's retort. Let us get moving. With a torch in one hand and leading the Hound Fong with the other, Hagrid stepped into the Forbidden Forest, and without hesitation, Mike followed suit. Dolphine and the others exchanged glances, hesitating momentarily before trailing behind. Chapter 38. A frightening experience in the deep of night. Hagrid, Mike, and the others traversed the dense woods. The moonlight shone brightly at first, allowing Mike to observe his surroundings, but as they ventured deeper, the thick canopy obscured the light above. The atmosphere buzzed with life, the chirping of insects, the rustling of unseen creatures in the underbrush, and distant roars of unknown beasts, along with pairs of glowing eyes peering from the shadows. All these elements served as a reminder that they were not the sole inhabitants of this forest. Draco and Chris were visibly anxious, while Dolphine trembled uncontrollably, nearly unable to move. Not even Mike, seasoned in jungle survival, felt immune to the chilling ambience. He understood better than the others the perils of venturing into the wilderness at night. They had scarcely entered the forbidden forest, yet the density of the trees seemed unnatural, blocking the moonlight in an inexplicable manner. In this foreboding environment, their only reliance lay in Hagrid, the keeper of the Hogwarts grounds. The torch in Hagrid's grip was akin to a beacon of hope, drawing the four closer together. Perceiving their unease, Hagrid gently reassured them. "It's all right, little ones. You're perfectly safe with Fong and me. Our task is straightforward. We merely need to investigate the unicorns in the forest, as their recent behavior has been rather unusual." The group remained silent, aware that Hagrid was attempting to comfort them, yet they lacked the spirit to express their gratitude. After walking a short distance, Hagrid brought them to a halt. "All right, it's time for us to split up," he announced. "What? Split up? Are you mad, or am I? You want us to separate in such a dangerous place?" Draco shouted. Hagrid, slightly overwhelmed by Draco's outburst, stood firm in his resolve. "We don't have much time. If we don't split up, we won't accomplish our task. By the way, you're Mike, right?" "That is correct." "Oh, I remember you. You were with us when I took Harry to Gringotts. Harry often speaks of you, saying he wants to come see me with you." "Yes. I was delayed due to some matters. Harry has shared many stories about you. You're a good man, Hagrid," Mike replied, shrugging and spreading his hands in explanation. Delighted to receive the compliment, Hagrid handed Fong's leash to Mike. "Ha ha ha, what a good lad. Here, Fong is in your care. According to Professor McGonagall's instructions, you'll be paired with young Malfoy. Dolphine and Chris will accompany me. Don't worry, if there is any danger, Fong will alert you. Just cast a signal spell, and I'll be there." Mike nodded in agreement, for he knew that encountering Voldemort would render any companionship futile. However, Draco was less than agreeable. "What? You expect me to team up with him?" Draco's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. "Do you not realize he broke my nose just yesterday? You promised to protect me. I demand to be in your group." Professor McGonagall, aware of the animosity between them, felt it prudent to encourage their interaction. Hagrid, looking at Draco with exasperation, urged. "Come now, you must hurry. Mike has already set off. You are well aware that if you fail to adhere to school rules, no amount of money from your father will save you from expulsion." Hearing this, Draco glanced at Mike, who had already distanced himself, gritted his teeth, and followed suit. Meanwhile, Mike was gradually acclimating to his surroundings. He cast a fleeting glance at the silent Draco trailing behind him, yet paid him little mind. He no longer felt trepidation regarding their venture into the Forbidden Forest, having adequately prepared himself for the journey. At that moment, he even harbored a sense of anticipation at the prospect of encountering the formidable Voldemort, a paragon of wizarding strength. The two proceeded slowly under the glow of the Lumos spell. While it illuminated their path, it did not provide the same sense of security that a torch would offer. As Mike passed through a patch of grass, a luminous object suddenly emerged from within, startling Draco, who screamed and instinctively turned to flee. "Be quiet. That's a pixie," Mike barked in a hushed tone. Upon hearing this, Draco halted, trembling as he turned to gaze at the glowing entity. Before him stood a Cornwall pixie, approximately 6 centimeters long, with insect wings and a humanoid form, brandishing its tiny claws at him. Draco exhaled in relief, recognizing that this particular pixie posed little threat. It was likely that Mike had disturbed its slumber. "Why are Cornwall pixies found in the Forbidden Forest?" "They are native to Cornwall," Draco inquired. "Don't bother with such trivial questions. Focus on yourself," Mike replied. "You're quite powerful, aren't you?" "I know it." Draco swallowed hard. "If you protect me tonight, I shall forgive you for breaking my nose, and my father will reward you with a substantial sum of galleons." "Be quiet. Look over there." Mike ignored Draco's plea, his attention caught by something unusual. Not far ahead, in a clearing, an object emitted a faint silver glow, standing out starkly in the impenetrable darkness of the Forbidden Forest. Mike hurriedly stepped forward to investigate. "What is this?" Draco inquired. "Unicorn blood," Mike replied, dipping his fingers into the silvery liquid and rubbing it together. "It seems we have found it. The unicorn is a creature of immense power. What kind of being could possibly inflict harm upon them?" Draco, feeling a twinge of fear, suggested, "Let us depart. This is too perilous. Let us act as if we have discovered nothing." Mike paid no heed to Draco. To achieve a flawless disillusionment charm that could circumvent the magical restrictions of the forbidden section, one required an object capable of emitting a substantial amount of magical energy to obscure one's own magical signature. The blood of powerful magical creatures was the optimal choice. Initially, Mike had intended to use dragon blood, as Hagrid's Norwegian Ridgeback was soon to hatch. providing an opportunity for him to procure some. However, he now had a far superior option: unicorn blood. Mike began to survey his surroundings and noticed the silver-white, luminescent blood of the unicorn spreading far and wide, indicating that this majestic creature was wounded. Mike and Draco followed the trail of blood, and soon they reached its conclusion. There, upon the grass, lay a unicorn radiating a celestial silver light, motionless. A shadowy figure loomed over it, feasting upon its flesh, as silvery blood oozed from beneath the unicorn, pooling into a luminous puddle. Chapter 39. Fierce battle. Mike felt as though his scalp might explode. The shadow perched upon the unicorn was undoubtedly Voldemort. Draco, who arrived shortly thereafter, was equally startled, his mouth agape in terror as he stared blankly at the unfolding tragedy before him. Their companion, the hound Yaya, was so frightened that it collapsed onto the grass, its tail tightly tucked between its hind legs, visibly trembling with fear. Mike was deeply apprehensive that Draco might utter a sound, so he swiftly covered his mouth and whispered in his ear, "Slowly retreat, and do not make a sound. Do you understand?" Feeling the pressure of Mike's hand over his mouth, Draco nodded, prompting Mike to release him. The two exchanged a glance and began to inch backward cautiously, moving with extreme care, fearful that even the slightest misstep might attract the attention of the shadowy figure nearby. However, Draco's comprehension of Mike's words did not extend to Yaya, who, equally frightened and previously frozen in place like Draco, suddenly sprang up and darted in the direction from which they had come, rustling the ground beneath her. This sound resonated sharply in the stillness of the night, causing the dark figure to turn its gaze toward Mike. "That wretched dog! I shall return to exact my vengeance and prepare a broth from its remains," Mike bellowed, casting the windspeed charm. Mike, disregarding all else, cast a windspeed charm and hoisted Draco before making his escape. However, he had scarcely ventured far when a hoarse voice echoed from behind him. "Obstacles abound." No sooner had the words left the speaker's lips than Mike felt as though he had collided with an invisible wall. He lost his balance and tumbled to the ground, while Draco was flung away to an unknown location. "Windspeed charm, are you a scion of the Caro family?" "No, that scent reveals you to be a mudblood." The hoarse voice resonated from behind Mike, and upon hearing it, his previously dazed mind abruptly became clear. Swiftly, Mike raised his right hand, and through the enchantment of the combat wand's accompanying summoning charm, his black pearwood wand, which had been cast aside, returned to his grasp almost instantaneously. Flames roared. A plume of white fire erupted from the tip of the black pearwood wand, soaring skyward and engulfing the shadowy figure in its blaze. As Mike struggled to maintain the flame spell, he pondered his escape, fully aware that the enchantment could not endure for long. Suddenly, a piercing scream drew Mike's attention. It was Draco. That scoundrel, upon witnessing Mike facing the dark figure, had turned tail and fled. In that moment of distraction, the raspy voice emerged once more from the woven white flames, proclaiming, "Disarm your weapon." This time, the voice was unmistakably laced with anger. A crimson beam shot forth from the flames, hurtling towards Mike with astonishing speed, rendering his flame spell utterly feeble in comparison. Bang! With a resonant thud, Mike was propelled backward. Although his wand remained intact due to its protective sleeve, the disarming spell cast by the shadowy figure was evidently extraordinary. The accompanying repelling force alone sent Mike tumbling over 3 meters away. Michael struggled to rise, despite the excruciating pain that enveloped his entire body. He realized that if he did not exert himself desperately, he might indeed perish in this very place. In this moment of peril, Michael felt a peculiar warmth emanating from his chest. His magical perception sharpened remarkably, and the magic within him seemed to resonate with his imminent danger, beginning to churn vigorously. It felt as though an unseen force was guiding him, and under this mysterious influence, the magic within him began to arrange itself in a unique manner, ultimately forming a magical sigil that surged collectively towards the blackthorn pearwood wand. With instinct guiding him, Mike raised his wand and shouted, "Flames ablaze!" A fireball, the size of an adult's head, erupted from the blackthornwood wand. "Protect us all." As the fireball hurtled toward him, the shadowy figure grew anxious, swirling the wand in the air to conjure a series of intricate magical runes. With the formation of the runes and the incantation spoken, a translucent white shield enveloped the shadowy figure entirely. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed as the woven white fireball collided forcefully with the semi-transparent shield. In an instant, the white shield shattered under the impact of the fireball. The violent shockwave sent the shadowy figure hurtling backward. The explosion of the woven white fireball sparked a shower of embers, igniting the surrounding trees. The temperature of the woven white flames was exceedingly high, causing the fire to spread almost instantaneously. Mike felt utterly drained, as if every ounce of strength had been stripped from his body. The recent blow had consumed nearly all of his magical energy. Fortunately, the effect of the wind speed spell still lingered, and he summoned the last vestiges of his resolve to escape in the direction from which they had come. However, the battle was far from over. The dark figure that had been thrown back by the shockwave slowly rose to its feet, the black hood that had shrouded its head shattered in the explosion, revealing the youthful visage of Chilo. Observing Mike retreating at an alarming speed, Chilo struggled to rise and pursue him, but excruciating pain radiated from his right leg, which had been unfortunate enough to sustain a fracture during the explosion. Just as Chilo found himself at a loss, a cold, emotionless voice emanated from the back of his mind. "Fool, let me take over." "Yes, master." A strange black mist emerged from Chilo's nape, swiftly enveloping his entire form. Chilo's expression shifted to one of vacancy as his body contorted into an unnatural stance. Chilo. No, he was now to be referred to as Voldemort. Voldemort cast a glance at Mike's receding figure and raised his wand. Avada Kedavra. A green light, emblematic of death, streaked across the night sky, hurtling toward Mike with an almost unimaginable speed. In that moment of frantic flight, Mike sensed the impending danger and turned to look behind him. A flash of green expanded within his pupils, the deadly beam striking him squarely in the chest. In an instant, the green light detonated upon impact, sending Mike hurtling backward as if struck by a racing automobile. Crack! Mike fell to the ground like a tattered cloth, enveloped in silence and numbness, with a lingering hue of green etched upon his retina. Gradually, his consciousness began to blur. Faintly, he sensed the presence of someone stirring his body, yet at that moment, he found himself powerless to resist. Time passed, though he could not discern how long, and the person who had been moving him seemed to have departed, leading Mike's awareness to finally plunge into darkness. Chapter 40. The unfamiliar ceiling in the Hogwarts infirmary, bright sunlight streamed onto the pristine bedspread, where Mike lay with a furrowed brow, his mind incessantly replaying the moment the green light struck him. He felt as though his head might burst from the overwhelming pain. Mike could no longer endure the excruciating pain. He clasped his hands tightly around his head and abruptly sat up in his hospital bed. The moment he elevated himself, he was struck by a surge of intense agony radiating from his chest. Unable to contain himself, Mike let out a cry. Hearing his anguished shout, Mrs. Pomfrey hurriedly entered from the adjacent room. "Merlin, you are finally awake." Intrigued by the sound, Mike turned his gaze towards her, noticing the concerned expression on Mrs. Pomfrey's round face. "How are you feeling? Is there any discomfort?" she inquired. "My head feels like it's going to explode. And my chest hurts too." "Well, that's nothing to worry about. Chest pain is normal since you fractured 3 ribs, my dear," Mrs. Pomfrey reassured him, gently stroking his forehead. "As for the headache, it may be a result of the killing curse." "The killing curse?" "Indeed. I cannot believe you survived the Avada Kedavra curse relying solely on an antiquated protective garment. The odds of such a feat are exceedingly slim." With that, Mrs. Pomfrey retrieved a bottle of blue liquid and another of purple from a cabinet, pouring them into a transparent cup. The 2 liquids, upon mingling, formed a bizarre green concoction that defied scientific explanation. "Here, drink this. It will make you feel better," she said, bringing the cup to Mike's lips. Mike gazed at the mysterious green liquid before him, still bubbling ominously, and felt a wave of nausea wash over him. The sight of anything green now evoked memories of the eerie green light from the forbidden forest. Observing Mike's reluctance to drink, Madame Pomfrey seized his jaw and forcibly poured the entire contents of the glass into his mouth. Mike felt a warm current flow down his throat, reaching his stomach, where it circled briefly before surging towards his brain, causing him to lose consciousness once more. When Mike awoke again, darkness had enveloped the surroundings. It must be said that although Madame Pomfrey's potion lacked visual appeal, its efficacy was undeniable. Now, the pain in Mike's head had significantly subsided. Michael did not rise immediately. Instead, he began to gently move his fingers, gradually assessing his physical condition. After inspecting himself, he let out a sigh of relief, realizing that Madame Pomfrey had not deceived him. Aside from a lingering discomfort in his chest and head, he experienced no other adverse effects. "Good evening, Michael." Startled, Mike hurriedly turned towards the source of the sound, realizing only then that he had been oblivious to the presence of others in the room. "Relax. Would you care for some delightful honey candy?" Dumbledore gestured reassuringly towards Mike, while offering him a piece of candy from his other hand. Sweets possess a peculiar charm, often lifting one's spirits. It is said that Muggles have unraveled the science behind this phenomenon, which seems to stimulate the nerves or something akin to that. Professor Dumbledore, What brings you here? Mike stammered as he accepted the candy. I wish to discuss the events of that fateful night in the Forbidden Forest. Dumbledore replied as he settled into a chair. You have been unconscious for 3 days, and everyone has been quite concerned for your well-being. Not many can survive a direct hit from the killing curse, even while donned in protective charms. You were fortunate, Mike. You emerged almost unscathed. It was Hagrid who rescued you. I must say, your mastery of the blasting curse is commendable, nearly igniting 1/9 of the Forbidden Forest. Upon discovering the fire, Hagrid rushed towards your direction and eventually encountered young Malfoy, who guided him to your side. It was indeed perilous. You were engulfed in flames. Hagrid employed a series of water charms to locate you. Luckily, the spot you occupied was devoid of trees. Otherwise, you might have perished in the inferno. Oh, by the way, please keep Hagrid's ability to perform magic a secret. He lost his wand due to an incident years ago, and the Ministry decreed he could never practice magic again. Moreover, you displayed remarkable bravery, standing against the unknown to protect your classmates even in such dire circumstances. Young Malfoy has recounted how you chose to let him escape first while you faced that towering, monstrous creature alone. At this revelation, Mike could no longer contain himself. He spread his arms wide and raised his voice. What? That coward said that? He was the one who left me to flee alone. I was even thinking of taking him with me. Observing Mike's exasperation, Dumbledore chuckled with a bright smile. The moonlight streaming through the window illuminated his white robes and beard, giving him an ethereal glow. Regardless, the outcome remains fortunate, does it not? Dumbledore winked at Mike. And that creature? It was not a towering, 8-meter-square monster. It was a human. Mike continued to vent his frustrations. Upon hearing Mike's description of the creature, a glimmer of scheming light flickered in Dumbledore's eyes behind his glasses. A human? Could you describe him to me? About 1.78 meters tall, of average build. A man, Mike replied. Realizing he was being drawn into Dumbledore's inquiries and offering only a perfunctory response, Dumbledore waited patiently until Mike ceased his narrative, pressing further. And what else? What else is there? It was pitch dark, and he wore a hood. I could not discern his features at all. Mike shrugged, employing his signature gesture of surrender. I couldn't identify his true voice. After contemplating Mike's description, Dumbledore fell silent, lowering his head in thought. After a moment, he seemed to recall something and raised his gaze, asking, what was he doing when you discovered him? I believe that coward Malfoy has already provided you with an answer. If you require further confirmation, I can repeat it. He was gnawing on the back of that unicorn. I see. Thank you for this information, Mike, Dumbledore acknowledged, unperturbed by Mike's attitude as he prepared to leave. I must take my leave now, Mike. Please rest well. Perhaps you should savor that candy before sleeping, allowing the sweetness to envelop your senses as you drift off. That is one of my favorite pastimes. Oh, and one more thing. Dumbledore paused at the door, turning back to say, for your courage and wisdom, Ravenclaw earns an additional 100 points. With a playful wink at Mike, he vanished into the darkness, leaving Mike in bemusement. Chapter 41. The Wand's Anomaly. The following day, Mike awoke to find it was already noon. After Dumbledore's departure the previous night, Madame Pomfrey had once again administered a large dose of potion to him. This concoction seemed to possess soothing properties, as Mike felt he had slept far longer than usual after drinking it. Mike's wand, along with the wand case gifted by Professor Flitwick, lay quietly on the bedside table. As he reached for the wand, intending to inspect it for any damage incurred during the previous battle, he instantly sensed something unusual. Although the Blackthorn wand appeared unchanged, the aura it emanated felt profoundly different. Ollivander's craftsmanship was unparalleled. Mike had previously wielded others' wands, yet none could compare to the Blackthorn wand chosen specifically for him in terms of performance. While it was possible to cast spells with other wands, there always existed a hindrance during the transference of magical energy, resulting in a significant reduction of potency. In stark contrast, the Blackthorn wand felt utterly unencumbered, allowing magic to flow freely through it. The spells cast with the Blackthorn wand were, at the very least, 30% more powerful than those produced with any other wand. Following the harrowing encounter in the Forbidden Forest, the wand began to feel less like a mere tool and more like an extension of Mike himself. The moment his palm made contact with the wand, it surged with latent energy. This sensation was extraordinary, under Mike's magical perception. The flow of energy within the wand mirrored that within his own body perfectly. In this state, he found that casting spells required no conscious effort to channel magic into the wand. It was as if the energy possessed its own will, effortlessly replenishing the wand's magical reserves. Mike is acutely aware of the implications of this. His spellcasting speed is set to escalate to an extraordinary degree in the future, and the potency of his spells will also increase significantly. The precise extent of this enhancement will require evaluation through rigorous testing upon his recovery. Mike was unaware of the reason behind the transformation of his wand, yet he was indifferent to it, just as Dumbledore had told him the previous night. As long as the outcome was favorable, that was all that mattered. He could inquire about the wand's anomaly after the holidays when he had the opportunity to consult Ollivander. There was no need to dwell on it now. Creak. The door to the infirmary swung open, and Draco stealthily entered. "Hey, Mike. I rushed over as soon as I heard you were awake. Are you all right?" "You coward," Mike replied, his expression unchanging as he fixed his gaze on Malfoy. "I wasn't fleeing. I was seeking help." Draco awkwardly scratched his head. "Look, I even brought that giant Hagrid to save you, didn't I? You should truly be grateful. Without me, you might have perished in flames." "You coward. I didn't mean to. I was just frightened." Draco's face turned crimson. "You coward. All right. I'm sorry. Is that enough?" Draco exclaimed, exasperated. "Is saying sorry all that matters? What use is an aura then? What more do you want?" Draco detected the underlying tone in Mike's words. "How about this? I will forgive you for breaking my nose, but you mustn't tell anyone about what happened that night. Deal?" Mike gently caressed the wand in his hand, casting a half-smile at Draco. "With an additional 10 ounces of dragon's blood, I shall ensure your secret remains safe. Surely, you wouldn't want the tale of your cowardly escape, leaving your classmates behind, to spread far and wide, would you? No more than 5 ounces. That substance is far too exorbitant." Draco seethed at the sight of Mike's mocking grin. Mike understood the wisdom of knowing when to withdraw, nodding at Draco. The market price for an ounce of dragon blood hovered around 100 galleons, and it was perpetually in short supply. 5 ounces would amount to 500 galleons. Nearly equivalent to the income he earned from selling the Dolphin's potion over an entire semester. Observing Mike's acquiescence, Draco visibly relaxed, the tension in his expression dissipating considerably. With a somewhat awkward gait, he approached Mike's bedside, proudly lifting his chin and declaring, moreover, having experienced the Forbidden Forest incident, "I believe you might be a rather exceptional mudblood wizard. Perhaps we could forge a friendship." The scion of the illustrious Malfoy family, one of the 28 noble pureblood families, expressing a desire to befriend a mudblood? "Draco, have you suffered a blow to the head from a troll?" Mike retorted with sarcasm. "And kindly refrain from speaking to me in that manner. All I can see are your filthy nostrils and the unsightly hair within." Initially taken aback by Mike's self-identification as a mudblood, Draco's anger flared at the latter part of the comment. "Do you think I wish to befriend you? Were it not for my father's insistence on maintaining a cordial relationship with you, I wouldn't spare you a second thought. If you refuse, let it be as though I never spoke." Draco pressed his hands against the edge of the bed, adding, "But mark my words. If you continue to associate with those devoid of talent, you shall inevitably become like them." With that, Draco stormed out. This revelation was astonishing. Draco's father sought to cultivate ties with exceptionally talented mudbloods, a notion not previously conveyed in the original narrative. However, it made sense. Prejudices based on race and bloodline paled in comparison to substantial benefits. Mike's excellence had drawn their attention, which was entirely reasonable. Although the expedition into the Forbidden Forest did not yield unicorn blood, Draco, in a surprising turn, had voluntarily offered Mike 5 ounces of dragon blood, alleviating one of Mike's concerns. Otherwise, given Mike's financial constraints, procuring such an expensive material would have posed a challenge. Now, he might even have some left over. Having come to this realization, Mike reclined once more, determined to set aside thoughts of Draco. The recent conversation had rekindled the ache in his head, and he needed to rest. Alas, it seemed that today would not grant him the solace he sought. Barely had Draco departed when Harry and the others arrived to visit him. Harry and Ron, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, busied themselves with inquiries about that fateful night, eager to regale their friends with tales of adventure, only serving to amplify Mike's throbbing headache. Yet, Hermione, the delightful little witch, proved to be a balm for his discomfort. Upon entering, she immediately perched by Mike's bedside, inquiring after his well-being, peeling an apple, and pouring him some water. Hermione's eyes were still tinged with red, unmistakably indicative of recent tears. Gazing at the charming young witch before him, Mike felt his heart nearly melt. In Mike's heart, there was not a trace of desire. Some individuals possess the innate ability to awaken hope within others solely through their smiles and demeanor. Mike believed that Hermione embodied such an angelic presence. What a splendid young lady she is! How could it be that, In the original tale, she ended up marrying Ron. Chapter 42. Making a name at Hogwarts. Having finally managed to send Hermione and her companions away, Mike found himself in despair, yearning for a moment of respite. News of his awakening had spread, prompting a steady stream of visitors eager to see him. Among them were familiar faces like Penelope and Franklin. But there were also many whom Mike had never encountered before. These individuals were curious to catch a glimpse of the boy who had withstood the killing curse yet survived that fateful night. Eventually, it was Madame Pomfrey who could no longer bear the sight of the commotion. With a commanding voice, she expelled all visitors, citing that the patient required rest and prohibiting anyone from seeing Mike. At last, tranquility enveloped him. Mike exhaled heavily, filled with sincere gratitude towards Madame Pomfrey. The medical room's bed was cushioned with an exceptionally thick quilt, rendering it exceedingly soft. Mike relaxed his body, feeling as though he were sinking into the bed itself, enveloped in unparalleled comfort. The quilt, warmed by the sun, bore an inexplicable scent, despite Mike recalling that he had been under it for no less than 2 days. A hint of lavender lingered on the quilt and pillow. The delicate aroma gradually infiltrated Mike's nostrils, causing his furrowed brow, tense from pain, to slowly unfurl, eventually leading him into a tranquil slumber. In the ensuing days, Mike's headaches gradually subsided. Madame Pomfrey attributed the pain to a curse. Yet Mike understood that the primary cause of his discomfort stemmed from the overexertion of his magical abilities, which had inflicted harm upon his psyche. Unlike the injury to his chest, which could be mended with a few potions, this ailment demanded rest for healing. The green potion Madame Pomfrey had administered was merely a pain-relieving elixir derived from elm leaves, offering no true remedy for his condition. After a full month of confinement to the bed, Mike's affliction finally began to heal. This month felt like a living torment, as his daily routine consisted solely of eating and sleeping. Due to his mental distress, Mike found himself incapable of casting spells. And even the simple pleasures of reading and perusing the news were strictly forbidden by Madame Pomfrey. When she finally declared that he was fit for discharge, Mike was overwhelmed with an urge to cry out in joy. He felt that if he remained in bed any longer, he would surely lose his sanity from the monotony. Pushing open the weathered wooden door of the infirmary, a young black boy appeared before Mike, Franklin. Mike was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated anyone waiting for him at the infirmary door for his discharge, especially considering it was class time. Franklin stepped forward and enveloped Mike in a hearty embrace, softly stating, "Next time you encounter such a situation, remember to bring me along." In response, Mike patted Franklin's back firmly, assuring, "Absolutely." The two friends made their way to the hall, and Mike's spirits were evidently elevated as he animatedly recounted his experiences in the Forbidden Forest to Franklin, embellishing certain details just a tad. Franklin proved to be an exceptional listener, always posing perfectly timed questions that made Mike's boasting exceedingly enjoyable. As the duo arrived at the hall, they coincidentally found themselves amidst the mealtime rush, with young wizards trickling into the hall. Mike had initially believed that after a month of reflection, discussions surrounding him would have subsided. However, it soon became evident that the incident in the Forbidden Forest had not diminished in significance among these mundane little wizards. Almost the moment he and his companion entered the hall, they attracted the attention of everyone present. The more timid wizards dared only to hide at a distance, casting curious glances in Mike's direction, while the bolder ones approached him directly. They encircled Mike, their eyes gleaming with excitement, chattering animatedly, their words a flurry of indistinct sounds. As Mike surveyed the scene before him, an involuntary shiver coursed through him. The headache he had thought had fully subsided seemed to return in a faint throb. It was now Franklin's moment to shine. Utilizing his physical advantage, he forcefully carved a path through the throng, leading Mike away from the hall before the crowd swelled even further. After what felt like an arduous escape to a secluded corridor, Mike leaned against the wall, breathless, and inquired, "What on earth is happening? It has been a month. Are they out of their minds?" Beside him, Franklin appeared even worse for wear. Having expended considerable energy clearing away from Mike, he now lay half dead on the ground, beads of sweat trickling down his face and pooling on the floor beneath him. "You have no idea. You've become quite the celebrity," he eventually replied after catching his breath. That night, around 2 o'clock, Dumbledore summoned us all. We were gathered in the hall, where Professor McGonagall provided us with sleeping bags to rest. Dumbledore informed us that the Forbidden Forest had been invaded by a creature that might enter Hogwarts Castle. Although the professors assured us that as long as we remained together, we would be safe, we were still terrified. Later, we discovered that the Forbidden Forest was ablaze, its flames illuminating the sky. Professor Flitwick rallied some 7th-year students to help extinguish the fire, which they eventually managed to do. We were all quite frightened. Many of us hardly slept a wink that night. It was until the following morning that Dumbledore announced the all-clear and shared the news about you. "You've become a hero, Mike," Franklin exclaimed, gripping Mike's shoulders in excitement. Malfoy recounted everything that transpired that night. "You are truly remarkable." "Oh. And I almost forgot to mention, Dumbledore awarded Ravenclaw a full 100 points because of you. Our house points have now surpassed Slytherin, placing us in first. With so little time left in the school year, unless something goes awry, the House Cup is surely ours." The last segment of Franklin's exuberant declaration barely registered with Mike. He was still reeling from the earlier revelations. He could hardly believe that Dumbledore had orchestrated such a grand affair. To be honest, he felt somewhat overwhelmed by the attention. Yet, reflecting on his previous conversations with Dumbledore, it seemed that neither Quirrell nor Voldemort had been apprehended that night. This indicated that the narrative would likely continue to unfold in accordance with the original storyline. Mike's greatest fear was the potential unraveling of the original storyline. As a traveler from another world, his greatest advantage lay in his familiarity with the plot. If Chilo were to be captured prematurely, resulting in a disruption of the narrative, all of Mike's meticulously crafted plans for the future would be rendered futile. However, having watched numerous science fiction films in his past life, he possessed a modicum of understanding regarding time travel. He was acutely aware that the longer he remained in this world, the greater the damage to the original storyline would become. This alteration would occur regardless of his involvement in the narrative, such as the essence of the butterfly effect. At the very least, before the plot spiraled completely out of control, he must capitalize on his prophetic advantage and strive to enhance his abilities. Mike murmured softly to himself, his voice barely audible to others. Chapter 43, The Unsightly Face of Capitalists in the Days That Followed. Mike felt akin to the celebrities of his past life, causing a stir wherever he went. While this scenario might have thrilled someone like Ron to the point of losing sleep, for Mike, it was nothing short of torment. During class, the attention of his peers was entirely focused on him, with some audacious individuals even passing notes in his direction. Many professors grew increasingly displeased with the distraction, and Mike suspected that had it not been for his commendable grades, he might have faced expulsion from the classroom at the hands of irate instructors. Even mealtimes offered no respite. His presence turned him into an instant focal point. Some students would even engage in brawls to secure a seat beside him, with younger wizards unable to compete against their older counterparts. Consequently, Mike found himself surrounded by a throng of upperclassmen during his meals, which added considerable pressure. Some of the older girls would playfully tease him beneath the table, leaving Mike bewildered as to their motives, particularly since he was merely 11 years old and lacked the capacity for mischief. Fortunately, Mike was soon liberated from this predicament as exams loomed on the horizon. The impending final assessments, O, W, L, and N, E, W, T, exams loomed like insurmountable mountains in the minds of all students. The once bustling Quidditch pitch fell silent, while the library, usually sparsely populated, swelled with eager learners engrossed in their studies. The students preparing for their final examinations found their burden relatively light, whereas those studying for the O, W, L, and N, E, W, T faced a daunting challenge. The vast amount of material to be mastered was overwhelming, compelling students to study late into the night in pursuit of commendable results. Statistics indicated that candidates for the N, E, W, T exams averaged a mere 3 hours of sleep per night in the month leading up to the tests, a testament to their relentless dedication. However, thanks to the fervent efforts of these students, the previously dwindling sales of Dolphin Magic Drink surged to unprecedented heights. Students discovered that despite their sleepless nights, a single bottle of the beverage could rejuvenate their spirits, allowing them to face the new day's studies with renewed vigor. Consequently, the demand for Dolphin Magic Drink skyrocketed, leading to a frenzied rush among candidates to procure it from opportunistic vendors. The Weasley twins, brimming with excitement as they relayed this news to Mike, eagerly shared the details, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. The previous hunger marketing strategy had proven immensely successful, filling their coffers to overflowing. From that moment on, Mike was no longer merely a person in their eyes. He had transcended into a figure of divine fortune. They yearned for him to conjure yet another ingenious idea that would allow them to reap substantial profits once more. Mike would naturally not refuse. The better the sales of the Dolphin Magic Drink, the more galleons he would earn. Additionally, he had a plan for the summer that required a substantial amount of galleons. Mike stroked his chin, still devoid of any beard, as he lowered his head and paced back and forth. The Weasley twins fixed their gaze upon him, their heads swiveling in unison with his movements. In the vast emptiness of the classroom, the only sound echoing was the rhythmic cadence of Mike's footsteps, each step resonating as if it were treading upon the very hearts of the Weasley brothers. With every footfall, their apprehension intensified, worried that Mike might struggle to devise a strategy to enhance their profits. In truth, their concerns were unfounded. Mike had already conceived several ideas to improve their earnings after grasping the situation. His prolonged contemplation was solely focused on how to maximize those profits. After what felt like an eternity, the footsteps finally came to a halt. Mike approached the Weasley brothers with a genial expression, his voice tinged with persuasion as he inquired, "Do you wish to earn more gold?" The brothers nodded eagerly, their heads bobbing like garlic being crushed. "Then follow my instructions," Mike continued, his smile becoming even more affable. "Let us raise the price threefold, selling each bottle for 3 galleons." Upon hearing this, the expectant expressions on the Weasley brothers' faces instantly froze, and they simultaneously exclaimed, "Are you out of your mind? 3 galleons per bottle? That's almost on par with a standard energy potion. Aren't those students currently using the dolphin elixir as an energy potion for their exams?" Mike's smile remained undiminished. "Moreover, as far as I am aware, the effects of a regular energy potion seem to be less than half that of the dolphin elixir. To achieve results comparable to the dolphin elixir, one would require a superior energy potion. Let me ponder, how much does a bottle of a high-grade energy potion cost?" "Ah, yes, it is around 10 galleons. Isn't it?" At this revelation, the Weasley brothers fell into a state of stupor once more. It was hardly surprising. One must consider that Mr. Weasley earned a mere 80 galleons a month, yet this modest sum supported a family of 9. Although their elder brother Charlie and second brother Bill graduated early and alleviated some of the financial burden, it was indisputable that the purchasing power of those 80 galleons was not to be underestimated. Observing the bewildered expressions on the Weasley brothers' faces, Mike clapped his hands sharply, the sound resonating piercingly in the stillness of the night. Startled, the Weasley brothers shivered in unison, returning to their senses. Upon witnessing their awakening, Mike nodded in satisfaction. With his hands spread wide and shoulders shrugged, he continued, "Then it is settled. You shall supply those middlemen at the price of 3 gold galleons per bottle, thereby sparing yourselves the trouble of offending the upperclassmen. As for the precise selling price set by the middlemen, that is of no concern to you. Furthermore, recruit upperclassmen to assist in the production of the dolphin elixir, compensating them with the very elixirs they create. Grant them an employee discount, valuing each bottle of dolphin elixir at 2 gold galleons. And do not forget to implement a production line for the elixirs. Each step must be executed in different locations to safeguard our proprietary formula. As for Dolphin, I shall take it upon myself to caution him against divulging the recipe." Mike's amiable smile remained affixed to his face, yet at that moment, to the Weasley brothers, it appeared to be nothing short of a devilish grin. Goodness! Surely only a demon could conceive such a nefarious scheme. How unfortunate for those students who, lacking the funds to purchase the dolphin potion, would nonetheless find themselves compelled to work for those who could afford it, fearing they would fall behind in their studies. The Weasley brothers exchanged glances, pondering this grim reality. Chapter 44. The examination. It became evident that the wizarding world was replete with the affluent. The dolphin potion was akin to a cheat code. Its usage could nearly double one's study efficiency, an irresistible temptation for students striving for stellar grades. Even though Mike had raised the wholesale price of the potion to an exorbitant 3 galleons per bottle, demand continued to outstrip supply. The final retail price for each bottle ranged from 5 to 9 galleons, allowing those fortunate enough to hold the distribution rights to profit even more than Mike himself. Yet, Mike harbored no envy towards them. He understood that for a brand to flourish, it must uphold a commendable reputation. Raising prices recklessly for profit was akin to killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. Furthermore, despite the current success of these resellers, once the examinations concluded and demand for the dolphin potion waned, they would be the ones to suffer. Who among those able to afford the potion was not already wealthy? Would such individuals allow themselves to be exploited without seeking retribution? Mike found that utterly implausible. The soaring sales of the dolphin potion naturally attracted the attention of those with ulterior motives. Given the potion's name, it was evident that it must be associated with dolphins, leading to a steady influx of visitors seeking the creature. However, Mike had long warned Dolphin that should he dare disclose the potion's formula to anyone else, he would find himself in a perilous predicament. Of course, Mike understood the principle of offering a sweet reward alongside a harsh warning. After instilling a sense of trepidation in Dolphin, Mike further promised him a 5% royalty as a patent fee. This maneuver ultimately inspired the timid Dolphin to express profound gratitude towards Mike. Mike was indifferent to whether Dolphin's personality was innate or a manifestation of Stockholm Syndrome. As long as the outcome served his interests, that sufficed. Days passed, and the sales of Dolphin's magical drink steadily increased. On the eve of the examination, Mike gathered with the Weasley twins to calculate their earnings, and they were astounded by the staggering figures before them. After removing the decimal points, their pure profit over the past few days amounted to an astonishing 12,000 galleons. After deducting the 5% profit share promised to Dolphin, the Weasley twins and Mike divided the remaining 11,400 galleons equally, gazing at the hefty sum of 5,700 galleons, which could easily crush them. The Weasley twins felt as though they were in a dream. Such a significant amount was more than sufficient for them to open a reasonably sized toy and joke shop in Diagon Alley. They even felt a sudden urge to drop out of school to pursue their dream, but upon contemplating their mother's likely reaction to such a decision, they decisively abandoned the idea. After concluding their distribution of profits, Mike finally faced his first final examination at Hogwarts. He was unconcerned about the test, as first-year questions were generally not challenging. Additionally, Mike had no family to worry about. Even if he performed poorly, he had no parents to reprimand him. However, he still deemed it necessary to pass, having heard rumors that students failing too many subjects could be expelled, though he was unsure of the truth behind such claims. The first examination was Professor Flitwick's charms class, and there was little to elaborate on. As Flitwick's proud pupil, Mike excelled in this subject above all others. The practical exam involved casting a levitation charm on a pineapple and controlling it to perform a tap dance across a desk. Admittedly, this was quite a challenge. Most young witches and wizards could only manage to levitate the pineapple, and successfully guiding it smoothly across the desk was already commendable. As for making it tap dance, that required remarkable precision and spell control. Yet, this was no obstacle for Mike. After a year of meditation, his spell control was unparalleled among his peers. With a gentle flick of his wand, the pineapple sprang to life, executing a series of intricate aerial maneuvers before bouncing across the desk like a skilled performer. Although it was not a tap dance, Professor Flitwick was nonetheless delighted. After the exam, he inquired why Mike could master such complex movements yet could not make the pineapple tap dance. Mike found himself at a loss for words. He could hardly admit that in his past life, he had been utterly ignorant of the art of tap dancing. The practical exam for transfiguration required transforming a mouse into a snuff box. Upon hearing the prompt, Mike was bewildered. What exactly was a snuff box? Ultimately, Professor McGonagall provided a demonstration, conjuring a snuff box adorned with emeralds, allowing Mike to grasp its general appearance. Regrettably, even with this knowledge, Mike could not replicate McGonagall's exquisite craftsmanship. Despite exerting all his effort, he could only manage a rather ordinary snuff box. Observing McGonagall's less than pleased expression, Mike felt his transfiguration grade was likely in jeopardy. Unlike the previous two examinations, Professor Snape was notably more austere. The potions exam involved concocting a bottle of forgetfulness potion, which was far more conventional than the eccentricities of charms and transfiguration. Mike quietly thought to himself that he had succeeded. His potions class had proven quite fruitful. A vial of forgetfulness potion was merely a trifling task for him. After inspecting Mike's potion, Professor Snape not only refrained from the expected scorn but even nodded in approval. Witnessing the old bat's response, Mike was overjoyed, confident that his potion results would be commendable. As for other subjects, such as history of magic, Mike considered merely passing to be a significant achievement. At last, with the conclusion of the final examination, the young wizards of Hogwarts were liberated. Laughter and cheer once again filled the halls of Hogwarts, and radiant smiles returned to the faces of the young sorcerers. With the exams behind them, they could indulge in a week of unrestrained revelry until the results were announced. Michael strode briskly down the corridor leading to the Ravenclaw Tower, surrounded by jubilant young witches and wizards. Unlike his peers, he wore no smile. Instead, he resolved to infiltrate the restricted section of Hogwarts that very night. The outcome of his endeavor, whether it would lead to untold riches or expulsion, hinged upon the events of the evening. He had just witnessed the trio of saviors hurrying towards Hagrid's hut, and according to the narrative, this was the moment they would embark on their perilous challenge through the trapdoor. In the original tale, it was mentioned that Dumbledore had departed for London due to a letter, presenting Michael with a prime opportunity to breach the restricted section. However, he speculated that Dumbledore might not have traveled to London at all, but instead remained close to the trio, safeguarding his young saviors from unforeseen mishaps. Should Michael's conjecture hold true, even the slightest misstep in his infiltration would surely attract Dumbledore's attention. Yet, Michael could no longer afford to dwell on such uncertainties. The gradual unraveling of the storyline, coupled with the ominous green light of Voldemort lurking in the Forbidden Forest, weighed heavily upon him. He understood that he must exhaust every means at his disposal to enhance his abilities, for failure would lead him to a dead end. With this thought, he quickened his pace. Later that evening, equipped and ready, Michael cast the disillusionment charm upon himself, his form twisting and fading from sight within the dormitory. His mastery of the charm had improved significantly. With the aid of his blackthorn wand and the greed pendant, he could slip into invisibility almost instantaneously. The common room of Ravenclaw buzzed with excitement, the tables pushed together to form a grand feast, laden with a variety of delectable treats. The small eagles, typically engrossed in their books, had set them aside, gathering around the table to indulge in the culinary delights. With exams freshly concluded, even the most studious of Ravenclaws succumbed to the celebratory atmosphere. Mike silently released himself, ensuring that his footsteps would not betray his presence. Cautiously, he navigated past his celebrating classmates and exited the Ravenclaw common room. He crept along the wall, turning corner after corner, until he finally beheld the imposing doors of the library. The entrance was firmly shut. At this hour, Madame Pants should have already retired for the evening. In utter silence, he whispered the spell Alohomora. With 2 incantations, Mike stealthily unlocked the library doors. Carefully, he closed them behind him, letting out a sigh of relief. With all the examinations of the day concluded, Mike could hardly believe that anyone would still linger in the library at this hour. Yet, he was still too young to grasp the reality of the situation. To his astonishment, as Mike approached the entrance to the restricted section, he discovered 2 individuals already present. The dim light obscured their features and attire, but from the intermittent sounds of murmurs and gasps, it was evident that a pair of upperclassmen were engaged in a clandestine rendezvous. Cursing under his breath, Mike's heart began to race once more. Trapped at the entrance to the restricted section, he found himself unable to slip past unnoticed. After much contemplation, he resolved to wait, based on his past experiences. Such affairs typically concluded within a matter of minutes, and he could afford to be patient. Thus, Mike quietly crouched in a corner, observing the 2 interlopers. However, after half an hour, despair began to set in. Discounting the previous time, the first encounter had already consumed 30 minutes. Just as Mike prepared to check his gear and make his move, the murmurs resumed. This time, he could no longer contain himself. Experienced individuals understood that the duration of such encounters often extended with each subsequent round, and given the evident prowess of the young man before him, the second act could very well take an hour. As Mike steeled himself to intervene, risking exposure to halt the indiscretion, a faint glow emanated from the direction of the library doors. The pair in the restricted section also noticed the illumination, and with 2 barely audible incantations, they vanished from sight. The disillusionment charm. This revelation genuinely surprised Mike. He had surmised that these individuals were upperclassmen, yet he had not anticipated that they would both possess the disillusionment charm, albeit they appeared to have only recently mastered it. Footsteps grew louder, approaching steadily, until Madame Pants's face, wrinkled despite the application of cosmetics, came into Mike's view. Mike exerted himself to unleash his magical perception in search of the whereabouts of the pair of wild mandarin ducks. Everyone was currently cloaked in invisibility, and a collision would spell disaster. Fortunately, the strength of the illusion spells cast by the 2 was rather feeble, allowing Mike to quickly pinpoint their location. He observed 2 indistinct blue silhouettes lingering motionless at the entrance of the restricted area, with the male seemingly still in the process of donning his trousers. Upon observing the situation, Mike quickly discerned the predicament. The 2 individuals exhibited a woeful lack of mastery over the illusion spell, their apprehension of making too much movement betraying them, forcing them to remain as still as wooden figures. The diligent Mrs. Pants swiftly completed her inspection of the library, and as the flickering glow gradually receded, the 2 blue silhouettes began to shift within Mike's magical perception. They tiptoed cautiously, akin to thieves, their inability to see one another resulting in occasional collisions. On one occasion, the silhouette with long hair was even knocked to the ground by another, only to narrowly avoid disaster by grasping a bookshelf in a moment of quick reflex. After enduring numerous trials, the pair finally managed to slip out of the library, prompting Mike to emerge from his hiding place. Time had already been squandered, and he needed to hasten his efforts. Approaching the entrance to the restricted section, Mike's magical perception unveiled a labyrinth of intertwining, densely packed blue beams of light, reminiscent of the infrared security alarms found in espionage films, saturating the entire corridor. Although he had previously scouted the area, The sight of such an array of magical barriers still induced a twinge of discomfort in Mike. Mike approached the entrance with measured steps, extracting the dragon's blood that Draco had bestowed upon him from the inconspicuous pouch. He uncapped the vial and let the crimson liquid cascade into the passageway. The dragon's blood, emanating a faint crimson glow, dappled the ground in a mesmerizing pattern, its luminous hue strikingly vivid against the backdrop of night. As the blood touched the earth, some of the thicker azure beams of light altered their original trajectories, converging upon the spilled dragon's blood. The passageway, previously a solid wall of blue light with no visible gaps, revealed a few narrow openings. These apertures were exceedingly slender, impenetrable even to adults rigorously trained as operatives. However, given Mike's diminutive stature as a child, they sufficed for his passage, especially considering his expertise from a previous life. After stretching his limbs, stiff from prolonged crouching, Mike took a deep breath and charged into the passageway. Mike executed a series of acrobatic maneuvers in the corridor, akin to a skilled performer. The cumbersome robe of the wizard had long been replaced by a form-fitting suit that allowed for greater agility. In the blink of an eye, Mike found himself at the heart of the passage. The latter section of the corridor remained untouched by the dragon's blood, as a dense wall of blue light continued to shimmer vibrantly. With his right toes firmly planted on the ground and his left foot elevated at a 30-degree angle, Mike bent his left calf downward at a 45-degree angle, raising his left hand high into the air. With great difficulty, using the only hand capable of movement, he extracted the dragon's blood from the container and flung the remaining contents into the air. Before him, the luminous barrier once again revealed a gap. At this moment, Mike was drenched in sweat, his legs trembling slightly. The posture he had maintained for only a few seconds had drained him of considerable strength. Taking a deep breath and exerting pressure with his toes, Mike propelled himself forward once more. After a series of spins and leaps, he finally traversed that terrifying passage. Collapsing to the ground like a lifeless dog, he gasped for air, having refrained from even breathing heavily while navigating the corridor. This body, after all, was that of a child, lacking the stamina of his middle-aged self from a previous life. After a brief respite, Mike managed to recover, glancing back at the passage. The thought of having to repeat that arduous process upon his exit sent a pang of discomfort through his jaw. Chapter 46. The Harvest. Shaking his head to dispel the distractions from his mind, Mike continued deeper into the Forbidden Book District. During the subsequent stretch of his journey, he encountered no signs of any restrictions, which heightened his vigilance. The entrance had been heavily fortified with alarm-type barriers, making it unreasonable for this area to be completely unguarded. What Michael was unaware of was that this place had originally been fortified with lethal, touch-triggered enchantments. However, all these wards had been dismantled by Dumbledore's decree. Dumbledore was undoubtedly the kindest headmaster in the annals of Hogwarts, without exception. Prior to his ascension, the regulations at Hogwarts were exceedingly harsh. As Filch had remarked to Michael and his companions that fateful night in the Forbidden Forest, students who transgressed the school rules faced severe repercussions. To this day, Filch's office still houses various instruments of punishment, not merely the iron chains used for hanging, but also branding irons, steel spikes, and oddly shaped knives, among others. These implements have been meticulously preserved by Filch, awaiting a time when they might be employed once more. Upon Dumbledore's appointment as headmaster, he mandated the abolition of all excessively cruel penalties, which included the perilous enchantments within the restricted section. Having traversed the second passage with relative ease, the true nature of the restricted section finally unfolded before Michael's eyes. The area was modest in size, easily perceptible to Michael's gaze. Within the pitch-black confines of the restricted section stood approximately 30 scattered bookshelves. These shelves were strikingly dissimilar to those in the external library. In Michael's magical perception, they resembled walls of light, emanating a faint magical aura, clearly imbued with some form of enchantment. As Mike meandered through the restricted section, he noticed that the books were not only meticulously categorized, but also impeccably clean, as if they were regularly tended to. At this moment, Mike comprehended the enchantment that adorned the shelves, a spell of pristine maintenance designed to safeguard these invaluable tomes. Deep within the restricted area, several shelves housed texts on advanced dark magic revelations and soul cultivation manuscripts, unmistakably pertaining to the arcane arts. The magical fluctuations emanating from these shelves were significantly more potent than those of the others, within the realm of magical perception. They had transformed from mere luminous barriers into formidable walls of fire. Observing the intense magical energy radiating from these particular shelves, Mike resolved to forego them in favor of those with less pronounced magical auras. Who could fathom the peculiar enchantments that might have been cast upon the shelves containing dark magic? Approaching the shelf with the weakest magical emanation, Mike retrieved a muggle camera from his inconspicuous spell pouch and began capturing images. Judging by the titles, this shelf appeared to house volumes on advanced spells. Close your mind. The Path of the Master of Thought Capture, a comprehensive guide to advanced spells, and 100 uses of the flame spell. As roll after roll of film was filled, Mike diligently amassed a wealth of knowledge regarding advanced spells. Originally, Mike intended to transcribe these tomes using a magical quill, but upon discovering that Muggle cameras could also be utilized within the confines of Hogwarts, he promptly abandoned this notion, as the efficiency of the latter was undeniably superior. These exquisite magical volumes were increasingly substantial, and after photographing the first shelf, Mike had already depleted a considerable portion of his film. Left with no alternative, he had to pause and selectively capture only those texts of genuine utility. By the time Mike had finished photographing the carefully chosen spellbooks, he found his film supply woefully diminished. To compound matters, he had squandered an excessive amount of time, and in a few hours, dawn would break. The remaining shelves in the restricted section held an array of historical magical texts and advanced potion recipes. Mike harbored no desire to delve into the historical secrets of the wizarding world. On the contrary, the immense popularity of the dolphin potion ignited a profound interest in potion making within him. He hastily approached the rows of bookshelves housing potion recipes, eagerly searching for the tomes he required. Felix Felici's? This one is splendid, he noted, capturing its essence. Wolfsbane potion? Nonsense. Discarded. Yet, before he could secure many more recipes, Mike's film was exhausted. The complexity of these potion formulas surpassed his wildest imagination. The thickness of advanced recipes like Felix Felici's rivaled that of the intricate tomes detailing high-level spells. Gazing at the substantial portion of the shelves still awaiting his attention, Mike exhaled deeply, resigning himself to the thought that he would have to return another day. His bounty exceeded his expectations. He had initially intended to photograph a few essential spells, but ended up acquiring several cutting-edge potion recipes as well. Time had slipped away, compelling Mike to depart. By the time he returned to the Ravenclaw common room, dawn had already broken, and the once celebrating Eagles had retreated to their dormitories, leaving behind a scene of disarray. Surprisingly, one individual remained awake, Franklin. Mike carefully navigated around Franklin, who was dozing on the sofa, intending to return to his dormitory unnoticed. However, upon seeing Franklin shivering in the cold, Mike's heart softened. He retrieved a blanket from his dorm and gently draped it over Franklin. The moment the blanket touched him, Franklin, startled, grasped Mike's hand. Mike, taken aback, attempted to withdraw his hand, but to no avail. Reluctantly, he dispelled his invisibility spell. As Mike materialized before him, Franklin's mouth fell open in astonishment, creating an awkward atmosphere. Would you believe me if I said I merely stepped out to use the restroom? Mike scratched his nose, attempting to lighten the mood. Finally regaining his composure, Franklin slowly released Mike's hand and, with a weary tone, inquired, I searched for you all night. Please, tell me where you went. Why didn't you let me know? Aren't we friends? This trio of penetrating questions left Mike feeling acutely uncomfortable. He had not anticipated that Franklin, in his naivety, had waited for him in the lounge all night. Yet, deep within, he felt a twinge of emotion. I ventured into a perilous place. I chose not to bring you along out of concern for your safety. To put it plainly, it was because I feared my own weakness would hinder you. How foolish of me. I thought we were friends who shared everything. Franklin slumped back against the sofa, tears welling in his eyes. After a prolonged silence, Mike stepped forward and enveloped him in a warm embrace, whispering softly in his ear, Hey, brother, listen to me. I promise this will be the last time, all right? Next time, I will definitely include you. Franklin clenched his fists tightly, responding with a choked voice, Okay. Michael did not outright deny Franklin, which undoubtedly served as an implicit acknowledgement of Franklin's words. Tears finally flowed uncontrollably as Franklin embraced Michael tightly, vowing inwardly to study diligently and enhance his strength swiftly. Otherwise, he might never be able to assist Michael. Chapter 47. Year-end banquet. Joyful moments always seem fleeting, and the week of revelry passed in the blink of an eye. Shortly after Michael returned to the dormitory, the trio of saviors was rescued one by one. Ron and Hermione, though injured, were not gravely hurt and soon appeared before everyone. Lively and animated, the group surrounded them, inquiring about the events of the previous night. Hermione, with her bashful demeanor, kept her head down, blushing and silent, while Ron, exuberant and beaming, regaled the crowd with tales of their experiences beneath the trapdoor. In comparison, Harry fared much worse, having lain in the infirmary for 3 whole days before awakening. The moment Harry regained consciousness, Michael, accompanied by Franklin, paid him a visit. During their conversation, Harry expressed his apologies to Michael for not including him in the recent adventure concerning the Philosopher's Stone, as they had been unable to locate him at the time. Mentioning Franklin caused Michael a bit of distress. Ever since that day, Franklin had become rather withdrawn. Michael held high hopes for the young man, and with no other recourse, he offered words of comfort. It was only after Michael promised to tutor Franklin during the summer break that he began to regain his spirits. Finally, after a week filled with such busyness, Michael was set to attend his first year-end banquet at Hogwarts. To assist with the hall's decorations, Michael arrived early, accompanying Professor Flitwick. Under Professor Flitwick's guidance, the Ravenclaw students hung banners emblazoned with the emblem of their wise eagle on the hall's walls, and the tablecloths were all changed to blue. Their current house points were the highest, signifying that the House Cup for this year was rightfully theirs. Through the diligent efforts of the Ravenclaw students, the hall transformed into a sea of blue, and Professor Flitwick's joy was evident as his eyes nearly disappeared in his smiles. Slytherin had claimed victory in the House Cup for 6 consecutive years, leaving Ravenclaw in second place for just as long. Initially, Professor Flitwick assumed this year would follow the same pattern, yet unexpectedly, Michael's remarkable prowess propelled Ravenclaw to the top position. He then began searching the crowd for Michael, believing such a commendable student deserved recognition. Mike did not wear a beaming smile like the others. He was acutely aware that this year's House Cup had long been predetermined for Gryffindor. Regardless of how many points they had amassed, Dumbledore would undoubtedly rectify the score in favor of Gryffindor that very evening. Professor Flitwick, observing Mike's gloomy demeanor, mistakenly assumed it was due to the impending holidays, which would render Mike homeless once more. This thought brought a flicker of tenderness to Flitwick's eyes. "Mike, why are you sitting here all alone?" Flitwick gently patted Mike's arm. "Do not be disheartened. You are indeed our hero today." Yet, Mike mused inwardly, "You may soon find yourself unable to rejoice." A wry smile crept across his face. Flitwick, noticing this, became even more resolute in his assumptions and softly reassured him, "Do not fret about the holidays. If you do not mind, you are welcome to stay at my home. I happen to have a few old friends I would like to introduce you to." Mike felt a sense of unease, yet he maintained a stoic expression. This doesn't seem quite right. Could it be too much of an imposition? Mike contemplated declining the offer, having already committed to attending summer classes with Franklin. "You needn't be so formal with me. It is settled." Professor Fleury clapped his hands and said, "Tomorrow. Do not rush off. Once I have attended to matters at the college, I shall take you to my home." Mike could only respond with a bittersweet smile, while silently mourning for the unfortunate Franklin for 3 seconds. Just as Mike was enjoying a lively conversation with Professor Flivy, students began to arrive at the auditorium one after another, quickly filling it to capacity. As the dinner was about to commence, Flivy urged the students to return to their respective tables before he returned to his own seat. Amidst the throng, Mike caught sight of Draco, whose pallor suggested distress. His formerly sleek hairstyle appeared disheveled, and he limped slightly, as though he had recently endured a beating. It was not just him. The Slytherin students bore similarly grim expressions, as if every individual present owed them a fortune. Mike deeply empathized with their sentiments. The legendary streak of Slytherin winning the House Cup for 6 consecutive years had been abruptly halted at their hands, and this group would undoubtedly become a source of shame for Slytherin. In stark contrast stood Ravenclaw and Gryffindor, one, the greatest victor of the academic year, and the other, reveling in Slytherin's misfortune. The students of Slytherin could hardly contain their fury as they beheld the gloating expressions of Gryffindor. Losing to Ravenclaw was tolerable, as it stemmed from their own lack of skill. However, Gryffindor, ranked third, had no right to display such arrogance as a defeated foe. Consequently, the two houses engaged in a verbal skirmish, where the eloquence of the Slytherins paled in comparison to that of the Gryffindors, particularly the Weasley brothers and Lee Jordan, who managed to render the entire third year of Slytherin speechless. Just as the war of words seemed poised to escalate into a physical confrontation, Dumbledore finally arrived. With a mere wave of his wand, a resounding explosion reverberated throughout the hall. The assembled crowd, drawn by the sound, quickly returned to their seats, settling into an attentive silence. Satisfied with the restored order, Dumbledore nodded approvingly and commenced his address. As Mike had anticipated, with each announcement of points awarded to the trio of saviors, Gryffindor's standings soared from third to a tie for first with Ravenclaw. The situation did not conclude there. After awarding Neville an additional 10 points, Gryffindor surged ahead, claiming the top position. Clearly, the decorations for the evening were due for a transformation. With a flourish of Dumbledore's wand, the Blue Hall, which had taken the Little Eagles an entire afternoon to adorn, was instantaneously transformed into the crimson and gold emblematic of Gryffindor. The Gryffindor Lions erupted in jubilation, cheering as they lifted the trio high in the air, chanting their names with exuberance. The Little Eagles fell into a state of despondency. Beside Mike, the male student president, Abbott, clenched his fists so tightly that his nails pierced his palms, oblivious to the blood that dripped onto the table, absorbed by the golden-red tablecloth, vanishing from sight. The meal was excruciating for the Little Eagles. The once delectable and enticing food now tasted like mere wax in their mouths. Professor Flitwick, too, wore a somber expression. Departing the banquet shortly after it commenced, Mike could no longer find any appetite, surrounded by sullen little wizards devoid of desire for food. At such a moment, it was evidently inappropriate for him to indulge alone. Observing Professor Flitwick exit the hall, Mike too rose to depart. Mike's departure served as a signal, prompting the Ravenclaw Eagles to rise one by one, following him out of the hall. The Slytherin Snakes, seeing this, found amusement in the spectacle and, under the leadership of their prefects, also vacated the hall. The once lively venue was left with only the jubilant Gryffindors and the food-absorbing Badgers, while Dumbledore's smile on the stage gradually became stiff and strained. Chapter 48. The key Ravenclaw had suffered a significant humiliation. As the coveted House Cup slipped away into the hands of Gryffindor, and the meticulously arranged hall was rendered a mere backdrop for other celebrations. Upon returning to the Ravenclaw common room, the students began to voice their grievances, with accusations flying that Dumbledore had favored Gryffindor, and claims that Harry Potter's group had simply enjoyed a stroke of luck. The astute Eagles discerned the underlying intricacies. Mike had garnered merely 100 points for bravely confronting that beast in the Forbidden Forest, while Harry Potter and his companions had accrued a staggering 324 points for their efforts. The Eagles were filled with righteous indignation, and some of the more sensitive upper-class women even shed tears. Their previous joy now felt like a distant memory, replaced by profound sorrow. Fortunately, Professor Flitwick arrived just in time. It was evident that he, too, was a person of sentiment, with red-rimmed eyes that suggested he had already shed tears. Nevertheless, he stepped forward to console the assembled students. This incident reinforced the notion that having more girls in a house could be advantageous. Under Professor Flitwick's comforting presence, the group gradually calmed down. Had the tables been turned, with Gryffindor's House Cup being seized by Slytherin, it was likely that the Lions would have clashed with the Snakes. Mike gazed impassively at the unfolding events, having long since prepared himself mentally for the occurrences of the night, thus feeling little distress. The events of this evening directly instigated a rift between Ravenclaw and Gryffindor, a feud that, it appeared, would remain unresolved for at least the next 7 years. Gryffindor's current predicament was rather dire. Already at odds with Slytherin, their situation would have been manageable had it mirrored the original narrative, merely compounding their grievances. However, now they had also incurred the wrath of Ravenclaw, suggesting that the upcoming semester would pose significant challenges for Gryffindor. Yet, these matters bore little relevance to Mike, who had a pressing issue to address. "You mean the training plan for the holiday has been canceled?" Franklin withdrew into himself once more. "It's merely postponed." Mike produced a slender wooden box and handed it to Franklin. "Take this. Inside is a wand without any trace of thread. I cannot specify the material or the core, but in any case, it will enable you to perform magic in the Muggle world. Practice with it on your own for the next few days, and I shall seek you out once I have concluded my affairs." Franklin accepted the wooden box silently, recognizing that this was all Mike could offer him. In the late hours of the night, Mike lay in bed, devoid of sleep. Throughout the year, he had witnessed the myriad wonders of the magical world and mastered formidable spells. He had forged trustworthy friendships and garnered the affection of his teachers. Despite the wealth of experiences he had amassed, he remained unsatisfied, acutely aware that he was akin to a boat sailing against the current. Without progress, he would regress, and future endeavors would demand even greater effort. Time slipped away, and eventually, Mike succumbed to a deep slumber. The following morning, the young wizards busied themselves packing their belongings, gathering at the school gates to await the Hogwarts Express. Although Mike was not required to board, he rose early to bid farewell to his friends. Harry, upon learning of Mike's invitation to spend the holiday at Professor Flitwick's home, was nearly overwhelmed with envy. If it were possible, he would rather not return to the Dursleys. Compared to Hogwarts, that place felt like a veritable hell. The mere thought of spending the entire holiday there incited in Harry a desire to leap from a height. Due to Ravenclaw's exceedingly early departure the previous night, Professor Flitwick was compelled to announce their scores to the Little Eagles that morning. And Mike received his report card as well. To his surprise, he had performed admirably. He achieved perfect scores in both Charms and Transfiguration, and secured a high mark in Potions, with passing grades in all other subjects. After successfully sending off all the young wizards, Professor Flitwick's duties were finally complete. Since the use of apparition or portkeys was prohibited within Hogwarts, the two could only proceed to the school gates on foot. "Apologies for keeping you waiting," Professor Flitwick said, producing a teacup and handing it to Mike. "This is a portkey. I trust you know how to use it." Mike nodded nervously, grasping the edge of the teacup with his hand. This was his inaugural experience using the door key, and he had heard that the experience of utilizing such teleportation magic was often far from pleasant. He hoped he would not feel nauseous when the moment arrived. The moment Mike's hand met the teacup, the two transformed into a twisted afterimage and vanished. In the next instant, Mike found himself on the floor of an unfamiliar room. Professor Flitwick helped Mike to his feet, gently patting his back to alleviate his discomfort. Mike felt as though he were on the brink of death moments ago. He had experienced the sensation of being tossed into a washing machine, his entire being contorted and spun relentlessly, just as he was about to be sick. He finally arrived at his destination, only to lose his balance and tumble to the ground. After a considerable time regaining his composure, Mike began to survey the room, which appeared to be the living area. A magnificent chandelier, crafted entirely from crystal, sparkled brilliantly under the sunlight's embrace. The walls were adorned with numerous taxidermied specimens of various animals, both familiar and unfamiliar to Mike. At the most prominent spot in the room lay a gleaming medal, likely the fighting championship medal of Professor Flitwick. Noticing Mike's interest in the awards, Professor Flitwick remarked, "This is the champion's medal I earned at the International Wizarding Combat Tournament. You should have seen the expressions on the faces of those haughty purebreds when I, a mere half-blood standing only a meter tall, defeated them." Mike displayed an expression of utmost admiration, fully cooperating with Professor Flitwick's enthusiasm. As soon as Flitwick noticed Mike's reaction, he became even more animated, launching into an elaborate introduction of the mounted animal specimens adorning the walls. "This is the coiled-winged demon, a cunning predator. Although it currently appears as a formidable creature with a wingspan approaching 3 meters, when it curls up, it shrinks to the size of a mere egg. It conceals itself in the shadows, patiently awaiting the approach of its prey, only to suddenly unfurl, enveloping the creature's head and siphoning its brain matter." The professor's excitement intensified with each word, leaving Mike unable to interject, so he merely feigned surprise and admiration, his face beginning to ache from the effort. Suddenly, a prolonged rumble emanated from Mike's stomach, jolting Professor Flitwick from his fervor. My apologies, dear boy. I seem to have lost myself in the moment." Flitwick snapped his fingers, calling out, "Lolo, is lunch ready?" At the sound of his snap, a house elf materialized before Mike, bowing deeply with exaggerated reverence, its head nearly touching the floor. Mike could not discern its features but noted the elf's pristine and tidy appearance, suggesting it was well cared for. "Yes, master," came the high-pitched voice from the elf. "Lolo has prepared roasted potatoes, roasted chicken, and mushroom sweet soup, hoping to please you and your esteemed guest." The house elf, Lolo, recited an impressive array of dishes, leaving Mike astounded. It was a shame such talent was not put to use in comedic performances. Chapter 49. 210 Godric Valley House Elves are exceptional servants, endowed with innate magical abilities that do not require the extensive education typical of wizards. After centuries of indoctrination, they take pride in serving their masters without compensation, viewing abandonment as a disgrace. The original house elves were captured spoils from families that participated in the suppression of the Fairy Rebellion, evolving into symbols of familial honor and legacy over generations. Thus, no family would ever sell a house elf unless they were driven to the brink of survival, rendering these creatures invaluable and beyond market value. Lolo was won by Professor Flitwick in a duel, with the unfortunate opponent returning home to face severe reprimand from their elders. Mike harbored no sympathy for house elves. The unyielding truth of the world is that those who lag behind must endure the consequences. It must be said that Lolo's culinary skills were indeed remarkable, far surpassing the expectations one might have of a house elf born in England. The meal shared by Mike and Professor Flitwick was most delightful. Following lunch, Flitwick guided Mike on a tour of his residence. The address of this abode was 210 Godric's Hollow. Indeed, the very same Godric's Hollow where Harry Potter's parents once resided. To be frank, the exterior of the house bore no semblance to magic, resembling an ordinary two-story English home. However, upon entering through the door, one would discover a world of wonders within. The door would automatically open, cleaning mops and cloths would tend to the sanitation, and specimens with rotating eyes would animate the surroundings. Remarkably, within this seemingly modest dwelling, there existed a staggering 46 rooms. From guest rooms of several dozen square meters to spell training chambers spanning several hundred square meters, each room was imbued with an abundance of subtle expansion charms. Such grandiosity left Mike utterly astounded. The effort required to create such an expansive space could likely finance the acquisition of a significant portion of Diagon Alley. Upon learning that this entire house was crafted by Professor Flitwick himself, Mike's perception of him transformed entirely. With such wealth, why choose to teach at Hogwarts? Surely you jest, he mused. Mike had previously visited the professor's quarters at Hogwarts, which, while quite comfortable, paled in comparison to this lavish residence, truly a realm apart. Mike voiced his doubts to Professor Flitwick, yet the professor offered no explanation, merely chuckling lightly before diverting the conversation. Let us not dwell on such trivial matters. Instead, we should hasten to the magical training room. I am eager to assess your magical prowess. The training room within the opulent mansion surpassed even that of the hidden chamber in Professor Flitwick's office. The walls, adorned with materials upgraded from anti-magic stone to obsidian, exuded an aura of luxury. Under Flitwick's watchful gaze, Mike raised his black thistle pearwood wand. Flames erupted. A brilliant white fire surged forth from the wand's tip, engulfing several dummies in the vicinity, dimming the overall illumination of the training chamber. The quality of these dummies was evidently superior to those found in the room of requirements. Under the searing white flames, they endured for nearly 10 seconds before beginning to melt. With a mere thought, Mike dissipated the column of fire emitted from the wand's tip and unleashed a barrage of fist-sized white fireballs, though their flight speed was not swift. The fireballs exhibited an uncanny ability to adjust their trajectories, homing in on their intended targets. Boom, boom, boom. As the fireballs converged upon the dummies, a series of explosions engulfed the area, sending shockwaves that rustled the garments of both Mike and Flitwick. The professor was visibly exhilarated, applauding enthusiastically. Yet, Mike's demonstration was far from over. Wind speed spell, obstacles abound, flames of flame, shattered, petrification. As Mike commenced his run, empowered by the incantation of wind speed, he resembled a streak of lightning, darting and weaving through the training room. Spells erupted from his wand, reducing the few remaining moving targets in the room to mere rubble. Upon completing his display, Mike rested his hands on his knees, panting heavily, appearing as if he had just been rescued from the depths of water, his entire body drenched in perspiration. Professor Flitwick hurriedly offered him a cup of refreshing water, exclaiming, "You are undoubtedly the most exceptional student I have ever taught. I demonstrated the fire spell to you just once, and after a year of self-study, you have achieved such proficiency. It's hard to believe you have only just completed your first year." "Not at all. It is thanks to the headmaster's excellent instruction," Mike replied, downing the cup in one swift motion. "As an orphan without anyone to rely on, I could never have achieved such success without your guidance." Professor Flitwick, a deeply sentimental individual, felt tears welling in his eyes upon hearing Mike's words. He reached out to pat Mike's head, only to realize his own height hindered him, leading to an awkward expression. His hand subtly redirected to pat Mike's arm as he continued to shower him with praise. Mike, seemingly oblivious to Flitwick's earlier gesture, reciprocated the compliments. Before dinner, Professor Flitwick took Mike on a tour of Godric's Hollow. They had scarcely stepped outside when the grand mansion behind them vanished, and Mike surmised it must be a protective enchantment, further elevating his admiration for the estate. Godric's Hollow, renowned as the birthplace of Godric Gryffindor, one of the 4 illustrious founders of Hogwarts, transformed into a village where muggles and wizards coexisted after the enactment of the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy. Over time, the mingling of these two communities led muggles to uncover certain wizarding secrets, making this area a focal point for the Ministry of Magic's Obliviation Department. Nearly every muggle resident had undergone memory modification, perhaps as a side effect of the Obliviate charm, resulting in poor recollection among them. This village is also famed as the birthplace of Harry Potter, where Voldemort met his downfall at the hands of the infant Harry. In honor of the Potter family, statues were erected in the village square. These statues were enchanted with muggle-repelling charms, appearing to Muggles merely as a memorial for World War II. However, to wizards, they represent the Potter family. Almost every wizard visiting Godric's Hollow pays their respects to this courageous family with a deep bow, expressing gratitude for their contributions to the wizarding world. The village's church is also noteworthy. The small graveyard behind it serves as the ancestral resting place for many pureblood families. Those powerful wizards who once commanded respect in life are now laid to rest in this humble cemetery, reminding us that death is indeed an equal and terrifying fate. As Mike gazed upon the densely packed gravestones, he pondered why Voldemort so desperately sought immortality. Death conceals profound terrors. In the days that followed, Mike's life was richly fulfilling. Each morning, he would run a lap around the village, where most residents were elderly Muggles, as the younger generation had ventured out to work. These elderly folk, having not seen a youth of Mike's age in quite some time, would invite him to their homes whenever they encountered him during his run. After being declined, they would insist on offering him food, leading Mike to return from his runs with hands full of treats. Upon returning, Professor Flivy would awaken, and after breakfast, he would instruct Mike. True to his reputation as a martial arts champion, Flivy's teaching method involved practical training in the combat room. Under Flivy's guidance, Mike found his evasion skills becoming increasingly adept. The remaining hours of his day were spent alone in his room, poring over the books he had retrieved from the restricted section. He had entrusted the film to his small camera shop in London on the very first day of his holiday for development. The shop owner seemed to be an enthusiast of the occult, engaging Mike in lengthy discussions about various mystical topics when he returned to collect his photographs. Initially, Mike believed that the other person was a wizard as well, and he nearly drew his wand to cast a spell to knock him unconscious. However, after broaching the topic of planting in mud as a test, he soon realized that the individual was merely a Muggle and dismissed the thought. On that day, Mike rose early as usual, preparing for his morning jog. Upon entering the living room, he discovered that Professor Flitwick was already dressed and waiting eagerly. "You look quite lively. Come over quickly. We must be off." "Off? Where to? Diagon Alley?" Mike inquired, his expression one of confusion. "Didn't I mention? Today we are to attend a gathering." It was only then that Mike recalled Professor Flitwick had indeed mentioned this matter during his time at Hogwarts. However, with so many days having passed, it had completely slipped his mind. "Enough of that. We are running late." Professor Flitwick waved his hand and said, "Come, grasp my shoulder. This time we shall use apparition." Upon hearing the shifting of the phantoms, Mike felt a tightening in his chest, vividly recalling the unpleasant experience of his last teleportation with the door key. Nonetheless, he steeled himself and grasped Professor Flitwick's shoulder. With a gentle wave of his wand, a familiar sensation of dizziness enveloped them, and the next moment, they found themselves in a verdant jungle. Unlike the forbidden forest, this jungle was bathed in the gentle light of morning as sunlight filtered through the sparse branches, illuminating the lush flora below. A myriad of vibrant flowers blossomed amidst the greenery, swaying lightly in the breeze, akin to a maiden basking in the sun. Stretching lazily, a scene reminiscent of a fairy tale. A winding path meandered through the foliage, impeccably smooth and devoid of any protruding stones. From time to time, squirrels would leap onto the path, curiously glancing around before swiftly disappearing back into the underbrush upon noticing Mike and Professor Flitwick as they strolled along the trail. The melodious chirping of birds filled the air. After a brief 10-minute walk, an open glade appeared before Mike, adorned with a carpet of verdant grass. At its center stood a dilapidated little cottage. Surrounding the cottage, small woodland creatures frolicked and played, showing no fear upon seeing Mike and Professor Flitwick. Instead, they curiously gazed at the two with wide, glistening eyes. On their journey, Professor Flitwick had already apprised Mike of the purpose of today's gathering. This was a monthly assembly of the Raven's Nest, an organization spontaneously formed by graduates of Ravenclaw. Initially conceived as a mere reunion, the Raven's Nest had evolved into a formidable entity over the course of a millennium. Its members spanned the globe, and aspiring members must hail from Ravenclaw, be recommended by an existing member with over a year of tenure, and ultimately pass a rigorous examination. Given such stringent admission criteria, every member is undoubtedly a person of exceptional talent. Similar organizations exist among the four houses: Slytherin's Pure Blood Society, Gryffindor's Order of the Phoenix, and Hufflepuff's Badger Denver. Of these, the Badger Den wields the greatest influence. Although Hufflepuff wizards may lack the intellectual prowess of Ravenclaw, the wealth of Slytherin, or the valor of Gryffindor, they possess an unparalleled advantage: sheer numbers. You may find this amusing, but in the sparsely populated wizarding world, having a multitude is indeed a significant asset. Lacking wealth or power? No matter, for we have numbers. In comparison to the Badger Den, the Raven's Nest resembles a mutual aid society, with its monthly gatherings feeling more like a reunion among classmates than formal organizational events. Conversely, the Order of the Phoenix and the Pure Blood Society suffered severe losses in the wars instigated by the two Dark Lords. The Order fared somewhat better, bolstered by the presence of the formidable Dumbledore, while the Pure Blood Society had nearly disbanded, with only a few remnants of once great families remaining. The Raven's Nest also participated in these conflicts, but predominantly comprised pure-blood wizards, aligning themselves with the Dark Lord. Fortunately, the cleverness of Ravenclaw members allowed them to withdraw as circumstances worsened, resulting in minimal losses for the organization during these wars. Hufflepuff maintained a neutral stance, remarkably preserving its strength. In this context, the Badger Den emerged as the undisputed kingpin of the British wizarding community. Members are found throughout the wizarding world, from drivers of the night bus to high-ranking officials in the Ministry of Magic. Furthermore, Hufflepuff is renowned for its solidarity when one is in need. Help comes from all directions. While one might mock Hufflepuff students for their perceived ineptitude within the confines of the academy, they would think twice in the wider society, where swift retribution awaits any offender. Professor Flitwick's purpose in bringing Mike to the Raven's Nest gathering was to recommend him for membership. According to the professor, the admission tests are exceedingly stringent, with a low pass rate, yet joining the Raven's Nest bestows immense advantages. Members share invaluable knowledge, and assistance is readily available from fellow members in times of need. Moreover, the organization offers special support to those who have yet to graduate, providing access to a meditation technique passed down from the esteemed Lady Ravenclaw. The efficacy of this technique varies from person to person, but based on Professor Flitwick's own experiments, it is said to enhance one's abilities by at least threefold. Chapter 51. The test. The interior of the cottage was spacious, clearly enhanced by the undetectable extension charm, much like the residence at 210 Godric's Hollow. As Mike and Professor Flitwick entered the cottage, they discovered that others had arrived early. Two middle-aged men were seated on either side of an expansive rectangular conference table, casually crossing their legs and engaging in light-hearted banter. Upon noticing Mike and Flitwick, one of the men, characterized by his tousled brown curls, enthusiastically approached them. "Phileas, it has been ages," the middle-aged man exclaimed, bending down to embrace Flitwick. "Today, we must indulge in a hearty drink. It's quite a challenge to catch a glimpse of you amidst your daily routine at Hogwarts. Haha. Once we wrap up today's business, we shall not leave until we are thoroughly inebriated." Upon hearing Flitwick mention the matter at hand, the man turned to Mike, inquiring, "Is this the promising young talent you spoke of?" "Indeed, this is Mike Tully, the most gifted child I have encountered in my years teaching at Hogwarts," Professor Flitwick introduced. "Mike, allow me to present Mario Flea, the current deputy director of the Auror office. You should be familiar with his son, Abbot Flea, last year as chairman of the Hogwarts Male Student Council. It is an honor to meet you, Mr. Flea," Mike offered, extending his right hand with a balanced demeanor. "Abbot has always been my idol. I have often heard him speak of his remarkable father. I heard he achieved 12 outstanding marks in this year's O.W.L.S. examinations, truly astonishing. It is evident that regardless of culture, parents relish hearing accolades about their children." Upon hearing Mike speak of his son, Mr. Mario Flea burst into hearty laughter, grasping Mike's outstretched hand firmly. One could easily perceive him as a straightforward individual. Observing the pleasant rapport between the two, a broader smile graced Professor Flitwick's face. "I shall now introduce this gentleman," Flitwick said, gesturing towards another middle-aged man who sat somewhat aloof at the conference table. "This is Mr. Barty Crouch, the current director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, a member of the Wisengamot, and a formidable contender for the position of Minister for Magic." Upon hearing Flitwick's introduction, Mr. Crouch's already pallid complexion turned a shade darker. It was common knowledge that he had lost the ministerial election to Fudge due to the notoriety surrounding his son, Barty Crouch Jr., who had become a Death Eater. Flitwick's public declaration of him as a strong contender for the ministerial position felt like a blatant insult in his eyes. Nevertheless, his composure prevailed, and he merely nodded slightly in Mike's direction. Upon witnessing the scene, Mike naturally refrained from pressing his warm demeanor upon another's cold indifference. He simply greeted the individual, acknowledging their acquaintance. After the introductions were made, Professor Flitwick began to tiptoe around, seemingly in search of something. "Where is old Carter?" he inquired. Noting the absence of the host for today's testing, Flitwick turned to Mario for answers. "Who knows? Perhaps he has lost his way. You are aware, of course, that with age comes a touch of forgetfulness," Mr. Mario jested. "Ah, speak of the devil, and he shall appear." Just as the two were conversing, A man with a white, goat-like beard, appearing even older than Dumbledore himself, entered the small room. I seem to have overheard someone speaking ill of me. Was it you? Mario? The elderly gentleman inquired with a smile. Ah, you must have misheard, Carter. We were just introducing young Mike to you, Mario chuckled, swiftly shifting the topic. This is Gilga Carter, former director of the Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes and a permanent member of the Wisingamot. And this is young Mike, quite the dashing lad. Before Mike could utter a word, Gilga's large hand gently rested upon his head as he affectionately remarked, Phileas has shared your story with me. You are indeed a pitiable child. Mike felt the warmth emanating from above, a sensation he found somewhat disconcerting. Despite having inhabited this body for over a year, he still harbored a dislike for the childish gesture of being patted on the head, which elicited only a forced smile and a polite greeting. The four of them stood at the entrance, engaged in lively banter, while old Batty appeared increasingly uncomfortable. He pulled out his pocket watch and, with an air of impatience, interrupted, now that everyone is present, let us commence. I have a multitude of tasks awaiting my attention. The abrupt interruption clearly displeased Mario, who had wished to continue his conversation about his son with his two old friends. Very well, since Crouch has pressing matters to attend to, let us proceed with the official business, Mr. Carter interjected, gently restraining the irked Mario. With that, he produced his wand from the folds of his robe, and with a delicate flick, a silvery birdcage materialized upon the conference table, within which stood a magnificent raven, poised with regal composure. This raven was approximately 1 meter tall, its ebony feathers shimmering with an ethereal glow, each intricate pattern distinctly visible. Its talons were as large as an adult's hand, the sharp tips occasionally glinting with a chilling light. At first, Mike believed that he was gazing upon a living raven. However, upon noticing that the raven stood motionless upon its perch, he realized it was merely a sculpture. Gentlemen, the testing ceremony shall commence. Carter's dry voice jolted Mike back to reality. The subject undergoing the test was Mike Tully, sponsored by Phileas Flitwick. The ceremony was presided over by Gilga Carter, with witnesses Mario Flit and Batty Crouch in attendance. After introducing the attendees, Carter turned to Mike and reassured him, there is no need for anxiety. This raven statue is one of the relics left behind by Lady Ravenclaw. It possesses the capability to determine your eligibility for entry into the raven's nest. The testing method is quite simple. Merely fixate on the raven's eyes, and you shall encounter no peril. Come forth. Upon hearing this, Mike wasted no time. He inhaled deeply, suppressing his inner trepidation, and approached the raven statue under the watchful gaze of the onlookers. As he drew nearer, the statue's exquisite craftsmanship became increasingly apparent. Anyone who beheld this sculpture would undoubtedly mistake it for a living raven at first glance. Its eyes, unlike those of ordinary specimens or sculptures, exuded a sense of vitality. It seemed imbued with a certain enchantment. Merely locking eyes with it for a brief moment, Mike felt the surrounding world begin to fade, his focus narrowing solely on the deep brown vertical pupil that grew increasingly vivid. As time elapsed, all of Mike's attention converged upon that singular eye. Suddenly, the previously tranquil statue blinked, its iris abruptly darting towards Mike. Mike was taken aback by the sudden transformation, his eyes scanning his surroundings only to discover that he was enveloped in a sea of pale blue light. Chapter 52. Claw Marks. The abrupt shift in scenery sent his heart racing, and with a mere thought, the black pearwood wand concealed within his sleeve materialized in his hand. Armor of protection. The newly learned protective incantation was unleashed, and with this invisible layer of armor surrounding him, Mike finally felt a semblance of security, allowing him to assess his predicament. Before him lay an expanse of pale blue radiance, devoid of any reference points, rendering Mike incapable of discerning directions. Suddenly, amidst the luminous sea, a desiccated tree loomed, towering over 10 meters high, requiring 2 people to embrace it fully. Its branches were laden with crows, all of whom were intently gazing down at Mike. Among them, one particularly large crow at the top stood out, and Mike instantly recognized it as the very sculpture he had encountered before. Now, it bore no resemblance to its former statue-like appearance. Its deep brown eyes glinted with a chilling light as it twisted its neck, alternating its gaze upon Mike with the eyes positioned on either side of its head. This bizarre tableau exerted immense pressure on Mike, compelling him to instinctively wield his wand once more, summoning another layer of protective armor around himself. However, this action appeared to provoke the largest crow, which suddenly unfurled its wings and emitted a harsh, grating caw. Like a signal, the other crows on the desiccated tree took flight, soaring towards Mike like a swarm of arrows. As the mass of crows descended upon him like a dark cloud, Mike felt an overwhelming dread wash over him. He raised his wand high, and a brilliant white flame erupted skyward. Contrary to his expectations of the flames engulfing the crows, they seemed to pass through the blaze as if they were insubstantial, one after another emerging from the searing fire, disregarding the 2 layers of protective armor, and continuing their assault on Mike. The first crow collided with him, and curiously, it transformed into a wisp of black smoke that infiltrated Mike's body. As this smoke entered, he sensed his magical energy becoming increasingly unruly, and the flames he had conjured began to fade away. This was merely the beginning. One by one, crows morphed into black smoke and penetrated Mike's form, soon enveloping him in a thick shroud of darkness. Initially, he could suppress the chaotic magic within him through sheer mental force, but as time passed, it began to bubble over, akin to water brought to a boil. The tumultuous surge of magic inflicted excruciating pain upon Mike, and before long, his consciousness began to blur, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. At that moment, a piercing chill surged from his chest to his brain, forcibly pulling him back from the precipice of oblivion. It is well known that unconsciousness serves as a protective mechanism for the body. However, under the influence of that icy breath, Mike's protective instincts faltered. Thus, he finally comprehended the meaning of a fate worse than death. Every inch of his being throbbed with pain akin to the torment of being gnawed by bullet ants. Yet his awareness remained intensely acute. What Mike was unaware of was that the greedy pendant adorning his chest was radiating a resplendent blue light, causing the dark aura enveloping him to swiftly fade and vanish under its illumination. The colossal raven perched atop the withered tree observed this spectacle, and within its beastly eyes, an unexpected glimmer of astonishment flickered. Mike discovered that he had lost sensation in his limbs, and a numbing sensation was creeping from his extremities towards his torso. In that moment, he realized he could not afford to remain passive any longer. If this continued, he might very well perish here today. Damn that old fool Carter. Wasn't he the one who claimed the test would pose no danger? Mike, enduring excruciating pain, began to exert control over the magical energy within him. The frigid aura, upon sensing Mike's attempt to consolidate his mental power, seemed to possess a consciousness of its own as it actively entwined itself with his mental faculties. This icy essence appeared to have a cooling effect on the unruly magic, which, after being swept over, gradually fell into a serene stillness. Mike's limbs slowly regained sensation. Time became indistinct, and the magic transformed into a gentle flow. The chilling aura that had been enhancing his mental strength was nearly depleted. Without the invigorating influence of the cold essence, Mike felt his consciousness beginning to blur. Amidst the haze, he faintly heard a familiar screech, as a colossal bird's claw rapidly magnified in his obscured vision, followed by a searing pain across his face. Mike covered his face and let out a horrific scream before finally losing consciousness. When he opened his eyes once more, he found himself gazing up at 4 elderly faces peering down at him. Instinctively, he threw a punch, causing one of them to cry out in pain and tumble backward. It was only upon hearing that anguished cry that Mike realized he had seemingly escaped from that radiant sea of light. He hastily sat up and began to touch his face, finding it smooth and unblemished, devoid of any scars. "What has happened to your face?" Professor Flivy inquired, a look of curiosity upon his features. "I just saw a gigantic raven clawing at my face." "Fear not. The injuries you sustained during the test were illusory. They were merely a figment conjured by the raven statue," Carter chuckled, stroking his goatee. "Congratulations, you have passed the test." "What? I passed? How did I manage that?" Mike responded, utterly bewildered. "You passed the moment the raven statue drew you into the illusion. Only those possessing exceptional talent can trigger the raven statue. The realm you entered was more akin to a reward. The longer you remain within it, the greater the benefits you receive." Mario, who had been struck in the left eye by Mike's punch, managed to rise, remarking, "I must say, you have quite a bit of strength." "Indeed. Take a moment to reflect on it. Your magical capacity and mental fortitude should have both increased," Carter added. "Moreover, the meditation technique should now be ingrained in your mind. This is a benefit granted by the raven statue to young wizards." Mike activated his magical perception and, indeed, discovered that his range of awareness had nearly tripled, with a significant enhancement in both his magical capacity and control. Furthermore, enigmatic and profound texts began to materialize in his mind. Although Mike was unfamiliar with these characters, they seemed to possess an extraordinary power, and as he focused his attention upon them, he was drawn into a deep meditative state. However, not long after entering this state, he was jolted awake by a violent headache. The mental exertion required for this meditation was considerable, compounded by the substantial mental fatigue he had already endured in the illusion, resulting in an inevitable state of exhaustion. It seems our gathering will have to be postponed. Phileas, please take this lad back to rest. He has overextended his mental energy. Mario said helplessly to Flitwick, adding, next time, you certainly won't escape. Rest assured, next time I shall indulge with you until we are both inebriated, Flitwick replied, hastily moving to support Mike as they made their way out of the small cabin, where the spatial restrictions had been lifted, rendering apparition impossible. Mike did not lose consciousness. This incident of mental exhaustion was trivial compared to his previous experience in the Forbidden Forest. The two hurriedly exited the cottage, only to find that the small creatures, which had been frolicking around the dwelling, scattered in fright upon seeing Flivvy and Mike, as though they had encountered something terrifying. Flivvy found this peculiar but chose not to dwell on it. The immediate priority was to ensure Mike's well-being. Unbeknownst to them, not far from the cottage, a raven perched on a tree observed Mike with unwavering curiosity, unlike the other animals that had fled. Within its line of sight, a large claw mark on the left side of Mike's face radiated a deep blue glow. Chapter 53. Dreamscape. Upon returning to his room at 210 Godric's Hollow with Professor Flivvy, Mike fought against the dizziness induced by apparition and the headache resulting from mental fatigue. He collapsed onto the bed without even bothering to change his clothes, surrendering to slumber. In his dreams, Mike seemed to be transported once again to that ethereal realm illuminated by soft blue light. Yet this time the gnarled tree laden with ravens did not make an appearance. Everything appeared hazy, with only the gentle blue glow shimmering around him. His body felt weightless, enveloped in a warm and comforting sensation. Mike realized that this must be his own dreamscape. He flitted about like a headless fly, desperately seeking an escape from this place. Yet no matter how swiftly or how far he ventured, his surroundings remained suffused with that familiar pale blue. Time slipped away in a hazy limbo, until a melodious bird song reached his ears. Having endured an attack by a flock of crows, Mike had developed an aversion to the sound of birdsong. Thus, hearing it now sent a shiver down his spine. His consciousness swiftly returned, and Mike awakened. The morning sun streamed through the window, casting a warm glow upon the blanket, enveloping Mike in a comforting embrace. Outside, a chorus of birdsong filled the air. Turning towards the source of the sound, he discovered two unknown birds engaged in a lively dispute over a worm. Mike let out a sigh of relief, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead as he cursed. Damn bird. Last night, Luoluo should have helped him with the cleaning. Now, not only had his clothes been replaced with pajamas, but they also exuded a delightful fragrance. Since he was already awake, there was no reason to continue sleeping. Mike's mental fortitude appears to have significantly strengthened following his recent venture into the Forbidden Forest. The discomfort stemming from his mental exhaustion has dissipated after merely a brief slumber. Moreover, he now perceives his mental state to be even more robust than before. Eagerly, he grasped the wand set resting on his bedside and fitted it to his arm, dashing towards the spell training chamber. Due to the prior strain on his mental faculties, he had not conducted a thorough assessment of the extent to which his magical prowess had enhanced. He had only gleaned a rough sense of it. Now that he felt fully recovered, it was imperative to test his abilities rigorously. As for the dream he had last night, Mike dismissed it as a manifestation of his daily preoccupations manifesting in his slumber. The harrowing experiences of the previous day had been so intense that it was hardly surprising to have endured a nightmare. Activating the evasion training mode, the obsidian walls around him became riddled with numerous hollows, from which arrows would occasionally be shot forth, transforming into silent phantoms as they hurtled towards Mike. Mike was already encased in a layer of protective armor, and the arrows that struck the transparent shield merely produced a metallic clang before reluctantly falling to the ground. With a gentle flick of his wand, a dozen fireballs, each the size of a longan, were conjured and released. However, these fireballs did not travel far. After a brief distance, they returned to float gracefully around Mike. With his magical perception fully awakened, Mike could distinctly trace the trajectories of the arrows that were nearly invisible to the naked eye. With a mere thought, the fireballs that had been floating around him scattered, striking the arrows and igniting splendid bursts of sparks in midair. Clap, clap, clap. The sound of applause resonated, prompting Mike to turn towards its source, revealing Professor Flivvy. Indeed, the professor remarked with a smile. In terms of magical perception and control, you have surpassed many adult wizards. Your spellcasting prowess is impressive, rivaling that of even the 7th-year students. I have not misjudged you. You are undoubtedly the most gifted student I have ever taught. Mike sheathed his wand and bowed sincerely to the half-elf before him, who stood at just over a meter tall. Professor Flitwick, having never married nor sired offspring, seemed to regard Mike as his own child. Thank you. Without you, I truly do not know what I would do, Mike expressed. Do not speak such words. All of this is the result of your own hard work, Flitwick interjected. Come, let us have breakfast. Lolo's breakfast was, as always, delectable, and both individuals savored their meal with great pleasure. After breakfast, Professor Flitwick bid farewell to Mike, as he had to dash off to Hogwarts to attend to some school matters, leaving Mike alone to recline on the sofa in the living room, lost in thought. Currently, Mike finds himself in an exceptionally joyous mood, largely attributed to the influence of the Raven statue, which has significantly enhanced his strength. Were he to venture into the Forbidden Forest now to confront Quirrell, possessed by Voldemort, he would undoubtedly fare far better than before. While defeating him may still be a stretch, at the very least, he would manage a safe retreat. In the upcoming second year, Mike intends to adopt a more discreet approach, as the disturbances caused by his previous self were rather conspicuous. Although he has successfully passed the testing of the Mirror of Erist prepared by Dumbledore, this does not guarantee his safety. It is crucial to remember that Dumbledore is a master of legilimency. Should he whimsically direct his probing gaze at Mike, discovering the secret of his rebirth could spell disaster. Forget about enhancing his power or seeking a way home. At that moment, preserving his very life would be a significant achievement. Dumbledore is known for his ruthless pursuit of objectives. Just look at Harry Potter, that unfortunate child. Dumbledore has likely prepared himself to sacrifice him at any moment. To paraphrase Snape, in Dumbledore's eyes, Harry is merely a source of flesh. He generously bestowed a modicum of favor upon the boy to allow him to grow, only to later execute him once he has matured. It appears that mastering the art of mental occlusion must now take precedence on Mike's agenda. He mused silently, audible only to himself. Mike has already procured the methods for practicing both legilimency and occlumency from the restricted section and has perused them several times over the past few days. The techniques for these disciplines differ vastly from other spells. There are no fixed incantations, and mastery comes only through relentless practice over time. Occlumency is a uniquely specialized form of magic, the sole defense against legilimency, yet it also complements it. Without mastering legilimency, occlumency merely allows the practitioner to empty their mind, achieving a state of extreme calm and rationality. In such a state, not only will legilimency fail to extract any information, but the speed, power, and accuracy of spellcasting will also see a notable enhancement. Once one has mastered legilimency, occlumency transcends mere mental shielding. It enables the practitioner to fabricate a false memory while maintaining a blank mind. This fabricated memory bears no impact on the practitioner, thus preventing any confusion. However, if someone were to employ legilimency during this time, they would only access the constructed memory. Consequently, every master of occlumency is simultaneously a master of legilimency. Chapter 54. Dreamlike reality. The method for practicing occlumency is deceptively simple. It merely requires clearing one's mind. However, this act of mental clearing is not about having no thoughts at all. Rather, it entails a complete relinquishment of all emotions, entering an extraordinarily rational state. The simplicity of the training method does not imply it is easy to learn. In reality, occlumency demands a significant degree of innate talent. Those devoid of such talent may practice for a decade without seeing any progress. Novices often confuse the act of emptying the mind with mere daydreaming, rendering their efforts futile and reducing them to a state of idiocy. Theoretically, achieving a complete mental void signifies a successful execution of occlumency. Yet, in practice, beginners must meditate in a tranquil and comfortable environment for a considerable duration to reach this state, and they must remain still. Such rudimentary occlumency is undoubtedly insufficient as a defense against legilimency. Only those capable of instantaneously entering a state of mental occlusion in any environment can effectively resist legilimency. Some masters of occlumency can even maintain their mental shield while engaging in everyday activities, with Snape being a prime exemplar of this skill. He consistently remains in a state of mental occlusion, even while teaching his students, a fact evident from the cold, emotionless gaze that characterizes him. Mike has always been the kind of person who acts upon his thoughts. Upon deciding to practice the art of mental emptiness, he immediately began to attempt to clear his mind. However, he clearly fell into the common pitfall of beginners, confusing mental clarity with mere daydreaming. Thus, Amidst the fragrant air of Godric's Hollow, Mike gradually succumbed to slumber on the sofa. As his consciousness slowly descended, he found himself once again enveloped in that azure sea of light. Upon reopening his eyes, alarm bells rang in his mind. The dream from the previous night could be rationalized as a reflection of his thoughts, but dreaming of the same scenario again left him perplexed. Instinctively, he sought his wand, only to discover that the wand holster concealed on his forearm was missing. After a thorough search of his person, he realized that not only was the wand holster absent, but also his dagger hidden at his waist, and the greed pendant adorning his chest had vanished, leaving him clad in nothing but a plain, unadorned robe. Taking a couple of deep breaths to collect himself, Mike began to survey his surroundings. To his astonishment, he spotted the familiar withered tree standing silently not far away. Unlike the last encounter, however, this time a diminutive raven perched upon its branches. Upon noticing Mike, the raven cawed and flew towards him. Without a moment's hesitation, Mike turned and fled, unwilling to endure the excruciating sensation of uncontrolled magic once more. Yet, 2 legs could not outrun wings. After only a short distance, he felt a weight on his left shoulder. Turning to look, he found the raven had landed there, curiously regarding him with its deep brown eyes. Sensing no malice from the bird, Mike extended his right hand in an attempt to grasp it. However, as his hand approached, the raven pecked him sharply. Wincing in pain, he quickly withdrew his hand, only to find it completely unharmed. The raven's harsh cawing echoed in his ears, prompting Mike to glance towards the source of the sound. In response, the surroundings began to shift. The pale blue light dimmed rapidly, and deep green bricks emerged, coalescing into a room that Mike recognized all too well. Could this be the Ravenclaw common room? He could hardly believe it. It was night, and the dimness enveloped the space, relying on the faint moonlight. He meticulously searched the area. The statue of Rowena Ravenclaw still stood proudly in the common room, shelves brimming with an array of books. And the full-length mirror that the older students had placed there for vanity remained. Indeed, this was undeniably the Ravenclaw common room. Mike approached the full-length mirror and gazed into its depths, only to be taken aback by the stark emptiness reflected back at him. His own figure was conspicuously absent. A sudden gust of wind brushed past his ear, as the raven perched on his left shoulder delivered a sharp slap with its wing. This was the final straw. Enraged, Mike resolved to teach the wretched bird a lesson today. However, as he turned his head, he noticed the raven was pointing its wing towards the direction of the dormitory, clearly urging him to look that way. Following the raven's indication, he beheld a young girl stealthily emerging from the dormitory, akin to a thief. She was shrouded in a veil of gray mist, rendering her features indistinguishable. Mike could only discern her femininity through the delicate curves of her figure. Clad in a Hogwarts robe, with a blue tie adorning her neck, she appeared to be a student of Ravenclaw. Yet, the wand she held emitted a faint blue glow. And upon closer inspection, he noticed a claw mark on the back of her right hand, which was the source of the luminescence. It seemed as if she were oblivious to Mike's presence, as she furtively glanced around before nonchalantly making her way to the statue of Lady Ravenclaw. Intrigued, Mike hurried forward to investigate. He saw the young girl standing before the statue of Lady Ravenclaw, her hands clasped together in prayer as she murmured fervently, "You are the gentle breeze from the tranquil lakeshore, the seer who sought truth, the most radiant of mortals. Your foolish student humbly beseeches you. Open the gates to wisdom." As her voice grew more impassioned, the claw marks on the back of her hands began to glow with a brilliant azure light. Simultaneously, a shimmering blue portal slowly materialized upon Lady Ravenclaw's statue. The girl let out an excited gasp, then quickly covered her mouth, as if afraid of waking the other students. With unrestrained delight, she stepped through the luminous gateway, leaving Mike utterly dumbfounded. Though he seldom indulged in books that didn't aid his pursuit of power, he had read Hogwarts, a history. It clearly documented that Lady Ravenclaw hailed from the peaceful lakeside. Combined with the scene before him, there was no doubt the you the girl addressed was none other than Lady Ravenclaw herself. So even Lady Ravenclaw was this vain? Mike muttered under his breath. Then he recalled the melodramatic incantation Tom Riddle had used to summon the basilisk in the original story and chuckled. If Slytherin can indulge in theatrics, why can't Ravenclaw appreciate beauty? Perched on his shoulder, the raven gave him an exasperated look, its expression almost human in its exasperation. Chapter 55. The reappearing claw marks. While Mike stood frozen in shock, the radiant portal on Lady Ravenclaw's statue began to shrink after the girl entered. Realizing this, he rushed forward, but he was a fraction too late. Instead of passing through, he collided headfirst into the statue. Rubbing his throbbing forehead, Mike grimaced. Complaining wouldn't help now. The priority was to understand what had just transpired. Piecing together the clues, he deduced that the portal likely led to a hidden chamber left by Lady Ravenclaw. If Salazar Slytherin could conceal a chamber of secrets within Hogwarts, why not one of the other founders? Back when he first read the original story, Mike had speculated that the other founders might have left their own secret chambers. He'd even imagined how they might be accessed. For instance, Ravenclaw's chamber might require her lost diadem as a key. Now, it seemed the chamber did exist, but the key wasn't the diadem. Instead, it was the claw marks on that girl's hand. Yet questions lingered. Why was I brought here? What era is this? And have all the treasures inside already been taken by that girl? You led me here, Mike said, turning to the raven still perched on his shoulder. So tell me, what is really going on? The raven, its intelligence unmistakably human-like, responded with a mocking glance before gesturing with its wings, first toward a nearby wall, then at a mirror. Mike gazed toward the wall indicated by the raven, observing nothing out of the ordinary. This wall was designated by Ravenclaw for the display of portraits of distinguished individuals hailing from their esteemed house. Mike held a profound impression of it. As their male student council president, Abbot Freely often delighted in gathering the new students before this wall to recount the tales of these illustrious figures. After scrutinizing the wall from various angles for quite some time, Mike finally discerned an anomaly. It appeared that several portraits had inexplicably vanished. While he could not recall the names of the other missing portraits, he distinctly remembered that the last one in the sequence was that of Gilderoy Lockhart. Initially, Mike had been astonished to see this individual's portrait adorning the celebrity wall in the Ravenclaw common room. Upon inquiring with Penelope, he learned that a previous female president of the Ravenclaw Student Council had been an ardent admirer of Lockhart, and despite the opposition from the male prefects at the time, she had insisted on having his portrait hung. That bold senior had graduated 5 years ago, and it was rumored that she had taken a position within the Ministry of Magic. The absence of Lockhart's portrait on the wall indicated that the image Mike now beheld was at least 5 years old. Of course, it could very well be older. Considering that the wall was missing not only Lockhart's portrait, Mike took note of the appearance of the last portrait on the wall, so he could compare it with the current Hall of Fame of Ravenclaw and deduce a more precise timeline. After gathering the information from the Hall of Fame, Mike turned his gaze towards the mirror, suspecting that the raven might be using this method to respond to his inquiries, thus hinting at some hidden secrets within the mirror. Approaching the mirror and peering inside, he was astonished to see that the reflection, which had previously failed to reveal his image, was now functioning normally. A blond youth stood within the mirror, clad in a simple wizarding robe, his expression one of terror, with a pitch-black raven perched upon his shoulder, locking eyes with Mike. Mike could not help but feel a surge of fear, for the figure in the mirror was none other than himself. Most alarmingly, a massive claw mark, glowing with a bluish light, marred his once fair and handsome face. Mike hastily leaned closer to the mirror, extending his hands to explore the claw mark on his face, while the reflection of Mike in the mirror mimicked his actions. Caw, caw, caw. The raven perched on his shoulder emitted a harsh cry upon witnessing Mike's movements, reminiscent of mocking laughter. This sound grated on Mike's ears, not due to its unpleasantness, but because it carried an undertone of malicious glee. Enraged, Mike instinctively reached for the raven on his shoulder. Perhaps lost in its own amusement, the raven failed to notice as Mike seized it by the neck. The discordant cries abruptly ceased, and the raven flapped its wings furiously, struggling for freedom, its dark feathers falling like scattered leaves. Do not presume that just because you have shrunk, I cannot recognize you. Look at the mischief you have wrought, Mike shouted, gripping the raven's neck. Why is it that when you touch that young girl, it's her hand you grasp, yet with me, it's my face? I see through your intentions, you wretched creature. Mike's grip began to tighten, and the raven, clearly unable to withstand such force, started to roll its eyes back. Do not inquire why the raven would do so. As the struggles of the raven in his grasp diminished, Mike hastily eased his hold. This raven was evidently connected to the Ravenclaw's chamber, and he had no intention of suffocating it. With the pressure in Mike's hand lightening, the raven, which had seemed on the brink of death, suddenly regained its vigor. Flapping its wings to escape Mike's grasp and alighting triumphantly upon the statue of Lady Ravenclaw, gazing down at Mike with a sense of superiority. This cunning little creature had merely been feigning distress. Once again outwitted by the raven, Mike felt a surge of frustration. He quickly advanced, reaching out to seize the raven once more. However, the raven perched upon the statue remained unfazed by Mike's approach, nonchalantly flapping its wings. As it did, a tempestuous gust surged toward Mike. He felt an overwhelming force strike him, sending him careening backward uncontrollably. The ferocity of this wind was far from trivial. Chairs, tables, and debris within the common room, even the green bricks from the walls, were dislodged and hurled toward Mike, who was already toppled by the fierce gust. Mike, with his hands cradling his head, curled into a ball, turning his back to the direction from which the tempestuous winds surged. The gale showed no signs of abating, hurling a myriad of objects against Mike's back, rendering him almost oblivious to the pain that had begun to envelop him. Yet, the agony, as swiftly as it arrived, began to wane. As the storm raged on, the Ravenclaw common room gradually disintegrated, ultimately transforming into a serene expanse of pale blue light. Mike was also transported away, leaving only the Raven amidst the shimmering light. The Raven cast a complex gaze toward the spot where Mike had once been, then took flight back to the withered tree, closing its eyes to feign slumber. Meanwhile, in the residence numbered 210 of Godric's Valley, the house elf Lolo anxiously watched over the sleeping Mike sprawled on the sofa, muttering to itself. Lunchtime had long passed, and Lolo felt it was time to rouse the esteemed guest for a meal. No. This was a distinguished guest of the master. Lolo would surely be reprimanded for disturbing his rest. Lolo truly felt inadequate, unable to fulfill the master's instructions, which explained why the old master had entrusted Lolo to the new master. As Lolo wallowed in self-pity, Mike suddenly sprang upright from the sofa with a jolt. Mike explored his face, finding only a smooth surface, devoid of any scratches. However, a lingering pain in his back served as a poignant reminder that the recent events were not merely a figment of his imagination. Turning to the side, he noticed Lolo, who had been startled into his seated position on the ground. Mike commanded, "Please fetch me a mirror." Heeding his request, Lolo, undeterred by the tears that had welled up from her fright, snapped her fingers, and a round mirror materialized in her hand. "Thank you." Mike took the mirror without acknowledging Lolo, who was overwhelmed with gratitude, and began to examine himself in the reflection. His face appeared as handsome as ever, and that dreadful claw mark was nowhere to be seen. Sighing in relief, Mike realized that the mark was unlikely to manifest frequently. This was indeed a good thing. If he were to be disfigured, how would he ever find a wife? Chapter 56. Testing the waters during dinner, Professor Fluellen returned, bearing a long object tightly wrapped in oiled paper on his shoulder, which appeared to be a broom. Observing this, Lolo hurried forward, eager to assist his master with the luggage, but was dismissed by Professor Fluellen. Unperturbed by this rebuff, Lolo, believing he had once again erred and was now punishing himself by knocking his head against the floor, carried the parcel into the living room, calling out loudly, "Mike, come quickly and see what I have brought for you." "Is this a flying broom?" Mike gazed in disbelief at Professor Flitwick, who was struggling to carry the elongated, broom-like package. "Wow, what an astute child you are. This is the latest Nimbus 2001, a belated birthday gift for you. I sincerely apologize, my dear. I completely overlooked that the day before yesterday was your birthday. It only struck me today while I was occupied with the new student's enrollment at Hogwarts," Professor Flitwick expressed regretfully. "It has been enhanced with the most advanced anti-jinx coating, making it impossible to fit into a non-expandable bag. By the way, this thing is quite heavy. Come over and help me hold it." Upon hearing this, Mike hurriedly approached and lifted the broom from Professor Flitwick's shoulder. The moment he grasped it, he felt the broom's weight significantly exceeded that of other flying brooms. Glancing at Professor Flitwick, who was rubbing his shoulder, a wave of bittersweet nostalgia surged within him. How many years had it been since he celebrated his birthday? 10 years? 20? He recalled the last time he received a birthday gift was a paper airplane crafted by little Jimmy during art class. Although that so-called birthday was merely a date Mike had casually provided, being an orphan, he had no knowledge of his actual birth date. In the aftermath, Jimmy had asked for a remote-controlled airplane with a wingspan of 3 meters as a reciprocal gift. Yet, Mike was genuinely touched. For that paper airplane symbolized that little Jimmy still held a place for him in his heart as his father. Mike crouched down and embraced Frivy. His voice choked with gratitude as he uttered his thanks. This unexpected gesture startled Frivy, who hurriedly reassured him. "Why are you crying? Do you not like this gift? That can't be true. Aren't all young wizards fond of flying broomsticks these days?" Mike possessed the soul of an adult and swiftly regained his composure from the tumult of emotions. "I truly cherish this. It is the finest gift I have ever received." Mike raised the broom, declaring his intent to join the Quidditch team next year, aiming to bring glory to Ravenclaw with this very broom. "Oh, such confidence? I shall eagerly await that, ha ha ha," Professor Flitwick jested. Meanwhile, The house elf Lolo had ceased banging his head against the floor and now gazed at the two conversing with pleading eyes. Ever since the esteemed guest's arrival, the master's dining schedule had become rather erratic, all the fault of the guest. Oh, no. Lolo is indeed a mischievous elf, speaking ill of the guest behind his back. How shameful. How shameful. With that, he began to tighten the curtain around his neck, catching sight of Lolo's actions from the corner of his eye. Mike hastily invited Professor Flitwick to the dining room, fearing that if they lingered any longer, Lolo might inadvertently harm himself. Upon hearing that the master and esteemed guest were to dine, Lolo immediately released the curtain from his neck, wiped away his tears, and cheerfully set about preparing the dining area. With a snap of Lolo's fingers, a sumptuous dinner appeared before the two. As they dined, Mike began to probe Professor Flitwick. Have you heard of the hidden passageways or secret chambers within the Ravenclaw common room? Who told you this? Fred and George. They mentioned it to me before the holidays, claiming it was visible on a map. Professor Flitwick initially appeared surprised, but upon learning it was the Weasley twins, he chuckled. They must have been pulling your leg. I have worked at Hogwarts for decades and have never known of any secret passageways in Ravenclaw. Indeed. Hogwarts is rife with hidden paths, but the common rooms of the four houses certainly do not possess any, at least to my knowledge. Professor Flitwick asserted confidently. Is that so? Isn't it merely a matter of reciting a spell in front of the statue of the Ravenclaw lady or possessing some token to reveal a portal, through which one can behold Ravenclaw's treasure? Was that also divulged by the Weasley twins? Mike nodded slightly. I think you might have been deceived, Mike, Professor Flitwick remarked, as he stuffed a piece of cut steak into his mouth, mumbling, You surely haven't studied the history of magic properly. Among the four founders, aside from Slytherin, who purportedly constructed a hidden chamber at Hogwarts to conceal his treasures, the remaining three founders bequeathed all their wealth and knowledge to their descendants. So it is impossible for there to be any hidden treasures. Upon hearing Professor Flitwick's words, Mike felt a heavy weight in his heart. The warmth he had felt from the birthday gift given by Flitwick had dissipated entirely. The claw marks upon his face were bestowed upon him by the raven statue used for initiation tests at the Raven's Nest. A statue that had been in existence for centuries, having tested countless wizards for membership, based on the images he had witnessed in his dreams. He was not the only fortunate one. Mike was almost certain that there was information regarding the claw marks and the luminous gateway within the Raven's Nest. However, how could Professor Flitwick, a member for over 30 years and the esteemed head of Ravenclaw House at Hogwarts, be utterly oblivious to the matter of that gateway? Mike sensed an ominous presence. Either the denizens of the Raven's Nest were genuinely oblivious to the luminous portal upon the statue of Lady Ravenclaw, or they were aware yet chose to withhold this knowledge from Professor Flitwick. The likelihood of the former was not non-existent, but rather slim. Those with dark inclinations often project their own nature onto others, and instinctively, Mike chose to believe the latter. Upon reflection, Professor Flitwick's actions indeed seemed quite peculiar. After all, he was merely an exceptionally gifted Muggleborn. What reason could the professor have to treat him with such kindness? The coveted pendant was a relic of Lady Ravenclaw. Yet Professor Flitwick had bestowed it upon Mike, who had only known him for a matter of months. If the roles were reversed, Mike could not fathom such selflessness. Mike felt as though a colossal beast named Conspiracy was approaching, poised to devour him the moment he fell into its trap. Meanwhile, the atmosphere at the dining table remained joyous, as Mike and Professor Flitwick continued to savor the exquisite dishes prepared by Lolo, standing beside them. Lolo was ever ready to attend to their needs. On the last day of July, a frail owl collided headlong with the enchanted window of number 210 in Godric Valley, producing a dull thud. When Mike approached to investigate, he found the unfortunate creature motionless, a scroll of parchment tied to its leg. It seemed this owl had valiantly delivered its message against all odds, respecting its role as a diligent messenger. Mike gently removed the letter and carried the owl by its talons to the kitchen, intending to bestow upon it a dignified farewell. To his surprise, just as Mike was about to relieve the brave creature of its thick, feathered coat, the guest of honor stirred back to life. This was quite the predicament. A proper funeral must adhere to its solemnity. The water in the kitchen was nearing a boil, awaiting the valiant one's immersion after shedding its plumage. How could a funeral proceed with its guest awakening? Mike extended his hand towards the neck of the warrior, intending to lull it back into slumber. To his surprise, a collar adorned the warrior's neck, intricately engraved with the name, Wesley. This revelation rendered the funeral utterly impossible. Mike had not yet hardened his heart to the point of roasting his friend's owl for a meal. After preparing fresh water and food for the warrior, Mike finally found the time to open the envelope. The letter was from the Weasley brothers, who claimed that thanks to Mike's assistance during the last academic year, They had amassed considerable wealth and were planning to host a party at their home, specifically inviting Mike to attend. The letter also mentioned that Franklin had already been welcomed into their humble abode, and that Harry had received their correspondence as well, arriving shortly. No wonder the old owl appeared on the verge of exhaustion. It had traveled such a great distance. Mike curled his lips in disdain. The capitalist traits of the two brothers became increasingly apparent. An owl, worth merely a few galleons, hardly warranted risking its life to deliver messages. After years of diligent service to the Weasley family, wouldn't it be more humane to allow the aging creature to enjoy its twilight years at home? While he looked down upon the miserly siblings, he gently stroked the owl's feathers. Perhaps due to its age, the owl exhibited a remarkably gentle temperament. Closing its eyes in comfort as it felt Mike's caress, even nuzzling its damp beak against his hand, blissfully unaware that just moments ago, this very person considered roasting it for a meal. Observing the owl's still trembling legs, Mike resolved against sending it on the errand. There was a high likelihood it would perish on the way. It would be best for him to undertake the journey himself. With this thought, Mike instructed Lolo to care for the valiant owl and to relay to Professor Flitwick that he would be visiting the Weasley residence, potentially staying for several days. Before turning towards his room, feeling somewhat embarrassed about visiting someone else's home empty-handed for the first time, Mike recalled that Mr. Weasley had a fondness for Muggle items. It would be splendid to procure some assorted Muggle toys as gifts. He retrieved a treasured 100-pound note from his collection and performed a duplication spell, tossing it into the air. With a puff of green smoke, two identical 100-pound notes materialized before him. Inspecting the bills closely, Mike noted not only were the patterns identical, but even the smudges he had inadvertently left were the same, which brought him satisfaction. The duplication charm was one he had pilfered from the restricted section, its complexity being relatively low. However, its usage was not widespread within the wizarding community, primarily due to its classification as a strictly regulated spell by the Ministry of Magic, as well as its perceived lack of utility among traditional wizards. Items produced by the duplication charm were indistinguishable in appearance and quality from the originals, yet ultimately, replicas remained mere facades. For instance, should one duplicate a loaf of bread, while it may look and smell identical to the real thing, it would be inedible. Over time, the magic would dissipate, leaving nothing but void. Consuming it might provide temporary satiety, but it would yield no nutritional value, eventually leading to a more intense hunger when the food vanished. However, duplicating currency or precious metals did not carry such drawbacks. Aside from the risk of sudden disappearance, Muggles possessed no means to differentiate between replicas and genuine articles. In truth, wizards were not naive. The duplication charm had been widely exploited to counterfeit galleons for fraudulent purposes. But such practices gradually declined due to the advent of magical detection spells and the Ministry's stringent regulations. Thus, the goblin's words to Mike at Gringotts rang true. Muggle currency held no significance for those in the wizarding world. Only law-abiding citizens like the Weasley family and wizards incapable of performing the duplication charm led lives of financial restraint. With a thick stack of pounds in hand, Mike eagerly entered the living room, where he found Lolo anxiously fixated on the owl. He greeted her before dashing into the fireplace. Mike's magical prowess was insufficient. The pounds he conjured through the duplication spell would only last for a day, necessitating swift expenditure. Brushing off the dust from his attire, Mike emerged from the leaky cauldron. Greeted by the bustling streets of London, he inhaled the air imbued with the essence of smoke and warmth, delighting in the sensation. It had been a year since he last returned to the Muggle world, and even the heavily polluted air felt refreshing. The bills he possessed bore identical serial numbers. Making him hesitant to visit the opulent boutiques, he opted instead for shops where total expenses would not exceed £100. Fortunately, in 1992, the pound maintained a robust value, allowing £100 to procure a considerable array of items. The latest remote-controlled airplane would surely delight Mr. Weasley purchased. What? Only £20 for one? I'll take 5. Cookbooks? Mrs. Weasley would undoubtedly appreciate them. At merely £5 each? I'll have 20 volumes from around the world. Please. The shopping spree continued into the afternoon. This time, Mike had only duplicated around £10,000. However, even with several enchanted bags filled to capacity, he still had approximately £3,000 to £4,000 remaining. He couldn't help but lament how long it had been since he lived among Muggles, as even spending, once his forte, now felt foreign. In a deserted alley, Mike created enough space to extract his blackthorn wand. With a resounding bang, a bright purple 3-tiered bus materialized before him, its windows adorned with golden lettering proclaiming, "Night Bus." Mike stepped into the vehicle through the open door. The ticket collector, clad in a purple uniform, was about to speak when Mike tossed out 11 silver sickles, stating, "To the humble abode in honor est. Catchpole, you know it, right? By the way, could I trouble you for a ticket? If only I could replicate spells, I would simply duplicate the tickets, heh." Chapter 58. The humble abode. Are you referring to the Weasley household? Of course, I am aware of it. Additionally, would you care for some chocolate? Just 4 more silver sickles, and you can have it. Before the ticket collector could finish, Mike ascended to the upper deck of the night bus, leaving the collector bewildered in his wake. The second level of the night bus was adorned with several single beds, accompanied by a few lengths of rope strewn across them, which seemed to serve as the Wizarding World's version of seatbelts. Quite a rudimentary arrangement indeed. Mike summoned the ticket collector, gathered the pillows from the other vacant beds to cushion his back, and instructed him to securely bind him to the bed before commanding the driver to set off. With another deafening roar, the night bus roared to life. Mike felt an overwhelming force propelling him forward, as the scenery outside transformed into a blur racing past. The speed of this enchanted automobile was truly remarkable. In comparison, Mr. Weasley's modified flying car seemed utterly inferior. As dusk gradually descended, the night bus finally arrived at its destination, the humble abode. Mike was assisted off the vehicle by the ticket collector, as the driver's reckless maneuvers were utterly outrageous. Drifting was merely a commonplace occurrence. Have you ever witnessed a car executing a sharp right-angle turn in place? Despite the fact that this enchanted automobile was imbued with spatial magic, rendering obstacles a non-issue, the driver still navigated as if he were utterly incompetent. Mike vowed never to take the night bus again, opting instead for the humble comfort of the fireplace. The experience had been utterly dreadful. Stifling the nausea churning in his stomach, he raised his gaze to behold a crooked, 4-story building that seemed to defy the laws of architecture. To Muggles, the Weasley family's humble abode appeared enchanting, perfectly matching their whimsical notions of a wizard's dwelling. However, to wizards, it was a starkly impoverished residence. Wizards, too, are human, and their aesthetic sensibilities mirror those of ordinary Muggles, delighting in opulent villas and classically extravagant manners. Thus, a true wizard's home should resemble the likes of Professor Flitwick's or Malfoy Manor, outwardly indistinguishable from typical Muggle architecture yet harboring untold wonders within. As Mike scrutinized the dilapidated house, a curious red-haired girl peeked out from the door. Upon spotting Mike, she quickly retreated inside. Shortly thereafter, the Weasley brothers and Franklin emerged. "Mike, what brings you here at this hour?" George exclaimed, embracing him warmly. "Where's Errol? I haven't seen him return." After exchanging embraces with his welcoming party, Mike clarified. "You mean that old owl nearly devoid of feathers? I left him at Professor Flitwick's to rest. You really are quite frugal, using such an ancient owl for delivering messages. Are you not concerned he might perish on the journey?" Before Mike could finish his words, George swiftly covered his mouth with his hand. He anxiously glanced towards the dilapidated dwelling, and upon realizing that no one had noticed, he let out a sigh of relief, raising his index finger to his lips to signal for silence. Upon seeing his expression, Mike immediately discerned that the Weasley twins had not been entirely forthright with their parents regarding their profitable venture. At the very least, they had concealed the substantial sum they had earned. Of course, Mike understood their reasoning, knowing Mrs. Weasley's temperament. If she learned that they had amassed nearly 6,000 galleons in just a year, she would undoubtedly confiscate the entire amount. He nodded at George, who then released his grip on Mike's mouth. Though George intended to say more, he noticed Mike giving them an okay gesture before making his way toward the burrow, prompting him to follow along with the others. As they stepped into the burrow, a delightful aroma of roasted sausages enveloped them. Mrs. Weasley was at the stove, deftly wielding her wand, orchestrating the pots, pans, and other kitchen utensils as they danced in midair. The sausages sizzled to a perfect golden brown before floating into a nearby platter that had been prepared in advance. After completing the final sausage, Mrs. Weasley finally noticed Mike. She wiped her hands on her apron and smiled, saying, "You must be Mike. Come, take a seat. George and Fred have told me all about your endeavors. Earning 200 galleons in a single term is truly remarkable. When will you invite that child named Dolphin over for a visit? I am aware of the situation with the Carrows. It's quite unfortunate." Upon hearing Mrs. Weasley's words, Mike couldn't help but be taken aback. As the 6,000 galleons had been reduced to merely 200, the Weasley twins were quite frugal, even with their own mother. Although he silently criticized the twins, he maintained a cheerful demeanor and replied, "You flatter me. It is truly thanks to George and Fred that we were able to earn that money. By the way, I almost forgot that I brought gifts for everyone." As he spoke, Mike began to pull out a series of gifts from his undetectable extension charm bag. Mrs. Weasley initially intended to be polite, but as Mike produced more and more items, many of which were unfamiliar to her, her attention became wholly captivated by the gifts. Not only she, but everyone in the room unconsciously gathered around, including the little red-haired girl who had been peeking at them from the second floor. Here. This is for you, a collection of recipes from around the world. I believe you will adore it. And this is for you. Franklin, a brand new Game Boy along with 20 compatible game cartridges. Quite splendid, isn't it? And for you, Ginny, a pure silver hairpin. Don't be shy. Come and take it. Look, it even has a decorative flower on it. Noticing the remote-controlled car left on the floor, Mike recalled that someone was still missing and asked, "Where's Mr. Weasley?" However, no one responded to them. Mrs. Weasley was happily perusing the recipe book. Ginny rushed back upstairs with her hairpin, presumably to admire herself in the mirror, while Ron and the Weasley twins tossed aside the MP3 player Mike had gifted them. Curiously gathering around Franklin to inspect the Game Boy, Mike spread his arms and shrugged, and seeing that no one paid him any attention, he settled down to savor the freshly prepared sausages by Mrs. Weasley. To his surprise, Mrs. Weasley's culinary creations were quite delectable, far removed from what one might expect from a British wizard. Just as Mike was relishing his meal, a loud melody erupted from the magical clock on the wall. Its hand, adorned with a picture of Mr. Weasley, pointed towards the location marked as home. Shortly thereafter, a slightly portly, red-haired middle-aged man pushed open the door. "Goodness! Why is it so lively at home today?" Mr. Weasley exclaimed, placing his hat on the shoe rack by the entrance, his astonishment directed at the gathered company. He then noticed the items in their hands, his mouth agape in surprise, and with a quivering voice, he inquired, "Where on earth did all these come from?" Chapter 59. The Goblin. The Weasley family was immensely pleased with the gifts Mike had brought, as evidenced by their reactions during dinner. Mr. Weasley clung to the remote-controlled car, utterly perplexed by how it operated without any trace of magic. Little Ginny had lost her appetite, having already adorned herself with the silver hairpin, occasionally reaching up to touch it. The hairpin, embellished with a tiny pearl, shimmered brilliantly in the candlelight. The Weasley brothers and Franklin were engrossed in their Game Boy, thoroughly enjoying themselves, a request they had persistently made to Mike. From their conversations, it appeared they were playing a game called Pokémon, which Mike's youngest son, Jimmy, had also cherished in a previous life. Fortunately, Mrs. Weasley was not so absorbed in her recipes that she lost herself entirely. She engaged Mike in light conversation at the dinner table, continually offering him more food. Observing that the others were too preoccupied to eat, she could no longer tolerate the chaos and, with a commanding voice, brought an abrupt halt to their unruly behavior. Swiftly transforming her expression like a master of Sichuan opera, she resumed her hospitality towards Mike. Thanks to Mrs. Weasley's authoritative presence, the atmosphere at the table finally returned to a semblance of normalcy. As dinner concluded, everyone dispersed as if a task had been accomplished. Some continued to examine the remote-controlled car, others immersed themselves in their games, while a few indulged in self-admiration. Even Mrs. Weasley turned her attention back to her recipes, leaving the dishes on the table unattended. It was utterly inconceivable for Mike to assist in the cleanup. As Franklin rushed into the courtyard, determined to continue capturing the mischievous goblins alongside the Weasley brothers. "Cease that morose expression. What is there to lament about in a game?" Mike playfully thumped Franklin on the chest. "Tell me, how well have you mastered the notes I provided you?" The mention of the notes instantly transformed Franklin's previously troubled demeanor into one of pride. "Need you even ask? I have mastered every single detail. I can even perform the emotional manipulation spells, albeit with a rather low success rate." "Oh, are you certain? Then let us put it to the test," Mike replied, momentarily taken aback but quickly regaining his composure. He gestured towards the goblins frolicking in the Weasley garden. Goblins are a common sight in England, standing approximately 30 centimeters tall, characterized by disproportionately large heads and oversized feet. Typically residing in subterranean burrows, they are notorious for wreaking havoc in gardens and fields, as they feed on plant roots and procreate at an alarming rate, earning them the designation of pests. Mrs. Weasley clearly neglected her garden, and several goblins were currently cavorting amidst the overgrown weeds. Franklin, being astute, comprehended Mike's intent immediately. With a look that seemed to say, "Watch this," he brandished his wand and cast a spell that shattered upon impact. A streak of red light zipped through the air, striking the farthest goblin on the right. The goblin exploded like a watermelon struck by a hammer, a cloud of crimson mist enveloping the area. The other goblins, witnessing the sudden demise of their playful companion, emitted a cacophony of shrill screams and scattered in terror. Franklin's expression, however, soured considerably, His aim had been directed at a different goblin. Mike, a sharpshooter by nature, noticed the blunder and shook his head in disappointment. Franklin's face fell even further, an expression of distress crossing his features. After all, it was nearly impossible to discern one's complexion in the dim light. He hastily recalibrated his aim, hoping to salvage his pride. Fortunately, goblins are notoriously dim-witted, akin to foolish faunts. The news of their companion's explosion spread among the survivors, prompting many goblins to venture above ground out of sheer curiosity. A petrification spell was unleashed, striking true at a goblin peering hesitantly from the cave entrance. Seeing his spell find its mark, Franklin's spirits lifted slightly, and he cast a triumphant glance towards Mike. Meanwhile, the Weasley brothers found themselves at the mercy of their mother, who was tugging at their ears as they set the dining table. Upon witnessing Mike and Franklin's antics in the garden, the brothers exchanged knowing glances, their faces breaking into an odd smile. Ron, catching sight of this smile, shivered in trepidation. He recognized it all too well, the same expression that heralded mischief whenever his two older brothers plotted against him. "Hey, Mike, what are you up to? A goblin hunting competition?" The Weasley brothers exclaimed, sidling up to Mike. "Mind if we join in the fun?" Before Mike could respond, Franklin interjected. "Having forged a solid camaraderie with the Weasley twins over the past few days, let us have at it. I assure you, I will leave you in tatters." The Weasley twins exchanged peculiar smiles upon eyeing the young black man before them. "What would a competition be without a wager?" George remarked. "Indeed. How about the loser does the dishes?" Fred suggested. Mike observed the smiles of the two individuals and was fully aware of their intentions. However, he chose not to confront them. Instead, he cheerfully suggested, "I think this is feasible. I shall act as the referee, setting a timer for 5 minutes. The one who finishes last will assist Mrs. Weasley with the dishes. What do you all think?" With that, he waved his wand lightly, and a glowing scoreboard composed of magical energy appeared above their heads. Seeing this, the trio nodded in agreement. "Begin," with Mike's command. The garden was instantly filled with spells. The gnomes either exploded, were petrified, or incinerated, meeting their demise in a myriad of bizarre ways. Yet, it was evident that the gnomes beneath the Weasley garden were plentiful. After one wave was defeated, another wave of gnomes with curious, wide eyes would emerge, seemingly endless. The Weasley brothers had been clearing gnomes since the age of 6, thus they were quite experienced, while Franklin proved to be no match for them. The two brothers worked in perfect harmony. One employed various hindrance and transformation spells to confine several gnomes together, while the other executed a fire spell to eliminate them all. They alternated seamlessly, achieving a remarkably high efficiency in their extermination. The scoreboard above them soared, their scores rocketing as they left Franklin far behind. "What do you think you were doing?" Just as they were reveling in their amusement, a familiar, furious roar echoed from behind them. Turning around, they found Mrs. Weasley glaring at them. Her heart ached at the sight of her garden in disarray, and with their family's financial struggles. It was utterly outrageous that George and Fred would dare to cause such chaos. The Weasley brothers were promptly pulled back indoors by their mother, and the anguished cries emanating from within indicated that the brothers were receiving a stern reprimand. Observing his two older brothers, who usually bullied him, being chastised by their mother, Ron found immense delight, leaning over the staircase railing, occasionally bursting into fits of laughter. However, it soon became apparent that snitching and reveling in another's misfortune would incur consequences. The very next morning, having uncovered the events of the previous day, the Weasley brothers dragged their younger brother Ron from his bed under the pretense of physical training. From Ron's expression of despair, it was clear that he was the one meant to be trained. Franklin was also roused by Mike. The lad had been gaming until the wee hours of the night and appeared drowsy as he followed Mike outside. Last night, Mike had assessed Franklin's spellcasting skills. Although Franklin had been bested by George and Fred, Mike was nonetheless quite satisfied. After all, despite their mischievous antics, those two brothers were undeniably talented. Mike could discern that Franklin had indeed dedicated himself to studying the notes he provided, and he had grasped them quite well. However, that was insufficient to assist Mike. "Wake up. I am about to teach you a spell," he declared. Mike gently patted Franklin on the head, adding, "We have little time. If you manage to learn it before school starts, I shall take you to a remarkable place." With that, Franklin, startled by the pats, regained his focus and inquired curiously, "What place?" "Learn it first, then we shall speak," Mike replied with a sidelong glance. "The spell I am going to teach you is the disillusionment charm. Have you heard of it?" "Isn't the disillusionment charm a type of concealment spell?" Franklin exclaimed in surprise. Then, sensing the inappropriateness of his tone, glanced around to confirm their solitude before whispering, "Where did you learn this?" "That's none of your concern. Just tell me if you wish to learn. Mike responded with a smile. Franklin nodded eagerly, fully aware that this was indeed a concealment spell. If he missed this opportunity, he might never learn it again. All right. To cast the disillusionment charm, you must conceal your presence as much as possible. It sounds complicated, but in reality, it is quite simple. You just need to slow your breathing and heartbeat. At the same time, trace a Z shape in the air with your wand. Do you understand? Got it. That sounds rather easy, Franklin replied. Everyone in the wizarding world knows that the killing curse is Avada Kedavra, yet I haven't seen it being cast everywhere. Mike shot Franklin a stern look. Now, demonstrate it for me. Feeling somewhat chastened, Franklin shrank back and began to follow Mike's instructions to cast the disillusionment charm. Invisibility. After spending a considerable half-hour adjusting his presence, Franklin shouted the incantation while vigorously waving his wand, producing a whooshing sound. However, nothing transpired. Smack. Mike slapped Franklin on the head. Do you think you are casting an explosive spell? Why are you shouting so loudly? Huh, brother, you are using the illusion spell. The one meant for invisibility. Mike gazed at his crimson palm and let out a deep sigh, retrieving a book and tossing it to Franklin. Forget it. This is the note on the illusionary body spell. You may practice it at your leisure. I shall quiz you on it tomorrow. With that, he turned towards his humble abode, leaving Franklin standing there, rubbing his head in dismay. Upon returning to his modest dwelling and savoring a refreshing glass of chilled plum juice offered by Mrs. Weasley, Mike's anger gradually subsided. Franklin was truly an enigma at times. He exhibited remarkable intelligence, understanding Mike's unspoken thoughts with a mere glance, yet at other moments, he was so foolish that one could only wish to strike him with a hammer. Thud, thud, thud. As Mike placed the cup upon the table, he was greeted by the sound of tapping against the glass. Raising his gaze, he could not help but smile. Was it not our valiant owl? He hurriedly approached the window to let it in. This little creature evidently remembered Mike, nuzzling against his hand, and lifting its leg to reveal 2 letters tied to it for Mike's inspection. Mike took the letter and began to read. The first letter, unsurprisingly, was from Professor Flitwick, containing nothing particularly noteworthy, merely a wish for Mike to enjoy himself. The second letter, however, took Mike by surprise. It was from Penelope. It seemed she had sent the letter to Professor Flitwick's residence, prompting Errol to deliver it. In her letter, Penelope extended a warm invitation for Mike to join her in Diagon Alley the weekend before school commenced, expressing her desire to properly thank him. Upon reading the words of gratitude, Mike immediately understood. Penelope must have received the head girl badge from Hogwarts. The young lady likely believed she had exchanged pleasantries with Professor Flitwick, whereas, in truth, Mike had not mentioned this matter to Flitwick at all. Penelope's appointment as head girl was solely due to her own diligence. Satisfied, Mike carefully tucked the letter into his undetectable expansion bag. Should the Weasley twins catch sight of this letter, their insatiable curiosity would undoubtedly lead to the entire Hogwarts community learning about Penelope's invitation to Mike for a rendezvous in Diagon Alley. It is truly remarkable how the world works. Just as Mike thought of the Weasley twins, they returned, carrying a rather disheveled Ron. Oh, is that Errol? They exclaimed. Perfect timing. We've sent nearly 10 letters to Harry without a single response. Let's send Errol on another flight. They placed the dejected Ron, barely able to stand, onto a chair, chuckling. Do you want to exhaust Errol? Didn't you see he just returned? Mrs. Weasley protested, giving each brother a light smack on the forehead. And Ron, what's wrong with you? Oh, it's nothing. He just overexerted himself and feels a bit faint, the Weasley twins explained, their expressions somewhat stiff, casting sympathetic glances at the slumped Ron. No, really, I just feel a bit worn out. Poor Ron conceded, forced to comply under the pressure of his mischievous brothers. All right, Mom, we're off to send the letter, the Weasley twins declared, their playful demeanor returning now that they had successfully deflected their mother-esque concerns. If Harry still did not respond, they would have no choice but to pay him a visit, hoping nothing unfortunate had transpired. Mike, would you like to join us? Join you for what? Sending a letter or seeking out Harry? Both. I'll handle the letter. As for finding Harry, I'll pass. There are matters I must attend to. I advise you not to worry too much. Harry is under the protective enchantment left by his mother, so he should be safe enough. As for the recommendation, I have a novel titled I Have a Blooming Adumbra in the genre of spiritual revival, currently nearing 100,000 words. I'm testing the waters for promotion. If you have the time, please consider giving it a read and a bookmark. Chapter 61. Ollivander's revelation. Time flies when one is in high spirits, and soon the day of Mike's rendezvous with Penelope arrived. Franklin had ultimately mastered the disillusionment charm, albeit at a slow pace and with less than stellar invisibility effects, yet he was overjoyed nonetheless. Meanwhile, the Weasley twins, having sent 15 letters to Harry without receiving any replies, could no longer contain their impatience and resolved to visit Harry's home that very evening. They inquired whether Mike and Franklin would accompany them, but once again, Mike declined. Michael resolved to distance himself from the savior Harry, in order to avoid arousing the suspicions of that old meddler Dumbledore. However, Franklin appeared eager to go, and it was only after Michael playfully tapped his forehead that he relented. On that day, Michael arrived early at Diagon Alley, but before meeting Penelope, there was another destination he needed to visit. The bell jingled. Ollivander's wand shop remained as disheveled as ever. Michael pushed open the shop's creaky door and stepped into the cramped interior, the bell chiming a bright welcome. Ah, Mr. Michael Tully. A 13-inch wand made of blackthorn with a dragon heartstring core, inflexible, a wand befitting a warrior, if I recall correctly, Ollivander remarked in his slightly ethereal, hoarse voice. What brings you here? Has something happened with your wand? Mike was not taken aback by Mr. Ollivander's precise knowledge of his name and wand details. His fingers brushed over the thick layer of dust on the stool, and after disdainfully wiping his hand on the nearby curtain, he spoke. Indeed, Mr. Ollivander, I sense that my wand has encountered a slight issue, although it seems to be evolving positively. I felt it prudent to seek the counsel of a wand master such as yourself. Oh, allow me to examine your wand, Ollivander said, his interest piqued. I recently faced a perilous encounter in the Forbidden Forest. Fortunately, luck was on my side, and I returned unscathed. Mike produced his blackthorn wand and handed it to Ollivander. Since then, I've noticed some peculiarities with my wand. It appears to have strengthened. Ollivander accepted the blackthorn wand with both hands, donning thick, bottle-bottom glasses to scrutinize it closely. After a considerable moment, he returned the wand to Mike. What you are experiencing is entirely normal. Blackthorn possesses an extraordinary quality. It bears the sweetest berries only after enduring the harshest frosts. Wands crafted from this wood will only truly bond with their masters after facing danger or adversity. Thereafter, the blackthorn wand will become an incredibly loyal companion. Ollivander spoke with an entrancing tone, then added, however, I must advise you. I noticed numerous tiny scars on your wand. It seems you do not take proper care of it during your regular use. Such negligence is quite irresponsible toward your most vital ally. I recommend acquiring a wand maintenance kit. I have one available for just 10 galleons, which includes a comprehensive wand care manual. What do you say? As Ollivander's voice echoed with an invitation to return, Mike left the shop, cradling the wand maintenance kit. Observing the bustling street, he felt a wave of disorientation wash over him. What a transformation. One moment, he exuded the aura of an elusive sage, and the next, he resembled a mercenary obsessed with profit. Are all so-called masters so mercenary nowadays? Shaking his head to dispel the distractions, Mike hurried into the throng. Aware that time was slipping away, Penelope awaited him. Arriving at their designated meeting spot, the floor and ice cream parlor, Mike felt a glisten of sweat form on his brow. With the impending start of term at Hogwarts, many students and their parents had flocked to Diagon Alley to procure supplies for the new semester, making this period one of the busiest times in the alley. Penelope sat at a window-side table, a smile illuminating her face as she watched Mike navigate through the crowd. A glass of ice water rested before her, indicating she had been waiting for some time. Apologies, Penelope, I didn't intend to be late. A black cat crossed my path on the way here, Mike explained, wiping the sweat from his forehead. No worries, I just arrived myself, Penelope replied, her delicate hand propping up her chin, her large eyes sparkling with mirth as she regarded Mike, choosing not to call out his flimsy excuse. Today, Penelope radiated a lively spirit, a stark contrast to her usual composed demeanor at Hogwarts. Her golden curls cascaded casually over her shoulders, and the hem of her white printed t-shirt was tucked into denim shorts adorned with a cartoonish Doryman, whose oversized head appeared whimsically inflated. Her long legs swayed gently, glistening under the sunlight as if reflecting its brilliance. Mike appeared somewhat lost in thought, taking a considerable moment to swallow hard. Gazing at Penelope's teasing smile, he couldn't help but feel his cheeks flush. Having spent nearly 2 years in this world, he had not encountered any romantic interest. If he were a mere child, it would be inconsequential, but he had been an adult man in his previous life. Now, witnessing Penelope's charming attire caused him to lose his composure. To alleviate his awkwardness, Mike cleared his throat and called over a server, "Please bring me 2 servings of the Florin signature sundae. The summer in England is not particularly sweltering." Temperatures reaching 30 degrees Celsius are considered high. However, the human affinity for sweet treats remains undeniable, resulting in a bustling crowd within the establishment. The server, acknowledging Mike's request with a slight nod, hurried back to the counter to attend to the orders. It is indeed quite hot. Isn't it, Penelope? Mike finally exhaled, pulling out a chair in front of her to sit down. Oh no, it should be class leader Penelope, right? Upon hearing this, Penelope erupted into a fit of laughter. Her demeanor lively, causing her chest adorned with a Doryman motif to sway, prompting Mike to swallow hard once more. This is still thanks to you. Without your support, I wouldn't have attained this position, she remarked. You should know that Paula has long coveted the role of class leader. After all, she is a pure blood. While I am but a muggle-born wizard, how could I possibly compete with her? I know Paula. It is said she hails from an obscure pure-blood family. Not even among the 28 distinguished pure-blood families. In terms of character and charm, she cannot hold a candle to you, let alone in appearance. She pales in comparison. Mike replied with a smile. It is evident that women, regardless of age, appreciate compliments. Penelope basked in Mike's praise, covering her mouth with laughter for quite some time. Only when the server brought over the 2 sundaes did her laughter subside. I must thank you. This is a special gift I chose just for you. Please. Open it and take a look, Penelope said, retrieving a beautifully wrapped gift box from her small bag. Coming from a muggle family, she was not affluent enough to afford a spell for a bag of holding. Chapter 62. An outing with Penelope. Mike extended his hand to receive the gift box, seizing the opportunity to inadvertently brush against Penelope's delicate hand, which elicited from her a pair of exaggeratedly rolled eyes. Mike opened the gift box with a cheerful smile, enjoying the smooth texture of Penelope's little hand. However, as soon as he unveiled the contents, his smile faltered. The gift Penelope had bestowed upon him was, unexpectedly, a set of wand care tools. To his dismay, they were of an inferior quality compared to the premium set he had just purchased from Ollivanders. Merely a mid-range kit worth approximately 5 galleons. Michael was aware that Penelope's family circumstances were rather bleak. The 100 galleons annual exchange limit that Gringotts provided for Muggle-born wizard students was something Penelope rarely utilized. It was likely that this set of maintenance tools was purchased with her hard-earned savings, which stirred a slight feeling of emotion within him. Adjusting his facial expression, he restored it to the original radiant smile and remarked, "Your gift comes at the most opportune moment. Professor Flitwick just mentioned that my wanded sustained damage during last year's Forbidden Forest battle and requires proper care, and here you are, presenting me with a set of maintenance tools. I am truly grateful." Penelope, delicately savoring her ice cream cone, flashed a toothy smile at Michael and replied, "I'm glad you like it." The ice cream from the Florian family was worlds apart from that of the Muggle realm. Its cream and milk were sourced from a magical creature known as the English horn cow. The milk produced by this magical being was not only delicious but also rich in magical properties, which was said to greatly benefit the magical growth of young wizards. Consequently, this magical creature was extensively farmed by wizards, with the Malfoy family reportedly having the largest breeding operation. Furthermore, the Florian ice cream cones were enhanced with enchanting spells, causing delicate snowflakes to appear around the consumer, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. Although Penelope's manner of eating was exceedingly refined, she consumed her ice cream with remarkable speed, devouring a cone the size of an adult's palm in no time at all. As Mike observed her somewhat reluctant demeanor, he couldn't help but chuckle. Offering her his own ice cream cone, Penelope's cheeks flushed slightly, seemingly embarrassed at the thought of Mike mocking her for her gluttony, and she hesitated to accept it. Ultimately, Mike pressed the cone into her hands, and she relented. Gazing at the voracious girl before him, Mike smiled gently and remarked, "Penelope, you're in your 5th year now. In just 2 years, you'll be graduating. Have you thought about where you wish to work post-graduation?" At this, Penelope's smile faltered, and she set aside the ice cream cone. Her spirits notably dampened as she replied, "It's not that simple. You know well the Wizarding Society's attitude towards us, born of Muggle origins. Your exceptional talent has endeared you to Professor Flitwick. Even during the summer, when you had nowhere to stay, he invited you to his home. Your future employment prospects are secure. As for me, my magical abilities are merely average. Even with my outstanding organizational skills, the Ministry of Magic would never consider employing a witch of Muggle descent. Employment? I suspect that after graduation, finding a job at a restaurant like that cashier would be quite an achievement. Penelope, you are being overly modest. In my eyes, your capabilities are more than sufficient for a position at the Ministry. Their refusal to hire you would be a grave loss to them." Penelope did not respond, merely shaking her head gently. "Actually, You still have a chance to work at the ministry, Mike said meaningfully. Of course. The method I propose is not as foolish as marrying a pure-blood wizard. I imagine Percy has been persistently bothering you lately, causing you some distress. What method? Penelope stammered. Caught off guard by Mike's insight into her thoughts, but she quickly regained her composure. Mike noted her reaction with satisfaction. Not only was Penelope highly emotionally intelligent, but her magical aptitude was also far from inadequate. In fact, she ranked among the top in her year. Recognizing her potential, Mike decided to cultivate a closer relationship with her. Are you familiar with the Nest of Ravens? It is the renowned Ravenclaw Mutual Aid Society, with exceptionally stringent membership criteria. Not only must the applicant possess remarkable abilities, but they also require a recommendation from a member who has been in the society for over a year. Mike explained with a smile. Oh, by the way, the current head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Mr. Barty Crouch, is also a member of the Nest of Ravens. In fact, I saw him just last month during my initiation ceremony. Penelope's eyes widened in surprise, her ice cream cone falling to the table unnoticed as she stammered. You mean to say you have already joined the Nest of Ravens? Does this mean indeed? Mike interjected with a snap of his fingers. In my opinion, your potential is ample for joining the Nest of Ravens. All you lack is a recommender. Once you are part of the nest, gaining entry into the ministry will be as simple as a snap of your fingers. What do you desire? Penelope recovered from her initial shock, realizing the gravity of Mike's words. You think too highly of my motives? I am not that kind of person. I will recommend you for the nest before you graduate. We are both of Muggle descent, and I will gladly assist you, Mike replied, raising an eyebrow at Penelope. Now, it's getting late, and we shouldn't squander our date in this dreary ice cream shop. Let us venture out, my lovely lady. It proved to be true that the allure of shopping for women rivals the flattery of their beauty. Initially, Penelope remained somewhat cautious around Mike, her disbelief in his selfless assistance stemming from her impression of him as less than generous. However, as they continued to shop, she gradually relaxed, her smile returning to her beautiful face. Particularly after visiting Madame Pimpernel's beauty potions shop, Penelope transformed into a near-ecstatic figure, eagerly navigating the shelves filled with various potions. By evening, as they parted ways, the small bag Penelope had carried was nowhere to be seen. In its place was a pouch adorned with a woodpecker motif, now secured at her waist, brimming with her shopping spoils, from Madame Malkin's custom robes to an array of beauty potions. Of course, all expenses were covered by Mike. Initially, Penelope had planned to purchase only the items on her Hogwarts supply list, having brought only a modest sum of galleons. However, when Mike produced a large sack filled with galleons and insisted that she need not worry about the expenses, she felt liberated. Nevertheless, as a girl accustomed to modest means, she hardly knew how to spend money, ultimately spending less than 200 galleons despite her haul. Thank you so much for today, Penelope said with a smile. School is starting soon. What are your plans for the next few days? I think I'll stay at Professor Flitwick's for a few more days. It's getting late. You should head home and be careful on your way, Mike replied absently. Got it. Goodbye. Penelope exclaimed, quickly pecking a kiss on Mike's cheek before disappearing into the crowd. Mike gently caressed his cheek, the lingering warmth from moments ago leaving him somewhat distracted. Damn it, under normal circumstances, we should be lounging in a hotel by now. Regrettably, Mike sighed in frustration, casting a glance at his little companion, lamenting its lack of ambition. Chapter 63. Mike's small business. Perhaps due to his past life experience of sudden wealth, Mike had always spent money liberally. Nevertheless, he never considered himself a prodigal son. The methods to accumulate wealth are essentially twofold: increasing income and reducing expenses. Mike believed that the former is significantly more crucial than the latter. Mere frugality may save money, but it could also render one as inept at spending as Penelope, who struggled even to part with her funds. Only by expanding one's income can one accumulate wealth and genuinely become affluent. With the school on break, Dolphin Magic Drinks had to suspend operations. The absence of business naturally meant no income, and one cannot simply live off savings indefinitely. Yesterday, Penelope's pitiable demeanor sparked a significant realization for Mike. This era is not akin to his previous life, where inflation was rampant. In early 1990s England, the pound was still quite robust. For instance, in 1989, a typical worker earned approximately £3 per hour, translating to around £528 monthly based on an 8-hour workday over 22 days. Fast forward to 1992. And with just 3 years of inflation, one could expect to earn about £600 monthly. Such an income would suffice for a family of 3 to live comfortably. provided they resided outside major cities. An income of £600 monthly certainly reflected the earnings of the majority in contemporary Britain. Moreover, Gringotts imposed an annual exchange limit of 100 galleons, equating to £500, which is by no means a trifling sum for ordinary families. Additionally, the Ministry of Magic subsidized the items on the Hogwarts school supply list, ensuring that purchasing these essentials would not require the full 100 galleons. Consequently, most Muggle-born wizards did not exchange the full amount. To Mike, this represented an egregious waste, and as he prided himself on being a frugal youth, he could not allow such a situation to persist. Thus, at the entrance of Diagon Alley, two boys, one clad in black and the other in white, could be seen intently watching the wall each day. Whenever they spotted someone in Muggle attire approaching Diagon Alley alone, they would stealthily inquire, "Friend, in need of galleons?" If the individual was accompanied by family, the boys would adopt a benevolent demeanor, enlightening them about the wizarding world and eventually offering to exchange pounds for galleons, taking only a modest commission in return. This so-called modest commission, however, was quite steep. They extracted an 80 fee from each transaction, with the duo taking 50 and the little goblin managing the currency exchange at Gringotts receiving 30. These two boys were, of course, Mike and Franklin. Mike was an adept observer, having honed his skills through a life of bank heists and petty thefts, which endowed him with the ability to discern quickly between muggles and wizards, as well as to gauge the financial status of families at a glance. This keen insight made their business endeavors considerably easier. As the start of the school year approached, everyone was eager to acquire supplies, resulting in a substantial influx of traffic in Diagon Alley. Consequently, Mike and Franklin's small enterprise flourished. Despite the exorbitant commission they charged, many were more than willing to accept free galleons, and most customers expressed satisfaction with their services. Naturally, a few misguided souls attempted to haggle with Mike, even threatening to report him for exploiting the ministry's interests. To these individuals, Mike was unyielding, boldly revealing his name and declaring that he would deal with them once school commenced. Last year, Mike gained quite a reputation at school, and now the entire student body of Hogwarts is aware that he is Professor Flitwick's prized pupil, possessing considerable strength. It would clearly be inappropriate to offend someone who is almost certain to become a prefect, if not the president of the student council, all for a few galleons. Thus, these rebellious individuals had no choice but to comply, allowing Mike to extract a substantial commission. It has become evident that most of these Muggle-born and half-blood wizards attending Hogwarts do not come from affluent backgrounds. In just 3 days, Mike and Franklin managed to earn nearly 1,000 galleons. On this particular day, while Mike and Franklin were typically seeking business, they encountered a few familiar faces. "Mike? Franklin? What are you blocking the entrance for?" It was Mr. Weasley who spoke, accompanied by Mrs. Weasley, Harry, and 5 of the Weasley children of various ages. We were just shopping," Mike stammered, concocting an excuse. "We're about to buy new books. Why don't you join us?" Harry, likely longing for the excitement after being cooped up during the summer, eagerly invited them upon hearing Mike and Franklin were out and about. "No. We still have to wait for someone," Mike shrugged nonchalantly. "Waiting for whom?" "Penelope." Percy interjected sharply, his voice piercing the air. "I believe that is none of your concern," Mike replied, sensing Percy's hostility yet refusing to back down, enunciating each word carefully. "Mr. Percy Weasley." Percy was now visibly agitated, jabbing his finger insistently at his left breast pocket, where a prefect's badge gleamed brilliantly in the sunlight. "Make sure you see it clearly. I am a prefect." "A prefect? Is this how you address a prefect?" "Wow, the prefect of Gryffindor is meddling in Ravenclaw's affairs. What an impressive display of authority." "Prefect Percy," Mike responded in an exaggeratedly peculiar tone, exchanging a glance with Franklin before both erupted into hearty laughter. Percy's face contorted in anger, and his right hand trembled as he fumbled around his body, seemingly searching for his wand. Mike's wand had long since materialized in his hand. Should Percy dare to aim his wand at him, he would promptly cast a disarming charm, relishing the opportunity to teach Percy a lesson, as he shared a close camaraderie with the Weasley brothers. However, before Percy could even draw his wand, George forcibly pulled him towards Mr. Weasley, who was busy shopping nearby. Fred, in turn, made a face at Mike, bowing and contorting himself in a comically exaggerated manner. Mike understood the implication, a silent plea for him not to stoop to Percy's level. Out of courtesy, Mike refrained from expressing his irritation and merely gestured for them to depart hastily. Observing this, Fred remained silent, giving Mike a nod before swiftly following the not-so-far-off George and Percy. As he watched the trio continue their playful tugging, Mike smirked disdainfully and spat in the direction they had taken. Meanwhile, Franklin, perhaps thinking this behavior was rather cool, imitated him with a spit that far surpassed Mike's, almost hitting a passing young lady. Chapter 64. Alfie at the bustling platform 9 3/4, Mike and Franklin struggled through the throngs of people, each burdened with their respective luggage. The joyful summer vacation had come to an end, ushering in the annual return to Hogwarts, a wondrous school of magic. Clearly, the young wizards exhibited little reluctance towards their studies, unlike the mournful expressions commonly seen in past school openings. After much effort, they finally boarded the train, letting out a collective sigh of relief. The platform was teeming with young wizards and their parents, many of whom lingered even after sending their children off, standing there vacantly and waving incessantly. Both generations of Mike were orphans, having never experienced the warmth of parental love, thus unable to fathom such emotions. Witnessing such a scene, his heart felt a pang of sorrow. Fortunately, Mike, with his thick skin and dark heart, did not reveal his feelings. Suddenly, a burst of laughter erupted. An owl perched atop Franklin's head was fixated on Mike, emitting a series of calls reminiscent of laughter, as if mocking Mike's vulnerability. Mike cast a fierce glare at it, and, without a hint of hesitation, delivered a sharp rap on its head, finally bringing it to a halt. This owl was Franklin's pet, purchased with the earnings he had amassed over the past few days in Diagon Alley. The duo's small enterprise flourished remarkably, raking in nearly 2,000 galleons in just a week. Mike himself pocketed 400, leaving 600 for Franklin. Consequently, Franklin spent 400 galleons to acquire this very owl. Mike was astonished to discover that there existed someone even more extravagant than himself. 400 galleons could sustain the Weasley family's lavish lifestyle for several months. Yet Franklin had chosen to squander such a fortune on an owl that served no purpose beyond delivering messages. According to the shopkeeper, this owl was a rare breed long extinct in the Muggle world, known as the laughing owl. This species, typically reaching a height of 40 centimeters, possessed remarkable intelligence, comparable to that of a 3-year-old child, thanks to the extensive breeding efforts of wizards. However, even with such attributes, the price of 400 galleons seemed excessive. The true value of this owl lay in its laugh-like call. Upon hearing the enchanting sound for the first time, Franklin was resolute in his decision to purchase it, simply because he felt its laughter resembled that of his mother. To Mike, what Franklin regarded as a celestial melody was nothing more than a cacophony, filled with a mocking tone that irked him immensely. After learning Franklin's rationale for the purchase, Mike grew increasingly curious about Franklin's mother. What sort of woman could produce such a derisive laugh? He felt compelled to meet this intriguing individual. Mike had little interest in pets. Even if he were to have one, an owl would be the last choice. His disdain for all birds stemmed from a wretched encounter with a raven that had tormented him repeatedly during the summer. Had Franklin not claimed the laughing owl, which he named Afu, as his pet, Mike would have likely roasted it for dinner, finding its laugh utterly infuriating. The two found an empty booth and stepped inside. Before they could settle their luggage, Franklin eagerly retrieved a bottle of mineral water, pouring a small amount into the cap and reverently raising it before Afu, incessantly calling its name. Mike mused that Franklin might not even show such devotion to his own mother. While others might confine their owls to cages, Franklin, fearing Afu would suffer from depression if cooped up, allowed it to roam freely, unbothered by the possibility of it escaping. Consequently, Afu made a nest atop Franklin's head, fashioning his hair into a comical bird's nest. It was said that the hair quality among black individuals was generally poor, leading many to baldness by middle age. To avoid stepping out with a shiny bald head, they often resorted to wigs. A client from Hong Kong had once claimed that Africans sustained numerous wig factories in the Celestial Empire, though the truth of this assertion remained uncertain. If it were indeed true, Franklin might find himself in need of a wig before turning 30. Thus, Mike resolved to gift Franklin a wig for Christmas, just in case, ensuring it would be of Celestial Empire origin, reputed to be of the highest quality. Suddenly, as Mike lost himself in thought, the booth's door swung open. Hermione, drenched in sweat, rushed in, ignoring the owl perched atop Franklin's head and seizing Mike's hand. "Have you seen Harry?" she exclaimed. "Wait, didn't they board the train?" Mike replied, struggling to pry her fingers away. Hermione had recently exhibited a tendency towards violence, her grip growing increasingly strong. When she grasped Mike's hand, he felt a twinge of pain. Missing the train was inconsequential. Dumbledore would undoubtedly fetch him. Yet Hermione clearly disagreed, about to retort when someone behind her interrupted. "Who hasn't boarded the train?" Penelope sauntered into the compartment. Today, she had reverted to her former self as a senior, her golden hair simply tucked behind her ears. Her figure elegantly draped in a plain robe accentuated with golden embroidery, exuding an aura of sophistication. This robe had cost Mike 20 galleons. "It's Harry. He seems to have missed the train," Mike said, raising his hands in surrender. Hermione was visibly anxious, and he reassured her that Dumbledore would retrieve Harry. Indeed. As Mike had asserted, Dumbledore would not allow his savior to vanish without cause. Her concerns were entirely unwarranted. Penelope leaned against Mike's chair, affirming this. Hermione, observing Mike and Penelope, felt a surge of indignation, her cheeks flushing crimson as she muttered a curse under her breath before storming out. Meanwhile, Penelope noticed the peculiar sight of Franklin with the owl on his head and burst into laughter. Hermione, who had not strayed far, heard the laughter and, in a fit of frustration, quickened her pace to distance herself. Inside the booth, Mike, entertained by Penelope's mirth, chuckled and asked, "Shouldn't you be in the senior compartment? What brings you here?" "I was merely bored and sought your company for a chat," Penelope replied, perhaps still catching her breath from laughter. "And Percy? Is he still pursuing you?" "Not anymore. Power is his only concern. Right now, he is in the back compartment maintaining order among the newcomers." Penelope gently shook her head. Upon hearing this, Mike let out a scoff. Indeed, maintaining order within the new students' compartment was the responsibility of the prefects. However, nearly all of them shied away from such a thankless task, for every mischievous child in the world is equally challenging. Those willing to undertake this arduous duty were either altruistic souls or ambitious individuals eager to showcase their prowess. Percy, without a doubt, belonged to the latter category. Last year, he did not engage in guiding the newcomers, yet this year, he appeared remarkably diligent, his intentions clearly aimed at securing the position of next year's male student council president. It was surprising that he began to rally support even before the semester commenced. Evidently, his understanding of how prefects wield power was not in vain. Seeing that Mike remained silent, Penelope shifted to a lighter topic to continue their conversation. The Hogwarts Express was not particularly swift, and the bright sunlight streaming through the windows brought warmth without discomfort. Accompanied by a beautiful girl, Mike felt life was indeed splendid. Unfortunately, Franklin beside him was devoid of any romantic sensibility, still fussing over the owl perched atop his head. Suddenly, with a loud clang, the compartment door swung open once more. Mike cast a scornful glance toward the entrance, eager to discern which impertinent individual dared to disrupt such a pleasant moment. There stood Draco, brandishing a firebolt 2001, flanked by his sycophants, Goyle and Crabbe, striding arrogantly into the compartment. Upon noticing Mike's fierce glare, he tempered his demeanor somewhat. "Mike, are you on a date? Whether it's a date or not is of no concern to you. But you, parading around with a firebolt 2001, what is your intention?" Mike paused, feigning a moment of realization. "Oh, you wouldn't be planning to flaunt that firebolt 2001 in front of Potter, would you? You truly are a child." With that, Mike and the others erupted in laughter, while Penelope maintained a semblance of decorum, covering her mouth to suppress her giggles. Franklin and his owl were less restrained, rolling on the carpet, pounding the ground with their fists in mirth. Draco, upon hearing the first part of Mike's comment, felt a surge of pride, his head held high at being recognized for possessing the most advanced broomstick. However, as Mike continued, Draco's elation crumbled. The laughter felt like daggers, incessantly slicing at his self-esteem. Particularly, the owl's laughter was a first for him, and while he would typically beg his father to procure such a creature for him, at this moment, Draco merely wished to silence it, as its mirth felt unbearably mocking. Seated, Mike observed Draco's complexion shifting from pale to flushed, bemused by his dramatic display. Oddly, under such humiliation, Draco would usually have erupted in rage or even resorted to violence. Today, however, he appeared surprisingly composed. Franklin, having noticed Mike and Penelope had ceased their laughter and were now stony-faced, also quieted. Yet, above him, his owl, Afu, continued to cackle heartily. Sensing the atmosphere had shifted, Franklin placed one hand on his wand while the other pinched Afu's beak, bringing an end to its laughter. As Mike observed Draco remaining silent, merely glaring at him with a fierce intensity, he rose and approached Draco, locking eyes with him in a cold, unyielding stare. Franklin, noticing the tense atmosphere, quickly stepped forward to stand a short distance behind Mike, his wand already poised in his hand. Meanwhile, Penelope felt somewhat at a loss, yet after a moment's hesitation, she gritted her teeth and, emulating Franklin, positioned herself behind Mike as well. The distance between Mike and Draco was less than 20 centimeters. Draco gazed up at Mike, who towered over him by nearly half a head, and felt a chill as he met Mike's icy stare. Cold sweat began to bead on his forehead, and a sense of panic welled up within him, prompting him to involuntarily take a step back. Mike noticed Draco's subtle movements, and a smirk of mild derision appeared at the corner of his mouth as he remarked, "Why don't you just leave?" Upon hearing this, Draco's expression darkened further, his small fist clenched tightly until his knuckles turned white. Behind him, Goyle and Crab were poised to confront Mike, only to find Franklin already aiming his wand at them, compelling them to relent. Taking a deep breath, Draco suppressed the urge to draw his wand, managing to force a strained smile as he said, "I hear you've joined the Raven's Nest. So what of it?" As Mike leaned forward once more, Draco was taken aback by his sudden movement, retreating several paces until he nearly stumbled into the corridor. "We could be friends, Mike," Draco said, his smile faltering. "You witnessed how Dumbledore favored Gryffindor at last year's end-of-year banquet. If we wish to vanquish Gryffindor this year, we must unite the powers of Slytherin and Ravenclaw. Let us not even discuss whether two second-year wizards like us can truly represent our respective houses." Mike remained non-committal, merely responding, "What benefit does this hold for me? Spare me the talk of house honor. It holds no significance for me. I am indifferent whether Gryffindor or Hufflepuff triumphs." Draco appeared momentarily stunned by Mike's remarks, struggling to find his voice until he finally replied after a prolonged silence, "You could gain the friendship of the Malfoy family." "Ha." Franklin's pet owl seemed to find Draco's statement amusing, emitting a mocking caw. Encouraged by this absurd laughter, Mike and the others joined in the mirth. "The friendship of the Malfoy family is of no value to me. I understand your intent. You merely wish for my assistance against Gryffindor, do you not?" Mike gasped for breath from laughter, continuing, "Since you seek my help, at least show some sincerity instead of attempting to deceive me with such empty platitudes. What is it that you truly desire?" Draco clenched his teeth as he demanded an answer. Mike ceased his laughter, replacing it with a serious demeanor as he leaned into Draco and whispered, "The unforgivable curses. If you provide me with the 3 unforgivable curses, I shall assist you in dealing with that bunch of Gryffindors. I have heard that your entire family consists of dark wizards. Surely, you can manage to procure the unforgivable curses." Draco's face turned ashen upon hearing Mike's whisper, his mouth agape in terror as he gazed at Mike. "Allow me to take a brief leave. First and foremost, I owe a heartfelt apology to all the readers who have steadfastly supported this humble writer. Today, there shall only be one update. After 2 consecutive nights of labor, I am utterly exhausted. I recognize that my recent chapters have not been up to par, and I promise to revise them when circumstances permit. I kindly ask for your understanding. Many readers are likely aware of the recent upheaval within the online literature community. To be frank, the situation is far more dire than most anticipated, and within several of my circles, there exists a pervasive sense of unease. Fortunately, my modest novel remains unharmed for the time being. Sigh, I have just awakened and my thoughts feel muddled, making even a simple leave request convoluted. In summary, I kindly request a day off to recalibrate and refine the storyline from the second year. Furthermore, I received a message today indicating that this book will be prominently featured in the category recommendations this Sunday. I shall refrain from elaborating on the implications of this. The success of this passion project is entirely attributable to your unwavering support. Now, I wish to express my gratitude to a few readers who have left a lasting impression on me. Thank you to Trooper 1770, HHYWR, GM 845660, Lingen, and Bookfriend 20170526034629063, among others, for their generous contributions. The amount is not what matters. Your intentions resonate deeply with me, and I am profoundly grateful. Additionally, I extend my thanks to my 2 dear friends in real life, so I shall forego formalities. I appreciate the creation of a donation thread by Global Cold Weather. I am also grateful to Aoshir Jie Kwong, Gutuzwayao, and Nan Xin Gu for adding this novel to their reading lists. I feel unworthy of such honor. My heartfelt thanks go to YY Wang Xiao Shi, Global Cold Air, Kwang Xiao Jiuchong Tian 68, and many others for their daily support in voting for recommendations. I have manually typed out all these names, and I apologize if I have omitted any due to special characters or meanings. I recognize many of you, and I am aware that there are readers who have been consistently voting for me, but were not mentioned. I sincerely apologize for this oversight. The number of supporters is overwhelming, and if it pleases you, I bow my head in gratitude. Unbeknownst to me, this leave request has grown quite lengthy. I shall say no more. My meal has arrived. After I have dined, I will rest and resume writing. Chapter 66. Franklin is an American as twilight descended. The Hogwarts Express finally reached its destination. Mike and Franklin disembarked under Penelope's guidance, embarking on an alternate route to Hogwarts Castle this year. Traditionally, only first-year students traverse the waters by small boats to reach the castle, a tribute to the 4 founders of Hogwarts, who originally arrived at this cliffside in boats. Ultimately, Draco did not acquiesce to Mike's demand. Upon hearing Mike's whisper, he was rendered speechless. He had speculated about what Mike might desire, perhaps galleons, potent magical artifacts, or even control spells, but he had never anticipated that Mike's ambition would extend to mastering the 3 unforgivable curses: the Killing Curse, the Cruciatus Curse, and the Imperious Curse. Once considered mere trifles by many pureblood families before the rise of Voldemort, have since been designated by the Ministry of Magic as irredeemably unforgivable upon casting. In that era, these straightforward and brutal spells were widely disseminated among pureblood families, with even young wizards capable of learning them, leaving only Muggleborns without access. However, following the harrowing and dark times of Voldemort, society has come to a profound understanding of the dangers these spells pose. The Ministry has instituted stringent controls over them, and any texts detailing the methods for casting the unforgivable curses are now deemed dark artifacts, subject to destruction. Consequently, most dark wizarding families, including the Malfoy lineage, now pass down the knowledge of these curses through oral tradition. It is utterly impossible for Draco to acquire the knowledge of the unforgivable curses, as his parents would never permit him to learn such perilous spells at such a tender age. Mike remained indifferent to this matter. If the plot unfolds smoothly this year, the conflict between Draco and Harry is bound to escalate, and he is confident that Draco will fall into the trap. This year, Hagrid is once again guiding the new students onto the boats. His large frame is unmistakable among the crowd. Beside him stands a red-haired boy, assisting in ensuring that the newcomers board the small vessels in an orderly fashion. This is Percy. Hagrid is immensely grateful for Percy's help, as in previous years. He often felt that his beard would turn a few shades grayer from the stress of managing these unruly children. However, this year is different. Percy, this good lad, has volunteered to assist him in maintaining order, which is simply splendid. With this thought, Hagrid excitedly clapped Percy on the shoulder, a gesture reflecting his high regard for him. Mike witnessed the moment Percy's face contorted grotesquely as Hagrid's hand struck his shoulder with considerable force. Drawing in a sharp breath, Mike hastened a few steps to catch up with Franklin and Penelope ahead of him. The trio followed the larger group to a clearing, where the night's weather was splendid, and the bright moonlight illuminated everything in the open space with clarity. In the expansive clearing, numerous carriages stood, their reins bizarrely suspended in midair, as though tethered to some transparent creature. This was the perception of the other young wizards. However, Mike clearly observed that at the front of each carriage stood 2 strange beings. These creatures bore a striking resemblance to the legendary Pegasus, yet possessed dragon-like heads. Their bodies pitch black and emaciated, akin to skeletal warhorses from the depths of hell, emanating an ominous aura. These were the nightmares, visible only to those who have witnessed death. For this reason, many regarded nightmares as harbingers of calamity. In truth, they are exceptional mounts, loyal, possessing remarkable speed in flight, and offering a comfortable ride. What on earth is that? Franklin exclaimed in astonishment, pointing at the nightmares. Mike gazed at Franklin in astonishment, surprised to learn that he had indeed witnessed true death. Only those who have beheld death with their own eyes can see the nightmares. So, you have witnessed death? My parents died. Franklin's tone shifted to one of profound sorrow upon hearing this. Oh, I am deeply sorry, Mike replied, sensing the gravity of the moment and refraining from pressing further. Yet, Franklin seemed unwilling to stop. It appeared he had not shared these burdens with anyone for quite some time. He poured out the story like a stream of beans spilled from a container. I am an American, as you might have surmised from my name. My parents were originally. Oh, damn it. Why can't I remember? My head hurts. Franklin suddenly clutched his head in distress. Oh, are you all right? If you can't recall, then don't force it. Should I summon someone to take you to Mrs. Pomfrey? Mike stepped forward to support the nearly collapsing Franklin. No, I think I'll manage. In any case, my parents died right before my eyes. I can vividly remember the sensation of their blood splattering onto my face, yet I cannot recall how they met their end. Strange indeed. After their death, a woman claiming to be my aunt appeared. I swear, I had no idea I even had an aunt. She took me to England, and then you must be aware of what happened next. I received my letter from Hogwarts. I initially thought that racial discrimination in America was severe, but I found England to be even worse, especially in the damned wizarding world, where blood status discrimination prevails. What a bunch of savages. Though Franklin insisted he was fine and appeared to show no signs of distress, Mike and Penelope assisted him into the carriage, seeking permission from the student council presidents, who were maintaining order among the upperclassmen, to depart for Hogwarts immediately. However, a carriage must be filled with 4 individuals before it can set off. The number of carriages is predetermined based on student enrollment, and if the 3 of them left, it would mean someone would be left without a carriage. The male student council president expressed his dilemma. My friend is unwell. If anything happens to him due to a lack of timely treatment, it will be entirely your fault. You antiquated relic. I shall say it once more. Let us depart. Mike bellowed. The newly appointed male student council president seemed troubled, about to speak again when he was interrupted by the female president beside him. All right, since someone is unwell, you may leave at once. I grant you permission. The female student council president smiled at Mike, winking at him and Penelope to urge them to hurry. The tie of the female president indicated that she was also a member of Ravenclaw. Mike did not engage in pleasantries, simply thanking her before jumping back into the carriage. Franklin's health was of utmost importance, and as for those who might be left without a carriage, Mike was indifferent. P.S. I slept from 8 in the evening until 5 the next morning, feeling absolutely wonderful. By the way, I would appreciate a recommendation, hehehe. Chapter 67. Unfortunate Percy with the command of the female student council president. The carriage in which Mike and his companions were seated was silently drawn by 2 nightmares. After a brief period of acceleration, the 2 nightmares unfurled their wings, resembling those of bats, and with a couple of powerful flaps, soared into the sky. Nightmares are indeed remarkable magical creatures, not only executing the takeoff with a fluid grace but also flying at remarkable speed. Mike believed that the ability of the nightmares to soar was not solely reliant on their wings, but rather on a distinct force of a different nature. For he had witnessed, with his own eyes, the multitude of holes adorning the wings of these creatures, the largest of which was even the size of his own head. Regardless of the species, it was utterly inconceivable for any being to achieve flight with such tattered appendages. The chilly British climate sent a shiver down Mike's spine as the evening breeze enveloped him, prompting him to cast one last glance at the 2 nightmares before retreating into the carriage. Inside the carriage, Franklin was amusing himself with the grinning owl, Alfie, perched above him. Given the owl's nocturnal tendencies, the little creature appeared exceedingly animated, its large eyes curiously surveying the carriage's interior. You seem to be in relatively good spirits, Mike remarked as he settled beside Franklin. I told you. It's nothing serious, Franklin waved dismissively. It's just an old ailment. Thoughts of my parents give me a headache. But as long as I don't dwell on it, I'm fine. Let us pay a visit to Madame Pomfrey. It is best to ascertain that all is well. And should there be an issue, we can address it in advance. Franklin had intended to articulate more, yet upon meeting Mike's earnest gaze, the words faltered in his throat. He felt a pang of emotion, merely nodding in silence. The nightmares exhibited remarkable speed, swiftly transporting the 2 to the Hogwarts grounds, where Professor Kettleburn awaited them. Professor Kettleburn, the esteemed instructor of the Care of Magical Creatures class, was an affable elder whose frequent encounters with perilous magical beasts had left him with a permanent disability. One arm and part of a leg were lost to the dangers of his profession. It was rumored that, owing to his impairments and advancing age, he was set to retire the following year. Professor Kettleburn was taken aback by Mike and Franklin's early arrival at Hogwarts. After learning the details, he promptly informed Madame Pomfrey, urging her to assist in escorting Franklin to the infirmary. Originally, Mike and Penelope wished to accompany them, but were sent to the hall by Madame Pomfrey under the pretext that their presence would disrupt the treatment. Professor Kettleburn remained behind, as the night bus for upperclassmen continued to arrive, and it was his duty to welcome these students. You need not worry. Madame Pomfrey is undoubtedly the most skilled healer I have ever encountered, surpassing even the chief physicians at St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. He tossed 2 chunks of meat to the waiting night bus and, noticing the anxious expressions on Mike and Penelope's faces, reassured them, so do not be concerned. Your friend will surely be safe. You should make your way to the hall. Upon hearing this, Mike and Penelope had no choice but to depart. The auditorium was adorned in splendid opulence for the evening, and by the time the 2 arrived, a few students were already seated at the 4 long tables representing the 4 esteemed houses. Professor Flitwick occupied the elevated teaching seat, engaged in conversation with other faculty members. When he caught sight of Mike and Penelope entering the hall, He promptly stood up from his lofty perch and waved enthusiastically at them, almost losing his balance and tumbling from his seat. Fortunately, Severus Snape, seated nearby, swiftly cast a levitation charm to prevent the mishap. Mike also noticed Professor Flitwick and waved at him. At the same time, he observed that Professor McGonagall was absent from the seats in the classroom, suggesting that she was once again the professor in charge of organizing the sorting ceremony for the new students today. Mike and Penelope settled themselves at the long table of Ravenclaw, and before long, Professor Kettleburn arrived with a throng of upperclassmen, instantly invigorating the atmosphere of the hall. Seats beside Mike and Penelope quickly filled with eager students, animatedly sharing tales from their holidays and expressing the joy of reuniting with friends. On the platform, Dumbledore beamed down at the chaotic scene below, delighting in the sight as if witnessing the most beautiful spectacle of humanity. Ultimately, it was Professor McGonagall, stationed outside to greet the new students, who could no longer tolerate the clamor. Bursting into the hall, she brandished her wand against her throat and bellowed with an amplified voice, "Silence! The new students are about to arrive, so settle down." Yet, before she could finish, the doors swung open once more, revealing a drenched red-haired boy, Percy. Percy felt utterly unfortunate this evening. Those wretched little brats were nothing short of demons from the depths of hell, leaving him utterly exhausted. If not for his desire to maintain the image of a caring older brother, he swore he would have made them understand why the flowers bloom so vibrantly. His shoulder throbbed painfully. That cursed Hagrid nearly broke him with a single slap. However, this was not the worst of his misfortunes. When Percy finally gathered the multitude of young wizards and arrived at the clearing where the night bus awaited, he discovered there was no night bus to be found. Only a note left by the heads of the student council remained, inscribed with, "Apologies, there was a slight mishap. Though I do not know who you are, you may need to share a small boat with the new students." Percy refrained from complaining and immediately dashed toward the dock, fully aware that Hagrid and the others would soon depart. If he missed the boat, he would truly be forced to walk to Hogwarts. Fortunately, Percy caught up with the boat. Unfortunately, due to the fixed seating arrangement, he was forced to squeeze into the boat with Hagrid. The outcome was predictable. The little vessel struggled under Hagrid's weight alone, and with Percy added, it was inevitably capsized. Fortunately, the Black Lake housed a giant squid, specifically kept by Hogwarts to prevent little wizards from drowning, or else Percy might not have made it back that night. Laughter erupted in the hall when the students beheld Percy's disheveled state, with the Weasley brothers laughing the loudest. Amidst the raucous laughter, Percy's face flushed crimson, nearly matching the hue of his hair, for he had never endured such humiliation. Professor McGonagall's expression was quite grim. She had always been a person who valued her dignity. With a subtle flick of her wand, she made all the moisture on Percy vanish completely. Noticing that Percy remained frozen in place, bewildered, she bellowed in a voice that was barely above a whisper, "Why are you still standing there? Hurry back to your seat. Do you not think you've embarrassed yourself enough today?" Hearing this, Percy felt as if he had been granted a reprieve and hurriedly made his way to the Gryffindor table. In his haste, he stumbled, nearly falling, which elicited another round of laughter from the students in the hall. Chapter 68, The Feast Before Percy Could Even Take His Seat. George and Fred made room for him between them, gesturing for him to sit. George held out a cookie to Percy. At that moment, Percy was mortified, wishing he could sink into the ground. Realizing that his brothers were there for him, he sat down without hesitation and accepted the cookie from George, shoving it into his mouth, having been hungry after being soaked in the Black Lake. Percy, evidently oblivious to his brother's notorious reputation as pranksters, swallowed the seemingly innocuous cookie, only to feel orange flames erupting from his body. In a panic, he began to beat at the flames, but they were as unquenchable as mythical fire. Desperate, Percy abandoned any concern for dignity, dropping to the floor and rolling back and forth in an attempt to extinguish the flames. The surrounding young wizards gasped in shock. Yet the Weasley brothers merely doubled over with laughter, refusing to assist him. After rolling for a while, Percy noticed something peculiar. Despite the frightening appearance of the flames, he felt no burning sensation, and even his clothes remained unscathed. On the contrary, he found himself enveloped in a warm, comforting heat, dispelling the chill from the cold water of the lake and the biting wind. Struggling to his feet, he caught sight of George and Fred, whose faces were contorted with laughter, which ignited his ire. He opened his mouth to scold them, but instead, a plume of fire mixed with black smoke erupted from his throat. At this point, the surrounding young wizards realized this was yet another prank by the Weasley brothers, and they erupted into laughter at the sight of Percy, fiery and fierce. Michael, witnessing the scene, could not suppress a chuckle at Percy's fiery predicament. Among the Weasley siblings, excluding Ron, who was rather inept, Percy was considered the least capable. If either George or Fred had fallen into the Black Lake, they would have reveled in the laughter of the hall, interpreting it as adulation rather than mockery, even boasting about their encounter with the lake monster afterward. Such conduct was far superior to Percy's turtle-like retreat. As for the other houses, it was certain that many within Gryffindor would have relished the opportunity to experience a close encounter with the lake monster. After returning to the hall to restore order among the new students, Professor McGonagall re-entered, her fury escalating at the raucous environment, prompting her to shout once more at the older students until the exuberant crowd finally quieted down. Professor McGonagall observed the now tranquil crowd and gave a slight nod as she approached the sorting hat positioned at the center of the hall. With a gentle cough and a subtle flick of her wand, the grand doors of the hall swung open. Outside, a cohort of first-year students lined up nervously, stepping into the hall under the watchful eyes of the upperclassmen and professors. They had heard the laughter and merriment from within, and as they curiously surveyed the assembly, they were met with a rather solemn atmosphere, heightening their anxiety. Once all the newcomers had entered, the sorting hat began to sing the carefully crafted sorting song it had prepared over the course of the year. As the final note faded, the hall erupted into enthusiastic applause. However, McGonagall found herself growing drowsy. She could not fathom the wizarding world's taste in music, for to her ears, the hat's singing paled in comparison to the rap of a certain individual from her past life. The sorting ceremony itself was rather unremarkable, as each young wizard was assigned to their respective houses after the hat peered into their minds. McGonagall suspected the hat was originally designed to identify any dark wizards attempting to infiltrate Hogwarts. Each time a first year was assigned, cheers erupted from their newfound housemates. McGonagall recalled her own first year, initially flattered by the attention, only to later realize it was merely routine. Among the first years, a girl with long, pale golden hair caught McGonagall's eye. It was not her beauty that stood out, but rather her demeanor, which was strikingly different from her fellow newcomers. Large, carrot-shaped earrings peeked through her flowing locks, and around her neck hung a necklace crafted from butterbeer caps. Most captivating were her silver-gray eyes. While others exhibited signs of nervousness or curiosity, her gaze remained calm, as if the events unfolding around her were of little consequence to her. "So, you've taken a liking to her?" Penelope remarked, nudging McGonagall with her elbow. "Are you feeling jealous?" McGonagall replied nonchalantly, "That is Luna Lovegood. Her family lives next to the Weasleys. I had a brief encounter with her over the summer." "Oh, and her father is the editor of a rather unconventional magazine." Penelope regarded her skeptically, but chose not to press further. The sorting ceremony concluded swiftly, and before the feast commenced, Dumbledore formally introduced the new defense against the dark arts professor, Gilderoy Lockhart. Clad in a flamboyant pink suit and sporting impeccably styled hair, Lockhart exuded flamboyance. Upon hearing Dumbledore's introduction, he stood from the staff table, beaming his signature smile at the audience and offering a slight bow. His entrance reignited the hall's atmosphere, prompting enthusiastic cheers from the witches present. Nearby, an unnamed senior girl fainted in excitement, being caught by a fellow student who appeared quite pleased with himself, leading McGonagall to suspect he had taken considerable liberties with the girl. Mike also noticed that even Madame Pants, the librarian, was crossing her arms, appearing as though she might faint from an accelerated heartbeat, while Filch cast a malevolent glance at Lockhart. Once the crowd had finally quieted down, Dumbledore announced the official commencement of the feast. With his pronouncement, a plethora of exquisite dishes suddenly materialized upon the previously barren long table. At this point, aside from a few infatuated souls still gazing longingly at Lockhart, everyone else began to indulge heartily in their meals. As the students' revelry subsided, the Hogwarts feast came to a close. The heads of houses orderly guided their respective students back to their common rooms. As the announcement of the dinner's conclusion resonated through the hall, Mike observed an unfamiliar Slytherin student whispering something into Snape's ear. Shortly thereafter, Snape followed the student out of the Great Hall. It seemed that Harry and Ron had arrived, Mike mused to himself, paying no heed to the unfolding events. He joined the throng and made his way back to the Ravenclaw common room. After a day filled with exuberant festivities, the young wizards were utterly fatigued. Yawning and listening to the prefects recount the traditions of Ravenclaw to the first years, they bid farewell one by one, retreating to their dormitories to seek rest. Unlike the others, Mike's morning running training during the summer vacation significantly enhanced his physical fitness, rendering today's activities relatively trivial for him. The Ravenclaw common room was deserted in the deep of night. The bright moonlight streamed through the arched windows, illuminating the space with a radiant glow. Mike stood before the wall of fame in the Ravenclaw common room, intently scrutinizing the portraits that adorned it. Not only was he observing the images, but those depicted on the wall also regarded Mike with curiosity, some even audibly inquiring why he had yet to retire for the night. Mike paid no heed. His attention fixated on several portraits at the end of the hall. There, Gilderoy Lockhart's portrait struck a flamboyant pose, while a little further ahead, an old man was soundly asleep in another painting. Shifting his gaze from Lockhart's garish image, Mike scrutinized the old man. In Mike's recollection, this gentleman had not appeared in the bizarre dream, suggesting that by uncovering his identity and the date his portrait was hung, the timeline of the dream's events could be inferred. The old man sported a wild mane of brown hair and a pair of silvery eyes. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but Mike found him strikingly familiar. Beneath the portrait, a line of gilded script read, Garth Ollivander, 1813 to 1912, a renowned wand maker in Europe. Discovered various new wand materials such as mahogany and pine, and was awarded the first-class Merlin Medal in 1890, at which time his portrait was displayed here. Everything became clear. This venerable gentleman was the father of Ollivander from Diagon Alley, and it was astonishing to learn that the elder was far more accomplished, even having received the esteemed first-class Merlin Medal. In the portrait preceding this one was a witch named Asha Van Cott, an astrologer. According to the inscription, her greatest achievement was the discovery of 2 new constellations, a feat that Mike found rather perplexing. This portrait was displayed in 1870, indicating that the peculiar events from the previous dream likely transpired between 1870 and 1890. Now that the timeline was established, the next step was to investigate the identity of that female student. Fortunately, the temporal gap between these 2 portraits was not substantial, making the investigation relatively straightforward. Had the time span been as extensive as that of the portraits at the top of the wall, which stretched over several centuries, Mike would have been utterly at a loss. The volume of data would have been insurmountable. Next, Mike directed his gaze toward the statue of Lady Ravenclaw on the opposite wall. After a thorough inspection, he found nothing particularly remarkable about this statue. It appeared to be an ordinary stone effigy, distinguished only by its slightly more exquisite craftsmanship compared to the monstrous sculptures scattered throughout Hogwarts. After a moment of hesitation, Mike resolved to take a risk and attempt to activate the luminous door, for it likely bore a significant connection to Ravenclaw's legacy. Mike, emulating the appearance of the maiden from his dreams, clasped his hands tightly together before his chest, adopting a posture of fervent prayer. He then whispered softly, "You are the gentle breeze from the tranquil lakeside, the prophet in pursuit of truth, the most exquisite being among humanity. I, your foolish disciple, beseech you to unlock the gateway to wisdom." As Mike gradually completed his invocation, he felt a searing pain radiating across his face. Meanwhile, upon the statue of Lady Ravenclaw, a luminous portal began to expand slowly. The soft blue light emanating from the portal merged harmoniously with the moonlight filtering through the window, casting a mesmerizing azure glow throughout the Ravenclaw common room. Yet, at that moment, Mike was not inclined to admire the enchanting scenery of the common room. The portal seemed to possess an enchanting allure, beckoning him to step inside. Sweat beads, resembling tiny pearls, cascaded down Mike's forehead. As each droplet fell, his gaze gradually dulled. The blue claw mark etched upon his face radiated a brilliant azure light, harmonizing with the luminous glow emanating from the portal. At last, Mike found himself irresistibly drawn towards the shimmering gateway. Mike felt as though he had once again returned to that azure ocean, his entire being enveloped in a light and warm embrace. Before him stood a woman adorned with a crown, a raven perched upon her shoulder, beckoning him from a short distance. The features of this woman and her attire remained shrouded in obscurity, yet her pale blue eyes sparkled with remarkable clarity amidst the hazy surroundings. Throughout his past and present, Mike had never encountered his biological mother. Yet the gaze emanating from those eyes instilled within him a profound sense of maternal affection, compelling him to approach her. The soft murmur of the woman filled his ears. The words unintelligible, yet they enveloped Mike in a profound sense of happiness. Caw, caw, caw. The raven upon the woman's shoulder emitted a cacophonous cry directed at Mike, causing him to furrow his brow as reason returned to his consciousness. However, the woman's whispers suddenly quickened, and as he listened to her ethereal murmurs, the reason he had just regained dissipated like mist. He found himself inexplicably closer, standing before the woman, who now opened her arms wide, resembling a mother eagerly awaiting her child's embrace. A radiant smile graced Mike's face, prompting him to hasten his steps toward the embrace of the woman before him. Yet, just as he was on the verge of touching her, an icy chill penetrated his very bones, causing him to involuntarily shudder. Under the influence of this frigid force, Mike's rationality began to swiftly return. The azure sea of light surrounding him started to destabilize, with beams of blue light twisting and elongating like the aurora borealis. The figure of the woman before him also began to distort and fade, as if she sensed something and grew increasingly anxious, reaching out in an attempt to grasp Mike. At that moment, the raven perched upon her shoulder let out a piercing cry. As this sound reached Mike's ears, the woman's form seemed to solidify somewhat. The bone-chilling power within him appeared to sense the imminent threat, coalescing from his limbs toward his chest, ultimately manifesting as an ice dragon that surged toward his brain. The ice dragon wreaked havoc within his mind, and Mike felt as though his head might explode from the pain, eliciting a sharp scream. With this cry, the woman's, whose form had become somewhat more substantial, began to dissipate once more. It seemed she too sensed the tide turning against her. She relinquished her attempt to seize Mike, fixing her blue eyes upon him with an intensity that was devoid of the earlier warmth. Instead, her gaze radiated in astonishing resentment, as if she bore endless grievances to communicate to Mike. He felt a chill run down his spine under her penetrating stare, but fortunately, the woman and her raven swiftly transformed into nothingness. As she vanished, the azure sea of light rapidly dispersed, and the illumination around Mike dimmed swiftly, ultimately reverting to the familiar sight of the Ravenclaw common room. Mike gasped for breath, beads of cold sweat adorning his forehead and face. He looked up to find himself less than a meter away from the statue of Lady Ravenclaw, the luminous portal that had once graced the statue, now silently sealed. At this moment, Mike could no longer deny the events that had just transpired. That portal possessed an alluring power capable of ensnaring the minds of others, and he had nearly been lured into its depths. As for the woman adorned with a crown and accompanied by a raven on her shoulder, could she truly be Rowena Ravenclaw? It seemed implausible. Throughout the history of Hogwarts and in the tales spun by the ghosts, the descriptions of Lady Ravenclaw were always of a powerful and benevolent figure. Mike found it impossible to reconcile her image with that of the woman who had just attempted to entice him into the portal. Shaking his head to dispel the distracting thoughts, Mike understood that he had no time for such musings. Danger still lingered. His dark, prickly pearwood wand had materialized in his hand, and he held it aloft, warily surveying his surroundings. The chilling force that had pulled him from the illusion undoubtedly originated from the real world. Perhaps the individual who had intervened on his behalf was nearby. Regardless of their motives, that person must possess knowledge about the portal, and Mike was determined to confront them for clarity. Inside the Ravenclaw common room, the moonlight filtering through the arched window had shifted angles, indicating that he must have been ensnared in the illusion for an extended period. Enough for the moon's position to change. The portraits on the Wall of Fame had all succumbed to slumber, including the ever-boastful Lockhart, who now lay drooling against the frame. Aside from that, everything in the Ravenclaw common room remained unchanged since Mike had fallen into the illusion. He scratched his head, still uneasy, and began to meticulously search every corner of the room. However, despite thoroughly inspecting the entire common room, Mike found no suspicious signs. With the dawn's light gradually brightening outside, he resigned himself to returning to his dormitory. The break of day was not far off, so he decided against sleep and instead lay in bed, contemplating the night's events. The occurrences of that evening were steeped in mystery, starting with the portal. Mike had never intended to enter it. He was a cautious individual, and the origins of that portal were shrouded in uncertainty. Even if it were likely to lead to Ravenclaw's treasure, he would not risk venturing inside. Yet, he was taken aback to discover that the portal possessed such a beguiling power. Had it not been for the aid of a mysterious benefactor, he would undoubtedly be ensnared within the portal, oblivious to his fate. The thought of having been so easily swayed troubled him deeply. If only he could master the art of mental shielding, his situation would surely improve. However, throughout the summer break, he had diligently trained in this technique every night, only to succumb to sleep with ease, as if it were not a mental exercise at all, but rather a method conducive to slumber. After a month of fruitless efforts to unlock the secrets of mental shielding, Mike was beset by frustration. Did he truly lack the aptitude for this practice? The next time the portal opened, that seductive force could very well resurface. It appeared that he would be forever estranged from that portal until he fully mastered the art of mental shielding. And as for the woman in the illusion, Mike could not shake the feeling that she resembled Rowena Ravenclaw. The crown upon her head was the most compelling evidence. Ravenclaw's crown was a treasured artifact of Hogwarts. Though it was said to be lost to the world, Mike knew it resided within the Room of Requirement. Previously, Mike had ventured to search for it. But as he approached the diadem, before he could even reach out to touch it, he felt a profoundly malevolent force tempting him to don the crown. Terrified, he fled from the room of requirement. Now, it appears that the remnants of Voldemort's soul pale in comparison to the power of that mysterious woman. Although he did not acquire the diadem, Mike distinctly recalls its appearance. And he is certain that the crown worn by the woman in his vision is indeed the legendary diadem of Ravenclaw. However, if that woman truly is Rowena Ravenclaw, why did she desire so desperately for him to step through the portal? She even resorted to enchanting methods to achieve this. The most perplexing aspect of the night is the icy force that pulled him from the illusion. Why would it wish to aid him yet remain concealed? Mike rubbed the greedy pendant around his neck, his mind a tumultuous whirlpool, as if he were ensnared in an elaborate conspiracy. Unbeknownst to him, the world outside had brightened considerably. As he gazed at the rays of light filtering through the curtain's crevices, he sprang from his bed with a sudden burst of energy, realizing that he could only navigate the situation step by step. Thanks to his formidable mental fortitude, the lack of sleep had little impact on him, if necessary. He could maintain a state of heightened alertness for 3 consecutive days and nights, albeit at the cost of subsequent fatigue. However, the events of the previous night had been overwhelming, leaving him feeling somewhat lethargic. He hurried to the restroom and splashed cold water on his face, which revitalized him considerably. After gathering his composure, he made his way to the dining room, where Franklin waved him over, indicating a seat reserved for him. This morning's meal was a stark contrast to the lavish banquet of the night before, merely a loaf of bread, a glass of milk, and a plate of mashed potatoes. Sitting at the table prepared by Franklin, Mike felt no appetite for the meager breakfast before him. In contrast, Franklin was oblivious to such concerns, devouring his food with great enthusiasm. Every morning marked the arrival of the messenger owls, and if he did not hasten to finish his breakfast, he would inevitably find feathers and droppings from the owls adorning his plate. Franklin's conjecture proved accurate. Just as he polished off his meal, the messenger owls began to arrive. Gliding into the dining room, they circled above for a moment before locating their intended recipients, dropping the letters they carried. Naturally, along with the letters, feathers and droppings accompanied their descent. Mike's milk and mashed potatoes have met an unfortunate fate. Observing the feather floating in the milk and the indescribable substance in the mashed potatoes, Mike shook his head, realizing that these 2 items would not be consumed. Fortunately, the bread had been concealed in Mike's embrace just as the army of owls made their sudden appearance, thus escaping disaster. The owls arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. Aside from a few remarkably brazen ones still pilfering the breakfast of the young wizards at the table, the rest returned to the Ollery beside the Ravenclaw Tower. After a night of flight, these owls were in dire need of a restful slumber. No sooner had the owls departed than a cacophony of furious shouts erupted from the Gryffindor table. They stole the car. If they expel you from school, I would not be the least bit surprised. If I catch you, you will have much to answer for. I doubt you have ever considered how worried your parents would be upon discovering the car's disappearance. Startled by the sudden sound, Mike nearly lost his grip on the bread he was holding. Observing this, Franklin leaned closer to Mike and whispered, "You may not be aware, but last night Harry and Ron pilfered Mr. Weasley's enchanted car to come to school. We have seen that very vehicle before." Mike nodded quietly, signaling him to continue. Unfortunately, they lacked a driver's license. In the end, their descent was poorly executed, resulting in a collision with the infamous Whomping Willow on school grounds. It was said that this particular tree was an exceedingly rare magical specimen, and the professors of the school were utterly enraged. Franklin's voice grew increasingly loud, astonishingly. Despite such a grave mistake, neither of them faced any deduction in points, and their only punishment was detention. Of course, I do not mean to imply that I wish for Harry and Ron to endure a harsher penalty. It is merely that Professor McGonagall's favoritism towards her students is glaringly evident. Such a blunder could warrant a 100-point deduction without dispute. Franklin's remarks instantly resonated with his fellow classmates, sparking a lively debate about the previous night's incident and their dissatisfaction with Professor McGonagall's bias towards Harry and Ron. Observing their collective outrage, it was as if they were ready to march to confront Professor Dumbledore at that very moment. Chapter 71. A smoldering new term. The students of Ravenclaw, after all, were not akin to the bold Gryffindors. Despite their fervent emotions and the pretense of rising to protest against Dumbledore, none took any tangible action. Deep down, they all understood that raising this matter with Dumbledore would be futile. He would undoubtedly side with Gryffindor, as evidenced by last year's end-of-term feast. Witnessing the collective indignation of his classmates, Franklin realized he had likely stirred up trouble and hastily pulled Mike away from the dining hall. Alas, poor Mr. Weasley. the head of the Ministry of Magic's Misuse of Muggle Artifacts office, found his son piloting an illegally modified Muggle vehicle through the streets, and now faced suspension for investigation. His job security was uncertain. Franklin felt a twinge of sorrow. Mr. Weasley had always treated him well. Rest assured, Mr. Weasley will be fine. The suspension is merely temporary. Once the storm passes, he will be reinstated, Mike asserted, stuffing the last morsel of bread into his mouth and mumbling. How is that possible? Franklin exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. As the head of the Ministry's Misuse of Muggle Artifacts office, harboring a flying car, a contraband item, was an egregious offense. Under the Ministry's laws, it could lead to imprisonment in Azkaban. Mike carefully smoothed out the creases in his clothing, having rushed earlier, leaving his attire somewhat disheveled. This simply would not do. The next class was Professor Flitwick's charms lesson, and he must show the esteemed professor due respect. Regarding Franklin S. inquiry, Mike was rather indifferent, responding languidly, if it were someone like us, of Muggle blood descent, committing such an act, imprisonment in Azkaban would be inevitable. However, Mr. Weasley is quite different. He is of pure blood, one of the most illustrious among the pureblood families. With that, he disregarded Franklin and hastened towards the charms classroom. Franklin stood in the corridor, lost in thought for quite some time after Mike's remarks. The weight of Mike's words struck him profoundly. Having grown up in America, he was well aware of the existence of racial discrimination, yet as a mere 12-year-old boy, his mind was still maturing. This instance, where Mike invoked the matter of Mr. Weasley, unveiled the harsh realities of bloodline discrimination within the wizarding world, leaving Franklin deeply shaken. By the time he regained his senses, Mike had already ventured far ahead, prompting Franklin to grit his teeth and pursue the distant figure. Attending Professor Flitwick's class was exceedingly tedious, a sentiment Mike personally experienced at that moment. The second-year charms curriculum felt rather superfluous to him. While the myriad of spells was undoubtedly fascinating, their impact on his personal growth remained negligible. Nevertheless, as it was a class taught by the head of his house, he deemed it essential to maintain at least a semblance of respect. Michael sat upright in his seat, a smile gracing his face, embodying the joy of attending Professor Flitwick's engaging class. Whenever Professor Flitwick posed a question, Michael eagerly raised his hand, while the professor, in a show of favoritism, consistently chose him to respond, disregarding the eager hands of the Slytherin students at the adjacent table. The second-year charms curriculum posed no challenge for Michael. His answers elicited enthusiastic praise from Professor Flitwick, resulting in a commendable addition of points. Within the brief span of a single lesson, Michael had accrued 50 points for Ravenclaw. This feat would have been inconceivable in previous years, as professors were typically quite restrained in awarding or deducting points. A mere 20 or 30 points was considered commendable. It appeared that after the events of last year's banquet, Professor Flitwick, harboring a sense of indignation, was inclined to favor his students in a bid to contend for this year's House Cup. However, what one doesn't jest may soon lead to repercussions. The afternoon brought Professor Snape's potions class, once again shared with Slytherin. It seemed Snape had been informed of the morning's events and, emulating Flitwick, allowed only Slytherin students to answer questions, willfully ignoring the raised hands of the Ravenclaw students. To exacerbate matters, Snape relentlessly targeted Franklin, the clumsy and boisterous student, resulting in a complete reversal of fortune for Michael. The 50 points he had earned earlier were swiftly deducted, while Slytherin was awarded 20 points. This was not due to Snape's reluctance to grant Slytherin points. Rather, it was a consequence of Draco and his companions' poor performance, as they failed to answer nearly all questions correctly aside from a few easy ones. Franklin was deeply dissatisfied with Snape's blatant targeting, and had it not been for Michael's intervention, a confrontation would likely have erupted in class. Such scenes were not isolated to Michael's class. They were prevalent across nearly all grades, as professors fervently awarded points to their favored students while zealously deducting from those they disdained. After class, Mike passed by the 4 hourglasses that symbolized the points of the 4 academies and noticed that the colorful gems representing the academy points were continuously increasing and decreasing, with remarkable fluctuations. Upon witnessing this, Mike shook his head, realizing the severe consequences of Dumbledore's forceful intervention on Harry during last year's end-of-year banquet. The professors of the academy had now openly revealed their animosities. The semester had only just begun, yet the atmosphere was already rife with tension. It was difficult to fathom the grim scene that awaited at the semester's conclusion. The professors were engaged in a fierce struggle against one another, and naturally, their students mirrored this rivalry. After an entire day of classes, students from the 4 houses found themselves embroiled in numerous disputes behind closed doors. Naturally, physical confrontations were out of the question, Being caught in such an act would result in point deductions and detention. Aside from Gryffindor's foolish alliance, no one would willingly choose such a fate, at least for the time being. Thus, the students' conflicts primarily manifested as verbal assaults. Mike witnessed firsthand that fateful evening when the male student council president, whom he had met only once, was besieged by the female student council president from Ravenclaw, accompanied by a throng of her fellow housemates. The cause of the uproar stemmed from the fact that this male president hailed from Gryffindor, a house that had, through unscrupulous means, snatched the house cup from Ravenclaw the previous year. As Mike passed by, he caught snippets of their heated exchange. The upperclassmen and underclassmen unleashed a torrent of profanities, their elaborate and extravagant insults leaving Mike feeling rather inadequate. Meanwhile, the beleaguered male president, encircled by a gaggle of girls, was engulfed in despair. Being surrounded by young women, he was reluctant to resort to any form of physical confrontation. He yearned to escape, yet any attempt to weave through the crowd would inevitably result in unwarranted physical contact. The moment he brushed against them, they would cry out in accusation, forcing him to cover his ears and crouch down submissively, enduring their scorn. Chapter 72. The Quidditch Team Selection, Part 1. Thus, the unfortunate male student council president endured a relentless onslaught for a full 30 minutes. By the time the Gryffindor students received word and rushed to rescue their president, the female student council president had long departed with her entourage of friends. The Slytherin students arrived even more swiftly than Gryffindor, relishing the opportunity to mock the beleaguered male president. For them, witnessing Gryffindor's misfortune was the epitome of delight. When the Gryffindor students finally stormed onto the scene, they were met with a disheartening tableau. The male president lay slumped in a corner, his vacant gaze fixed upon the ceiling, tears glistening in the corners of his eyes. His attire was disheveled, with the collar torn asunder. Most shockingly, several dark footprints marred his vulnerable areas, remnants of some fierce upperclassmen's assault. The Slytherin students, sporting smug grins, once again encircled the Gryffindor male president, jeering mercilessly, while some audacious individuals ventured closer to poke at him, ascertaining whether he still drew breath. The Slytherin's boisterous mockery inevitably incited the ire of the Gryffindors, and soon the two factions collided, pushing and shoving on the brink of an all-out brawl. Mike stood nearby with Franklin, grinning as they observed the lively scene, thoroughly entertained by the unfolding drama. Thanks to the relentless efforts of the Gryffindors, the unfortunate student council president was finally rescued. A few towering upperclassmen, leveraging their physical advantage, forcibly maneuvered through the crowd to carry him away. This, however, did not sit well with the Slytherin students. Some hot-headed individuals even brandished their wands in protest. It was not just Mike and Franklin who were spectators. Students from Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw had also gathered around Mike, unbeknownst to them, as it appeared that a mere disagreement was on the verge of escalating into a magical brawl. Excitement surged among the onlookers. Suddenly, a loud explosion erupted from the opposing crowd, and as a plume of bluish-gray smoke ascended, Gryffindor and Slytherin students shrieked and scattered in all directions. Mike and his companions initially believed that someone had employed a powerful spell, their excitement overwhelming. However, the ashen-hued smoke soon wafted near them, and a foul stench pervaded the entire hall. It was the unmistakable odor of a dung bomb. Mike and Franklin had no choice but to cover their noses and depart from that troublesome place. It was evident that the only culprits capable of employing such despicable dung bombs were none other than the Weasley brothers. After enduring the ordeal, they finally returned to the Ravenclaw common room, where they breathed a sigh of relief. Little did they know how many dung bombs the Weasley brothers had unleashed. That nauseating stench pervaded not only the entire hall, but also tainted a considerable area surrounding it. As they gasped for fresh air, a young lad clad in Quidditch gear approached them. Mike recognized him as Roger Davies, the athletic star of Ravenclaw and captain of the Quidditch team. "Mike, I've been searching for you," Roger exclaimed. "Professor Flitwick recommended you to our Ravenclaw Quidditch team, and today we are holding open tryouts. Come on." After a few deep sniffs, he added, "What is that smell? It's absolutely foul." Upon hearing this, Mike immediately grasped that Professor Flitwick's gift of the Nimbus 2001 was not without ulterior motives. It was intended to persuade him to join the Quidditch team. With a wry smile, he refrained from declining and replied, "Very well, I shall use my own broomstick." "Surely, you have a test broom available, as my friend will also be participating in the trials." Roger cast a curious glance at Franklin, who stood beside Mike, as he was unfamiliar with him. In truth, had it not been for Professor Flitwick's introduction, he might not have recognized Mike either. Given the extensive training sessions for the Quidditch team, Roger, as captain, had forsaken nearly all social engagements. "Greetings," I am Franklin Clinton. Franklin introduced himself to Roger with a demeanor that was both respectful and assured. All right then, let us not dawdle. The others are already awaiting us on the pitch, Roger stated before turning on his heel and exiting the Ravenclaw common room. Mike cast a wry smile towards Franklin and followed closely behind. Michael truly detested Quidditch. This absurdly flawed ball sport was even more barbaric than American football and utterly devoid of aesthetic appeal. More often than not, the outcome of a Quidditch match hinged entirely upon the seeker's individual prowess and the quality of their broomstick. While the equipment gap was somewhat narrower in top-tier professional leagues, school-level competitions like those at Hogwarts were simply farcical. Take Harry Potter in the original story, armed with a firebolt, a professional-grade broomstick. During his third year, competing against seekers from other houses who wielded Nimbus or even clean sweep models, Harry's speed eclipsed theirs by several magnitudes. Losing under such circumstances would have been nothing short of miraculous. And let us not overlook the rule permitting beaters to hurl bludgers directly at opposing players, resulting in alarmingly high injury rates. Hogwarts' own history even recorded fatalities stemming from Quidditch matches. That such a brutal sport enjoyed near universal adoration among wizards worldwide was nothing short of bewildering. To Michael, it bore no distinction from the blood-soaked spectacles of ancient Rome's gladiatorial arenas. We're here. Roger's voice severed Michael's musings. Unbeknownst to him, they had arrived at the Quidditch pitch. The opening days of each academic year marked recruitment periods for house teams, and today the stadium teemed with life. The typically sparse stands now overflowed, not only with upperclassmen but hordes of first-years drawn by the spectacle, a testament to Quidditch's revered status among wizards. Listen, Michael, Roger murmured, ensuring their conversation remained private, since Professor Flitwick sees potential in you. I trust his judgment. Ravenclaw's starting lineup has one beater position left, reserved specifically for you. Later, just take a casual flight to make an appearance. As for your friend, unfortunately, he'll have to settle for reserve. We've ample substitute slots, let him pick any role he fancies. With that, Roger flashed Michael an approving thumbs up. Mike was left in utter bewilderment, realizing that he had long been predetermined as a member of the team by Professor Flitwick. Chapter 73, The Quidditch Team Selection, Part 2. Justice, fairness, and camaraderie take precedence over competition. The admirable virtues attributed to sports are, in truth, mere illusions. Beneath the glamorous facade of athletic events lies a realm rife with various forms of corruption. Quidditch, a sport notorious for its exorbitant expenses, was destined to be intertwined with power and dubious dealings from the very moment it gained popularity. In the original text, Malfoy's act of sponsoring the entire team with the latest flying brooms exemplifies a standard practice within the Quidditch industry. As for the previous seeker of the Slytherin team, their fate was of little concern to anyone. Even if Draco were a novice in Quidditch, the advantage of superior equipment would undoubtedly elevate the Slytherin Quidditch team's prowess significantly. Thus, sacrificing the original seeker of the team seemed a negligible loss. Mike, a seasoned veteran who had navigated the complexities of society for many years, subtly nodded at Roger before continuing to follow him. Initially, Mike had hesitated to join the Quidditch team, fearing that the extensive training would encroach upon his time dedicated to mastering magic. However, those concerns had dissipated, since he had gained admission through Professor Flitwick's influence. Occasional absences from training should pose no significant issue. Indeed, wielding power often grants one the luxury of flexibility. The selection area for Ravenclaw had already amassed a considerable number of students, all gathered for the substitute tryouts of the Quidditch team. Indeed, these were substitute tryouts. The starting players for Ravenclaw were all at least in their third year, and newcomers in their second year would typically have to endure a year on the bench before being considered for a starting position. Those who joined the team as starters were either exceptionally talented or, like Mike and Draco, had benefited from a fortuitous connection. All right, our group has finally assembled. Let the Ravenclaw team selection commence, Roger announced, clapping his hands to capture everyone's attention. Let me explain the rules, which are quite straightforward. Do you see those magical hoops in the sky? Your task is to ride your broomstick and pass through those hoops in sequence. Understood? You may use your own broomstick. For those without one, please come to me to collect a test-specific shooting star. Most of the young witches and wizards participating in the test lacked their own broomsticks. In addition to some muggle-born wizards who could not afford sufficient galleons, many half-blood and pure-blood students also found themselves without this essential equipment. After all, the price of a brand-new broomstick ranges from several hundred to over 1,000 galleons, a sum that is beyond the means of an average wizarding family. While it is possible to purchase second-hand broomsticks, these often lack guarantees of quality, Their performance and safety inevitably deteriorate after prolonged use. Hogwarts continues to utilize those outdated broomsticks largely due to Madame Hooch, a master of broomstick maintenance, who diligently cares for them. Unlike the others, Mike did not approach to collect the test broom. Instead, he retrieved his Nimbus 2001 from the pocket of his disillusionment charm. The latest Nimbus 2001 immediately captivated the attention of all the young wizards nearby, who gasped in awe and jostled towards Mike, eager to glimpse the broom in greater detail. Mike noticed that even Roger's eyes sparkled with a hint of envy. The Nimbus 2001, the same model used by the England national team this year, was priced at 1,800 galleons, a sum far beyond Roger's means. All right, everyone disperse. Roger dutifully fulfilled his role as captain, ushering away the growing crowd of young wizards. Mike, you go first. I believe everyone is eager to witness the speed of the Nimbus 2001. Michael did not refuse, swinging his leg over the Nimbus 2001 with effortless grace. The Quidditch team trials were hardly challenging. The enchanted hoops suspended in the sky were enormous, spaced generously apart. Any wizard with competent broomstick handling could pass this preliminary screening, which made sense given these were merely substitute player selections. The moment Michael mounted the Nimbus 2001, he immediately discerned its superiority over the antiquated brooms used in flying lessons. Not only did it feature a self-adjusting magical seat, but he also sensed an intricate web of invisible enchantments gently securing his posture. No wonder it commanded a staggering price of 1,800 galleons. Its comfort and safety features rendered the Clean Sweep series utterly obsolete by comparison. Adjusting his goggles, Michael willed the Nimbus 2001 forward, and it surged into the sky with breathtaking velocity. Having spent the summer mastering its handling, these rudimentary trials posed no difficulty. He wove through the hoops with precision, his turn sharper and more controlled than those of the other hopefuls astride their clean sweeps, undeniable proof of the Nimbus 2001's unparalleled speed and agility. As Michael touched down, the gathered students erupted into thunderous applause. A few enthusiastic witches shrieked and attempted to rush forward for an embrace, though the sheer crowd density mercifully thwarted their advances. 50 seconds flat. All 17 hoops cleared. Absolutely magnificent. Roger brandished a magical stopwatch, his excitement palpable. Whether his final exclamation praised Michael or the Nimbus 2001 remained ambiguous. Next in line was Franklin, who would typically have queued for a trial broom. Yet Roger, perhaps swayed by Michael's influence, casually tossed him a Clean Sweep 7 instead. Originally, Mike could have lent his Nimbus 2001 to him. However, after a moment's hesitation, Franklin declined. His reasoning was that if he initiated the request, it would inevitably lead others to seek Mike's Nimbus 2001 as well, and should Mike refuse them, it would surely breed resentment. Following Mike's performance, Franklin's test appeared rather unremarkable, with a sluggish ascent and wide turns that nearly formed a circle. When he finally landed, only Roger offered him applause. Oddly, Roger seemed exceedingly exhilarated, so much so that he was oblivious to the redness of his own hands from clapping. As soon as Franklin descended from his flying broom, Roger enveloped him in a tight embrace. Absolutely astounding. Absolutely astounding. It took you 3 minutes, yet you hit all 17 magical rings. You've set a record. Franklin gazed at Mike in confusion, unable to comprehend why Roger was so enthusiastic despite his slow flight. Roger offered no explanation, simply patting both Mike and Franklin on the shoulders before allowing them to depart, stating that the selection results would not be announced today. Left in a state of bewilderment, Franklin followed Mike out of the Quidditch pitch. It was not until much later that Franklin understood the reason behind Roger's excitement, although his flight was indeed slow, taking a full 3 minutes to complete a test that Mike accomplished in just 50 seconds. He had nonetheless set the record for the fastest time using the Clean Sweep 7 in the test. Chapter 74. The First Encounter with Lockhart. Mike did not meander within the hallowed halls of Hogwarts. Instead, he made his way directly to the Ravenclaw Tower. Though staying up all night was not particularly concerning for Mike, it was advisable for him to catch up on some rest. However, upon arriving at the eagle-shaped door knocker, he discovered that someone was already waiting there. Gilderoy Lockhart was attired in a resplendent turquoise outfit, his golden hair meticulously styled, each strand sleekly adhering to his forehead. Clutched under his arm was a book, suggesting he had just finished a class. As Mike approached, he discerned the title of the tome, Traveling with Ghouls. Curiously absent was Lockhart's signature, beaming smile, replaced instead by a countenance of distress. All right. Once more. This time I shall surely get it right," Lockhart asserted with conviction. "Pray tell, What term is frequently employed in ancient runes to enhance the stability of spells? The emotionless voice of the eagle-shaped knocker resonated. Upon hearing this, Lockhart's expression stiffened considerably, and after a prolonged moment of hesitation, he replied, Axis? Incorrect. Alder? Incorrect. Well, I do not know. After several successive failures, Lockhart could no longer contain his frustration. You insufferable knocker, how utterly detestable you are. Let me in. Lockhart's face contorted in rage as he began to pound the knocker with the book in his hand, uttering a stream of foul language in a dialect Mike could not comprehend. However, he seemed to have forgotten that the knocker was imbued with protective enchantments. Any attempt to forcefully breach the door would result in retaliation from the knocker. As anticipated, 2 blue sapphires in the knocker's eye sockets glowed ominously, and Lockhart was sent hurtling backward, crashing violently against the wall. Mike looked at Lockhart, who was rolling on the ground and moaning, with a sense of exasperation. The eagle head door knocker could be considered the most effective access control in the 4 houses. Akin to the sorting hat, it possessed the ability to read people's minds, albeit with a lesser degree of intelligence. It posed questions based on the solver's knowledge, meaning that theoretically, one should be able to answer any question it posed, given that one had previously studied that subject matter. This led to the phenomenon where the older one was, the more one had learned, and consequently, the more challenging the questions became. Thus, first-year students, particularly those from Muggle backgrounds, generally did not find themselves stranded outside. In stark contrast, it was often the upperclassmen who were forced to sleep on the floor outside, prompting Ravenclaw's upperclassmen to carry sleeping bags for such unforeseen circumstances. Lockhart clearly belonged to the type of person who had returned all the knowledge he had acquired to his teachers upon graduation, despite his disdain for Lockhart's pretentiousness. Mike felt compelled to assist him due to his status as a professor. You're not injured, are you, Professor Lockhart? At that moment, Lockhart noticed Mike's presence. Seeing Mike approaching to help him, he hastily struggled to rise from the floor, exclaiming, No, I'm fine. I was merely testing the efficacy of the Ravenclaw access device. And the results were quite satisfactory, just as they were during my own time at Ravenclaw. Lockhart's expression suddenly shifted to one of surprise. You are? Mike. You are Mike, aren't you? Flitwick mentioned you, stating you were his most exceptional student and that you had even joined that organization. Mike gazed at Lockhart, who was struggling to maintain his composure despite his evident discomfort, and felt a surge of contempt for him. It was utterly ludicrous that he could feign nonchalance while his trembling calves betrayed his pain. Regardless of his inner thoughts, Mike's outward demeanor was impeccable. He smiled and replied, Indeed, I am Mike Tully. Professor Flitwick holds me in far too high regard. I merely fulfilled my duties as a student. You are exceedingly modest. Lockhart stepped closer, eager to engage, to share with me what the test at the Raven's Nest entails. I too aspire to join their ranks. I have received several invitations, but regrettably, I have never had the time to attend. Mike had grown somewhat impatient. As Lockhart had remarked, gaining entry to the Raven's Nest indeed certified Mike as an exceptional wizard. Conversely, Lockhart himself, hailing from Ravenclaw, had yet to join the Raven's Nest, which rather conveniently illustrated his mediocrity. I must confess my ignorance on this matter. To be frank, I was quite unaware of how I managed to gain admission myself. Professor Flitwick should be able to provide you with an answer that satisfies your curiosity. Mike, no longer indulging Lockhart's pleasantries, spoke directly. Furthermore, do you not find it rather inappropriate for us to discuss the nest in this manner? You were about to enter the Ravenclaw common room, were you not? Since I am here, allow me to escort you inside. Without awaiting Lockhart's response, he approached the eagle-shaped knocker. Lockhart, well aware of his own notoriety, possessed an extraordinary resilience. Upon hearing Mike's subtle refusal of his request, a fleeting moment of embarrassment flickered in his eyes, only to vanish in an instant as he hurried to match Mike's pace. You are quite right. Discussions regarding that organization should indeed be conducted discreetly. I am pleasantly surprised that you, at such a tender age, have already grasped the virtue of modesty. Truly remarkable. You are destined to become a figure of renown, much like myself, and your humility will undoubtedly yield numerous benefits in the future. Lockhart continued to impart his unsolicited wisdom as they walked. Upon hearing this, Mike was rendered speechless, pondering within himself, to become a celebrity like you, adorned in gold yet filled with flaws? I strongly suspect you are insulting me, yet I possess no proof. Ignoring Lockhart's flattery, Mike signaled for the eagle head door ring to hasten the questioning, as he wished to spend not a moment longer in Lockhart's company. The questions posed by the eagle head door ring were considerably simpler for Mike, who answered correctly after only a brief contemplation. As the door to the common room swung open, Mike disregarded Lockhart trailing behind him and strode confidently inside. Lockhart, however, closely followed Mike, almost wishing to attach himself to him. He feared that the door might suddenly close, leaving him stranded outside, for their actions could be construed as cheating. And the Eaglehead door ring might abruptly shut him out. Fortunately, the calamity Lockhart dreaded did not transpire, and he entered the Ravenclaw common room unscathed. Upon entering the Ravenclaw common room, Lockhart once again donned his signature smile, which had garnered him the Wizarding Weekly's Most Charming Smile award 5 times. His previously disheveled turquoise attire was meticulously arranged. Chapter 75. Perfume. Lockhart's arrival sent the entire Ravenclaw common room into a frenzy. Girls eagerly flocked around him, with many clever ones presenting their previously purchased books for his autograph. Others, who had not brought books, squealed in excitement, tugging at their plain robes, hoping Lockhart would sign directly upon them. The once bustling Ravenclaw library area was rapidly emptied, leaving only a few boys who gazed with envy and jealousy at Lockhart. Encircled by the girls, a scene reminiscent of the fervor of Muggle fanatics. Upon witnessing the scene, Mike attempted to discreetly slip away. However, Lockhart was not inclined to let him escape, reaching out to grasp his arm. "Behold, Mike. Look at how fervent these fans are. I dare say you have never encountered such a spectacle before." Perhaps wishing to redeem the poor impression he had previously left on Mike, Lockhart boasted, "But fret not. You shall undoubtedly have your own opportunities in the future." With that, he produced an exquisite peacock feather quill from his pocket and began to sign autographs for the eager young ladies. The art of signing is essential for one aspiring to fame. As Lockhart inscribed his name, he remarked to Mike, "Observe my signature. It is a splendid artistic creation designed for me by a literary master. Is it not magnificent? Should you desire, I would be delighted to introduce you to that esteemed master." Mac frowned as Lockhart seized his hand, displeasure flickering across his face. He attempted to wrench free, but found his childish strength no match for an adult's grip, sparking frustration within him. Discreetly withdrawing his wand, Mac cast a subtle relaxing charm upon Lockhart, finally freeing himself from the man's clutches. Lockhart collapsed dramatically before a chorus of gasps from his adoring female audience. Fortunately, Mac had restrained his magical output, allowing the flamboyant professor to recover swiftly. Offering an apologetic glance to the unfortunate witches he had toppled, Lockhart resumed his autograph session without further delay. Emerging from the crowd, Mac wrinkled his nose in distaste as he caught a lingering trace of Lockhart's signature cologne clinging to his own robes. The scent was unmistakable, Guerlain elixir, an exorbitantly priced wizard's fragrance he recognized all too well. He had encountered it once before while strolling through Diagon Alley with Penelope. The shopkeeper had boasted of its rare magical ingredients, explaining its 3-phase enchantment. The top notes mimicked the effects of amortentia, though far weaker, crafting an illusion of each individual's most beloved scent to foster instant favor. The heart notes, Mac deduced, functioned akin to a pheromone potion, flooding the air with intoxicating allure to provoke primal reactions. But it was the base notes that truly intrigued, infused with, allegedly, dragon-derived essences of an unmentionable nature. The fragrance promised to heighten masculine vigor in ways both mysterious and potent. Initially, Mike harbored no interest in perfumes. However, due to the innate tendencies of man, he found himself particularly captivated by the fragrance. Yet, he firmly believed that he had no need for such an accessory. With his handsome visage and considerable wealth and influence, what manner of woman could elude his pursuit? While such a scent might be pleasing on others, the thought that the aroma clinging to him was derived from Lockhart filled Mike with revulsion, prompting him to release several cleansing breaths in quick succession toward the spot where Lockhart had just grasped him. Suddenly, an arm emerged from the crook of Mike's elbow, wrapping around his arm. "How did you end up returning with Lockhart?" came Penelope's voice. "What fragrance are you wearing? It smells delightful." Penelope's current demeanor was quite peculiar. Her expression was utterly entranced, unmistakably indicating that she had fallen under its spell. Michael observed Penelope clinging to his arm, and he couldn't help but ponder to himself, "Goodness, is this contraption truly so effective? It certainly lives up to its reputation as a high-priced men's magical perfume. Indeed, one gets what one pays for." As even a thorough cleansing could not erase this scent. "I must place an order at the apothecary in Diagon Alley. I want a bottle. No, 10 bottles. As Penelope's head nearly leaned into his neck to inhale the aroma, Michael hastily cast several more cleansing charms upon himself, finally ridding himself of the fragrance. "This is a public space. It would be quite embarrassing to make a fool of myself. Ah, what is happening to me?" Upon regaining her composure, Penelope realized she was almost draped over Michael and quickly shrieked, jumping back. "Do not panic. You were merely enchanted by the Guerlain perfume," Michael hurriedly explained. Observing Penelope's bewildered expression. "What? Are you referring to that infamous inferior love potion? I never expected you to be this kind of person, resorting to such things." Penelope's cheeks flushed crimson as she exclaimed passionately, "Oh, I implored you, do not be agitated." Michael spread his hands in a gesture of calm. "As you have seen, I was just with Lockhart. The scent on me is merely an accidental transfer from him. If you do not believe me, take a look over there." With that, Michael pointed towards Lockhart. At that moment, Lockhart had concluded his signing session and was being escorted by the head girl to tour the Ravenclaw common room, focusing particularly on the wall adorned with portraits of notable figures. Lockhart appeared entirely oblivious to the fact that his portrait had been hung on the Ravenclaw Wall of Fame, displaying a look of astonishment until the head girl enlightened him about the origins of the portrait, at which point he wore an expression of sudden realization. Mike dismissed this with disdain. Anyone with even a modicum of discernment would understand that the creation of a magical portrait necessitates the subject's personal involvement. How could Lockhart possibly be unaware that his likeness was displayed on the Wall of Fame? Upon encountering his own portrait, the Lockhart within the painting beamed his signature smile at the real Lockhart. Instantly, the dual smiles of the two Lockharts bestowed a double dose of delight upon the witches present, who, enraptured, emitted a series of unintelligible sounds as they surged toward him, seemingly eager to draw nearer. In stark contrast to the reactions of the enamored girls, the portraits of other luminaries on the wall regarded the pretentious Lockhart with disdain, while some elderly figures even spat at his image. "Now do you believe it?" Mike remarked to the bewildered Penelope. At that moment, Penelope was on the verge of madness. Her small fist clenched tightly, her expression one of barely contained fury. Rather than responding to Mike, she shot him a glare before hastening into the throng, whispering conspiratorially into the ear of the student council president. Initially, the president listened to Penelope's murmurs with a disinterested demeanor, her previously infatuated smile quickly solidifying into a grimace. By the end of their exchange, her countenance was so dark it seemed capable of yielding tears. "You are truly despicable," the student council president bellowed. "How dare you use Guerlain perfume, that potion of love, to ensnare us? We have misjudged you entirely. Sisters, let us strike." Before she could finish her sentence, she launched a kick. The other witches looked on in shock as their president's foot landed squarely on Lockhart's vulnerable spot, and the charm of his smile crumbled under the weight of pain as he doubled over, clutching the affected area. In a swift reaction, the other witches shook off their astonishment. Upon hearing about Guerlain perfume, they too, filled with rage, joined in the assault on Lockhart. Some witches, unfamiliar with the potion, blushed deeply after a kind soul enlightened them on its nature. Meanwhile, the boys in the common room reveled in Lockhart's misfortune, laughing at his plight, with some even contemplating joining in to deliver a few kicks, having long been irked by the flamboyant peacock that was Lockhart. Mike observed the beleaguered Lockhart, overwhelmed by the throng, and couldn't help but feel a twinge of exasperation. The female president of the Ravenclaw Student Council truly displayed remarkable tenacity, having felled Lockhart with a single kick. If all went as expected, the imprints on the male president's vulnerable areas were likely left by her foot. This altercation persisted until Professor Flitwick hurriedly arrived, bringing the chaos to a halt. The girls, who had only moments ago been assaulting Lockhart, instantly transformed into delicate, helpless maidens upon his arrival, particularly the student council president, who erupted into tears, crouching before Professor Flitwick and recounting Lockhart's misdeeds with sobs. Meanwhile, Lockhart was now utterly unconscious, his once resplendent turquoise attire reduced to mere tatters, hanging limply from his frame. His previously sleek golden locks had become a tangled mess, resembling a bird's nest. Professor Flitwick, known for his emotional disposition over rationality, felt his temper flare at the sight of the student council president's lamentations, nearly bursting with indignation. As he observed a group of boys nearby, laughing and jesting about Lockhart's hairstyle, he let out a furious shout, randomly selecting a few boys to carry Lockhart to the headmaster's office. The gravity of this incident was profoundly serious. It was imperative that Dumbledore be apprised of the true character of the defense against the dark arts professor he had appointed. Before Professor Flitwick's arrival, Mike had quietly hidden himself away, thus fortunate enough to escape the professor's notice. Observing Lockhart's woeful state, Mike silently abandoned his intention to purchase the Guerlain perfume. He certainly did not wish to be besieged by a throng of girls like Lockhart. Chapter 76. The handshake ceremony when Mike awoke from his slumber. It was already the following morning. Upon pushing open the door to his dormitory and entering the Ravenclaw common room, he was greeted by a sight of numerous girls. Led by the chairperson of the Female Student Council, dismantling Lockhart's portrait from the Wall of Fame. The portrait, which once exuded its usual flamboyance, was now screaming in vain, attempting to halt the girl's actions. However, as a magical portrait, it was evidently powerless to influence the tangible world, rendered helpless as it was removed from the wall. Amidst the mocking laughter of the other portraits, the chairperson of the Female Student Council took the lead, viciously stamping her foot on the portrait, creating a large hole in Lockhart's chest. Subsequently, the other girls followed suit, each delivering a kick, and soon the portrait was left utterly unrecognizable. Mike approached a bystander, inquiring about the situation, which led him to understand the source of the anger among the Ravenclaw girls. It turned out that Professor Flitwick had taken Lockhart to confront Dumbledore the previous day, yet Lockhart faced only a minor consequence, a mere deduction of a month's salary. This leniency incited great indignation among the Ravenclaw girls, culminating in the scene he had just witnessed. Carefully maneuvering past the still fuming girls, Mike made his way to the reading area of the Ravenclaw common room, intending to seek out historical records regarding Rowena Ravenclaw. Typically, one would venture to the Hogwarts library for such records. However, Ravenclaw was distinctly different from the other houses. Owing to the presence of a dedicated reading area within the common room, a plethora of books on Ravenclaw's history was stored there, with a level of detail surpassing that of the Hogwarts library. Yet, after an extensive search through the collection, Mike found scant information on Rowena Ravenclaw. The meager records he discovered focused solely on the final moments of her life. It detailed that Lady Rowena possessed a magical diadem that augmented the wisdom of its wearer. And her daughter, Helena, driven by an insatiable thirst for knowledge, stole the diadem and fled to the forests of Albania. Following her daughter's betrayal, Rowena fell into deep melancholy and succumbed to a grave illness. Despite her sorrow, she refrained from blaming Helena, choosing instead to conceal the truth of the theft from others. Desperate to see her daughter once more before her passing, Rowena entrusted a Slytherin student, Barrow, with the task of locating Helena. Tragically, Barrow murdered Helena and subsequently took his own life, causing the diadem to vanish without a trace, while Rowena languished in despair until her death. This tale circulated widely within Ravenclaw, as it referenced the lost artifact, the diadem. However, aside from this narrative, the reading area offered little else on Ravenclaw, particularly regarding events prior to her establishment of Hogwarts, with only a brief phrase mentioning her as a breeze from the lakeside as a form of introduction. Just as Mike was engrossed in his search through the sea of books, a familiar voice interrupted him. "Mike, what are you looking for?" As Mike turned around, he found Hermione, a curious little girl, gazing at him with intrigue. Instead of answering her question, he replied, "Isn't this my dear Hermione? What brings you to Ravenclaw today?" She responded eagerly, "Oh, by the way, do you know the counter-curse for the slug-vomiting charm?" Ron attempted to curse Malfoy, but his wand was damaged by the Whomping Willow, and thus the spell rebounded upon himself. Now he can't stop expelling slugs. Mike was well aware of the counter-curse, having been taught many prank spells and their antidotes by Professor Flitwick during the previous school year, including the one for the slug-vomiting charm. However, he had no intention of divulging this information to Hermione, as he held no fondness for Ron. Besides, expelling a few slugs wouldn't harm anyone. One would eventually grow accustomed to it. "I'm sorry, Hermione, but perhaps you should seek out Percy or George and Fred. They would certainly know," Mike shrugged. By the way, what prompted Ron to provoke Malfoy in the first place? "Because Malfoy called me a mudblood," Hermione replied, her speech interrupted as if she had noticed something. "Wait, what is that? Is that a portrait of Lockhart?" "No. What are they doing?" Without hesitation, she dashed into the crowd that was vandalizing Lockhart's portrait, shoving aside a girl who was laughing and stepping on the image. The girl stumbled back, on the verge of falling, but was caught by her fellow students. The chairwoman of the Girls' Student Council emerged from the throng, pointing a finger at Hermione's forehead and declaring, "A Gryffindor. Who permitted you to invade the Ravenclaw common room and harm an innocent Ravenclaw student? Gryffindor loses 30 points." Hermione's head bobbed as she was poked, and upon hearing the point deduction, her eyes filled with indignation, prompting her to swat the chairwoman's hand away in rebuttal. At that moment, Mike squeezed through the crowd and covered Hermione's mouth, addressing the chairwoman. "Oh, lovely lady, this is all a misunderstanding. Hermione is my friend, and she simply came to visit Ravenclaw. Indeed, Carol, please let her off this time," Penelope chimed in, having appeared out of nowhere, gesturing playfully at her own head to imply that Hermione was not entirely in her right mind. The chairwoman, however, ignored Penelope and continued to fix her unwavering gaze upon Mike. After what felt like an eternity, her expression softened, and she broke into a radiant smile, exclaiming, "Mike, Flitwick's prized pupil, it is a pleasure to finally meet you." She extended her hand in greeting. Mike spoke words of humility as he reached out to grasp her extended hand. The moment he clasped the hand of the student council president, a smile broke across his face. The position of the president's hand, intertwined with his own, appeared quite peculiar. Her ring finger curled in a manner that left Mike feeling rather uncomfortable. This was an exclusive handshake from the nest of ravens, employed for discreet recognition among its members in public settings. Mike quickly responded, his hand entwined with hers, the ring fingers curving in unison, perfectly overlapping. Sensing the unique touch in their clasped hands, Mike exchanged a glance with the president of the student council, and all was understood without utterance. The first rule of the Ravens' Nest Association: members must exhaust all efforts to assist one another, provided they do not infringe upon their own interests. Mike was certain that this matter was resolved. Chapter 77, The Sycophant. The chairwoman of the female student council, with a smile, released her hand and introduced herself, saying, "I am Carol Mortensen, the chairwoman of the female student council this year. It is a pleasure to meet you. Since she is your friend, I shall overlook her rudeness this time." Upon hearing this, Mike was about to respond, but Hermione interjected, exclaiming, "Why are you defacing Professor Lockhart's portrait? Are you not aware that this contravenes school regulations?" "Huh? This was the result of a vote within Ravenlaw. What business is it of yours, Gryffindor?" Carol raised an eyebrow and retorted, "Are you oblivious to the disgraceful actions of that charlatan? He audaciously employed that despicable faux love potion. Isn't it merely Gilderoy perfume? I have studied it. This fragrance is not a faux love potion at all. It merely amplifies the existing fondness one has for the user, at best. It serves as a catalyst. The influence you feel is solely due to your pre-existing affection for Professor Lockhart," Hermione countered. Moreover, Headmaster Dumbledore did not impose any severe punishment upon Professor Lockhart, which indicates that this matter is not of grave significance. Hermione's eloquent discourse left everyone in stunned silence, particularly Penelope, who, recalling her own embarrassing reaction from the previous day after listening to Hermione, felt her cheeks flush with a deep crimson hue and hastily withdrew from the crowd. Mike had no time to observe Penelope's reaction. Upon hearing Hermione's words, he realized that allowing her to continue would surely lead to an unfortunate conclusion regarding today's events. The rules of the Raven's Nest dictated that members should strive to assist one another without compromising their own interests, and Hermione's relentless pursuit, even after Carol had offered her an escape, would undoubtedly tarnish Carol's reputation. If this continued, Hermione would certainly face dire consequences. Amidst the chorus of protests from the girls, Mike seized Hermione's arm, forcibly pulling her out of the Ravenclaw common room. "Have you gone mad? Don't you realize that even if this escalates to the professors, you won't gain anything? Will you be pleased to lose points for nothing?" He exhaled deeply, reprimanding her. Hermione, upon hearing this, remained silent, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, and she turned to leave, perhaps feeling that his words had been too harsh. Mike grasped her arm again. "You just said Malfoy called you a mudblood, right? You do understand what that term signifies?" "I certainly do. The incident between you and Malfoy was quite the spectacle in our first year," Hermione retorted defiantly. "You need not concern yourself with this. I will handle it." "With what? With Ron's pathetic slug-vomiting curse?" Hermione continued to look down, silent as ever. "We are wizards of Muggle descent, and by their so-called pure blood standards, we are all nothing but lowly mudbloods. Thus, we must unite and support one another. Only in this way can we safeguard our interests." Mike gently comforted her, placing a hand on her shoulder. "Trust me, let us go to Professor McGonagall and clarify this matter. Malfoy will receive his due punishment." Seemingly uncomfortable with the physical contact, Hermione stepped back, freeing herself from his grasp. She then spoke in a voice barely above a whisper, "Let it be." With the conversation having reached such an impasse, there seemed little point in continuing. If Hermione insisted on handling it alone, then so be it. After all, Mike did not consider himself a sycophant. With this thought, he refrained from further discussion, bid Hermione farewell, and returned to the Ravenclaw common room, leaving Hermione to quietly ascend the staircase alone. By a curious coincidence, Mike had a defense against the dark arts class with Lockhart that day. Lockhart, ever the dazzling figure, appeared as if the previous day's encounter in the Ravenclaw common room had never occurred. However, a keen observer could still discern faint scars upon his visage. suggesting that Madame Pomfrey was not among his admirers. Perhaps embarrassed by his earlier blunder in Gryffindor, Lockhart refrained from presenting peculiar magical creatures like the Cornish pixies for the students to contend with. Instead, he adhered strictly to the textbook, his own written work, no less. This method of instruction evidently failed to satisfy the Ravenclaw eaglets, especially following Lockhart's previous embarrassment. Meanwhile, the Hufflepuff students, many of whom hailed from Muggle backgrounds, listened with rapt attention. Thus, a peculiar scene unfolded in Lockhart's classroom. The typically inquisitive and studious Ravenclaw students engaged in hushed whispers and playful banter, while the Hufflepuff students maintained a demeanor of earnest attentiveness. Naturally, Mike, being a point-gathering machine devoid of sentiment, did not succumb to distraction like his peers. He feigned earnestness as he listened. Lockhart, perhaps out of camaraderie with the Ravenclaw students, ignored their disrespectful behavior and consistently called upon Mike to answer questions. Even when faced with bizarre inquiries, such as how Lockhart dealt with werewolves, for which Mike was at a complete loss, Lockhart would still award him consolation points. As a result, the Hufflepuff Badgers gradually grew discontented with Lockhart. While Hufflepuffs are known for their gentle nature, this does not imply that they lack a backbone. One must remember that the famed honey badger, a close relative of the badger, is renowned for its audacity and fearlessness. The disgruntled Hufflepuffs soon abandoned classroom decorum, transforming Lockhart's lecture into a cacophony reminiscent of a bustling market. The students' laughter and chatter drowned out Lockhart's voice, rendering him utterly incapable of continuing his lesson, leaving him bewildered as he gazed at the unruly crowd. This unprecedented chaos in Hogwarts history marked a new record, as never before had a Professor's class descended into such disorder. Ultimately, in desperation, Lockhart could only utter a hasty dismissal before fleeing the classroom. As the young wizards below had begun to hurl objects onto the stage, Mike chuckled softly at Lockhart's disheveled figure before preparing to leave the classroom, as he still had a plethora of materials yet to review. However, just as he stood up, a familiar voice suddenly called out to him. "Mike, do you have a moment?" Dolphin said, nervously fidgeting with the fabric of his robe. Mike collected the books on the desk, one after another, into his concealed extension bag, without even glancing at Dolphin. "Dolphin, what is it? Make it brief, as I am quite occupied." Mike's words heightened Dolphin's anxiety, causing his hands, which were nervously clutching his robe, to turn pale from the strain. "Why, yes, indeed, I have come to express my gratitude for the money you provided me last time." Dolphin stammered. "There are also a few matters to discuss. Could we find a more secluded place to converse privately?" Mike turned his head and gazed deeply at Dolphin, saying, "Very well, come with me." He then proceeded to stride briskly towards the Ravenclaw Tower in silence, while Dolphin hurriedly followed, struggling with a large cloth bag in hand. This bag appeared to contain something quite heavy, making Dolphin's journey exceedingly arduous. By the time they had covered half the distance, he had transitioned from casually carrying the bag with one hand to dragging it along with both hands. Mike walked at a remarkably swift pace, leaving Dolphin, who was burdened with a cloth bag, far behind. This peculiar scene attracted the attention of the surrounding young wizards, who curiously gazed at Dolphin, some even whispering and pointing at him. Dolphin, clearly uncomfortable under the scrutiny of so many onlookers, felt beads of sweat trickling down his face, quickly soaking his collar. Michael also noticed the peculiar gazes of those around him and turned to see Dolphin's embarrassing predicament. Shaking his head, he took a deep breath and pointed his wand at Dolphin. Wingardium Leviosa. As the incantation was released, the bag that had been dragged by Dolphin began to float on its own, tumbling through the air before swiftly flying towards Michael, moving far more rapidly than when Dolphin had been pulling it. The contents of the bag appeared to be of great significance, as Dolphin clutched the opening with all his might, refusing to let go, until at last he was dragged along the ground, exclaiming in surprise, and in that instant, their roles were completely reversed. Mike gazed upon the peculiar scene before him and slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "Jesus, you are a wizard, a pure-blood wizard, no less. Why do I feel you resemble a muggle more than I do? Where is your wand? Where is your magic?" Initially, Dolphin beamed with delight when he saw Mike coming to his aid, but as Mike's words unfolded, the smile on his face gradually froze. By the time Mike uttered the term muggle, his expression had transformed entirely from joy to sheer terror. Mike paid no heed to Dolphin's shifting expressions. After delivering his remarks, he quickened his pace towards his dormitory. The door to his room closed silently behind him, and it was only then that Dolphin began to relax a bit. As he had traversed the Ravenclaw common room, the peculiar gazes of his fellow Ravenclaws had weighed heavily upon him. "Mike, seated upon the bed, retrieved a bottle of Dolphin magic drink from the nightstand. Just as he was about to twist off the cap, he noticed Dolphin gazing at him with wide, expressive eyes. With no other option, he tossed another bottle of the magical beverage to him. Now, speak up. What brings you here? Dolphin fumbled to catch the drink, expressed his gratitude, and then replied, well, it's like this. I truly must extend my heartfelt thanks to you. I have never possessed such a wealth of galleons before. Thanks to your fortune, my summer has been exceedingly delightful. It was only then that Mike noticed something seemed different about Dolphin compared to before. The once old and tattered robe he wore had been replaced with a pristine, unadorned garment, elegantly embroidered with the emblem of Madame Mokin's exclusive robe boutique in golden thread. Mike had seen this robe before. According to Madame Mokin, it was crafted from silk spun by a certain magical creature, providing not only exceptional comfort, but also the unique ability to maintain warmth in winter and coolness in summer. Most importantly, it possessed a faint magical resistance. In contrast to its exquisite quality, the price was exorbitant. A custom-made robe of this nature would cost no less than 100 gold gallas. At this moment, Dolphin's footwear had also been upgraded to a brand new pair of soft leather shoes, which appeared to have been magically cleaned, remaining spotless despite the long journey they had undertaken. Upon closer inspection, Dolphin himself seemed to have gained a considerable amount of weight. One could hardly deny the privileges of pure-blood nobility. They would rather spend their wealth on such trivial matters than invest in a discreet expansion charm pouch. Mike silently scoffed to himself. Fine, I am aware of all that. If you have something to say, just say it directly without beating around the bush. Despite the incessant internal complaints, Mike maintained an impassive demeanor as he spoke. Very well. I thought you might be interested in some items I have at home, so I brought them all with me this time. Mike's frosty attitude placed immense pressure on Dolphin, causing beads of sweat to form on his forehead. Just provide me with as much gold as last time. No, simply half of that, and all these items will be yours. With that, Dolphin carefully placed the fabric pouch before Mike. Upon hearing Dolphin's words, Mike immediately became intrigued. Using the levitation spell, he carefully controlled the items within the bag, causing them to float out one by one. The family genealogies 1, 2, 3 were revealed. This mischievous child had pilfered his family's records. His father would surely be furious upon discovering this transgression. Suppressing his overwhelming desire to voice his frustrations, Mike continued to inspect the contents of the bag. A wilted cucumber, a filthy magical doll, and a plate of stargazing pie that had begun to emit an unpleasant odor were among the items. When a pair of oversized men's underpants flew out of the bag, Mike could no longer contain himself. What on earth were you thinking? What is all this rubbish? He exclaimed, vigorously waving his wand while shouting at Dolphin. With Mike's furious outburst, the bag and its assorted debris began to levitate, hurtling towards Dolphin. No, please. Take another look. I assure you, there must be something you need in there. Dolphin squealed, cowering and shielding his head from the impending barrage. Mike completely disregarded Dolphin's pleas for mercy, relentlessly hurling the contents of the bag one by one at him. Suddenly, a piece of parchment that soared out from the bag caught Mike's attention. Mike relinquished control over other objects, guiding the ancient parchment to float before him. This parchment exuded a sense of antiquity, its edges marred by numerous nicks, likely the result of careless storage that had allowed rodents to gnaw at it. The surface bore no inscriptions, only some grimy substances stubbornly clinging to it. Chapter 79, The Curse of Death, Part 1, At First Glance. This appeared to be an utterly ordinary piece of parchment. However, Mike sensed an ominous aura emanating from it. This foreboding presence was reminiscent of the dark magic section within the restricted area, yet the energy from the parchment was considerably weaker than that of the grimoires housed there. Had it not been for Mike's enhanced magical perception, honed through extraordinary experiences over the summer, he might not have perceived it at all. If Mike's intuition served him correctly, this parchment must indeed be linked to dark magic. Given Dolphin's penchant for pilfering from his family's lineage, it was hardly surprising that he could have also absconded with records of dark sorcery. Noticing Mike's keen interest in the parchment, Dolphin hastily remarked, I stole this from my father's study. What do you think? Is it valuable? Really? Your father's study? Mike inquired, perplexed. It must have been well hidden, then. Not at all. This parchment was simply tucked away in the drawer of my dad's desk. He used it as blotting paper to prevent his tobacco from getting damp. Dolphin replied. Upon hearing this, Mike felt a tinge of disappointment. A piece of sheepskin parchment used to prevent tobacco from becoming damp could hardly be considered a valuable object. Yet, clinging to the last vestige of hope, he activated his magical perception and gazed at the parchment. To his astonishment, under the influence of his magical sight, enigmatic inscriptions began to materialize upon the surface of the sheepskin. These markings, starkly distinct from ordinary magical luminescence, manifested in an ominous shade of black. With his heightened magical sensitivity, Mike could discern that the dark aura emanating from the inscriptions continued to dissipate into the air, perhaps due to the passage of time. The text on the parchment appeared exceedingly blurred. Mike squinted intently, straining to decipher the first line of writing, which revealed a language he had never encountered before. Although the letters were predominantly English, their arrangement diverged entirely from the contemporary English language. Strangely, despite being unfamiliar with the words, their meanings unfurled in his mind. The inscription read, "Death Curse, Avada Kedavra." Mike felt a shiver run down his spine, the sheer magnitude of the surprise overwhelming him. Yet, he had not succumbed entirely to elation. He quickly glanced downward, his heart heavy with concern over the condition of the parchment. Fortunately, despite having endured water damage, rodent bites, and various other afflictions, the sections detailing the method for unleashing the deadly curse remained surprisingly intact. At the very least, under the strain of his heightened perception, Mike was still able to discern the meanings of the words inscribed upon it. Mike swiftly extracted a fountain pen and a notebook from the bag of holding, diligently transcribing the contents of the parchment. However, as the text was inscribed in an unknown language, he encountered numerous instances of miscommunication while attempting to write according to the meanings that spontaneously emerged in his mind. After several futile attempts, Mike ultimately abandoned this unproductive endeavor. The study of magic is a meticulous pursuit, where even the slightest deviation could result in a catastrophic failure of spellcasting. This is particularly true for dark magic, where a failure could backfire and inflict severe harm upon the caster. With great care, he tucked the parchment back into the bag of holding. A flick of Mike's wand sent the remaining contents of the cloth pouch spilling out. Since the parchment had revealed its writing under magical perception, he pondered whether the refuse might also possess some hidden significance. Indeed, within the realm of his magical awareness, he discerned several items amidst the detritus that faintly emanated a magical aura. However, upon retrieving these items, he was disheartened to discover that most were merely tattered scraps of parchment, gnawed by rodents, rendering their contents utterly indecipherable. "Do you have any more of this parchment?" Mike inquired of Dolphin, clinging to a glimmer of hope. "None left. This parchment was all there was." "Are you satisfied?" Mike exhaled deeply and tossed a bag filled with 200 galleons towards Dolphin, saying, "Here, take this and clear away the remaining clutter." Dolphin accepted the bag, his eyes nearly disappearing in his beaming smile, and hurriedly organized the items strewn across the floor before departing from Mike's dormitory. As Mike observed that Dolphin had vacated the dormitory, he waved his wand and cast a warning charm on the door. After meticulously ensuring its security, he eagerly turned his attention to the parchment. Indeed, he was the chosen one. After a prolonged absence, his fortuitous streak had re-emerged, presenting him with the lethal curse he desperately needed. Although the contents of the other parchments were indecipherable, possessing the killing curse alone sufficed. The haunting green light from the forbidden forest had long since cast a shadow over Mike's heart, often accompanied by an unending chill that invaded his dreams. His perilous venture into the restricted section was largely motivated by his fear of the killing curse. The more he feared it, the more he yearned for its power, and as he cradled the parchment, his hands trembled involuntarily. By the time Mike had thoroughly perused the parchment, night had fallen, and he was astonished at how much time had elapsed. Despite his ravenous hunger, his heart burned with fervor, leaving him indifferent to the idea of sustenance. Upon completing his reading, Mike gained a considerably detailed understanding of the killing curse. The requirements for its magical potency were surprisingly modest. A significant portion of adult wizards could successfully cast it after a period of study, even at his current level of magical ability. Mike surpassed the threshold necessary for unleashing the curse. This is precisely what renders the killing curse so terrifying, its immense lethality coupled with its relative ease of mastery. It is no wonder the Ministry of Magic categorizes it as one of the 3 unforgivable curses. Akin to firearms, unchecked proliferation would inevitably lead to frequent tragedies. The wizarding world, though sparse in population, cannot withstand such turmoil. In contrast to its magical demands, the emotional prerequisites for casting the curse were considerably more stringent. The caster must harbor an intense desire to kill in order to successfully invoke Avada Kedavra. This requirement posed little challenge for Mike, who had taken many lives in his previous existence. His heart hardened to an ironclad resolve. Affirming his capability to learn the killing curse, Mike hurried to the room of requirement, eager to commence his experiments. However, unbeknownst to him, as he traversed the Ravenclaw common room, a pair of pale blue eyes, as beautiful as a serene lake, silently observed him from the shadows. Chapter 80, The Killing Curse, Part 2. Unaware of this, Mike did not immediately begin his study of the killing curse upon entering the room of requirement. Instead, he mentally reviewed his comprehension of the curse. The killing curse is an exceptionally formidable piece of dark magic. Its strength, however, does not stem solely from its remarkable potency. Some may argue that its instantaneous lethality is its most powerful attribute, yet numerous spells can achieve similar effects with ease. For instance, the Blasting Curse, although not classified as an unforgivable curse, possesses lethality that rivals that of the Killing Curse, capable of producing fatal outcomes upon direct impact. Moreover, not only the Blasting Curse, but also the Fiendfire, Shattering Curse, and even Transfiguration spells demonstrate comparable destructive power. In light of the formidable lethality of spells, the human body is exceedingly frail. The reason the Killing Curse is regarded as an unforgivable curse is due to its astonishing lethality and the long-term mental deterioration it inflicts upon its wielder, driving them toward evil and madness. Mike scoffed at such assertions. In his view, the sole reason for the stringent prohibition of the Killing Curse was its astonishing ease of mastery. In contrast, spells such as the Conflagration Curse and the Explosive Curse require a significant expenditure of magical energy and demand a high level of magical proficiency to wield effectively. The Killing Curse, however, necessitates a negligible amount of magical power, making it effortlessly accessible even to underage wizards. As for the claim that it adversely affects the user's mind, Mike remained utterly unconvinced. Numerous characters in the original work wielded the Killing Curse without any apparent detriment. The infamous Half-Blood Prince, Severus Snape, was adept in the Killing Curse, employing it with as much proficiency as the Death Eaters, yet he did not exhibit any marked malevolence. The reason behind Mike's fervent desire to master the Killing Curse lies in its direct effect on the soul, granting it the ability to inflict harm on certain unique entities. Creatures such as ghosts, dementors, and magical portraits are all vulnerable to this curse, albeit its efficacy is not as pronounced against humans. Most importantly, the Killing Curse possesses the capability to annihilate Horcruxes. In the original narrative, Harry and his companions utilized the venom of the basilisk and the Gryffindor sword, imbued with the basilisk's venom, to destroy Horcruxes. However, Mike has no intention of becoming embroiled in the original storyline this semester. He believes that the basilisk can be left to be dealt with by Harry and Dumbledore. Consequently, he has no access to the basilisk's venom, making the ability of the Killing Curse to obliterate Horcruxes all the more significant, as it is worth noting that Horcruxes are not limited to just the diary. Having confirmed these insights, Mike took a deep breath, steadied his emotions, and retrieved a glass container housing a white mouse from his undetectable extension charm bag. Ever since the protective vest against the Killing Curse had saved his life, Mike had prepared numerous white mice in his bag, ready to assemble a protective vest at a moment's notice. These mice were procured from the Muggle world, as the prices in Diagon Alley were exorbitantly high. The unique effects of the Killing Curse rendered it less effective against alchemical dolls, prompting Mike to choose white mice as targets to observe the curse's release more vividly. He levitated one of the mice, rendering it motionless in midair, and closed his eyes to summon a murderous intent. In his past life, Mike had taken many lives, and he surmised that he might carry a semblance of that so-called killing aura, akin to professional assassins whose essence alters after numerous killings. Therefore, he believed that channeling the Killing Curse should come more naturally, possibly even successfully in one attempt. Avada Kedavra. After a moment of concentration, Mike suddenly opened his eyes, directing the spell in an eerie arc towards the suspended white mouse while uttering the incantation. However, nothing transpired. The anticipated flash of green light and the subsequent collapse of the mouse did not occur. It became evident that Mike had been overly naive. Simply having taken lives did not equate to a potent murderous intent. With the failure to conjure a killing intent out of thin air, he resorted to a different approach. Observing the white mouse struggling in midair, Mike's pupils began to dilate. As a homeless orphan, he was well acquainted with rodents. These wretched creatures not only harbored a plethora of germs but also exhibited formidable aggression. In the filthy, chaotic sewers of the city, some rats could grow as long as 20 centimeters, being so intimidating that even the most courageous cats would avoid them. During one particularly frigid winter, while wandering the streets with his companions, Mike had sought refuge in a sewer to escape the cold. Despite the foul stench, the temperature was significantly warmer than above ground. However, that experience became a haunting nightmare for him. That night, Mike was jolted awake by the screams of his friends. As he groggily turned towards the source of the commotion, he was met with a scene that shattered any remnants of sleep. One of his companions was besieged by a dozen rats, each the size of small cats, gnawing at his flesh while he writhed on the ground in agony, attempting to shake off or crush the vermin. Yet, the rats bit fiercely, rendering his struggles futile. Perhaps he realized the ineffectiveness of his attempts. He tried to rise, but failed repeatedly. Mike glanced at the man's feet, only to discover that the shoes, along with the toes, had been entirely devoured by the rats, leaving only a few bloody bones exposed. After a desperate struggle, he finally relinquished his efforts to stand and reach for the rats clinging to his face. Two enormous rats obscured his visage, making it impossible for Mike to discern his expression. One of his ears had vanished, a small rat attempting to burrow into the ear canal in search of flesh. His hands fared no better than his feet. Several fingers had disappeared, and the back of his hand was soaked in dark red blood, revealing ghastly white bones beneath. Whether it was the severity of his injuries or the tenacity of the rats that rendered him powerless, he futilely tugged at them twice before releasing a chorus of anguished cries. As time wore on, his screams grew weaker, and it seemed he understood that he could not endure this any longer. In a fit of desperation, he grasped one of the rats and yanked it down with all his might. This time he succeeded, but in doing so, he also pulled out his own eyeball. At that moment, Mike felt completely immobilized, cold sweat incessantly oozing from every pore of his body. He yearned to scream, yet no sound escaped his lips, leaving him helplessly witnessing the unfolding tragedy. An increasing number of rats, drawn by the scent of blood, soon swarmed over the unfortunate victim, who fell silent beneath their weight. The subsequent arrivals, unable to squeeze in, turned their gaze towards Mike and his companions. The look in their eyes was one Mike would never forget, green and glistening, brimming with insatiable desire, as if they were poised to feast upon human flesh. It was on that day that Mike realized even the rodents that typically scurried away from human presence were capable of cannibalism. When a person is engulfed in extreme fear, the most common response is to flee or to become paralyzed with terror. Yet, there exists a rare breed of individuals for whom sheer terror drives them to madness, compelling them to retaliate with ferocity. Mike was one such individual. The ferocious instincts lay dormant in every cell of his being. As soon as the first rat brushed against his shoe, Mike felt a surge of strength returning to him, an overwhelming fury igniting within. He let out a primal roar and brought his foot down upon the rat. Despite their considerable size, the rats were remarkably agile, darting swiftly out of the way, leaving Mike's foot to strike nothing but air. The recoil sent a jolt of pain through his foot, yet fueled by a surge of adrenaline. Mike remained indifferent to the sensation. Mike seized the wooden stick, which he had set aside for self-defense, and began to strike at the mice. When the stick broke, he resorted to stomping with his feet, punching with his fists, and even attempted to bite them. The more astute of his companions had already fled, leaving behind only a few paralyzed by fear and a couple of boys who were usually friendly with Mike, watching him frantically assault the rodents while shrieking in a fit of hysteria. Although Mike exhibited remarkable bravery at that moment, his chaotic flailing was proving ineffective. The mice consistently evaded his strikes, and only a scant few met their demise at his hands. Instead, some of the mice took advantage of his uncontrolled frenzy to stealthily ascend his shins, gnawing at his trousers. At this critical juncture, the eldest among them pushed past the onlookers, delivering a resounding slap to Mike's face. The force of the blow was tremendous, striking not only his cheek, but also impacting his ear. The fiery sensation on his face was overwhelming, and a deafening ring engulfed his left ear, rendering him momentarily deaf. Despite the pain, Mike felt a resurgence of clarity. He turned to see that the others had already heeded the elder's command and were escaping towards the manhole cover. He quickly followed suit. This harrowing experience left a profound impression on the young Mike, instilling in him an intense aversion to mice that persisted even into his prosperous middle age, prompting him to hire pest control services quarterly for his villa. Reflecting on that dreadful past and recalling how he narrowly escaped death from potential infections caused by mouse bites, Mike's once distracted gaze sharpened and his grip on his wand tightened. Trembling uncontrollably from the force of his grip, the blackthorn wand seemed to resonate with its master's tumultuous emotions, emanating dark flickers of energy. Avada Kedavra! With a thunderous roar, Mike unleashed the killing curse, his wand slicing through the air with a swift arc towards the small white mouse. A blinding green light erupted from the tip of the blackthorn wand, carrying an aura of cold malevolence as it silently struck the mouse. The creature, which had been flailing its limbs in desperation, instantly succumbed, its tiny, crimson eyes losing their luster, replaced by an unshakable green hue. Yet Mike's onslaught did not cease. He had plunged into madness. Avada Kedavra! Avada Kedavra! Avada Kedavra! Streams of green light shot forth from the tip of his wand with each furious incantation, targeting the transparent glass enclosure containing the white mice. With a resounding crash, the glass shattered under the curse's assault, scattering shards across the ground, while the liberated mice frantically scurried in every direction. However, Mike's barrage continued unabated. His past as a sniper endowed him with an uncanny precision in casting spells. Despite the mice's swift movements and diminutive size, they could not escape the wrath of his green beams. Time became an abstract concept as Mike finally came to a halt, not from exhaustion, but because every last mouse had been vanquished. The once orderly training room lay in ruins, with shattered furniture strewn about, alchemical dolls and bookshelves obliterated, and even the obsidian floors and walls marred with craters. Ha 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 ha, cough cough cough. Mike collapsed onto the ground, emitting a peculiar laughter. Perhaps he had laughed too hastily, as he was suddenly interrupted by a fit of coughing, caused by a spray of saliva. After finally swallowing the excess, Mike surveyed the chaotic wish-granting room, a smile returning to his face. This sensation, this power, is truly overwhelming, Mike murmured. Mike felt an overwhelming sense of joy, even though much of his magical energy had been expended and his limbs ached with fatigue. Nonetheless, his spirit remained exuberantly high. He even felt an insatiable urge to rise with great difficulty, intending to return to his dormitory to retrieve more white mice to continue his experiments. Suddenly, a searing sensation coursed through his chest, followed by the familiar cawing of a raven at his ear. The exhilaration faded rapidly upon hearing the raven's call, and Mike extracted the greed pendant from his chest. At that moment, the pendant emanated a soft, blue magical glow, and the raven depicted upon it appeared almost alive under the azure light. With reason restored, Mike stared blankly at the pendant, a wave of trepidation washing over him. The rumors about the death curse affecting the user's psyche proved to be true, the moment he had unleashed the curse to claim a life. An indescribable thrill surged within him. It felt akin to an intense reading experience, as the overwhelming pleasure compelled him to cast the death curse repeatedly, until he found himself utterly alone, devoid of any other life in his vicinity. The room of requirement seemed to possess an innate ability for self-repair, as it remarkably restored itself to its original condition once Mike regained his composure. That night, he did not return to his dormitory, opting instead to sleep within the room of requirement. Although the effects of the death curse had diminished considerably under the influence of the greed pendant, they still troubled Mike greatly. In his dreams, he often envisioned himself freely committing acts of slaughter with the curse. Honestly, it felt exhilarating. Humans, it seemed, had a penchant for destruction over creation. In the dream, Mike remained acutely aware, fully cognizant of the flow of magic within him with each incantation. He could feel the warm splatter of blood upon his face and the pleasant metallic scent of rust wafting through the air. Despite his efforts to awaken, he found himself powerless. In the dream, Mike wielded his black thornwood wand as if it were a machine gun, unleashing a barrage of spells without uttering a single word, each spell transforming into beams of vibrant light. The surroundings morphed constantly. At times he was slaughtering classmates and teachers within the hallowed halls of Hogwarts, while at other moments, he was wreaking havoc upon the streets of Los Santos, where he had lived in a previous life, dispatching bizarre extraterrestrial beings. Just as he was on the verge of losing himself in this dark revelry, the magical alarm clock he had set earlier by his bedside jolted him awake. Mike felt as though his head was on the verge of exploding, and his eyes ached so much that he could barely open them. This sensation resembled the aftermath of a hangover from consuming counterfeit liquor in a past life. The luxurious lounge conjured by the wish-granting room was opulent beyond measure, and the bed upon which Mike lay was as soft as a cloud, rendering his rise from slumber exceedingly arduous. It was only after the alarm clock rang for the third time that Mike managed to sit up with great difficulty. The intense throbbing in his head left him exceptionally irritable, a state that only began to alleviate after he downed a bottle of dolphin magic drink. Summoning his strength, he descended from the bed and made his way to the vanity mirror not far from the room. At that moment, Mike was exceedingly curious to see just how disheveled he appeared. The floor was adorned with a thick carpet, and walking barefoot upon it felt delightfully warm and plush. When he finally reached the mirror, the reflection that greeted him was that of a boy with sunken eyes, disheveled hair, and bloodshot irises. Phew. Mike exhaled deeply. The side effects of the killing curse were far more profound than he had anticipated. It appeared that the principle of equivalent exchange applied equally within the realm of wizards. While the curse wielded immense power with minimal consumption, it imposed significant demands on the caster's willpower. In the original narrative, the majority of the deranged Death Eaters had truly succumbed to their madness due to the excessive use of the killing curse. Conversely, those elite Death Eaters, led by Snape, managed to maintain a semblance of normalcy because of their inherently formidable willpower. Particularly Snape, a master of the art of occlumency, whose expertise far surpassed that of the vast majority in the wizarding world. Once again, occlumency. Mike sighed in resignation. It was becoming increasingly clear that to fully master the killing curse, he must first grasp the intricacies of occlumency. Furthermore, resisting the allure of that luminous portal in the Ravenclaw common room would also necessitate the mastery of occlumency. It could be said that occlumency was the spell he yearned to master above all else. Yet, to this day, Mike's research into occlumency remained in uncharted territory. Mike did not dwell on this matter for too long. After a brief grooming, he made himself presentable and headed to the classroom. He had spent an inordinate amount of time getting out of bed, and if he delayed any further, he would surely be late. As Mike took his seat amidst the bustling classroom, he realized that the effects of the death curse were far from over. He felt a constricting sensation in his chest, a disquieting feeling that rendered him irritable. Earlier, while walking in the corridor, a first-year student, in the midst of play, accidentally bumped into him. Normally, Mike would have brushed off such an incident with a smile, yet today, an overwhelming urge to draw his wand and cast the death curse upon the boy surged within him. The Gryffindor child, intending to apologize after colliding with Mike, was rendered speechless upon meeting Mike's bloodshot gaze, ultimately bursting into tears under Mike's menacing stare. The child's anguished cries jolted Mike from his reverie, and as he observed the tear-streaked visage of the boy, coupled with the peculiar glances from his classmates, he realized his expression must have appeared quite fearsome. Fortunately, the day's lessons were few. Suppressing the turmoil within, Mike bolted from the classroom the moment the professor announced the end of class. Given his current state, he was ill-suited to remain in crowded places. However, upon hastily returning to the Ravenclaw common room, intending to retreat to his dormitory for a much-needed slumber, he discovered Roger, the Quidditch captain, idly toying with a golden snitch model, seemingly awaiting someone. "Hey, Mike," Roger greeted him as soon as he noticed Mike's entrance, promptly stowing away the golden snitch model. A sense of foreboding gripped Mike's heart. It was highly likely that Roger had come to summon him for training. Pretending not to hear Roger's voice, Mike silently quickened his pace towards the dormitory. "Hey, buddy." Roger swiftly closed the distance behind Mike, his right hand firmly grasping Mike's shoulder. "Don't walk so fast. I'm here to inform you that you've been accepted into the Quidditch team. And your friend, too, he has been accepted as a reserve chaser. Now, come with me quickly. Our new member's first training session is about to commence." Suddenly halted, Mike felt his irritation surge uncontrollably once more. Struggling to resist the impulse to draw his wand, he turned to face Roger, his expression wordlessly intense. Roger was taken aback by the chilling gaze Mike directed at him, as if he were a prey ensnared by a venomous serpent. The hand resting on Mike's shoulder recoiled as if scalded, and he raised both hands in a gesture of surrender, exclaiming, Whoa, buddy, what's with that expression?" At this moment, Mike also became aware of his own peculiar state. He vigorously rubbed his face, revealing a fatigued expression as he said, "I apologize for startling you, Roger. I did not sleep well last night, and thus my mood is somewhat low. You can see my current condition. I may not be able to attend the training for the new members." Roger swallowed hard, finally recovering from the earlier shock. Observing Mike's demeanor, he realized that he truly did appear as if he had overindulged in his cultivation. Reluctantly, he replied, "That won't do, Mike. The primary purpose of today's training is to facilitate introductions between the new and old members. It would not be appropriate for you to miss it. How about this? You need not participate in the training session itself, but you should still attend. After we finish the introductions, you can return and rest properly, all right?" Mike was aware that Roger had received a prior word from Professor Flitwick to take good care of him. Typically, if there were training sessions of little significance that Mike wished to avoid, Roger would not insist, for even should Mike choose to skip a single session, he could still rely on a substitute batsman during the match. Perhaps, in this manner, Roger would find greater satisfaction. It seemed that Roger himself did not hold great faith in Mike's abilities. He likely believed that Mike had been forcefully introduced by Professor Flitwick merely to enhance the team's image. The one he truly had confidence in was Franklin. Should Mike remain on the sidelines, Franklin would seamlessly take his place, aligning perfectly with Roger's expectations. In light of this, Roger's insistence that Mike attend the upcoming training indicated its extraordinary importance. Sighing, Mike set off towards the Quidditch pitch, observing Mike stride ahead without regard for him. Roger could not suppress his irritation, muttering under his breath, "How smug you are, with your backdoor privileges." A flicker of dissatisfaction crossed his face, soon replaced by an eager smile as he hurried to catch up with Mike, unaware of Roger's subtle antics. Mike battled against a sense of agitation that felt strikingly similar to the pangs of withdrawal, marked by a tightness in his chest and an unsettling restlessness. The weather today was splendid, with the radiant sun casting a golden glow over the Quidditch field. As Mike emerged from the Hogwarts castle, the brilliant sunlight was nearly blinding, forcing him to squint. Once he adjusted, he beheld a lively scene at the Quidditch pitch, where not only the Ravenclaw players were engaged in practice to harmonize the new and old members, but the Slytherin team was also present. The blue and green factions stood in opposition, while the air was punctuated by the occasional outburst of wizarding curses. The Slytherin players, led by their captain, exuded an air of smugness, while the Ravenclaws appeared like wronged wives, too timid to voice their grievances. Mike had yet to grasp the situation when Roger dashed out. "Flint, what on earth are you doing?" Roger's arrival invigorated the Ravenclaw players. They seemed to have found their backbone, their voices rising in defiance against the Slytherins. Roger strode angrily towards the center of the crowd, and the surrounding Ravenclaw players parted to create a path for their captain. The tall young man at the front of the Slytherin team, sporting a buzz cut, regarded the approaching Roger with disdain, deliberately lifting his broom to draw Roger's attention. Initially poised to speak, Roger's words faltered upon seeing the broom in Flint's hand. "This is, no doubt about it, the latest Nimbus 2001, he stammered, only to be interrupted by Flint, who boasted, "And we have 7 of these." With that, the Slytherin Quidditch players behind him raised their own brooms. 7 pristine Nimbus 2001s gleaming in the sunlight. Roger, momentarily dumbfounded by the sight of those 7 brooms, had anticipated that with Mike's Nimbus 2001, Ravenclaw would finally outclass the other houses. Little did he expect that Slytherin would unveil such an impressive arsenal all at once. Observing their captain's shocked expression, the small eagles on the field lowered their heads in silence. In Quidditch, equipment held great significance. Until now, the old brooms had kept the competition relatively fair. However, ever since Harry Potter had joined Gryffindor with a Nimbus 2000, the Quidditch arms race at Hogwarts had escalated. This year, Professor Flitwick had designated Mike's Nimbus 2001 for the Ravenclaw team, while Slytherin had now outfitted their entire squad with the same model. It appeared that the Quidditch Cup was already Slytherin's for the taking. "You can't possibly have received 7 Nimbus 2001s from Professor Snape," Roger shouted, panting heavily. "TSK, TSK. You're quite astute. Of course, Professor Snape wouldn't provide us with new brooms, but that doesn't mean we can't acquire them ourselves," Flint replied, draping an arm around a platinum-haired boy's shoulders. "Allow me to introduce our new seeker, the heir of the Malfoy family, Draco Malfoy. He is also our team's benefactor, as the generous Mr. Malfoy has sponsored us with 7 Nimbus 2001s. Draco held his head high, disdainfully regarding the Ravenclaw players without uttering a word. His demeanor incited the ire of the Ravenclaw team. A tall, slender boy stepped forward, glaring at the smug Slytherins. "So what if your brooms are better? Quidditch is about skill, and your rookie seeker, who only got in because of money, stands no chance against Cho Chang." The boy's remarks garnered the approval of the Ravenclaw players, who began to argue back against the Slytherins, transforming the atmosphere into the same chaotic scene as when Mike and Roger first arrived. Draco seemed incensed by the boy's words, his eyes widening as he declared, "If you think your seeker can outplay me, let's settle this on the pitch." The Slytherin team rallied behind Draco, emboldened by their 7 Nimbus 2001s, feeling almost invincible. Meanwhile, Roger glared at the self-satisfied boy, the urge to strangle him bubbling within him. This boy, a newly recruited seeker substitute, was well aware of Roger's affection for Cho Chang and had chosen this position in hopes of spending more time with her. However, Roger never expected him to be foolish enough to utter such a ridiculous statement to win her favor. Now, the situation had escalated beyond repair. If he refused Slytherin's challenge, Ravenclaw's reputation would plummet. Agreeing to the match, on the other hand, would place them at a severe disadvantage, considering the Slytherin's superior equipment. Yet, by accepting, there remained a glimmer of hope for victory. To refuse, however, would mean certain defeat. Resolving himself internally, Roger shifted his gaze from the boy to Flint and declared, "Do you think we fear you? If you want a match, then let it be so." Upon uttering these confident words, the Ravenclaw players erupted in cheers. Meanwhile, Mike, who had been merely an observer, stifled a yawn. It had been far too long since Roger had pulled him aside in the Ravenclaw locker room, and his patience was wearing thin. With a sigh, Mike retrieved his Nimbus 2001 from his enchanted bag and turned to Roger, saying, "Here, take my Nimbus 2001. I'm feeling too tired to join your friendly match, so good luck." Roger's heart soared with delight. Any lingering dissatisfaction he had towards Mike vanished, replaced with profound gratitude. The Nimbus 2001 had been a gift from Professor Flitwick to Mike, and without his prompting, Roger would never have dared to ask to borrow it. The thought of offending Mike and risking his ire with Professor Flitwick was daunting, as it could jeopardize his future prospects. Now, with Mike offering the Nimbus 2001 so willingly, it was simply perfect. In Roger's view, it was a waste for a chaser like Mike to possess such a high-performance broom, especially when there was only one in the entire team. Such a speedy broom was best suited for a seeker. Just as Roger was about to express his gratitude, a voice, dripping with condescension, interrupted him. "Mike, what are you doing? Trying to back out?" Draco spoke in a rather peculiar tone, expressing his surprise that you had also joined the Quidditch team, wielding a Nimbus 2001. "Why don't you take up the position of seeker? Competing against a little girl is simply too tedious," he remarked. Draco's words caused Mike to halt his motion of handing the Nimbus 2001 to Roger. He turned around and, with deliberate enunciation, said to Draco, "Are you truly seeking your own demise?" The predatory expression on Mike's face startled Draco, yet his proud nature forbade him from displaying any sign of weakness before others. He swallowed hard, striving to maintain a calm tone as he replied, "It remains uncertain who will perish between us. So be it, as you wish." Chapter 84, Mike's initial experience with Quidditch following Roger's acceptance of Slytherin's challenge. The substitute players began scurrying about in preparation for the match, while Mike and the other official players mounted their broomsticks, poised to commence the game. Just as Mike was about to take flight, Roger suddenly rushed over and grasped him. "You cannot possibly be considering playing as the Seeker in this match, can you?" Roger inquired with evident concern. Mike is a prized protege of Professor Flitwick, while Autumn Zhang is the beloved mascot of their Ravenclaw Quidditch team, adored by countless young boys as their goddess. Roger finds himself in a predicament, as he wishes to avoid offending either of them. If Mike insists on being the Seeker for this match, Roger will be in a difficult position. As Mike observed Roger's furrowed brow, he quickly disowned the source of his worry. Suppressing his own irritation, he mustered a smile and reassured him, "Rest assured, I actually prefer the position of a batter to that of a seeker. Moreover, I guarantee that we shall emerge victorious in this match." Roger, relieved by Mike's lack of intention to claim the seeker position, felt a weight lift from his shoulders. He dismissed Mike's final words as mere consolation, fully aware of the overwhelming advantage provided by the Nimbus 2001 equipment. Meanwhile, Jordan, the temporary referee summoned to oversee the match, raised his wand skyward, unleashing a beam of light to signal the commencement of the game. As the crimson rays soared into the heavens, the 4 Quidditch balls, a golden snitch, a bludger, and 2 quaffles, were released from their box. Players from Ravenclaw and Slytherin darted forth like arrows, each faction splitting into smaller groups to pursue the various balls. Thanks to Jordan's promotion, the stands were filled not only with Ravenclaw and Slytherin supporters but also numerous Gryffindor lions, who could clearly observe that the Ravenclaw players in their royal blue uniforms were significantly slower in flight than their Slytherin counterparts clad in green. This disparity was particularly pronounced among the chasers, as Roger and his fellow Ravenclaws appeared as clumsy infants compared to the swift Slytherin chasers. The vividly red bludger was easily spotted in the air, and both teams' chasers quickly identified its presence. A successful throw through the opponent's hoops would yield 10 points. With their considerable equipment advantage, the Slytherin chasers effortlessly seized control of the bludger and charged towards Ravenclaw's 3 goal hoops. Meanwhile, Roger and his companions, having failed to secure the ball, could only trail behind in frustration. Under such a glaring disparity in equipment, the Slytherin chasers relied on no tactical maneuvers, no feints, no screens, no collisions. They simply had to acquire the ball and run, leaving the Ravenclaw chasers in their wake. Fortunately, the Ravenclaw goalkeeper exhibited remarkable prowess, fearlessly confronting the Slytherin onslaught. He boldly advanced to intercept a pass intended to deceive him. At last, the bludger found itself in Ravenclaw's possession, yet the Slytherin chasers remained unfazed, their confidence stemming from their substantial advantage. As for the Seeker, Draco hovered above the fray, meticulously searching for the elusive golden snitch. Capturing it would yield an immediate 150 points and conclude the match. In stark contrast, Autumn Zhang faced a more daunting predicament. The Slytherin beaters disregarded their own chasers and instead descended upon her, employing various physical tactics to harass her. Despite her considerable skills, Autumn, being a girl, was at a physical disadvantage against the two burly Slytherin players, resembling a butterfly struggling to fly amidst a tempest. One of Ravenclaw's beaters, initially adhering to the conventional strategy of safeguarding the chasers, abandoned his comrades upon witnessing his goddess under siege. However, mounted on a broom from the sweep series, he found himself unable to catch up with the two Slytherin beaters. Even when he managed to draw near due to Autumn's delay, he could only endure their assaults in a 1 versus 2 scenario. Meanwhile, Mike seemed to perceive Quidditch as a race, soaring across the expansive pitch at breakneck speed. Roger and the others, witnessing Mike's actions, grew increasingly anxious, with some spectators even voicing their displeasure. From their perspective, Mike should have been assisting Autumn instead of engaging in this reckless display, with the chasers failing to contend with their opponents. The fate of the match rested solely upon Seeker Autumn's shoulders. High above, Mike appeared to hear the crowd's descent. Spotting the black bludger, he executed a dramatic dive from the sky. His swift descent, augmented by the gravity of the situation, startled the audience, rendering his speed nearly imperceptible. Before they could fully comprehend the unfolding drama, Mike yanked his broom upward, aligning himself parallel to the bludger. With specially crafted bat in hand, he swung forcefully, sending the bludger hurtling towards a Slytherin chaser. The iron bludger, propelled by Mike's might, transformed into a mere blur as it struck the chaser's shoulder, sending him tumbling from his broom. Many timid spectators shielded their eyes, acutely aware of the dire consequences of such a fall from such a height. History had seen its share of tragic accidents in Quidditch. Yet, fortune smiled upon the unfortunate chaser. Among the audience were several upperclassmen, even 7th-year graduates, whose magical prowess rivaled that of adult wizards. In unison, they brandished their wands, casting spells to avert disaster. As the Slytherin chaser plummeted, his descent gradually slowed until he was gently caught by a magical hand formed from vines, safely deposited on the ground. At that moment, Slytherin's support staff sprang into action, undeterred by the potential threat of the bludger. Upon reaching the fallen chaser, they discovered him unconscious, his shoulders severely dented from the impact and his lower half in disarray. Despite the unpleasant odor, the Slytherin staff exhibited no distaste. One of them waved his wand, levitating the chaser swiftly out of the stadium, while the others kept watch for any further bludger attacks. Chapter 85. Mike's style of play. The sudden onslaught by Mike plunged the audience into a brief silence. While Quidditch is indeed a perilous sport, incidents as grave as this are seldom witnessed during the matches at Hogwarts. The teams from the 4 houses generally adhere to the rules, refraining from deliberate physical confrontations. Historically, such direct assaults on opposing players in pursuit of victory have been the hallmark of Slytherin's tactics. Yet now, Mike has turned the tables, employing their own methods against them. Flint, the captain of the Slytherin team, observed the dismal state of his player, his teeth grinding with suppressed fury. Though seething with rage, he found himself powerless, as the rules permitted the beaters to strike the bludger towards opposing players. Fortunately, like the other 3 teams, Slytherin's Quidditch squad boasted a substantial number of substitutes. Upon confirming that the chaser could no longer continue the match, a burly youth eagerly seized the Nimbus 2001 and re-entered the fray. He was a 7th-year student at Slytherin, having served as a substitute since his 2nd year, nearing 5 years of waiting for his chance. Of course, due to the unique nature of Quidditch rules, the game did not pause during the substitution, and Roger and his teammates seized the opportunity to score while Slytherin was down a chaser. Mike was certainly not idle. After utilizing the bludger to send one of the opposing chasers tumbling to the ground, his gaze shifted towards the Slytherin goalkeeper. The iron bludger, being somewhat smaller than the quaffle, was enveloped in a dark exterior that rendered it difficult to locate. However, this posed little challenge for Mike, perhaps due to the recent resurgence of his fortuitous streak. The 2 bludgers seemed to frequently hover nearby, displaying no inclination to attack him. Observers on the pitch beheld Mike suspended in the air, scanning his surroundings for a moment before seemingly identifying his target. The Firebolt 2001 beneath him suddenly surged forward, propelling Mike through the sky in a graceful arc. In that moment, Mike adopted the stance of a baseball player poised to swing, gripping the bat firmly as he aimed at a bludger. As he brushed past it, he unleashed a powerful swing. Crack! The specially crafted bat connected with the bludger with pinpoint accuracy. The sheer power of Mike, combined with the inertia from his rapid movement, was wholly transferred to the bat, resulting in an immense force behind his swing. With a thunderous crack, the bludger was propelled towards the Slytherin keeper, who was mounted on a Nimbus 2001. Truly, the Nimbus 2001 stands as the pinnacle of mass-produced flying brooms on the market, for despite enduring such a fierce impact, it appeared utterly unscathed. However, the tremendous force of the bludger still succeeded in dislodging the Slytherin keeper from his broom. Yes, upon striking the target with a successful shot, Mike erupted with exuberant shouts of delight. Gone was the weary visage he bore before taking the field, one that seemed on the verge of slumber at any moment. Now, he was enveloped in a state of exhilaration, though the myriad of blood vessels visible in his eyes served as a testament to the fatigue still lingering within his body. To Mike's delight, he discovered that the oppressive weight on his chest had significantly alleviated after he had successfully knocked down 2 Slytherin players in quick succession. Encouraged by this, he diligently sought out the elusive bludger. Observing this, Flint promptly commanded the 2 beaters who were still harassing Cho Chang to return and defend against Mike. Initially, Mike's ability to take down their players could be dismissed as mere luck. However, when he subsequently felled their keeper, it was clear that Mike possessed genuine skill. If left unchecked, he could continue to unleash his prowess, inflicting even greater damage upon the Slytherin team. Yet, it would take time for those 2 beaters to reach Mike, during which he had already caught sight of a bludger. Once again, he executed the same maneuver, accelerating forward and swinging his bat. The resounding crack of his specially crafted bat striking the iron bludger reverberated throughout the Quidditch pitch, sending one of the Slytherin chasers hurtling through the air. At that moment, the 2 beaters finally reached Mike, beginning their harassment. Nevertheless, Mike adeptly maneuvered his broom in a clever S-shaped arc, evading their grasp as he sped towards the next bludger. The 2 beaters gritted their teeth and pursued him, determined to intercept Mike. Despite all players utilizing the Nimbus 2001, which should theoretically afford them similar speeds, they found themselves perpetually outpaced by Mike. Another thunderous impact echoed as Slytherin lost yet another chaser, this time the robust youth who had only recently joined the fray. He could hardly believe that within mere minutes on the field, he had been sent crashing down by Mike. Meanwhile, several upperclassmen had gathered on the ground. Having noticed the consistent downfall of Slytherin players, they abandoned their seats in the stands, ready to cast spells to catch the fallen players. The spectators and players alike were captivated by Mike's relentless maneuvers. They had never witnessed such a fierce style of play before. Eventually, it was Roger who first regained his composure, leading his teammates to mount a vigorous assault on the Slytherin goal during their frequent player substitutions. At last, the 2 beaters exploited an opportunity as Mike slowed down to search for the bludger, closing in on him to initiate their harassment. However, this was no longer mere harassment. The 2 attempted to leverage their physical advantage to dislodge Mike from his broom, with one even swinging his bat directly at him. Mike sidestepped to evade the approaching bat, which whistled through the air, and swiftly turned to pursue the next bludger. The 2 opponents closely trailed him, fully aware that they must prevent Mike from continuing to strike. Otherwise, they risked defeat that day. Hence, one of the youths, upon witnessing Mike prepare to swing once more, recklessly positioned himself between Mike and the bludger. He was convinced that Mike would not follow through with his swing, for should he do so, the bat would collide with him, resulting in a foul and his ejection from the game. Little did he know, Mike was currently engulfed in exhilaration. And the soul within him was not that of a mere 12-year-old boy, but of a battle-hardened man who had lived for over 40 years, carving out a life of opulence and power. A glint of cruelty flashed in Mike's eyes as he did not hesitate in his motion, swinging the bat as if oblivious to the Slytherin beater standing in his path. Thud. A sound distinct from the previous ones resonated as the bat struck the back of the beater, sending him flying like a rag doll, blood spilling from his mouth. Foul. That was a foul. Flynn had been keeping a watchful eye on Mike ever since he knocked down their keeper. Upon witnessing his teammate being sent flying by Mike's hit, he immediately erupted in rage, shouting at Lee Jordan. Faced with such a serious incident, Lee, acting as the temporary referee, was momentarily taken aback and hastily blew the magical whistle to pause the match. All players descended to the ground, while Mike, having vented his emotions, felt a semblance of remorse upon seeing the beater, who was now coughing blood. Did I strike too hard? Mike pondered within himself. In light of this grave incident, Lee Jordan, fulfilling his duties as a referee, did not solely rely on his own judgment but sought the opinions of the senior students who had rushed to the scene to assist. After consulting their insights, Lee quickly rendered his decision. Mike had committed no foul. Just as Lee began to speak, The Slytherins erupted in outrage. What? How can you officiate like this? That was clearly intentional. It's attempted murder. Flint bellowed. The surrounding Slytherins displayed a collective fury, many with reddened eyes, ready to confront Mike. This reaction was entirely understandable. Their teammates, who they interacted with daily, were being carted off to the infirmary, especially the beater, who was taken away on a magical stretcher, still spewing blood and looking utterly tragic. Anyone would feel anger in such a situation. Listen to me. First of all, the senior students closest to the scene unanimously agreed that the beater collided with Mike's bat of his own volition. Lee Jordan blew the magical whistle again, its sharp sound causing everyone present to cover their ears in discomfort. Once the crowd quieted, he addressed them, pointing to several seniors. The seniors smiled and nodded in acknowledgement, their Ravenclaw blue and gold ties shimmering brilliantly under the sunlight. Flint and his companions noticed the seniors' ties and protested vehemently against the ruling, claiming there was foul play involved. Moreover, after examination, it was found that your beater sustained no serious injuries. His protective gear served him well. He merely suffered a few broken ribs. Lee continued, "This is our final ruling. If you deem it unacceptable, I can declare the match over, with Ravenclaw declared the winner based on the current score." The Slytherins were left with no choice but to agree to continue the match. Due to the prolonged pause, the Slytherin team had successfully substituted in their reserve players, which was not favorable news for Ravenclaw. Fortunately, the skill level of these substitutes paled in comparison to their starting players, and their lack of familiarity with the Nimbus 2001 greatly alleviated the pressure on Roger and the others. After witnessing the beater's grim fate, the Slytherin players now regarded Mike with trepidation, particularly Draco, who, as soon as Lee announced the resumption of play, retreated into the sky, keeping a significant distance from Mike. In contrast, Mike felt a surge of joy. The newly substituted beater dared not approach him, fearful of being struck down just as their teammate had been. This allowed Mike to roam freely in search of the bludgers and launch his attacks. Thus began the nightmare for the Slytherin team. Although Mike, feeling some guilt, tempered his strikes compared to before, focusing instead on targeting their brooms, his precision remained formidable. Just minutes into the match, another Slytherin player was forced to exit the game. Roger and his teammates mounted another fierce offensive, easily outclassing the Slytherin substitutes, and the score quickly widened. In the air, Draco was in a state of utter panic. He was now the lone hope for his team. If he could locate the golden snitch before Ravenclaw reached 150 points, he could turn the tide and become the hero of Slytherin. Conversely, failure would subject him to the scorn of the spectators. After all, winning or losing is a universal truth in competitive sports, and particularly in Britain, where the outcry from fans can be fierce. Yet, the elusive golden snitch seemed to have vanished. As the match progressed, Draco had scoured the entire field multiple times without spotting a trace of it. Faced with this predicament, Draco could only continue to circle the pitch in search of the snitch. Time trickled by, and the match stretched from afternoon into evening. The Slytherin team had undergone several substitutions, resembling a team of substitutes on the verge of depletion. Not only were the players severely injured, but even their Nimbus 2001 brooms had sustained considerable damage from Mike's relentless assaults. Their speed diminished significantly compared to the beginning of the match. One broom, particularly battered, struggled to even take flight. The score ballooned to a staggering 500-80, plunging the entire Slytherin team into despair, while their supporters had long since vacated the stands. Mike gazed at the sun gradually vanishing beyond the horizon, feeling that the hour was indeed late. He then reached into the pocket of his jacket and retrieved a golden sphere the size of a hazelnut, adorned with a pair of silver wings. The surrounding Ravenclaw players were utterly astounded by this spectacle. They had never anticipated that the elusive golden snitch, which both teams had been searching for all afternoon, would be resting in the palm of Mike's hand. Disregarding everything else, Mike approached Qiuzhang and placed the golden snitch into her hand. Qiuzhang, momentarily dazed, instinctively expressed her gratitude with a soft thank you. It was only when the cool evening breeze ruffled her hair that she fully comprehended the situation, prompting her to voice her most perplexing question. How did the golden snitch come to be in your possession? To be honest, I spotted it shortly after the match commenced. Mike replied nonchalantly. I must admit, that little creature flies with remarkable speed. It took considerable effort for me to capture it. Seated in the referee's box, Li Qiaodan also noticed Mike's action and immediately erupted with excitement, exclaiming, "The golden snitch! Ravenclaw has captured the golden snitch. The match is over. Merlin, I can finally clock out." Without a second thought for the crowd on the field, he swiftly turned and dashed towards the castle. Meanwhile, on the pitch, a stark contrast emerged between Slytherin and Ravenclaw. The Ravenclaw players joyfully soared through the sky, expressing their indescribable elation, with Captain Roger even moved to tears. In stark opposition, the Slytherin team appeared despondent, heads bowed as they hastily made their way back to the castle. Draco was among them, but just as he was about to enter, he was halted by a voice. "Quidditch is quite fascinating, don't you think, Draco?" Mike teased. Chapter 87, The Brain Closure Technique Within the Hogwarts Dining Hall. Mike sat at the Ravenclaw table, yawning in boredom. Following their victory in the match yesterday, he had intended to indulge in a restful slumber. However, Roger and the other teammates, brimming with energy, had ventured to the Hogwarts kitchen to procure an abundance of food from the house elves, proclaiming their intent to throw a party. As the MVP of the match, Mike could only remain at the insistence of Roger and others. Roger even procured a considerable amount of butterbeer from the Weasley twins, which further intensified the revelry. The consequence of a night of unrestrained celebration was the collective lethargy observed that morning, with Mike faring somewhat better due to his robust spirit and moderate consumption. Roger, however, was a different story. He had been the most exuberant and extravagant of the bunch. Anyone who offered a toast to him would find their cup drained without hesitation, leaving him languishing in bed, likely unable to rise before noon. In stark contrast to Ravenclaw, the Slytherin Quidditch team faced dire straits. Numerous players injured by Mike had filled the infirmary to capacity, inciting considerable ire in Madame Pomfrey. With the recent drop in temperature leading to a surge of colds, it was utterly outrageous that these mischievous youngsters dared to claim the beds for themselves. It was said that she had even disturbed Dumbledore's rest late into the night to lodge her protest, demanding a ban on such perilous pursuits as Quidditch. Naturally, Dumbledore would not acquiesce to such a request. In fact, Madame Pomfrey was dismissed from Dumbledore's chambers merely 10 minutes after her arrival, leaving in a huff, clearly having failed to achieve her desired outcome. According to a student who had spent the night in the infirmary due to a cold, the lamentations of the Slytherin players echoed throughout the night, rendering him unable to sleep, as it seemed Madame Pomfrey had forgotten to administer pain relief during her ministrations. Yesterday's exploits of Mike spread throughout Hogwarts, thanks to the first gossip monger, Lee Jordan. Now, aside from Ravenclaw, the Quidditch players from the other three houses regard Mike with a sense of trepidation, even bestowing upon him the moniker Killer Michael. Despite his newfound notoriety in the Quidditch realm, Mike remains largely indifferent. He had grown accustomed to fame since his first year, as the wizarding world is rather mundane. Even what appears to be trivial can be perpetuated for an extended period. His current vexation lies with the art of occlumency. Nearly 2 months have elapsed since he first embarked on learning this intricate skill during the summer, yet he has made no progress, leading him to question his aptitude for mastering occlumency. The Tell Me Pilfered from the restricted section, Close Your Mind, explicitly states that occlumency is a highly talent-dependent spell. Those endowed with skill can learn it swiftly, while those lacking it may toil for a lifetime without success. In light of this pressure, Mike began seeking shortcuts to mastering occlumency. It is evident that learning complex spells is best accomplished under the guidance of a mentor rather than through solitary study. As the book suggests, the method for practicing occlumency involves clearing one's mind. However, the meaning of clearing one's mind remains elusive to him. He suspects it merely translates to daydreaming. When contemplating whom to approach for assistance, Mike thought of the one expert in occlumency he knew best, Severus Snape. Naturally, directly inquiring about the nuances of occlumency would be imprudent, as he could not afford to disclose his endeavors. Subtle probing would also be perilous. Given Snape's notorious reputation as a double agent, his vigilance requires no further elaboration. Thus, without even having breakfast, Mike commenced his covert observations of Snape. He hoped to deduce the proper method of releasing occlumency through careful scrutiny of Snape's demeanor, considering that Snape perpetually seems to be in a state of mental closure. However, this is a rather foolish strategy with minimal chances of success. Yet, Mike found himself devoid of alternatives, having dedicated all his time to occlumency practice, even neglecting his routine meditation and spell training, yet yielding no results. The execution of Mike's covert plan, however, proved less than seamless. Snape, being somewhat of a recluse, spent his days either teaching or sequestered in his office, engrossed in potion research. Consequently, Mike had precious little opportunity to observe him. It is no wonder that Harry's mother ultimately chose James over Snape. The allure of a wealthy pureblood family such as James's far surpassed that of the introverted Snape. Thankfully, Professor Snape was fiercely protective of his Slytherin students. Mike, having sent numerous Slytherins to the infirmary, found that Snape would not easily overlook his actions. To his astonishment, Mike discovered that Snape would often emerge to penalize him for minor infractions, even when he was not directly following him. Thus, Mike embarked on a reckless journey, deliberately committing minor errors to provoke Snape's presence. After approximately 10 days of vengeance, during which he deducted nearly 200 points from Ravenclaw, Snape finally ceased his harassment, and Mike obtained what he sought. Over those 10 days, he meticulously observed Snape's every gesture and expression, arriving at a rather astonishing conclusion. Snape's hollow, deep-set eyes, his cold, emotionless tone, and his decisive, unwavering movements bore a striking resemblance to those individuals he had seen hypnotized on television in his previous life. Could it be that the secret to occlumency lies in self-hypnosis? Upon arriving at this revelation, Mike was taken aback. The arduous pursuit of occlumency that had yielded no results could indeed hinge upon such a straightforward concept. Although he felt a sense of skepticism regarding this notion, his circumstances left no room for hesitation. That very evening, Mike initiated his self-hypnosis experiment. While the concept of self-hypnosis may sound esoteric, its application is remarkably straightforward. Many athletes engage in self-hypnosis before competitions to enhance their performance. The method involves closing one's eyes, taking deep breaths, and dismissing extraneous thoughts while continuously reciting the hypnotic content within one's mind. The author has personally tested this technique, finding it effective for alleviating exam-related anxiety. Mike lay on the bed in his dormitory, his hands crossed over his abdomen, continually whispering to himself, "I am an emotionless tool. I am an emotionless tool. I am an emotionless. I am an emotionless writing machine." As he engaged in this self-hypnosis, his breathing gradually became more serene. Meanwhile, Mike felt a gentle surge of magical energy flowing towards his brain, a sensation unlike the fierce power he typically experienced when casting spells. Instead, it enveloped him with a tender embrace. This feeling was extraordinary. Once the magical energy completely enveloped his mind, he experienced an unprecedented tranquility. This tranquility was not the ordinary physical stillness we often refer to, but rather a profound inner peace. The human brain is an incessant machine, never at rest. Even during sleep it remains active through dreams, let alone in the course of daily learning and life. One could assert that our minds are perpetually engaged in thought, generating new ideas, most of which are ultimately inconsequential. Just because we do not perceive them does not imply their non-existence. It is merely a consequence of our accustomed perception. At this moment, Mike's mind was utterly clear, devoid of any distractions. There was no fear, joy, or anxiety. Only an indescribable tranquility enveloped him. He relished this profound stillness. For in the span of his 40-plus years of life, he had never experienced such comfort as he did today. Remarkably, this state was distinct from a mere stupor. Mike's consciousness was remarkably alert, and his thoughts, unimpeded by any extraneous concerns, flowed with an enhanced swiftness. Mike attempted to move his fingers, eager to test whether he could maintain this state while in motion. Yet, to his dismay, the moment his fingers stirred, the extraordinary tranquility was shattered. Instantly, a whirlwind of emotion surged through his mind, the dread of the future, the exhilaration of mastering the legilimency, and the perplexity regarding the luminous door in the Ravenclaw common room. These thoughts contorted Mike's brow in anguish. At last, he comprehended why Snape perpetually embraced a state of mental occlusion. "I could have endured the darkness had I never beheld the light. The serenity afforded by this mental barrier is an unparalleled delight for an ordinary individual, let alone for Snape, who bears the weight of guilt towards Lily, along with the fear and loathing of Voldemort and Dumbledore. These emotions incessantly torment Snape's inner being. Without the constant maintenance of this mental shield, he might have succumbed to despair and taken drastic measures long ago. Of course, such matters bore little relevance to Mike. In truth, he merely felt discomfort for a brief moment upon emerging from the mental barrier, soon succumbing to a state of euphoria, realizing he had inadvertently stumbled upon the secret to mastering the legilimency. Initially incredulous, he found solace in recalling that the method of casting the Patronus charm. Another spell of exceptional difficulty was simply to conjure one's happiest memories while reciting the incantation. Perhaps the essence of all things in the world is fundamentally simple. It is merely humanity that complicates them. In the days that followed, Mike plunged into a fervent practice. He would lock himself in his dormitory after classes to hone his legilimency, even practicing during meals and lectures. To avoid drawing attention, he donned a pair of sunglasses. Thus, a peculiar figure emerged at Hogwarts, one who wore sunglasses even at night. Muggle-born wizards found Mike's behavior utterly perplexing. Yet those who had grown up in the wizarding world perceived it differently. They considered Mike's style quite fashionable. Rapidly, sunglasses became a trend at Hogwarts, and Mike, lost in his obsession with practice, remained oblivious to this development. By the time he noticed, nearly all the young witches and wizards around him were sporting sunglasses. Most astonishingly, many who already wore prescription glasses had opted to replace them with sunglasses in a bid to stay trendy. Mike paid little heed to this, upon first discovering it. He merely laughed and swiftly cast it from his mind, for he had more pressing matters at hand. He noticed that the ghost of Ravenclaw, Lady Grey, was avoiding him. Lady Grey, the specter of Helena Ravenclaw, was the very one who had stolen her mother, Rowena Ravenclaw's, diadem, ultimately leading to her tragic demise. She was, after all, the daughter of Rowena Ravenclaw. Upon investigating Ms. Ravenclaw, Mike was immediately reminded of the ghost who bore witness to the history of Hogwarts. However, to his frustration, this Lady Grey seemed to be deliberately evading him. According to his classmates, she would spend considerable time every evening gazing at the statue of Ms. Ravenclaw in the common room. Yet, the moment Mike appeared, Lady Grey would mysteriously vanish. Mike was aware that his classmates would not deceive themselves regarding such matters, and he often encountered Ms. Grey in the Ravenclaw common room the previous year. However, for reasons unbeknownst to him, he had not seen her at all since the start of this year. Could it possibly be due to the claw marks? Mike could not help but ponder. Fortunately, the other ghosts did not evade him as Ms. Grey did. Yet, after inquiring with nearly headless Nick, the Fat Friar, and other spirits, he was left disheartened. These ghosts were relatively youthful, having been born long after Ms. Ravenclaw's passing, thus they were completely oblivious to her history. Nonetheless, the kind-hearted Fat Friar, feeling guilty for his inability to assist Mike, revealed that the oldest ghosts in the castle were indeed Ms. Grey and the Bloody Baron, who were the most likely to possess knowledge of the four founders past. The Fat Friar also warmly invited Mike to the upcoming Death Day party at the end of the month, claiming that this event would hold particular significance. To this, Mike unequivocally declined. Having read the original texts, Mike was well aware that the Death Day party entailed a gathering of ghosts reveling in a room, their chilling presence rendering the atmosphere as frigid as midwinter. The food was rotten and inedible. The notion of abandoning the Halloween feast at Hogwarts to attend such a dismal gathering was utterly absurd. He was not like Harry, who often struggled to refuse others. Ignoring the Fat Friar's earnest entreaties, Mike resolutely made his way to the Room of Requirement on the 8th floor of Hogwarts. This location seemed to be the haunt of the Bloody Baron, for nearly every time Mike visited the Room of Requirement, he would see the Baron wandering in the vast corridor, seemingly in search of something. Upon his arrival on the 8th floor this time, the Bloody Baron was indeed present. Yet beside him stood another ghost, unmistakably the elusive Miss Grey, whom Mike had been desperately seeking for several days. Chapter 89. Clue. Mike firmly believed he could never be mistaken. Within the hallowed halls of Hogwarts, there existed only a handful of female ghosts, and among them, the Grey Lady undoubtedly held the highest rank. Thus, even though the ethereal figure conversing with Blood Barrow had her back turned to him, he could assert with certainty that it was indeed the Grey Lady. The two apparitions appeared to be engaged in a heated argument. While the typically taciturn Blood Barrow exhibited an unusual fervor, gesticulating animatedly as if attempting to present a counterargument. Regrettably, Mike was too far away to discern the nature of their discourse, just as he resolved to draw nearer for a clearer understanding. The Grey Lady suddenly pivoted to gaze in his direction. In the dim light, her exquisite visage momentarily illuminated the shadows, though somewhat wan. It was evident that the Grey Lady had once possessed extraordinary beauty in her mortal life. After casting her glance upon Mike, she ceased her conversation with Blood Barrow and, with a swift motion, vanished into the wall, leaving no trace behind. Observing this, Blood Barrow made no attempt to pursue her, and his previously agitated expression gradually returned to a state of calm. Mike is now certain that there is something about him that has caught Mrs. Grey's attention. Otherwise, she would never have noticed him, considering that the perception abilities of ghosts are notoriously poor. Fortunately, the Bloodman Barrow shows no intention of evading him. Otherwise, Mike would be driven to the brink of madness. Mike emerged from the shadowy corner, a dark blackthorn wand materializing silently in his hand. Ordinary wizards lack the means to harm phantoms, thus Bloodman Barrow paid no heed to Mike, continuing his stride down the corridor without any intention of engaging in conversation. Mike found no surprise in Barrow's reaction. To be honest, they had crossed paths numerous times in the corridor outside the Room of Requirement. Barrow had always maintained a demeanor that kept others at bay, disregarding even the most cordial greetings. However, Mike had thoroughly prepared himself before arriving here, undeterred by Barrow's indifference. "Wait a moment, Sir Barrow," Mike called out. Yet, as per usual, Bloodman Barrow showed no sign of stopping, gliding forward unhindered. Just as he seemed poised to vanish into the wall, Mike spoke again. "Barrow, what is it like to personally slay your beloved?" Upon hearing Mike's slightly mocking tone, Barrow, who was nearly melded with the wall, froze momentarily before slowly turning around to reveal a gaunt face before Mike. "I did not," Barrow articulated, each word punctuated with emphasis. Upon witnessing his reaction, Mike inwardly reassured himself of his stability. However, he maintained a rather provocative expression and continued. "There is no need for you to deny it. I have already discerned the truth. It is quite natural for love to turn to hate. For Helena, you have forsaken your own mentor, Salazar Slytherin. Does your conscience not ache? Moreover, that woman, fully aware of your affections, has kept you dangling for decades. Haha. Do you know how we now refer to your brotherly behavior? A sycophant who ends up with nothing." What Mike articulated was not without purpose. According to the historical records of Hogwarts, Slytherin departed from the school during its formative years due to ideological differences regarding admissions with the other three founders. Blood Baron, being a favored disciple of Slytherin, ought to have followed suit. However, he remained at Hogwarts until later commanded by Lady Ravenclaw to search for her daughter. The circumstances surrounding this situation are quite conjectural. It is indeed a timeless tale that a hero may falter before the charms of a fair maiden. The sole individual capable of retaining the illustrious wizard Blood Baron at Hogwarts was none other than Helena. Thus, his long-standing affection for Helena, which morphed into an all-consuming hatred following her rejection, is hardly surprising. After Mike fervently combined his investigative findings with his speculations, an expression of rage finally marred Blood Baron's eternally icy visage. "I did not. I saved Helena. Otherwise, she would have been devoured by that demon." Blood Baron's countenance shifted to one of sheer terror as he lunged towards Mike with outstretched hands. In an instant, a bone-chilling cold surged into Mike's being. This frigid sensation was all too familiar. He had experienced a similar chill on the night he was beguiled by that portal of light, when such coldness had yanked him from the brink of madness. However, upon closer examination, Mike discerned that this chill was markedly different. The previous cold had felt akin to a winter wind, sharp and piercing like a blade. In contrast, the cold emanating from Blood Baron carried a faint metallic scent of blood. This icy aura spread rapidly, swiftly radiating from Mike's chest. Yet, Mike's reaction was equally swift. With his wand poised and charged, he gave it a vigorous shake while exclaiming, "Protego." As the incantation was uttered, a translucent shield enveloped Mike, effectively isolating the chilling aura. The cold within him, deprived of its external source of energy, was swiftly vanquished by the magic coursing through his veins. Mike shivered violently, raising his head to continue questioning Barrow, only to realize that something was profoundly amiss with him. Barrow appeared as though he had encountered something truly terrifying. His previously menacing visage had transformed into an even more horrifying sight. His entire body trembled uncontrollably, and his lips moved as if he wished to utter something. Yet no sound emerged. In light of Barrow's peculiar reaction, Mike, filled with caution, raised his wand before him, aiming it at Barrow, ever ready to conjure more protective armor. Given the recent events, it was evident that Barrow, this specter, was unlike others. He possessed the capability to inflict genuine harm upon the living. Mike's defensive stance elicited a reaction from Barrow. "Demon, you are the demon," Barrow exclaimed, his finger trembling as he pointed at Mike. "No, do not approach. I was wrong. I truly was wrong. I should not have acted thus. I implore you, spare me," Barrow screamed, retreating toward the wall, swiftly vanishing into the corridor. Mike was taken aback by Barrow's reaction. His demeanor was utterly genuine, as if he had truly witnessed a demon. Suddenly, it seemed that a realization struck Mike, prompting him to reach out and touch his own face. Although his skin felt smooth and unblemished, he was acutely aware of an invisible, grotesque claw mark beneath his fingertips. In the dimly lit corridor of the 8th floor of Hogwarts, a faint smile appeared on Mike's face, as if he had come to understand something profound. Chapter 90. The demon that devoured the maiden. His conversation with the bloodied Barrow yesterday had illuminated many truths for Mike. Firstly, he was certain that he bore some extraordinary mark, one that allowed Ms. Grey to perceive him from a considerable distance. Furthermore, both Ms. Grey and the bloodied spectre Barrow exhibited a palpable fear of this mark. Michael initially speculated that the mark was indeed the concealed raven's claw scar on his face. Beyond that, he found himself perplexed by the presence of other strange elements within him. If such a terrifying thing as that claw mark truly instilled fear in Barrow, what was he genuinely afraid of? Moreover, what did Barrow mean by referring to a demon? He had claimed that he killed Helena not out of hatred, but to save her, What could that possibly signify? Following the previous incident, the bloodstained barrow, much like Lady Grey, was now evading his own path. With no other recourse, Michael opted to investigate in a different direction, seeking to uncover the true identity of the girl from his dreams. Armed with a myriad of questions, he plunged into the Hogwarts library the very next day, poring over the institution's history since its inception. Fortunately, as the most renowned magical school in Europe, Hogwarts bore the responsibility of maintaining extensive historical records. Thus, within its rich collection, there existed numerous tomes detailing the history of the wizarding world, with Hogwarts' own history being meticulously documented. As Michael searched the student registry for the years 1870 to 1890, he soon discovered a suspect individual, Miriam Ravey. His suspicion arose from the glaring scarlet ink that marked her name with the word missing. After inquiring with Professor Flitwick, he confirmed that this missing Ravey was indeed the girl who had appeared in his dreams. Flitwick remarked, "I have some recollection of that Miriam. Though I was not yet a professor at Hogwarts at the time, I was already a member of the Raven's Nest." Miriam was quite well known, as she had endured the initiation trials longer than anyone in nearly a century. I recall she was merely 15 when she joined, and the elders of the Raven's Nest held her in high regard. Unfortunately, upon completing his inquiry with Flitwick and continuing his perusal of the Hogwarts registry, Michael stumbled upon a chilling truth. The disappearance and mortality rates among the girls of Ravenclaw were alarmingly high. Since the year 1200, the Ravenclaw section of the student registry frequently recorded instances of missing persons and deaths, predominantly involving females. This was not entirely surprising, as the wizarding world during that era was fraught with chaos, and the chances of young witches meeting untimely ends were notably high. Other houses also had numerous records of disappearances and deaths during that time. However, the deeper he delved, the more he discerned the discrepancies. While the mortality rates among students from other houses steadily declined over the years, Ravenclaw's female students exhibited a disturbing upward trend, peaking at several deaths in a single year. This revelation brought to mind the demon that Barrow had mentioned. Was it possible that a demon lurked within the halls of Hogwarts, consuming the lives of young maidens for centuries? Yet, this was just one of the many anomalies found in the registry. The last confirmed deceased Ravenclaw girl bore the name Moaning Myrtle Elizabeth Warren, the very ghost from the original tale who haunted the girls' lavatory. Ever since Myrtle's demise, there have been no further records of unexplained deaths or disappearances among girls at Hogwarts. Michael was well aware of the circumstances surrounding Myrtle's death. She had been killed by Voldemort through the basilisk. Thus, strictly speaking, she was not the final victim of the demon. The true last victim was a fifth-year Ravenclaw named Sheila Clinton, who perished in 1935. Curiously, following Sheila Clinton's death, the demon seemed to vanish as if slain, leaving Michael in a state of bewilderment. According to his earlier conjecture, the Raven's claw mark was emblematic of that demon. And now that the mark had manifested upon his own face, it suggested that the demon had not truly disappeared. Yet, in the decades from 1935 to the present, there had been no further victims. What could be the reason for this? Mike sat on the long bench in the library, his gaze vacant as he contemplated the reasons behind his thoughts. Two first-year Slytherin students strolled past him, engaged in lively conversation. As they laughed, they held aloft a small flag, a magical banner crafted specifically for their Quidditch team. The flag, made entirely of green fabric, prominently displayed the Slytherin crest on both sides. A silvery serpent slithered across one side of the shield, its tongue flickering, while the shield occasionally rotated to reveal an inscription on its reverse, "Go Slytherin." It was then that Mike recalled that he had been investigating this matter for nearly a month. The Quidditch League at Hogwarts had commenced, and today marked the day of the match between Slytherin and Hufflepuff. I must say, the banners were exquisitely crafted, adorned with silver serpents that lunged at Mike as two Slytherin first years passed by him. Gazing at the fierce white serpent before him, a thunderclap echoed in his mind, and a name emerged: Tom Riddle. Filled with excitement, Mike hurriedly flipped through the Hogwarts student directory, and upon reading a particular name, he burst into laughter. From 1938 to 1945, Tom Riddle had attended Hogwarts, specifically in Slytherin House. Everything became clear. Tom Riddle was the original name of Voldemort, and since Voldemort's enrollment, the demon of Ravenclaw had vanished, only to reappear today within himself. What connection did Voldemort have with Ravenclaw? The answer was remarkably simple: the diadem. During his time at school, Voldemort learned of the diadem's location through the Grey Lady, subsequently retrieving it from the Albanian forest and transforming it into one of his Horcruxes, after which he concealed the diadem in the Room of Requirement. The diadem undoubtedly bore a profound connection to that demon, which is why, after Voldemort fashioned it into a Horcrux, the demon ceased its hunt for the Ravenclaw girl. Silence is mandated in the library. Mike's hearty laughter not only captured the attention of the surrounding young wizards, but also drew Madame Pants closer. Unfazed by her presence, Mike swiftly dashed out of the library. Chapter 91, Warriors and Demons. Mike dashed out of the library in a single bound, making his way directly to the all-purpose room. Mike's thoughts were remarkably straightforward. Having discerned that the crux of the entire affair lay in Ravenclaw's diadem, he resolved to seek the diadem directly. Armed with the killing curse, Mike harbored no fear of the lingering fragment of Voldemort's soul within the diadem. If necessary, he could simply unleash an Avada Kedavra. Moreover, Mike boasted an impeccable scout, Barrow. "We meet again," he addressed the bloodied figure still lurking on the 8th floor of Hogwarts. Startled by Mike's voice, Barrow, who had his back turned, instinctively attempted to flee into the wall. "Hey, do you still wish to vanquish that demon? I can assist you," Mike called out urgently. As anticipated, upon hearing Mike's words, the bloodied Barrow froze in place, responding in a low, somber tone. "No, you cannot aid me. That demon is invincible. Since you are so terrified, what are you still doing here? Do not presume I am unaware. That demon is concealed within the diadem, and the diadem is hidden behind this wall," Mike declared, tapping on the wall. "Come, I shall open the door for you. Together we shall confront that demon." Perhaps influenced by Mike's words, a glimmer of hope flickered momentarily in Barrow's eyes, yet it was swiftly extinguished by the encroaching darkness. "No, it is futile. You, marked as you are destined to be consumed by that demon, while I am merely a worthless wretch." Mike was poised to continue deceiving Barrow into entering the Room of Wishes to pave the way for him, when a woman's voice suddenly pierced the air. "Enough. Do not further manipulate this unfortunate soul." Mike gazed at the ethereal Lady Grey as she drifted slowly from the wall, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Oh, why do you no longer evade my presence?" he inquired. Observing her silence, he continued, "I can promise you my assistance, but you must first answer my questions." Lady Grey cast a sidelong glance at the sorrowful figure of Barrow, sighed, and replied, "Very well, let me unveil the truth to you. The demon Barrow spoke of is none other than my mother, Rowena Ravenclaw. Since my earliest memories, she has been the head of Ravenclaw. She was intelligent, beautiful, powerful, and insatiably greedy. In those times, the wizarding world was captivated by her beauty and simultaneously terrified by her strength and avarice. Her insatiable thirst for knowledge soon rendered her dissatisfied with the meager collection at Hogwarts. She set her sights on the ancient knowledge held by long-established families. Thus, an unprecedented war erupted. She led the students of Ravenclaw in a relentless quest for knowledge, wreaking havoc across Europe. Countless families fell victim to her destruction, and the name Ravenclaw resonated throughout the wizarding realm as she waged her campaigns. Of course, her actions incited discontent among other influential figures. Gryffindor and Hufflepuff attempted to counsel her, but their efforts proved futile. It was not until Slytherin, who had long departed, returned to Hogwarts with a pivotal agreement from all pure-blood families in Europe that things began to change. The terms were straightforward. The terrified pure-blood families, seeking to halt her bloodshed, offered their ancestral knowledge in exchange for her mercy, pledging complete transparency. Initially, my mother was reluctant to sign, believing she could seize that knowledge regardless. Yet, under the collective persuasion of the other 3 houses, she ultimately acquiesced. From that moment on, she became ensnared in her pursuit of knowledge, while peace returned to the European wizarding world. However, she soon realized that she could never master all the spells alone, and her gaze shifted toward the pursuit of immortality. I suspect she was driven to madness. She devised a soul-splitting spell that transferred most of her essence into a diadem, leaving only a fragment within her physical form to carry out daily activities. Concurrently, she began to propagate the myth that the diadem was a relic of immense power, promising boundless wisdom and knowledge to anyone who donned it. Her sole intention was to entice me into stealing the diadem, knowing that I shared her insatiable greed. Once I adorned it, the fragmented soul within would seize control of my body, transforming me into a new Rowena Ravenclaw. At this juncture, Lady Grey chuckled bitterly before continuing. "In truth, my mother did not deceive. The wearer of that diadem indeed attains unparalleled wisdom and infinite knowledge, albeit at the cost of their very soul. After I pilfered the diadem, I did not immediately wear it but fled incessantly, aware of the terror her power invoked. Once I reached the safety of Albania, I succumbed to temptation and placed it upon my head. In that instant, I lost all control over my body, I could see and hear. Yet I was powerless to act. Terrified, I was met by Barrow. Lady Grey paused once more, tenderly caressing Barrow's hair, her gaze softening. Under her gentle touch, Barrow, who had been restless after hearing her tale, gradually found solace, grasping her hand and rubbing it against his cheek. Barrow was not sent by my mother. He came in search of me out of concern. His voice grew heavy with sorrow as she recounted. He immediately sensed my distress and sought to save me. But I had already lost control. I killed him. I took the life of the one who loved me most in this world. At this confession, Lady Grey was overcome with emotion, her tears flowing freely, while Barrow held her in silence, his own eyes glistening with unshed tears. This was the first instance Mike had witnessed a ghost weep. The crystalline droplets cascaded down Lady Grey's visage, disappearing upon touching the ground, like pearls severed from their string. Mike did not intrude upon the entangled couple, who had been entwined for nearly a millennium, but waited patiently until they had vented their emotions before inquiring. How did Voldemort come to be associated with the diadem? He was an exceedingly ambitious youth, much like yourself. Mrs. Grey emerged from Barlow's embrace, and I could discern that he yearned for the diadem, longing for the boundless knowledge and wisdom it contained. Thus, I inadvertently divulged the whereabouts of the diadem to him. So, poor Tom was merely a hapless fool you misled to his demise? No, I prefer to refer to him as a valiant warrior. A champion who recklessly battled demons for the sake of the princess. Mrs. Grey exchanged knowing smiles with Mike. Chapter 92. The New Warrior Indeed. Young Tom surprised me greatly. Initially, I intended for him to merely weaken my mother's principal soul within the diadem, but to my astonishment, he learned the soul-splitting curse as well. Although it was merely the most primitive version conceived by Helga Hufflepuff, he succeeded in transforming the diadem into his Horcrux. Ha ha ha. Mrs. Grey's laughter was eerily jubilant, her movements akin to a celebration. Barlow, the blood man, attempted to soothe her but was unceremoniously kicked aside. My mother, she has been locked in a relentless battle with Tom's fragment of soul within the diadem for nearly 50 years. While Tom's fragment has been nearly vanquished by my mother during this time, she herself has grown exceedingly weakened. Now is the opportune moment to eliminate her. Go forth, Mike, and extinguish my mother, obliterate one of Hogwarts' 4 great founders, eradicate the gentle breeze from the lakeside, and vanquish the legendary sorceress Rowena Ravenclaw. You shall attain unparalleled glory. All creation shall sing your praises. So, after Barlow and Tom, do you wish for me to become your new warrior? Mike remarked with a smile. Although Mike wore a smile, his eyes betrayed no hint of amusement, only an abyss of murderous intent. The thing he loathed most in life was being manipulated into a fatal demise. Lady Grey, an ancient specter, perceived this but appeared oblivious to the wand that had suddenly materialized in Mike's hand as she continued. No, 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 you are not like Tom. Tom is driven by his own ambition in pursuit of the crown, while you seek self-preservation. What do you mean? Mike queried, his brow furrowed. The claw marks on your face are the handiwork of my mother's servant, the nightmarish raven. The nightmarish raven is an extinct magical creature that feeds on the residual magic emitted by wizards or magical beings. Its power lies in ensnaring individuals within nightmares of its creation, dreams that straddle the line between reality and illusion, a marvel in itself. Those claw marks are a cursed brand, crafted to render the chosen one's body more receptive to my mother's spirit. Those branded will experience a permanent enhancement of their magical aptitude, and their visage will grow ever more enchanting, their physique increasingly alluring. My mother desires a youthful, extraordinarily gifted, and beautiful female vessel. I trust this elucidates your predicament? Are you implying? Mike's voice trembled as realization dawned upon him. Indeed, this brand will gradually feminize your form until you are utterly transformed into a beautiful maiden. Lady Grey interrupted with a gleeful laugh. At that moment, Mike stood stunned, having suspected that the claw marks might harbor some malevolent curse. Yet he never fathomed the cruelty of its true nature. But fret not, the brand's power emanates from my mother. As long as you obliterate her primary and fragmented souls, you shall be free from worry. Lady Grey seemed to revel in Mike's plight, her tone becoming almost playful. So, strive valiantly, my warrior, for your princess and for yourself, to vanquish the demon. What must I do? Use the killing curse? Mike asked, enunciating each word carefully. Upon hearing this, Lady Grey erupted into laughter as if she had been told the most amusing joke in existence. After a prolonged bout of mirth, she replied, That won't suffice. My mother employed rare magical materials in crafting the crown and layered it with formidable protective spells. Thus, neither the killing curse nor fiend fire can shatter it. To defeat my mother, You have but two options: either don the crown and confront her primary soul directly, or seek out fairies to forge a blade of silver as sharp as the legendary holy sword and cleave the crown in twain. I personally recommend the former. I can see your soul is exceedingly potent, nearly twice that of an ordinary wizard, giving you a high chance of victory against my mother. As for the latter, abandon that thought. The craft of forging silver swords was lost after the fairy rebellion. The sharpest silver sword in existence is likely Gryffindor's sword. Yet even that lacks sufficient sharpness. What of the light portal? Ah, that is a trial set by my mother. In her design, her servants would select exceptionally gifted candidates, who could only qualify for her new corporeal form after enduring the trials within the light portal. From my observations, the trial comprises at least 3 stages. Completing each stage will grant the candidate a degree of magical enhancement. However, I advise against pursuing this path. Over the years, I have yet to witness anyone survive the 3rd stage. After absorbing Lady Grey's account, Mike fell silent, realizing he had seemingly reached an impasse. Observing his contemplative demeanor, Lady Grey remarked, "Take care of yourself. I am in no rush, or rather, I hope you do nothing at all. I am quite curious about your appearance once you transform into a beautiful maiden." With that, she dissolved into the walls, her laughter echoing like silver bells. While the bloodied figure, Barlow, hurriedly followed suit, Mike kept his head lowered, scarcely registering the final words of Miss Grey, save for the phrase "beautiful girl," which incessantly echoed in his mind. Previously, Mike had noticed that his complexion seemed to have become increasingly fair and smooth over time, initially taking pride in this transformation. At the age of 12, many of his peers had already begun to experience the onset of puberty, with acne appearing on their faces, while Mike's skin continued to improve. Reflecting on all of this now sent a chill down Mike's spine. After much contemplation, Mike ultimately made a resolute decision. He absolutely could not transform into a beautiful girl, no matter how alluring the prospect might be. This revelation was one that must never reach Professor Flitwick's ears. The Ravenclaw common room was teeming with fervent admirers of the fair lady, and it would be disastrous if they seized him and compelled him to metamorphose into a lovely maiden, only to have him serve as a vessel for Ravenclaw's ambitions. If it came to that, he would be prepared to fight tooth and nail. After making a decision, Mike's initially vacant gaze gradually transformed into one of sharp determination. He directed a powerful shout towards the wall where Lady Grey had vanished, exclaiming, "No way. I refuse to become a beautiful girl. Absolutely not. Not at all. P.S. I have contemplated this segment for quite some time. Initially, I intended to unveil it gradually in the later Lightgate chapter. However, after much reflection, I resolved to present it here in its entirety. As a novice writer, I find it challenging to craft such intricate narratives without faltering. Furthermore, the question of whether Mike should transform into a beautiful girl remains a significant dilemma. Chapter 93. The Heir in Action in the Opulent Hall. Mike sat alongside Penelope and Franklin at the exclusive Ravenclaw long table. The interior of the hall was adorned with numerous pumpkin lanterns and monstrous sculptures, while countless bats dangled from the ceiling, occasionally swooping past the trio. However, there was no need for concern, as these bats, conjured through transfiguration, bore no capacity for excretion. Unlike the owls that delivered messages during breakfast. "Penelope, Franklin, you must stay close to me tonight," Mike instructed the two seated beside him. "Got it, Mike. You've reiterated that countless times," Penelope replied with an eye roll, exuding a sense of exasperation. Franklin, his mouth stuffed with food, could only nod in agreement. Inhaling the faint aroma of pumpkin wafting through the air, Mike let out a deep sigh and took a hearty swig of the Dolphine magic drink beside him. Mike's troubled demeanor clashed starkly with the surrounding laughter and merriment. Ever since his conversation with Mrs. Grey, he had remained in a state of heightened tension. For someone like Mike, a staunchly masculine man, transforming into a beautiful girl felt like a punishment more agonizing than death itself. However, upon further investigation, Mike discovered that, as Mrs. Grey had indicated, the path of the silver sword was no longer viable. The Gryffindor sword was indeed the last remaining and most powerful silver weapon. Consequently, his only remaining option was to confront the challenge head-on, yet the strength of one's soul was inherently constant and largely predetermined. Despite questioning everyone he could, Mike found no solutions to enhance his soul's potency. In a fit of despair, he resorted to intense meditation and the practice of mental closure techniques, hoping to elevate his mental energy and, in turn, slightly boost his soul's strength. Yet, time was not on his side. Just as Mike fretted over the crown, Halloween arrived. To ensure the safety of Penelope and Franklin, he had no choice but to instruct them to stay close. He was acutely aware that, in the original narrative. Tonight marked the first attack of the basilisk. Should either of them wander off and encounter the creature, the consequences would be dire. After all, this was the real world. Not the child-friendly narrative of the original text. At least the Chamber of Secrets was intended for younger readers. The real world would not offer the fortuitous escapes depicted in the story. For an ordinary person, an encounter with the basilisk typically ended in death. What has you so glum, Mike? The Weasley twins suddenly appeared, their spirits high. Today was a day of celebration, not merely because of Halloween, but also due to the unprecedented success of their dolphin potion, particularly the new orange-flavored variant that had captivated everyone. Observing the excited faces of the Weasley twins, Mike managed a faint smile but refrained from speaking, opting instead to raise his potion and indulge in a hearty drink. With so many recent worries weighing on him, he longed to drown his sorrows in intoxication. Sensing his discontent, the Weasley twins chose not to press him further, wandering off to promote their dolphin potion and various magical prank items they had crafted. During this period, the Weasley twins could truly be considered the happiest individuals at Hogwarts. With newfound wealth, they had the opportunity to experiment with creating magical prank devices. Indeed, they proved to be quite ingenious, although their creations still bore significant flaws in quality. They were undeniably innovative. They had even devised prank candies that could transform anyone who consumed them into various creatures, a concept they had explored with creativity, trying their hand at turning people into toads, dragons, turkeys, and any animal they could imagine. Recently, they had also refined the recipe for the dolphin potion, introducing an entirely new flavor that had garnered immense popularity within Hogwarts. Naturally, the new flavor of the dolphin potion would also yield profits for Mike. As he watched the skeletons on stage perform comical dances and beheld the exquisite array of rare delicacies laid out before him, Mike began to be swept up by the jovial atmosphere, feeling his appetite slowly return. He sliced a piece of steak and placed it in his mouth. The tender texture and rich aroma of the steak burst forth in a delightful explosion of flavor. Mike closed his eyes in enjoyment, secretly praising the diligent house elf, whose culinary creations were truly on par with Michelin-starred cuisine. Max secretly resolved in his heart that he must acquire a house elf as his personal servant in the future. He didn't expect it to assist him in battles or anything extraordinary. Just having it prepare his meals daily would suffice. However, house elves were rare commodities that couldn't be obtained merely with money. Luck played a crucial role. Yet, Mac was brimming with confidence. After all, he was a protagonist blessed with the golden finger of extraordinary fortune. Though this advantage occasionally went dormant, given time, it would inevitably manifest its power. Indeed, fine cuisine was a balm for the soul. As Mac indulged in more and more dishes, the gloom in his heart gradually dissipated like mist under the morning sun. With the last bite of dessert vanishing from his plate, the grand Halloween feast drew to a close. After Professor Dumbledore announced the successful conclusion of the evening's festivities, the young witches and wizards, their bellies pleasantly full, formed orderly lines under the guidance of their respective prefects and filed out of the great hall. Amidst the crowd, walking alongside Penelope and Franklin, Mac remained on high alert. His wand, concealed within his sleeve, was poised to spring into his hand at a moment's notice. It was about to happen, the bloody writing on the wall. Merlin's beard. We didn't even make it in time for the last of the desserts. I told you we should have left earlier. Now we're done for. The voices of Harry and Ron reached Mac's ears. The two stood in the corridor outside the entrance, staring despondently at the departing crowd. Mike was somewhat taken aback as he glanced around, failing to locate the petrified cat or any traces of blood. However, his countenance darkened further. An unknown adversary was far more terrifying. Had events unfolded as per the original narrative, Mike would have felt a sense of relief. Yet everything seemed to deviate from its intended course. Damn it, I have distanced myself enough from the main storyline. Mike cursed inwardly, remaining vigilant. He navigated through the crowd back to the Ravenclaw common room. It was only upon returning to his dormitory that he exhaled in relief. Believing that no incidents would transpire that night, the eagle-headed knocker of the Ravenclaw common room was formidable enough to deter any basilisk. Yet, Mike was overly naïve. The following morning, as Mike stepped out of his dormitory, brimming with energy, he discovered the Ravenclaw common room utterly deserted. After searching around, he found that everyone had congregated at the eagle-headed knocker. As Mike squeezed through the throng, the scene before him widened his eyes in disbelief. A rigid figure stood facing the knocker, clutching an opened letter in their hand. To his astonishment, the person was Penelope. Chapter 94. Enshrouded in mystery upon witnessing Penelope's petrified state, Mike felt as though his lungs might explode with frustration. Despite his countless warnings, calamity had still befallen them. She can't be dead, can she? Surely, if she were, she would have collapsed. The surrounding crowd murmured in speculation. Penelope's expression bore no trace of fear. On the contrary, the corners of her mouth were subtly upturned, suggesting she appeared quite content. Strangely, she was not clad in Hogwarts robes nor in sleepwear, but rather in a thick, khaki trench coat paired with black trousers. Mike pulled the letter from Penelope's hand, and to his astonishment, he found it was signed by Mike Tully. The contents of the letter suggested it was an invitation for Penelope to join him for a midnight rendezvous. It all became clear to Mike. Someone had arranged this meeting in his name. No wonder Penelope had adorned herself so meticulously. She must have prepared with great anticipation for this encounter. On the wall behind Penelope, a chilling message was inscribed in blood. The chamber has been opened. Beware of those who oppose the heir. The surrounding students were largely focused on the bloodied message, most appearing bewildered, while a few smug pure-blood upperclassmen regaled others with tales of the chamber's legend. The Muggle-born wizards listened intently at first, but their expressions soured upon hearing that the monster within the chamber would slaughter those of their kind. Panic swiftly spread through the crowd. "Silence," Mike commanded, striving to restore order. "Quickly, inform Dean Flitwick." And who was the first to discover Penelope? Mike held a certain level of prestige within Ravenclaw. Upon issuing his command, several individuals promptly rushed towards Professor Flitwick's office. A freckled blonde girl timidly emerged, indicating that she was the first to discover Penelope. Under Mike's supervision, order at the scene was eventually restored to normalcy, and Professor Flitwick soon arrived, accompanied by Dumbledore and Professor Snape. Mike approached the girl with a face full of freckles and recounted the entire sequence of events in detail, ultimately handing over the letter. Dumbledore observed the growing crowd of onlookers and, drawing his elder wand, waved it gently, causing the bloodstains on the wall to vanish. He then said, "Phileas, please escort Penelope to the infirmary and maintain some order." Turning to Mike, he added, "You and the young lady will accompany me. I require your cooperation for the investigation." Upon hearing this, Professor Flitwick promptly instructed the other prefects, who had arrived late, to disperse the students gathered at the scene, while he took Penelope to the infirmary himself. Before departing, he gave Mike's arm a reassuring pat, expressing his satisfaction with Mike's handling of the situation, without a shred of doubt regarding Mike's innocence. Mike nodded at Professor Flitwick and followed Dumbledore to the headmaster's office. Along the way, silence enveloped the group, rendering the atmosphere exceedingly awkward. The freckled girl was visibly anxious, beads of sweat glistening on her forehead. Conversely, Mike appeared unfazed, having entered a contemplative state after considerable reflection. Given the current circumstances, it was highly probable that Dumbledore would employ legilimency on him. Although Mike was not the perpetrator of the recent attack, his mind harbored the profound secret of his reincarnation. Who could guarantee that Dumbledore would not uncover it? Upon arriving at the headmaster's office, Dumbledore finally spoke, inviting everyone to take a seat. "Would you care for some cockroach clusters? Sweet treats are known to alleviate tension." The freckled girl, staring at the wriggling clusters before her, shook her head vigorously. Mike and Snape shared a similar reaction. Their expressions remained stoic, their gazes vacant and profound, entirely indifferent to Dumbledore's words. "I had a general understanding of the situation, yet I sought further confirmation." Observing the group's refusal, Dumbledore remained unfazed and continued, "Mike, did you send this letter, written with a magically enchanted quick pen, to Penelope?" "I did not send it, Dumbledore," Mike began. But before he could finish, Snape interjected, "He is lying." Mike gazed at the expressionless Severus Snape before him, acutely aware that he had discerned his mental state of complete closure. Mike's mastery of the mind-blocking technique is far from that of a true master, thus he could not conceal his thoughts from Severus Snape, a true expert in the art. Nevertheless, Mike had no intention of hiding the truth from them, though it would significantly increase the suspicion surrounding him. It paled in comparison to the secrets he harbored within his mind. "I am confident that the perceptive headmaster Dumbledore will make the right decision, Professor Snape." In a state of mental fortitude, Mike faced Snape's probing questions with unwavering composure, disregarding the icy demeanor emanating from Snape as he responded with deliberate clarity. Snape scrutinized Mike for an extended moment, but upon noticing the unyielding expression on Mike's face, he chose to ignore him. "This matter is quite serious, Dumbledore," Snape stated with gravity. "I recommend employing unconventional methods to interrogate Mike. If necessary, I can provide a truth serum." Just as Dumbledore was about to respond, a figure abruptly burst into the headmaster's office. "Snape, you cannot possibly intend to use a truth serum on my student. Do you wish to render him a fool?" Professor Flitwick exclaimed, his bloodshot eyes fixed intently on Snape. In the face of Flitwick's accusation, Snape's expression remained unchanged. He offered no defense, merely engaging in a silent stare-down with Flitwick. Despite his modest stature of just over a meter, Professor Flitwick exuded an overwhelming ferocity that belied his appearance, akin to a ravenous tiger poised to pounce. The girl with a face full of freckles stood by, astonished, her mouth agape. Flitwick's current demeanor was a stark contrast to his usual gentle and affable self. It suddenly struck her that Flitwick had once been a champion duelist. Witnessing the imminent confrontation between the two, Dumbledore interjected calmly, "Filius, Severus was merely trying to intimidate young Mike. There was no malice intended." "Intimidate? What nonsense!" Flitwick retorted angrily. "Everyone knows the Chamber of Secrets refers to Slytherin's lair. In my opinion, the true culprit must surely be a Slytherin. We ought to administer truth serum to all students of Slytherin House." Dumbledore, recognizing Flitwick's fury, understood that no further inquiries would yield results today. "Well, I too believe that young Mike would not engage in such deeds. After all, the assailant left only the note at the scene, a clear indication of a setup," Dumbledore remarked. Seeing Dumbledore begin to defend Mike, Flitwick's expression softened considerably. "Let us conclude matters for today. Our immediate priority is to ensure Miss Penelope's recovery, and Filius, you will need to oversee that." Dumbledore continued, "Severus, remain here. The rest of you may leave. I have some matters to discuss privately with him. P.S. Just joking. No transformations. Did you not perceive the obvious implications of my silver sword?" Chapter 95. The second attack. As the three exited the headmaster's office, Flitwick instructed the freckled girl to disperse. She made no objections, skipping away cheerfully, observing the glint of gossip in her eyes. Mike surmised that the events unfolding in the headmaster's office would soon circulate throughout Hogwarts. As the girl faded into the distance, Professor Flitwick offered reassurance. "Do not worry, Mike. Everything will be all right. I believe in you." Mike remained ensconced in a state of absolute rationality induced by the closure of his mind. In the face of Professor Fluellen's attempts at consolation, his inner turmoil was unperturbed. He managed to force a semblance of a smile and nodded slightly in gratitude toward the professor. "This is for you. I know your relationship with Penelope is quite close, and I hope you won't be too heartbroken." Professor Fluellen handed Mike a note. "This is an authorization slip I have written for you. Take this and go see Penelope quickly. Do not worry about your classes. Given your academic standing, missing a few sessions will not pose an issue. I will also speak to the other professors on your behalf." Mike, momentarily taken aback, received the note, nearly losing his mental composure. From Professor Flitwick's words, Mike sensed the professor's genuine feelings towards him. He consciously emerged from his mental barricade, allowing the forced smile on his face to fade, and deeply bowed to Professor Flitwick. Mike felt that maintaining a forced smile in front of such a teacher was nothing short of an insult to himself. "Thank you, Dean." Upon hearing this, Professor Flitwick's face displayed a look of relief as he patted Mike on the shoulder and said, "Go on, my child. This is my duty. As your dean, I have failed to protect you, and I owe you my sincerest apologies." Michael refrained from further dramatics and, after bidding farewell to Professor Flitwick, hastened toward the infirmary. Upon his arrival, he found the entrance of the infirmary surrounded by a throng of individuals, all gathered to pay their respects to Penelope. However, Michael discerned that their intentions were merely to indulge in the spectacle, and thus he did not extend them any courtesy. He maneuvered through the crowd, inadvertently colliding with several people before finally reaching the interior of the infirmary. There, Mrs. Flurf stood like a sentinel, blocking his path, and with an air of impatience declared, "The infirmary is currently under strict regulations. No one is permitted to visit Miss Penelope." After Mike handed over the approval slip from Professor Flitwick, he stepped into Penelope's hospital room amidst the envious gazes of the onlookers. Lying in bed, Penelope retained the posture of when she was petrified, a serene smile still gracing her lips. Gazing at that radiant smile, Mike found himself gradually entranced. He was not a naive child oblivious to the sentiments of others. He was acutely aware of Penelope's feelings for him. However, the diminutive nature of his current form rendered him unable to reciprocate her affections. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until Mike suddenly noticed that Penelope's bangs were somewhat disheveled. Instinctively, he reached out to smooth them. Yet, upon his fingers brushing against her forehead, he froze, the hardness and chill he encountered serving as a stark reminder that this young girl had been turned to stone. The frigid reality once again illuminated the harshness of the world for Mike. Mike suppressed the surge of anger within him and entered a state of absolute rationality as he stepped out of the medical room. He intended to investigate the scene of the incident thoroughly, seeking any potential clues, for anger would only cloud his judgment. Upon exiting the medical room, Mike was struck by the realization that the sky had darkened. He had spent the entire day inside. Without further hesitation, he hastened towards the Ravenclaw Tower. The night was tranquil, presenting an ideal opportunity for him to conduct his investigation. As he walked, a faint rustling sound reminiscent of a serpent's slither caught his ear, a subtle noise that, in the stillness of the midnight corridor, resonated with startling clarity. A cacophony of alarm surged within Mike's heart as he deftly flicked his wrist, conjuring the black thornwood wand into his grasp. With a gentle wave, a translucent protective shield enveloped his entire being. Simultaneously, Mike swiftly closed his eyes, allowing his magical perception to surge forth like a tide, sweeping across the surroundings. The rustling grew increasingly pronounced, and Mike understood that the serpent creature lurked perilously close. Yet, within the realm of his magical awareness, he discerned no anomalies. In the dimly lit corridor of the night, one could sense the ominous presence of a formidable python, its crimson tongue flickering menacingly, poised to strike with lethal intent. While others might have succumbed to anxiety, their bodies drenched in sweat, Mike remained unfazed, having long entered a state of cerebral fortification, bolstered by an unwavering lucidity. He meticulously monitored his magical perception, his heartbeat betraying no hint of trepidation. Suddenly, an anomaly pierced through Mike's magical awareness. At the nearby corner, a suit of armor, previously motionless, stirred unexpectedly. Flames surged forth. Without a second thought, Mike unleashed a fireball spell. Within the realm of magical perception, a radiant sphere of dazzling energy surged forth from the tip of his staff. However, as the fireball traversed the air, it unexpectedly detonated as if encountering an invisible barrier, scattering a shower of sparks across the sky. Mike secretly cursed his misfortune as he realized that the serpent creature's skin possessed the ability to obscure magical perception. That serpent must have been relying on its closed eyes and the sensory information gathered by its flickering tongue to discern its surroundings. Abruptly retreating, he vigorously brandished his wand, unleashing a barrage of fireballs, each the size of a tennis ball, soaring towards the location where the previous large fireball had erupted. Mike was preparing to flee. Even before the second year began, he had already been contemplating strategies to confront the basilisk. The most daunting aspect of the creature was its lethal gaze, which could instantly kill anyone who met its eyes. In response, Mike devised a plan to close his eyes and rely on magical perception. However, as is often the case, plans are futile against unforeseen circumstances. Mike never anticipated that the basilisk's skin could block magical sensing. To make matters worse, the creature demonstrated an alarming level of intelligence, cunningly utilizing this ability to stalk him. With his initial strategy crumbling from the very first step, Mike was left with no option but to escape. Boom, boom, boom. Hearing the thunderous roars behind him, Mike ran towards the infirmary without looking back, even casting a wind speed spell to hasten his flight. Due to the lockdown, the school had stationed several senior students to guard the infirmary around the clock. Once he reached it, Mike would have access to several free allies. The fire spells he cast seemed to have little effect on the basilisk, as it did not emit a sound amidst the barrage of fireballs. Realizing that Mike had discovered its presence, the basilisk ceased its stealth and lunged at him with ferocity. Suddenly, as Mike was fleeing, a tightness gripped his heart, and he swiftly darted to the side, narrowly avoiding the creature's gaping maw. P.S. Please don't scold me. I made a cliffhanger for your enjoyment. I will release 2 chapters consecutively. Chapter 96, A Narrow Escape. With a swift motion, Mike narrowly evaded the gaping maw of the serpent monster. Although his eyes remained shut, his magical perception revealed no trace of the creature. Nevertheless, the foul stench emanating from its large mouth enabled him to ascertain its position. Previously, he had determined that the serpent's scales possessed formidable magical resistance, rendering fire spells nearly ineffective. Thus, Mike resolved to employ a more potent incantation. Avada Kedavra. A flash of ominous green light surged forth, striking directly into the creature's open mouth. The soul-wrenching curse, while failing to deliver a fatal blow, nonetheless inflicted considerable damage upon the serpent. As the creature emitted a chilling wail, Mike recognized that his attack had indeed taken effect. Seizing this opportunity, Mike rapidly maneuvered, bolstered by a speed-enhancing spell, propelling himself several meters away in mere seconds, effectively widening the distance between himself and the serpent. However, he was acutely aware that the serpent's speed would soon allow it to close the gap. With a flick of his wand, he unleashed multiple blasting curses above him. Although not Mike's primary specialization, the augmented power from his magical essence rendered the spells remarkably effective. The stone ceiling shattered upon impact, sending a cascade of debris crashing down to block the corridor behind him. Yet, for the serpent, such an obstacle proved trivial. Recovering from the pain, it coiled back momentarily, preparing to pounce, then lunged forward, crashing through the rubble. Though Mike kept his eyes shut, his formidable magical perception granted him a clear awareness of his surroundings. He deftly navigated several turns, arriving at the corridor leading to the infirmary. Behind him, the serpent, having breached the blockade, flicked its tongue to sense the air and soon realized that Mike had escaped to a location not far from the infirmary. Understanding that its nocturnal ambush had failed, it did not relent. Instead, it opened its eyes and fixed its gaze on Mike through the wall. Simultaneously, Mike's magical perception revealed two orbs of light, each the size of lanterns and radiating astonishing magical energy. Overjoyed at this revelation, Mike understood that the serpent's greatest challenge lay in its ability to remain hidden. Now, having foolishly revealed its position by opening its eyes, the serpent was merely a robust python in Mike's estimation, one he believed he could defeat through sheer persistence. However, just as he shifted his focus to the glowing orbs, a sudden, sharp pain surged through his mind. The serpent's gaze could inflict harm on those who met it with magical perception. In a state of rapid motion, Mike lost his balance due to the unexpected agony, stumbling and rolling to the ground. At that moment, two senior students who were guarding the infirmary heard the commotion outside and rushed over. Noticing Mike's disheveled state, they displayed no intent to assist. Instead, they brandished their wands, vigilantly watching the direction from which Mike had come. With great difficulty, Mike managed to rise, shaking his head to keep his consciousness as alert as possible. The serpent creature's recent assault had not inflicted significant harm upon him. The sharp pain had come fiercely but dissipated just as swiftly. Now, aside from a slight haze clouding his awareness, he was largely unscathed. He reopened his magical senses in search of the serpent creature, only to be met with disappointment as the cunning beast had long vanished without a trace. "Mike, are you all right?" Professor Flitwick approached him at a hurried pace, his short legs moving swiftly. "I hope I haven't arrived too late. As soon as I received the alert signal, I rushed over. I have identified the creature in the chamber. It is a basilisk." Mike's response seemed to miss the point entirely. Upon hearing Mike's words, Professor Flitwick was taken aback. As the head of Ravenclaw House, renowned for his wisdom and erudition, he certainly understood the implications of a basilisk roaming the school. If it unleashed its murderous intent, Hogwarts would descend into a scene of utter carnage. Given the basilisk's lethal gaze, "Are you certain?" Professor Flitwick exclaimed sharply. "But put that aside for now. You should head to the infirmary while I investigate the matter further." Michael's injuries were not severe. Thus, he graciously declined Professor Flitwick's kind offer and followed closely behind him, simultaneously informing Flitwick of the basilisk's ability to remain undetectable by magical means. Mike and Flivvy circled the battlefield with two senior students. Finding nothing but a small piece of a broken serpent fang, Mike realized that this fragment must have been shattered by his own killing curse, and he felt a slight sense of relief. It appeared that the killing curse inflicted significant damage on the serpent creature, which was promising. As long as he could neutralize its dreaded eyes, the creature would pose no real threat. The greatest fear was that the killing curse would prove ineffective against the serpent's defenses. Professor Flivvy soon confirmed that the small, sharp tooth was indeed a venomous fang of the serpent, validating Mike's claims. Consequently, Hogwarts erupted in a flurry of activity. Dumbledore and the other professors swiftly mobilized, gathering all the students from their beds into the Great Hall. To avoid inciting panic, Dumbledore refrained from revealing the truth about the serpent creature. Having experienced a similar assembly the previous year, the students were somewhat accustomed to such situations. Instead of fear, they began speculating about the reasons behind their sudden gathering. Once the students were safely evacuated, Dumbledore, accompanied by numerous professors, commenced a thorough search of Hogwarts Castle. Many of these professors were alumni of Hogwarts themselves, well-versed in its myriad secret passages, and they felt confident about locating the serpent creature. After all, given its considerable size, there were few places within the castle where it could effectively conceal itself. However, while their hopes were high, reality proved harsh after a long night of searching. The professors returned empty-handed. That night, Mike was not present in the Great Hall. After investigating the scene with Professor Flivvy, he was firmly ushered into the infirmary, under the pretext of ensuring he had no hidden injuries that required thorough examination. Despite Mike's persistent claims of being perfectly fine, he even demonstrated his automatic tracking floating fireball spell in front of Flivvy. He ultimately succumbed to Flivvy's insistence and laid down in the infirmary's ward. It soon became evident that Mr. Wangjing's first law of irresistible allure was indeed one of humanity's instincts. Although Mike protested vehemently, he fell into a deep slumber akin to that of a dead pig within mere minutes of lying on the bed. Madame Pomfrey had intended to perform a minor examination on Mike, but upon witnessing how soundly he slept, she decided to abandon her plans. As a trained physician, she could easily discern that Mike's health was generally sound. He had merely been overwhelmed by fatigue and would recover after a good rest. Observing Mike's peaceful snores, Madame Pomfrey shook her head with a smile and carefully exited the ward, closing the door behind her. Chapter 97. The school in lockdown the following day. Upon awakening, Mike was astonished to find that Hogwarts had not only failed to lift its lockdown, but had increased the number of patrolling personnel. This perplexed Mike, for in the original narrative, Hogwarts had only approached such a state during the latter part of the second-year storyline, when casualties had risen alarmingly, nearly leading to its closure. However, after some contemplation, Mike grasped the rationale behind Dumbledore's actions. In the original tale, as the victims had been petrified, Dumbledore might have been unaware that the creature in the Chamber of Secrets was a basilisk, or perhaps he was aware but was confident in his ability to confront it. Thus, in order to allow Harry to accumulate further experience and prestige through adventure, he intentionally refrained from imposing a lockdown. The current circumstances, however, diverged significantly from the original narrative. The knowledge that a basilisk resided in the chamber had spread, and the other professors and governors of Hogwarts would not permit such a magical creature, capable of inflicting catastrophic casualties, to remain within the castle. It is crucial to recognize that nearly all children in the British wizarding community were educated at Hogwarts. Should they be decimated by the basilisk, it would strike a severe blow to the future of the wizarding world. In light of this, Dumbledore's decision to enforce a complete lockdown was hardly surprising. Having been discharged, Mike joined the temporary management team tasked with safeguarding and maintaining order among the students. This makeshift team comprised exceptional upperclassmen, and Dumbledore had granted them the authority to deduct points from other houses, albeit with a cap, no more than 50 points per individual. To compensate for the learning time they would forfeit, Dumbledore promised that those who joined this team would receive additional points in their forthcoming N.E.W.T. examinations. Originally, Mike was not qualified to join this team. However, after much persuasion, Professor Flitty ultimately acquiesced to his request for inclusion. Nevertheless, Professor Flitty harbored concerns for Mike. Despite Mike's prior experience escaping the clutches of a serpent monster, he was assigned a task to safeguard his classmates rather than participate in perilous patrols. Consequently, Mike's current duty involves remaining in the Hogwarts Great Hall alongside his fellow team members, protecting the students gathered there. To distinguish Mike and his companions from the ordinary students, their school robes were adorned with an H-shaped metal badge symbolizing Hogwarts. This badge serves not merely as an aesthetic embellishment, it possesses an immediate alert function. Should anyone find themselves in danger, a slight magical stimulation of this badge will trigger an alert to all badges within a 5-kilometer radius. This alert not only informs the recipient of the location of the danger, but also includes a unique notification feature. Upon receiving an alert, the tip of the badge morphs and lightly pricks the chest of the wearer. While this does not inflict harm, the discomfort ensures that even if one were to be asleep, they would awaken promptly to respond. Mike had heard from senior members of the same team that this pin was a simplified version of the Auror badge, thus rendering its functions rather rudimentary. The specialized badges equipped for Aurors not only possess warning capabilities but also feature real-time communication and other practical functionalities, which left Mike utterly astonished. Mike had previously believed that the wizarding world possessed a rather superficial understanding of this subject. However, it has now become evident that alchemy within the realm of sorcery has ascended to remarkable heights, with even portable communication devices having been developed. Dumbledore also made a promise that, upon the conclusion of this incident, the brooch would be bestowed as a badge of honor upon Mike and his fellow brave souls who stood up during Hogwarts' time of crisis. This incentive was a significant factor for many 7th-year pureblood students who were eager to join the temporary management team. To these pureblood students, honor far outweighed the importance of additional points for their N.E.W.T.s. As days passed, the professors and the temporary management team continued their fruitless search for the basilisk. The students confined within the Great Hall had become aware of the basilisk's existence, and thus, Dumbledore's gravest fears materialized. The heir of Slytherin will slay all mudbloods. You shall be next. A Slytherin boy bellowed at a Muggle-born Hufflepuff student. This Hufflepuff, listlessly gnawing on the meager rations provided by the school, had grown weary of subsisting on such dry provisions, especially as the kitchen at Hogwarts had ceased its operations under the basilisk's unseen threat. The sudden outburst from the Slytherin student startled him so much that he dropped his food onto the floor. The other Slytherin students erupted into raucous laughter at the spectacle. The Hufflepuff wizard's eyes brimmed with tears as he looked upon the mockery surrounding him. In the midst of their jeers, he hastily bent down to retrieve his fallen provisions and fled, his retreat igniting even more boisterous laughter, with one Slytherin boy laughing so hard he collapsed onto the floor. What they did not realize was that this Hufflepuff student came from a family beset by hardship. His mother had instilled in him from a young age the importance of not wasting food. His enrollment at Hogwarts was not driven by a fascination with magic, but rather by the institution's lack of tuition fees and provision of room and board. Attending Hogwarts significantly alleviated the financial burden on his family, allowing more food to be allocated for his younger siblings. There were many students like him at Hogwarts, as England, a long-established bastion of capitalism, was not as glamorous during this period as outsiders might perceive. The rise of the sun never sets empire was built upon the bones of countless workers. Mike, stationed within the Great Hall, witnessed everything unfold before him, and an uncontrollable fury surged within him as he observed the muggle-born wizards around him, who dared not voice their outrage. Slytherin loses 50 points. Mike approached the group of Slytherins in the hall, his demeanor as frosty as the atmosphere surrounding them. The Slytherins, unfazed by Mike's attempt to deduct points, were astute individuals who had already informed their families about the events transpiring at Hogwarts. Most of their families were esteemed old families within the wizarding community, wielding considerable influence. Now, these Slytherin students' families had banded together to exert pressure on the Ministry of Magic. If Dumbledore failed to locate the basilisk within the coming week, Hogwarts would likely face closure for reorganization. Under such impending closure, the house points seemed trivial. "Oh, I thought it was someone important. Turns out it's just Ravenclaw's Mike," sneered the leading Slytherin. "What's the matter? Do you wish to be a hero and defend your mudblood compatriots? I am not a fool born of inbred purebloods like you. I am merely fulfilling my duties as a member of the management team," Mike retorted, his expression unchanged, "and you should apologize to that Hufflepuff you just insulted." The surrounding muggle-born students, already aggrieved, brightened at Mike's intervention, especially the Hufflepuff student who was nearly moved to tears. He had assumed he would have to endure the situation silently as their guardian, Cedric, was patrolling elsewhere. The fact that the infamous Mike would stand up for an ordinary muggle-born student transformed the opinions of most Hufflepuffs towards him. The Slytherin boy was incensed by Mike's words. He took immense pride in his noble lineage and detested any affront to it. Despite Mike's notorious reputation having spread throughout Slytherin after the Quidditch match earlier in the term, his extreme anger clearly overshadowed his reason. "Say that again, and I promise you will be left with nothing but bones. I am not a waste like little Malfoy, who can't even handle a second-year mud-blood like you," he spat. At this point, the other Slytherin students began to notice the growing number of muggle-born students and sensed the brewing trouble. They hastily pulled the confrontational Slytherin boy aside, urging him to silence his outbursts. However, consumed by rage, he continued to jab a finger into Mike's chest, declaring, "You mudbloods may not realize it yet, but even if the monster in the Chamber of Secrets doesn't wipe you out, you won't be at Hogwarts much longer. The school is on the verge of closing due to the basilisk, and you mudbloods will be forced to return to your filthy pits. Especially you, Mike. I heard you're an orphan, right? Well, now you can return to your trash heap and continue scavenging for scraps." Upon hearing this, Mike delivered a swift uppercut to the boy's jaw. Though only 12 and typically engrossed in magic rather than physical training, Mike's background as a street fighter equipped him with formidable skills. The blow struck the Slytherin boy's jaw, sending him reeling into the arms of his companions. Yet, the altercation was far from over. Franklin, mingling in the crowd, joined Mike, delivering a kick of his own. The muggle-born students, incited by the insults, could no longer contain their outrage. They surged forward, attacking the Slytherin boys with a flurry of punches and kicks. Some timid girls, unable to join the fray, cheered from the sidelines. Initially, the other Slytherin students observed the conflict with amusement, but as the situation escalated, they quickly joined the fray. Thus, a verbal dispute evolved into a full-scale brawl between Slytherin and the muggle-born students from the other three houses. When Cedric received news of the bullying of his younger peers, he and Professor Sprout, the head of Hufflepuff, rushed to the hall, only to find a disheveled group of Slytherin students sprawled on the ground and a gathering of muggle-born students listening intently to Mike's impassioned speech. "I am a mudblood. I have always referred to myself with this derogatory term, not out of self-deprecation or shame, but because each time I utter those 3 words. The profound humiliation serves as a reminder of the environment I inhabit. It reminds me to bravely confront discrimination. It urges me to assist those who suffer the same indignities. My fellow Muggleborns, during these trying times, do not despair or lose heart. Remember, our strength lies in our unity. That so-called Slytherin heir is utterly powerless against the might of our solidarity. Let us navigate these turbulent waters together. As Mike concluded his speech, a thunderous cheer erupted from the crowd. Professor Sprout, moved to tears, discreetly wiped her eyes and turned to the astonished Cedric, exclaiming, "What a powerful speech!" Though deeply touched, she recognized the need to restore order. Once her emotions stabilized, Professor Sprout stepped forward to re-establish control. Prior to her arrival, the students who had alerted her had already relayed the events leading to this altercation, prompting her to disregard the fallen Slytherins and instead comfort the Muggleborn students present. Particularly expressing gratitude towards Mike for his courageous stance in support of her students. It wasn't until the tardy Professor Snape intervened that the Slytherin students received any medical attention, which left Professor Sprout somewhat displeased. She noticed that the injuries were minor and that Mike and the others had not resorted to spells. Her disdain for those who bullied her students was palpable, and she believed they deserved to remain on the cold floor for the entire day. Although Snape intended to deduct points from Mike, Dumbledore swiftly countered his proposal. With so many students involved and the instigators being the Slytherins, any punitive action against Mike would surely incite widespread discontent among the Muggleborn students at Hogwarts. Snape understood the principle of collective responsibility. Yet his predicament left him in a bind. Failing to protest against Dumbledore would diminish his standing within Slytherin, a consequence he could not abide. After the recent incident, Mike ascended to the status of a hero in the eyes of Muggleborn students who had previously harbored a sense of trepidation towards him. His speech in the Great Hall resonated through the Muggleborn community, significantly uplifting their spirits. Now, when fellow Muggleborns encounter difficulties, they no longer stand idly by as before. Instead, they eagerly rush to offer assistance. Furthermore, they have transformed their previous avoidance of pureblood students into a gaze filled with disdain, causing palpable tension among the purebloods. Chapter 99. The third attack. The following day, Mike found himself with the freedom to navigate Hogwarts with ease. This was not due to his formidable strength, but rather because he was invariably accompanied by a throng of young Muggleborn wizards. Following the upheaval of the last incident, Muggleborn wizards had united completely. Inspired by Mike's proclamation that unity is strength, consequently, they now undertook their endeavors in groups, with many half-blood wizards joining their ranks. Among them, Mike attracted the largest gathering. He had inquired about their motivations, and the response revealed their concern that he might face retaliation from Slytherin students and Snape due to the previous events, prompting them to take turns guarding him. Initially, Mike felt a surge of gratitude, but after just one morning, he was overwhelmed. Even during his trips to the restroom, several male students stood vigil nearby. Although they insisted they would not steal glances, Mike could not help but notice their furtive looks and expressions of astonishment and envy. While he took pride in his physical development, it became increasingly bothersome. Reluctant to dismiss them, as their intentions were well-meaning, Mike sought permission for a patrol task. Fortunately, Professor Flitwick, a reasonable individual, granted his request upon understanding the situation. Since most of these Muggleborn wizards had not joined the management teams, they lacked the privilege to leave the Great Hall, allowing Mike to enjoy some solitude at last. However, as night fell and he ventured out to commence his first patrol, an unexpected incident occurred. Mike and his 2 fellow patrol members felt a sudden sharp pain in their left chests, prompting them to collectively inhale sharply. In an instant, they realized that an alarm had been triggered. Mike and his companions swiftly activated their magical perception, and through this clear vision, they distinctly sensed a warning brooch in the distance, emitting a fierce red glow. "This is bad. We must provide assistance." The squad leader, after issuing this command, led the charge forward, with Mike and another teammate following suit without hesitation. When Mike and his team finally navigated the corridor and arrived at the scene of the alert, they discovered that other teams had already arrived. "Quickly report to Professor Dumbledore. 3 of our team members have perished. Additionally, Harry Potter has been petrified, while the other 2 second-year Gryffindors are lightly injured," shouted the captain of the earlier arriving team to one of his subordinates. The ordered teammate nodded and dashed toward the headmaster's office, granting Mike an opportunity to observe the scene. On the ground lay 6 individuals in disarray. Hermione and Ron appeared relatively unharmed, but were visibly terrified, huddled in a corner, weeping. Harry's condition mirrored that of Penelope, his limbs rigid and contorted in an eerie posture. Unmistakably petrified, The other 3 members of the patrol team exhibited a lifeless, ashen hue, as if their very vitality had been drained away. It was clear they were beyond saving. Although Hermione and Ron looked forlorn, particularly Ron, who seemed severely shaken by recent events, leading to his retching. The other members of the team did not approach to comfort them. Instead, the captain continued to berate them. What on earth happened? How did you end up here? The surrounding team members did not intervene in the captain's inappropriate outburst, after enduring days of close camaraderie. Witnessing their once lively companions now lifeless on the ground was unbearable for anyone. In response to the captain's inquiry, Ron remained unresponsive, consumed by his retching, while Hermione struggled to articulate her thoughts, gasping for breath. "Hey, Hermione," Mike stepped forward to comfort her. "Don't panic. Breathe through your nose. Yes, just like that." It was Harry. He said he could always hear a voice in the walls saying it wanted to kill Muggleborns. So, he used the invisibility cloak to sneak out of the Great Hall with Ron and me to investigate the voice. Eventually, we encountered the basilisk, and Harry was petrified at just a glance while we desperately fled. Later, the patrol team noticed the commotion and came to check, and then, as Mike encouraged her to breathe through her nose for an extended period, Hermione gradually regained her composure and recounted the events, though by the end, she was inconsolable. The captain, already grieving for the loss of his friends, erupted in fury upon learning that their demise resulted from Harry and the others' reckless actions. "You wretched children!" he shouted, kicking towards the sobbing Hermione, but just as he was about to strike, his body suddenly froze. Dumbledore appeared before them, wand in hand, stating, "Calm down, Blaise. What has happened is irreversible. Lashing out at these children will not bring back Beck and the others." Upon hearing Dumbledore's words, Blaise's tears flowed freely. And as Dumbledore released the petrification spell, he collapsed to the ground, muttering, "It's all your fault, Beck, Joshua." Observing Blaise, who seemed utterly drained, along with the other heartbroken members of the patrol team, Dumbledore turned to Mike, the only one still maintaining composure, and instructed, "Mike, please look after Blaise and the others here. I will take Harry and the others away from this place." Upon hearing that Dumbledore intended to leave the members of the Night Watch in this perilous location while escorting Harry and the others away, a chill coursed through Mike's heart. Nevertheless, his expression remained utterly impassive as he replied, "Yes, Headmaster." Fortunately, Dumbledore took with him the 3 corpses belonging to the Night Watch members, which provided Mike with a modicum of solace, yet the profound chill in his eyes lingered. After Dumbledore's departure, Mike steeled himself, fully alert to his surroundings. Based on his knowledge of the basilisk, he suspected that the cunning creature might strike again now that Dumbledore was gone. Thankfully, other Night Watch teams soon arrived at Mike's location. Mike recounted the events in their entirety to the assembly, including Dumbledore's premature departure, without embellishment. Consequently, a wave of sorrow engulfed the crowd, most of whom remained oblivious to the peculiarities of Dumbledore's behavior. Under their escort, Mike and his companions returned to the Great Hall seamlessly. Chapter 100. Within the Light Gate, the news of Harry Potter's petrification and the sacrifice of 3 members of the Night Watch swiftly incited a profound panic among those present in the Great Hall upon Mike's return. This was particularly true for the pureblood wizards, who had previously harbored the illusion that the basilisk would not target them. Harry's demise served as a rude awakening. It is essential to note that despite Harry Potter's upbringing in the Muggle world, he was unequivocally a pureblood wizard. The Potter family once held considerable influence, and though only Harry remains as their sole descendant, the lineage undeniably carries a noble heritage. While some argued that Harry's mother was of Muggle descent, thus tainting his bloodline, initial acceptance of this rationale waned quickly. Soon, nearly all the pureblood wizards, including those who had asserted this explanation, fell into silence. Among the so-called purebloods present, who among them had ancestors that did not intermarry with those of Muggle lineage, families that truly revered the concept of absolute purity had long been submerged in the torrents of history, much like the Gaunt family. Dumbledore did not lay to rest the 3 fallen members of the Night Watch. Instead, he promptly informed their parents. By the time the parents arrived, dawn had already broken. After the heartbroken parents took their children's remains, Mike returned to the hall and found a sleeping bag, sinking into a deep slumber. In the deliberately quiet atmosphere cultivated by the Muggleborn students around him, Mike slept soundly until deep into the night. Upon awakening, Mike discovered food and water resting beside his pillow, a gesture from the Muggleborn students that warmed his heart. He devoured the provisions hungrily. Having not eaten since the previous evening, his stomach now painfully empty. As he polished off the meal before him, a renewed vigor coursed through him. He retrieved his wand and cast the disillusionment charm, stealthily slipping out of the Great Hall. The formidable presence of the basilisk weighed heavily upon him, He felt an urgent need to bolster his strength. Thus, he resolved to enter the portal that night for his first trial. With remarkable ease, he stealthily navigated his way to the Ravenclaw common room. Upon arrival, he gazed upon the familiar surroundings, releasing a deep sigh. After the events of the previous night, surely Hogwarts would soon face closure, cutting him off from the Room of Requirement and its coveted crown, sealing his fate as a mere damsel. This thought only solidified Mike's resolve to vanquish the basilisk, willing to risk revealing his secret of rebirth to Dumbledore by disclosing the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets. After all, crafting a prophecy bestowing him with extraordinary abilities would not pose a challenge. Shaking his head to dispel the sudden influx of distracting thoughts, Mike took a moment to gather himself before entering a state of mental closure. Opening the portal once more, he noted the absence of the enchanting force he had felt previously, nor did he glimpse the woman with the cerulean eyes. Taking a deep breath, he steeled himself and plunged into the radiant gateway. A sharp ringing filled his ears, and he felt as though he had lost all sensory perception. Enveloped in a sea of azure light, time lost meaning in that state, until the ringing morphed into what resembled human screams. Gradually, the blue light faded, and his senses began to return. The cacophony of screams sharpened in clarity, until Mike finally discerned the source, the anguished cries of humanity. By now, his vision had fully returned, revealing an impenetrable darkness around him, with the sole source of illumination emanating from a narrow fissure ahead. Mike slowly stretched his body, realizing that he felt no pain. However, he seemed to be confined within an exceedingly small space, unable to extend his limbs. His body appeared to have shrunk considerably, his arms now noticeably thinner. Suddenly, a terrifying thought struck him, and his expression changed dramatically as he instinctively reached for his vital areas. Upon feeling something, he breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that his essence remained intact. After confirming his surroundings, Mike redirected his attention to the incessant female screams echoing in his ears. Cautiously peering through a narrow gap, he caught his first glimpse of the source of the cries, and his pupils dilated in horror. Before him lay a wooden chamber, dimly lit by an oil lamp filled with an unknown substance, casting a faint flicker of light. The room exuded an archaic charm, with a floor that, while remarkably even, was merely composed of ordinary earth and soil. On this very ground, a woman was desperately struggling, occasionally emitting piercing wails. Clinging to her were three humanoid creatures resembling the mischievous beings from the Goblin Market, completely devoid of clothing, their large eyes gleaming with a savage light. The woman's garments had long been torn into tatters, as one of the creatures engaged in unspeakable acts upon her, while the others viciously gnawed at her. Mike witnessed one of the fiends gnawing at a woman's face. With a sudden jerk of its head, it tore out an eye, glistening with a pale blue hue. Still tethered by veins and nerves, then swiftly vanished as its tongue flicked. Faced with this horrific spectacle, Mike felt an inexplicable familiarity with the woman. While an overwhelming rage surged within him, he yearned to rush forth and rescue the tormented soul, yet he discovered he had lost all control over his own body. The flickering light of the oil lamp cast the shadows of the fiend and the woman upon the wall, their silhouettes dancing in eerie synchrony, reminiscent of a macabre ballet from the depths of hell. The woman's anguished cries intertwined with the fiend's sinister laughter, creating a haunting symphony of nightmare. Together, they painted a scene of infernal despair. Move, move, move. Deep within, Mike was continuously roaring in anguish. His fingers had clawed deep scratches into the adjacent wooden wall. Yet all of this was in vain. At that moment, his body felt as though it no longer belonged to him, utterly unresponsive to Mike's commands. He could not even avert his gaze. Time passed in an indeterminate haze until the first rays of dawn pierced the tranquil night sky, illuminating the earth below. This beam of light streamed through the ajar door, flooding the room where Mike stood. Like the flick of a switch, Mike sensed his control over his body returning. Yet he hesitated to step outside. The fairies that had once inhabited the room had long since departed, leaving behind a battered corpse on the uneven, ravaged ground. Chapter 101. A rescue. Mike's stomach emitted a resonant protest. Weakly extending his bloodied hand, he gently rubbed his abdomen, gradually regaining his senses. Although Mike was a ruthless character in his previous life, the scene that unfolded before him last night left him profoundly shaken, rendering him in a state of disarray. With a gentle push against the wooden panel before him, Mike discovered that the door he had been unable to open the previous night yielded effortlessly to his touch. Struggling to extricate himself, he finally realized that the place he had occupied was, in fact, a small secret chamber. The wooden cabin was suffused with light, as sunlight streamed through the windows and door, illuminating the interior brightly. In ordinary circumstances, Mike might have basked in the sun and sipped tea, yet now he stood vacantly, staring at the broken corpse lying in the room. although the face of the body was so disfigured that it bore no resemblance to its original form. Mike felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. This was perplexing. Mike swore he had never encountered this woman before. The events of the previous night were equally puzzling, ordinarily. He would not be the type to rush to the aid of a stranger in peril. His previous acts of assistance to fellow Muggle-borns had been motivated solely by a desire to elevate the status of Muggle-born wizards and enhance his own prestige. Yet last night, he found himself inexplicably compelled to rush to help. If that had been the extent of it, it might have been manageable, after all. The actions of those creatures resembling goblin-like beings were utterly repulsive, but at that moment, he had inexplicably lost control over his own body. Mike pondered for an extended period, unable to unravel the reasons behind his predicament. Eventually, as his stomach protested once more, he resolved to satiate his hunger first. The provisions within the cabin had been entirely taken by the fairies the previous night, so Mike refrained from searching further inside and stepped out of the door. Upon crossing the threshold, he was taken aback by the horrific scene before him. Everywhere lay the lifeless bodies, those of adults, children, and livestock, alongside charred remains obscured by the flames, rendering them unrecognizable. This appeared to be a village. The cabin where Mike had previously resided seemed rather opulent compared to the other structures, which were constructed from mud and thatch. However, at this moment, the thatch atop those houses had turned to ash, while the earthen walls were scorched, dry, and cracked. Many dwellings had even collapsed, leaving only the thick timber beams ablaze. The air was thick with the stench of blood, burnt flesh, and an array of foul odors, overwhelming Mike and inducing a wave of nausea that surged up his throat. He fought against the urge to vomit, aware that his empty stomach would yield only bile, which would corrode his esophagus and intestines upon expulsion. As the nausea began to subside, Mike drew a deep breath and raised his gaze to survey his surroundings. What perplexed him was the evident devastation of the village. Yet the cabin he had occupied bore no signs of being scorched. Just then, a woman's piercing scream echoed from a distance, causing Mike's heart to race. Without uttering a word, Mike hastened toward the source of the screams. The presence of another living soul filled him with relief. At last, he could ascertain the nature of this place. The physical condition of this body was inferior to that of the 12-year-old he had previously inhabited. And after merely sprinting a few dozen meters, he found himself gasping for breath. Fortunately, the cries for help were not far off, and after a fervent dash, he beheld the one in distress. A girl, seemingly around 12 or 13, with flowing chestnut locks, stood her ground against a fairy. This fairy appeared to be juvenile, significantly smaller than the ones Mike had encountered the previous night, yet its gaze mirrored that of the others, brimming with a voracious desire to consume and destroy. The girl clutched a wand, trembling as she recited incantations that Mike had never heard before in an attempt to conjure magic. However, overwhelmed by anxiety, she failed to cast even a single spell. In a sudden moment of realization, she spotted Mike approaching, her eyes igniting with a glimmer of hope, only to be swiftly overshadowed by apprehension and dread. "Run, Roina. I'll hold it off," she shouted toward him. Her moment of distraction provided the fairy with an opportunity. With a swift motion of its diminutive hand, an invisible force struck her, sending her hurtling backward as if struck by a colossal hammer, the wand slipping from her grasp. The fairy, seemingly lacking in intelligence, failed to heed the girl's clear indication of Mike's presence behind it. Instead, it let out a sinister laugh and lunged toward her, beginning to tear at her garments. At that moment, Mike arrived. As Mike sprinted, he bent down to retrieve the wand that had fallen from the girl, casting a spell that effectively separated her from the fairy. With the incantation fully unleashed, a tremendous force pulled the girl and the fairy apart. The fairy, finally sensing the impending danger, let out a piercing scream and fled in haste, clutching tightly to a fragment torn from the girl. Observing the retreating figure of the fairy, Mike's gaze turned icy. He harbored no fondness for these creatures. Avada Kedavra! Mike swung his wand, and a beam of emerald light shot forth, striking the fairy with pinpoint accuracy. Roina. Everything that Mike did was observed by a young girl nearby. Upon witnessing the fairy being vanquished by Mike, the girl was overwhelmed with excitement. Ignoring her tattered clothing that barely concealed her form, she rushed forward in an attempt to embrace Mike. "Step back." Mike turned his head and pointed his wand at the young girl, simultaneously issuing a stern command. The girl, upon witnessing this, displayed an expression of incredulity in her eyes. Yet she still retreated a few steps as instructed by Mike. At that moment, Mike realized that the girl was actually a head taller than him. While she was not conventionally beautiful, she exuded a sense of warmth and familiarity. The more he looked at her, the more he felt she was strikingly familiar. Mike pondered that he must have contracted some sort of affliction lately, as everyone he encountered seemed recognizable. I ask, you answer. Do you understand? Mike inquired. I understand. She replied. What is your name? Helga Hufflepuff. Mike's body trembled as he realized that before him stood the founder of Hufflepuff. No wonder he appeared familiar. The portraits of the founders were displayed in the library of the four houses, and Mike had lost count of how many times he had perused them during his research. Suddenly, recalling Helga's earlier address to him, he asked with a voice tinged with trepidation, Then who am I? Mike's inquiry evidently took Helga by surprise, prompting her to respond in a somewhat peculiar manner. You are Roina, indeed. Your full name. With a flourish of his wand, Mike unleashed a disarming spell that manifested as a beam of crimson light, striking the ground before Helga. The village floor, comprised of unremarkable earthen soil, instantly transformed upon impact with Mike's spell, creating a pit with a diameter of 10 centimeters. Mike's sudden attack startled Helga, causing her to scream and collapse to the ground in tears. After a brief moment of weeping, she seemed to recollect that she had yet to respond to Mike's inquiry. Sniffling as she uttered, Roinara Ravenclaw. Chapter 102. The Great Druid Helga. Upon hearing Helga's reply, Mike hurriedly reached for his vulnerable area, clutching it for a while until he confirmed that this was not an illusion, at which point he breathed a sigh of relief. You have mistaken me for someone else. I am a man, not Roinara, Mike stated, his tone softening slightly. No, you are. Helga insisted unwaveringly. I assure you, I am indeed male, equipped as you can see. If you do not believe me, come and see for yourself. Michael was on the brink of despair, unfastening his belt with the intention of revealing his true self to Helga. However, halfway through, he noticed that Helga, instead of displaying any shyness, was leaning forward with an inquisitive expression, eager to see more closely. In a flurry, he hastily rebuckled his belt. Observing the lack of revelation, Helga expressed her disappointment, saying, I can certainly tell you are a man, although I do not comprehend why you have suddenly transformed in this manner. I know you are Rowena. Your scent has remained unchanged. But let us set that aside for now. What are those monsters? Rowena, have you lost your memory? Those are goblin fairies. Unlike the fairies residing in the Northern Fairy Empire, these resemble wild beasts. They do not cultivate, frequently raid villages, and most dreadfully, they consume humans and commit unspeakable acts against young girls. Upon hearing this, Michael began to grasp the situation unfolding before him. The creatures referred to as goblins were likely a long-extinct branch of fairies, and it was apparent that this location had regrettably become their target for plunder the previous night. He surmised that he was currently ensnared in a trial illusion crafted by Ravenclaw, based on his memories. This realization also elucidated the inexplicable familiarity he felt towards the deceased woman. She was presumably the mother of Ravenclaw. Furthermore, the loss of control over his body last night was likely a protective mechanism. After all, he had no wand on him, and with a multitude of goblins outside, rushing out would have been tantamount to a death sentence. Such a challenge was evidently beyond his means. With this thought, Michael experienced a pang of discomfort. The role he was now playing was that of Lady Ravenclaw, and embodying a woman was rather difficult for him to accept. He reached down once more to confirm that his manhood remained intact, and sighed in relief. Thankfully, all was as it should be, or he would have been utterly despondent. Observing Michael's repeated gesture, Helga raised an eyebrow and quipped, So, should I now call you Brother Rowena? Her use of the name Rowena pierced Michael's heart anew. And in exasperation, he retorted, Do not call me Rowena. I am not. My name is Michael. Brother Michael? She teased. Do not call me brother. Their playful banter lightened the atmosphere, allowing Michael to lower his wand that had been pointed at Helga. According to the information Michael had gathered, Lady Ravenclaw and Helga Hufflepuff were childhood friends who had grown up together, embarking on adventures that ultimately led them to become renowned figures and establish Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Thus, he reasoned that the Helga before him was trustworthy. Wait, we cannot linger here any longer. There are still so many corpses that need to be moved, and those goblins will return soon, Helga exclaimed, suddenly grasping Michael's hand and sprinting away. Mike was startled by her sudden movement, his wand already aimed at Helga's head, nearly unleashing a deadly curse. Where are we going? Mike inquired. We are heading to Raventown. There lies the Wizard Guild, where we can not only feast but also enlist the wizards there to eliminate those goblins. Helga panted, breathless. Raventown? A wizard gathering? What are these things? Helga's words left Mike bewildered, yet after some contemplation, he decided to heed her advice for the time being. After all, with a wand in hand. He could easily take Helga's life, and his own safety was somewhat assured. Mike felt quite confident in his abilities. "Let me go. I can run on my own," Mike asserted, breaking free from Helga's grasp. Helga, in response to Mike's actions, remained silent, utterly exhausted and unable to utter a word, only focusing on sprinting ahead. The two fled the village and ventured into a dense forest. It was only then that Helga paused, leaning against a tree, gasping for breath. In contrast, Mike appeared in much better condition. Although this body lacked stamina, Mike had employed a levitation spell midway through their escape to aid his running. He refrained from using the wind speed spell, as it would also deplete his energy, and he knew that his small frame could not sustain prolonged exertion. Additionally, he chose not to cast the levitation spell on Helga to conserve magical energy. "You are quite impressive, Mike," Helga remarked, astonished at Mike's composed demeanor. "Why have you stopped? Can't you run anymore?" Mike queried. "No, the goblins did not pursue us. We are safe now." "How do you know?" "Mr. Tree told me," Helga replied playfully, winking at Mike. Taken aback, Mike retorted, "What nonsense. Trees cannot speak. How could it inform you? And why are you in such a jovial mood? Your parents must have been slain by goblins, yet you seem utterly unfazed." "Do not refer to him as it. Mr. Tree would be displeased," Helga responded. "I have always been able to communicate with small animals and plants. How could you not know this? Besides, I am an orphan. The people in the village were wicked, each one wishing to sell me to those old wizard researchers. I felt no sorrow upon their demise. How could you not be aware of this?" "Oh, right, I forgot you have amnesia." Mike now comprehended that this young lady possessed an extraordinary talent akin to that of a druid from mythology. Having rested, he decided to continue their journey. Helga, noticing Mike seemed to have recollected something, remarked that the forest harbored many dangers, and they needed to hasten their passage to Raven Town. Upon receiving Mike's nod of agreement, Helga set off into the depths of the forest. This woodland was entirely different from the ones Mike had encountered a millennium later, with an array of bizarre flora and fauna adorning the landscape. Mike truly witnessed the extent of Helga's remarkable gift. Along their path, the creatures they encountered did not flee in fear. Instead, they gathered around Helga, seeking affection and warmth. Some bolder little animals even climbed onto Helga's shoulders. Not long into their walk, Helga was graced by the presence of 4 or 5 exquisite butterflies that Mike could not name, along with 2 rodent-like creatures resembling squirrels and a vividly colored bird. Observing Helga's joyful interactions with these animals, Mike mused that this was not merely druidic talent. She was indeed a child of the forest. Regarding the sentiments upon the release of this book, Raven, it should be noted that this is technically my second work. My previous endeavor was also a fanfic of HP, but I only managed to write a single chapter before my duties called me elsewhere. However, 2 months ago, when I whimsically opened my 500-word manuscript, I was astonished to find someone urging me to continue. Although it was just one individual, and perhaps it was merely my own sentimentality, I resolved to embark on a new book and commit to it earnestly, at least attempting to apply for a contract. I have never considered myself particularly resilient, thus I set a goal for myself. If I did not reach 50,000 words, I would abandon the project. Thus began a dreamlike month. I reached 14,000 words, testing the waters and progressing to serialization in the fantasy genre. As a complete novice, I felt immense gratitude for my editor, Wenlu, the readers who have supported me, and my own persistence. The official release is scheduled for noon on the 14th, and the true test is finally upon me. I recall the anxiety I felt during my first trial. I was tempted to check the backend every 10 minutes to monitor the number of subscriptions. An increase would bring me joy, while a decrease would render me nearly unable to eat. I initially thought I would be more anxious upon the release, yet at this moment, I find myself surprisingly calm. At this juncture, all I can do is strive to do my best. After the release, I will work diligently to produce more content, and I hope the esteemed readers will extend their support. I do not expect everyone to contribute votes or rewards, but I sincerely request a first subscription, as it holds immense significance for me. As for the update schedule and additional rules, tomorrow's update will guarantee 2 chapters, with an extra chapter for the generous contributions from the Global Cold Weather Benefactor and Trooper 1770. Currently, the book has garnered 500 subscriptions, and as a novice, I do not wish to ask for too much, so I estimate a target of 21, rounding down to 300 first subscriptions. From the 300 initial subscriptions onward, I will add 1 more chapter for every additional 100 subscriptions. Additionally, For every patron, I will add 1 chapter, and for every alliance leader, I will add 10 chapters. Meaning that 10,000 rewards equate to 1 additional chapter. I implore you not to bestow rewards upon me. As for monthly votes, I have some hope. But as a novice, I do not anticipate excelling in this area, and my stockpile is limited. So I will provisionally set a target of 100 monthly votes for 1 extra chapter, though I doubt anyone will vote for me, haha. To summarize, tomorrow will guarantee 4 chapters, which I will upload immediately after the release, while I will monitor the data for any additional chapters. Lastly, I earnestly request a first subscription. For you, it may be a mere few cents, but for me, it is of utmost importance. Thank you all. Chapter 103, The Wild Sorcerer. Mike and Helga traversed the forest, journeying from the break of dawn until noon when they finally stumbled upon a clearing to take a respite. Since the first light of day, Mike had been overwhelmed by hunger, his gaze turning ravenous as it fell upon the small creatures near Helga. The little animals, sensing his intent, promptly scurried behind Helga, trembling in fear. They are all good souls. Do not frighten them, Mike, Helga proclaimed, spreading her arms protectively. You must be hungry. But fear not, I have a solution. With that, Helga turned to the small creatures and whispered a few gentle words. After her utterance, they scattered in different directions. When they returned, each animal had foraged an assortment of wild greens and fruits in their mouths. Helga beamed at Mike, her expression radiating pride, as if to say, "Look at my prowess. Praise me, do." However, Mike paid her no heed. He was overwhelmed by the desire to indulge in the feast before him. Yet he restrained himself with great effort. With a fierce gulp, he swallowed hard while eyeing the delectable dishes, then turned to Helga and said, "You should start eating. Just take a little of everything." Mike's evident distrust provoked Helga's displeasure. However, upon Mike producing his wand, she nonetheless pouted and complied with his instructions. Mike waited for over half an hour, salivating, until he confirmed that Helga showed no signs of poisoning before he finally seized the food lying on the ground and began to eat. The animals, in their quest for sustenance, clearly did not factor in the taste of the food as a criterion. The wild fruits and vegetables were rather unpalatable. However, driven by hunger, Mike paid little heed to such concerns and devoured everything voraciously. Helga, still sulking nearby, deliberately turned her head away, ignoring Mike. Yet suddenly, her expression shifted dramatically, and with a sense of urgency, she exclaimed, "Mike! Mike! Stop eating! Mr. Tree has informed me that he has spotted a witch up ahead." Upon hearing this, Mike nearly choked, and after a considerable effort to swallow the food in his mouth, he inquired, "What manner of wizard is this?" Mr. Tree, devoid of eyes and thus unable to perceive the finer details, conveyed to me that this individual possessed extraordinary speed and could clear a path by merely waving his hand. He was certainly no ordinary human. Mike furrowed his brow, sensing the gravity of the situation, and rose to flee with Helga. However, Helga remained motionless, declaring, "There is no time, he has already arrived." No sooner had Helga spoken than several towering trees in the vicinity of Mike came crashing down, sending the small creatures surrounding Helga scattering in fright. A gap emerged amidst the once dense foliage at the edge of the clearing. Mike's gaze was icy as he swiftly retreated, only aiming his wand at the breach in the dense forest after establishing a safe distance from Helga. This action left Helga utterly astonished. She understood Mike's distrust, but never anticipated that he would perceive her as an adversary in such a critical moment. She hurried forward, intent on reaching his side, but her legs froze in place. Helga, caught in the throes of her sprint, was struck by Mike's leg-locking curse, causing her to lose her balance and tumble unceremoniously to the ground. As she lifted her head, tears streaming down her face, she gazed at Mike with eyes brimming with despair. It was not that Mike was heartless. Rather, Helga's behavior had raised significant suspicions. From the moment she entered the forest, it was evident that the goblins had not pursued them, suggesting her innate abilities were remarkably potent. Yet, she had only sounded the alarm when the wizard was alarmingly close, leaving them with no time to escape, which inevitably fueled Mike's doubts regarding her intentions. At that moment, a shadow appeared at the breach, seemingly drawn by Helga's cries, and it suddenly quickened its pace, reaching the clearing in the blink of an eye. Mike unleashed a lethal curse with a swift motion. Despite his limited formal education in his previous life, he had acquired a profound understanding of the dark principles governing the forest over the years. Given the current circumstances, eliminating the wizard was undoubtedly the most prudent choice. Mike harbored no illusions about the abundance of benevolent souls in this world. The narrative of a youth, beset by calamity and seeking refuge in the woods only to encounter a formidable wizard who aids them in reintegrating into human society for new adventures, was a fanciful tale found only in stories. The wizard, unfazed by Mike's assault, elegantly waved his wand, conjuring a crimson beam of light. The clash of the red and green beams produced a resounding explosion, resulting in a stalemate. However, this equilibrium was short-lived. The green beam, emanating from the lethal curse, began to overpower its counterpart, advancing steadily towards the wizard. Observing this, a faint smirk played upon Mike's lips. Although the area of effect damage of the curse was not particularly formidable, its single-target lethality was renowned. Thus, while other destructive spells could counter the curse, they were unlikely to succeed unless the opponent's power was overwhelmingly superior. Nevertheless, the wizard possessed considerable combat experience. As the green light drew closer, he deftly waved his wand, causing the red beam to swell and momentarily repel the green light. Subsequently, the wizard ceased maintaining the spell and deftly dodged to the side, evading Mike's lethal curse. It was at this juncture that Mike finally discerned the wizard's visage, a middle-aged man sporting a bushy beard. The man quickly scrambled to his feet and, seizing the moment while Mike was still recovering from casting the curse, thrust his wand forcefully into the ground. Although Mike was unaware of the nature of the enchantment, his instincts compelled him to swiftly evade. However, he was a moment too late. A stone spike, half a meter in height, erupted from the ground beneath him, piercing through his thigh and anchoring him in place. The excruciating pain nearly caused him to drop his wand. The middle-aged man, exhibiting an unyielding demeanor, drew forth his wand, disregarding the mud that clung to it, and unleashed a crimson beam towards Mike. Enduring the intense agony, Mike entered a state of mental closure. Once he attained absolute rationality, the expression of torment vanished from his face. With a flick of his wrist, he cast a killing curse that repelled the red light, and expressionless, he extricated his thigh from the stone spike. Observing the middle-aged man poised to attack once more, Mike softly intoned the incantation for a fire spell, summoning basketball-sized fireballs that erupted around him, indiscriminately assaulting all living beings in the vicinity. The red beam shot forth by the middle-aged man, after piercing through several fireballs, ultimately dissipated. The forest, under the influence of Mike's fire spell, transformed into a blazing inferno. The middle-aged man, witnessing Mike, now resembling a demonic figure amidst the sea of flames, saw Helga, ensnared by a leg-locking curse, crawling towards him in distress. Gritting his teeth, he disregarded the flames that scorched him, donned several layers of armor for protection, and charged towards Helga, surrounded by no flames. Mike had long considered his own safety when casting the fire spell, deliberately avoiding the open space where he currently stood. At that moment, witnessing the middle-aged man braving the fiery onslaught to rescue Helga, Mike's heart skipped a beat. Could he have misjudged a good person? Yet, clarity soon dawned upon him. Even if he had erred, what of it? The die had been cast, and since enmity had been established between them, there was no need for restraint. Avada Kedavra. With that thought, Mike recited the killing curse once more. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man pressed forward through the flames, and before reaching Helga, he cast a spell to dispel the binding curse on her legs. Once freed, Helga, with a ruthless demeanor, paid no heed to the man risking his life for her and dashed into the thicket without a second thought. At that moment, Mike's killing curse surged through the inferno, appearing before the middle-aged man. Obscured by the flames, the ominous green light loomed dangerously close, leaving the man no time to conjure a counterspell. In despair, the middle-aged man shut his eyes against the blinding green glow. Just a short distance away, Mike observed through the fissures carved by his curse, noting Helga's coldly mocking smile as she fled without a glance back at the man who had endeavored to save her. Such was the fate of those who sought to do good. Chapter 104. Return and harvest. Watching Helga vanish into the dense forest, Mike felt an urge to pursue her. However, the gaping wound in his thigh, oozing blood, restrained him. The injury inflicted by the stone shard was considerable, and after enduring a prolonged battle with the middle-aged man, Mike, having lost a significant amount of blood, began to feel faint and disoriented. In Mike's pocket lay healing remedies such as white fresh herbs capable of treating external wounds. However, regrettably, his personal belongings did not accompany him into the trial's illusion. Thus, in a desperate bid to staunch the bleeding, Mike resorted to an extreme measure. He found a stick to bite down on, and with it clenched between his teeth, he unleashed a weakened version of a fire spell upon his own injury. Under Mike's deft control, a faint flame erupted from his wand, caressing his wound as it seared it closed. By the time the fire had charred the wound entirely, Mike was already drenched in perspiration, collapsing to the ground, the stick now splintered between his teeth. Mike lay on the ground, resting for a considerable time, until the forest fire gradually extinguished. He then mustered the strength to move in the direction where Helga had fled. His injuries were grave, and without prompt further treatment, he would surely perish in this desolate place. Thus, the immediate priority was to hasten towards Raventown. However, Mike soon felt the sting of Helga's vengeance. Not only did the once gentle animals frenziedly attack him, but even the plants harbored malice, occasionally attempting to trip him as they surged beneath his feet. Fortunately, the forest was not vast, and since Mike and Helga had already traversed for half a day, Mike's magical senses had detected the outskirts of the woodland. After toiling through the night, as his wounds began to fester and his strength waned, he finally emerged from the forest. Before him lay a picturesque farm adorned with a windmill, where a shepherd tended to his cattle and sheep. Mike staggered towards the farm, his wand silently clutched in his hand. After a night that felt as though the entire world had conspired against him, he was in urgent need of sustenance and healing. To obtain them, he was prepared to resort to force. However, as he officially set foot on the farm's land, everything around him began to blur. Initially, Mike thought he was on the verge of fainting, but he quickly realized that this was likely a sign that the trial had come to an end. Mike's wounds on his legs healed rapidly, and his tattered clothing restored to its former state. The long-lost sensation of refreshment elicited a comfortable groan from him. However, this wave of relief was short-lived as a piercing pain surged through his mind. An alien memory intruded upon his consciousness, one that even the mental barriers could not suppress. Amidst the agony, Mike glimpsed the memories of Lady Ravenclaw, his hometown under siege by goblins, his mother dying before his eyes, and fighting alongside Helga to repel a small goblin, fleeing into the forest together. The initial part of the memory mirrored Mike's own experiences precisely. But as they entered the forest, the narrative began to diverge. Instead of attacking the middle-aged wizard they encountered, they turned to flee. Yet the two young girls could not outpace him and were swiftly captured. Surprisingly, the wizard turned out to be benevolent. He not only brought them to Ravenstown, but also adopted and raised them, inviting other wizards to join him in vanquishing the goblins that had ravaged Ravenclaw's homeland. However, 2 years later, when Ravenclaw was 13, the quaint town faced an assault from a horde of nightmare ravens, resulting in the demise of the entire town, including the middle-aged wizard, save for Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, who had escaped to gather herbs in the forest. Upon concluding the memory, Mike shook his head with a wry smile. It was no wonder the first trial was so arduous. He had wondered how he, with his abilities, had nearly perished within it. He now realized that he merely needed to follow the middle-aged wizard. When Mike finally emerged from the torment, he found himself back in Ravenclaw's lounge, the moon still hanging in the night sky. A glance at the hourglass beside him revealed that the 2 days and nights spent in the trial had equated to merely 1 hour in the real world. Without much surprise, Mike began to assess his physical condition and belongings. To his delight, nothing was amiss, and his magical energy had surged significantly, along with an enhancement in his mental acuity. Although precise measurements would require testing in the room of requirement, Mike conservatively estimated an increase of over 10%. Despite the modest percentage, his current level of magical prowess was now comparable to that of an average adult wizard, making this increment substantial, considering he would have needed 3 years to achieve it without extraordinary circumstances. Yet, the most exhilarating revelation was the spell that the middle-aged wizard had used to injure him. Now firmly lodged in his mind, the Earth Spike spell. Incantation, Stone Spear Rise. 1 movement. First this, then that, and finally this. Notes: this spell necessitates formidable mental strength. Otherwise, one risks inaccurate targeting and magical backlash. This spell appeared to be a modified version, likely enhanced by Ravenclaw. The original required the wand to be thrust into the earth for the magic to flow properly underground, whereas this variant only required the incantation in 1 movement. This adaptation made sense, as during the early Middle Ages, Europe consisted largely of earthen floors, thus explaining its initial popularity. In contrast, with the prevalence of wooden and stone floors today, a wand could not easily penetrate the soil. Mike surmised that this was the reason for the spell's decline in practice. Eager with excitement, Mike hurried to the room of requirement, unable to contain his anticipation to test the Earth Spike spell's potency. The direct infusion of knowledge into his mind rendered the spell as effortless as eating or drinking, negating the need for retraining. Stone Spear Rise. Stone Spear Rise. As he uttered the incantation, a life-sized mannequin nearby was impaled by a stone spike over 1 meter tall and 10 centimeters thick. Simultaneously, another mannequin was lifted by a stone pillar measuring over 1 meter in height and 70 centimeters in thickness. While both spikes were of similar height, their diameters differed greatly. The finer spike was notably sharper at the tip, while the thicker one was considerably blunter. Observing the two stone spikes before him, Mike nodded in satisfaction. The earth spike spell proved highly adaptable, allowing him to manipulate the length and thickness of the spikes at will. Furthermore, the spell exhibited no prior indications before its manifestation, making it ideal for ambushes. After completing his experiments with the earth spike spell, fatigue began to settle upon Mike's mind. Although his physical injuries and exhaustion had vanished, the mental toll from the trial weighed heavily on him. Initially, his excitement had masked his weariness, but now, as he calmed, he felt overwhelmingly drowsy, struggling against his fatigue. He made his way to the hall and crawled back into his sleeping bag, glancing at the half-full cup of water beside him. He was overcome by a sense of nostalgia. It felt wonderful to be back. Chapter 105. The Intervention of the Ministry of Magic. Mike enjoyed a deep slumber, awakening to find it was already noon the following day. As he rose, he discovered that the remnants of his previous meal had been replaced with a fresh serving of fish and chips. He picked up a fry and was surprised to find it still warm. This was rather astonishing, considering that due to the kitchen's closure in recent days, their meals had consisted solely of bread and other dry provisions. While fish and chips may not be considered gourmet, for them, it represented a notable upgrade in their fare. What could have transpired? Had the kitchen reopened? However, this was not the most significant revelation. The most striking change was that the members of the management team, who had been responsible for ensuring the students' safety, had all been replaced by Aurors clad in uniforms. How swift was this transition? Mike pondered. Clearly, the security of Hogwarts had now been entrusted to the Aurors. Although Mike had anticipated that the Ministry of Magic would swiftly implement measures following the tragic incident, he had not expected such a rapid response from the British Ministry. It appeared that the ministry was not as dilapidated as rumors suggested. After finishing his belated breakfast, Mike made his way to Flitwick's temporary office, eager to gather more information. Due to the basilisk incident, the professor's offices had been relocated next to the Great Hall. Upon knocking and entering, he found Flitwick in the company of other guests. "Mike, we were just discussing you. Come, have a seat," Flitwick beamed, welcoming him warmly. "Surely. You remember this individual? Abbot Flitt, an outstanding graduate of Ravenclaw last year and the former president of the Male Student Council. His father, whom you also met last summer, is Mario Flitt, deputy director of the Auror office." Mike recognized Abbot, although they had not interacted extensively the previous year. However, his father, that affable gentleman, had left a lasting impression on Mike, particularly due to his name, Mario, which bore a striking resemblance to the famous plumber, Uncle Mario. A ceremonial smile graced Mike's face as he extended his hand, engaging in the unique handshake customary of the Raven's Nest with ABT. This gesture illuminated their faces with even brighter smiles, as ABT reciprocated with the same Raven's Nest greeting. After exchanging pleasantries, Professor Flivy excused himself, citing other matters that required his attention, leaving only Mike and ABT in the office, where their conversation turned to the crux of the matter. "Mike, I have just completed my Auror training and am now an Auror. We are here under the Ministry of Magic's directive, accompanying our captain to Hogwarts to address the basilisk situation," ABT remarked with a smile. What ABT conveyed aligned closely with Mike's own conjectures. Yet there remained aspects Mike found perplexing, prompting him to inquire, why has the Ministry of Magic responded so swiftly this time? Furthermore, should the school not be closed in light of these events? I still see students in the Great Hall. "Allow me to address your first question," ABT began. The incident involving the 3 students' deaths has garnered considerable attention outside, with many parents vocally criticizing the ministry for its inaction, including some prominent figures. Consequently, the ministry, under pressure, had no choice but to dispatch us. ABT continued, "As for the matter of closing the school, among the Aurors we have deployed are many seasoned veterans of remarkable prowess. It can be said that the finest of Auror strength is currently present at Hogwarts. Even the basilisk would falter before them. Moreover, based on the clues provided by the 2 young wizards who accompanied Harry Potter, we have confirmed that the basilisk is traversing through the plumbing within Hogwarts. Thus, our captain deemed it unnecessary to close the school. We are confident in our ability to apprehend the creature swiftly. Should an attack occur during the evacuation of students, it would be disastrous. We would be unable to protect everyone, and any subsequent fatalities would tarnish the ministry's reputation irreparably." Realization dawned upon Mike as he expressed his gratitude to Abbot. "Mike, I recommend you join this endeavor. With this commendable feat as a foundation, pursuing a career as an Auror or entering any other department within the Ministry of Magic will become significantly easier." There is even a possibility of receiving a third-class Merlin medal, Abbott continued earnestly. We both belong to the Raven's Nest. I would never harm you. There's no need to worry about safety. You are aware of my identity. As long as you are with me, you are absolutely secure. Upon hearing this, Mike understood. Initially, he was puzzled as to why this privileged offspring was assigned such a perilous task. It seemed that this individual was merely seeking to gain recognition. Uncle Mario dispatched numerous seasoned Aurors not only to eliminate the basilisk swiftly, but also, perhaps more importantly, to safeguard his son, Abbott. Mike felt a twinge of temptation at Abbott's proposal. He harbored a deep-seated animosity towards the creature that had attacked him and Penelope. The prospect of earning merit under such safe circumstances was enticing. After a moment of contemplation, Mike sincerely stated, "Thank you, Abbott. I owe you a favor." "Nonsense. You're my junior. If I don't assist you, who will?" Abbott replied as he stood up. "Let us discuss this matter with our captain and Professor Flitwick. They will surely consent." The two exited the office, and on their way, Mike learned that the temporary management team had been disbanded. The original members had returned to the Great Hall, receiving protection alongside the younger students. Shortly thereafter, Mike spotted an office serving as a makeshift command center. Already brimming with Aurors in uniform and combat-capable professors from Hogwarts, all deliberating strategies to combat the basilisk. Curiously, Dumbledore was not among them. "Since it has been confirmed that the basilisk resides within the plumbing, I propose we seal all exits and flood the pipes with poison gas to eliminate the creature," a relatively young boy suggested. Hearing this, Professor Flitwick countered, "That may not be feasible, my dear child. The plumbing system at Hogwarts is exceedingly intricate and vast. The poison gas would hardly disperse. Moreover, the basilisk is immune to most toxins. Are you certain it could be killed?" The young man, embarrassed by his rejected proposal, retreated to the side and fell silent. "Then let us proceed as previously discussed. We will assign personnel to inspect by region. For safety's sake, we shall breach the pipes and walls at intervals to create escape routes, disregarding any damage to Hogwarts Castle," a middle-aged man with a commanding presence and a scar on his face declared. At his words, some Aurors began to stir, and one addressed the middle-aged man. "But Captain, that would place our people in great danger. Perhaps we should seek Dumbledore's assistance. If he intervened, the basilisk would be no match for him." His suggestion was met with unanimous agreement, yet the captain's fury erupted as he shouted, "Always seeking Dumbledore's help? What purpose do you serve? Remember your position. You are an Auror. Do you understand? The plan is finalized. Now go execute it." Chapter 106. The Basilisk Operation after the captain issued his orders. The Aurors in the makeshift command center dispersed to their respective posts, leaving only a few professors and the middle-aged man behind. Noticing the reduced number of people, Abbott led Mike into the command center to